In a world where magic exists, there are 4 continents, 20 nations, and various species. In Rondel, after the era of myths and swords, the current Rondel is said to be in the age of magic, having developed magic extensively. However, despite the advanced magic civilization, the political system remains a feudal one with kings and nobles, which means classism still exists. Nevertheless, this current age of magic is known as the Golden Age of Rondel. Also, on December 29, 1999, in the Magic Century, the day before the new century arrived, the will of an archmage named Manuel Lucas was revealed, turning the world upside down. The old man informed everyone that he had hidden power, knowledge, and wealth somewhere in the world, and those who desired it could claim their ownerless fate. Manuel Lucas, the archmage who led Rondel into the golden age of the Magic Century and an archduke of the Bring-Up Empire, held the title of the Ninth Circle Lord Wizard. Upon hearing Archmage Lucas's message, citizens from various backgrounds set out on a quest to possess his legacy. Just like that, those who desired to find Lucas's fate embarked on their journeys, and numerous rumors spread. Some said Lucas's dungeon lay in the barren land of the dragons, while others believed his assets were hidden in the allied nations of Elysia, known for being a tax haven. There were even rumors of Lucas's sky fortress in the Sea of Storms, the center of the world. Regardless of their nationality, species, or social rank, everyone sought Archduke Manuel Lucas's fate. However, rumors remained mere rumors, and despite countless investigations, no one found a single clue. 20 years passed, and the mystery persisted. One day, a man found himself sweating as the system in front of him confirmed that he had acquired Manuel Lucas's fate. He felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. In the year 2007 of the Magic Century, at Lawrence Castle, the butler inquired of their young master, Adrian, if he intended to resume his studies. Adrian replied in the affirmative, stating that he planned to return the books he had read. The butler suggested he could have someone else handle it, but Adrian expressed his desire to find a specific book, so he would do it himself. He is Adrian Lawrence, the second son of Viscount Lawrence, was reincarnated and retained memories of his past life. He remembered that nothing eventful had occurred in the last moments of his previous life. He had died in a truck rollover accident while serving in the military with just 1 month left until discharge. When he opened his eyes, he had been transported from the Republic of South Korea to the Reinhardt Kingdom, going from Kim Minji to Adrian Lawrence. Coming from an ordinary middle-class family, he began a new life as the second son of a Viscount's family who owned an estate. Although he felt confused and distressed at the beginning of his reincarnation, his past life experiences became a significant advantage in his new life. While other children his age played without much thought, he was passionate about learning, starting earlier than his peers. The teacher told his father that it was his first time seeing someone so outstanding at learning. He thanked his teacher, thinking that he was able to successfully receive recognition from those around him and fulfill his father's expectations all at once. However, if he had to say one disappointing thing, it was all gone for him. He knows that Rondel was a world with a more advanced civilization than 21st century Earth. Due to this, his knowledge from his previous world wasn't of much help. So, he knows that what he can do in that situation is continuously strive to increase his value and keep acting like a genius. However, life isn't easy enough to be cruised through with effort alone. When he was 7 years old, someone attempted to poison him. His doctor told his maid that he was really fortunate because if they had taken action just a little bit later, he would have died, making the maid ask who did it. But he knows that the culprit was obvious. Then the woman told him that he didn't know how worried she was. He panically looked at the woman, and the official wife of the Lawrence family, Anna Lawrence, asked him if he was all right. He knows that to that woman who is of high birth, the fact that he, who is of common birth and therefore not her child, caught his father's eyes was enough to make Anna uncomfortable. He furiously punched the wall while wondering, so what if that world is so developed when the country's political system is so backward? He knows that convicting Anna without any background is impossible, making him wonder why father isn't reacting when there is no way his father doesn't know that Anna is the prime suspect. But then he realizes that his father is turning a blind eye and playing dumb even though he knows. Ever since then, he stopped acting like a genius. And about 10 years later, in the magical century of May 1, 2019, The store clerk welcomed him to Pod Convenience Store. He's now 20 years old, smiled as he looked around. The man asked his coworker if she knew him and if he was a celebrity, but the woman told him to be quiet and explained that he is the second young master of the Lawrence family. The man was shocked to hear it, and asked his coworker if it was Adrian from the Lawrence family. Shouldn't he be one of the lords of that area? The man was about to tell his coworker that Adrian's outfit wasn't much different from a normal commoner's, but then the woman silenced him because Adrian asked them. The woman asked Adrian how she could help him. He told her that he didn't see any online point cards, and she told him that their policy had changed, so point cards can only be purchased at the checkout counter. Then she asked him how much he wanted, and he replied that he wanted all of them. After that, he left, and the clerk thanked him for the purchase. The woman angrily asked her coworker if he could get himself together, and if he didn't know that if he lost the noble's favor, he could be punished. The man apologized to her, and told her that Adrian could have told his servant to do it, so he was just wondering why Adrian came to the convenience store himself. But the woman asked her coworker how would she know and told him that she was extremely scared when she first saw him too. The man asks her if Adrian comes often, and she replies that Adrian comes twice or thrice a month. Also, as he can see, it seems like Adrian is very into games. Adrian looked at his 5 million loot worth of game point cards, and he knew that in Korean won, it'd be around 5 million won. Then his guard told him that they received a call that their young master, Cedric, is visiting his abode, making him shocked and pissed. A moment later, Adrian's mother, Sylvia Lawrence, wordily says that he arrived, and he hugged his mother while asking about his brother. But then Adrian's half-brother, Cedric Lawrence, who was 23 years old, angrily and shoutingly asked him if he was walking around the estate without a vehicle and if he was in his right mind, making him annoyed and his mother fearful. Cedric told him that if he was the child of a noble, he should think about the family prestige. But he knows that Cedric was always playing around with girls and thinks that if Cedric had not been a noble, he wouldn't even be able to take care of himself. But he also knows that if he talks back, it will just last longer, so he'll just withdraw and told Cedric that he was short-sighted and he'll make sure to mind it next time. Cedric told him that, in any case, being a commoner mixed blood isn't something to be proud of. He asked Cedric what brought him there, and Cedric replied that it seemed like their father was planning to make him take over a business called Far's Distribution, so he must have heard about it too. He knows that by our standards, Rondel's noble families are a powerful combination of conglomerates and politicians. Accordingly, those nobles are engaged in various businesses, and Far's Distribution is the money source from the mining industry, one among the businesses run by the Lawrence family. He now knows the reason why Cedric suddenly barged in there. So he tells Cedric that he understands, and he'll refuse. Cedric told him that as he expected, he understood. Well, he told Cedric that if he was done with his business, he should return because he paid a lot of money to play games. Cedric tried to hold his laugh but, in the end, laughed loudly and told him that he should just do what he's doing. Sylvia asked him if he was all right, and he replied that he was. Then he told his mother that not getting involved is the best course of action. After the attempted poisoning incident, he abandoned his image as a genius and isolated himself by minimizing his interactions with his vassals. He thinks that perhaps it was because his father wasn't interested in the son of a concubine who wasn't a genius. His father became indifferent to him. Thanks to his father's attitude, he never encountered life-threatening situations again. Just like that, he lived for 10 years while trying to erase his presence. As soon as he graduated from the academy, he left the castle with his mother. However, most of the servants working there were under the influence of the official wife Anna, so he couldn't even speak freely in his own home. He overheard one of the maids teasingly telling others that Adrian was desperate and running away from reality. He silently continued walking and entered his room. Inside his room, he grabbed the game gadget from the table. He wondered if he was using games as a way to escape from reality. The game indicated that he had accessed the Chronicle online. He smiled, knowing that there's no way the system showed him that he had cleared stage 1 of the Fate quest. It analyzed his character and indicated that it had synchronized his character with his real-life body. He proudly stated that if he wanted to monitor someone, they should also do it in the virtual world. Then the system warned him that abilities in Chronicle Online would have an impact in reality. 10 years ago, when he was enrolled at the Royal Academy, he researched Manuel Lucas for his assignment. He discovered something unexpected when he saw Lucas's family crest. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled an English word, making him wonder how English could exist in that world. He guessed that maybe Manuel Lucas was from Earth too, but he told himself he couldn't come to a conclusion with just that. It might simply be a coincidence. However, it wasn't long before he could confirm that Archduke Lucas was indeed from Earth. He saw that Archduke Lucas had said those words before his death, expressing a desire to walk the California beach with Mary once again. Although he wasn't familiar with the place names as they were names he had never heard of before, it was the story of a great man, and he couldn't ignore it. He recorded the Archduke's last message and noticed that those names were also written in the records of the butler who was by Lucas's side until the end of his life. This led him to conclude that it wasn't a coincidence, and that the great Archmage of Rondel was an earthling like him. After becoming convinced, he investigated Manuel Lucas further, and evidence confirming that Lucas was an earthling poured in from all directions. He used his knowledge of Earth from his previous life to trace the path that Lucas had left behind. In the end, he acquired Manuel Lucas's legacy, which filled him with excitement. He thought he could now walk on a path of flowers. But then something attacked him from behind, confirming his fears. A sword hit the wall behind him, causing excruciating pain, and he realized that after obtaining the legacy, true suffering had just begun. He wondered if he could properly fight against this newfound threat. Archmage Lucas's legacy was hidden in an unexpected location. It was online, inside a virtual world. He believed that even if this virtual world was meticulously designed to resemble reality, it was still just a game, and pain should generally be filtered out. However, he felt the pain in real life and had to struggle every time he fought. He also considered that the idea of the legacy acquirer becoming synchronized in game, and in real life seemed like an impossible story that no one would believe. As a goblin swung its weapon to attack him, he dodged it and swiftly stabbed the goblin in the face with his sword, dealing a critical hit. The system indicated that he had leveled up to level 10 and had cleared stage 1 of the Fate quest, healing him in the process. It also informed him that he could change jobs at this level. Then he found himself somewhere different as the system informed him that he had been moved to a secret space by the main god Ariel. The system started to initialize his character and synchronize his character with his real body, allowing his abilities in Chronicle Online to reflect in reality. He couldn't help but curse in frustration because it took longer than he expected due to synchronization. A door appeared behind him, and the system asked if he would like to go to the second floor of the magic tower of Manuel Lucas. He walked toward the door and replied with a resounding yes. Upon emerging from the door, he found himself in a library, which was unlike the first floor where there was nothing. Then he saw that the bookshelf was packed with books, and wondered if the chest in front of him was a treasure chest. The system showed him that he had acquired 5 billion loot, which was in Rondel's currency unit, 5 billion won, and told him to enter the account to receive the deposit. Also, if he wants, he may also receive it as online currency. But he is just glad that finally he gets a reward and feels like a reward has appeared. He grabbed his rewards while thinking that, although it was a shame that he couldn't get that much money, the system showed him that he had created one circle, and as per the circle creation, he had been bestowed the mage's job. Also, a circle has been created on the synchronized body in real life, and he knows that the true value of fate isn't money but that to begin with. Then the system told him not to quit the game because a synchronized body will take a huge hit if forced to quit. While the circle was forming at him, he was thinking that up until then, he thought the mana points displayed with health points were just mana, but he had never felt the presence of mana in real life. The system showed him that circle creation had been completed, making him feel the presence of mana circulating in his chest. He knows that it wasn't an easy process, but he figured out that it was the true power of fate. Synchronization between the game and real life. He thinks that since one circle has been created, he wonders if he can't learn a technique that suits it because he was sure that those books are part of Lucas's work too. But when he is about to get a book, the system warned him and asked him if he would like to look up some materials, making him think that it was so convenient because he noticed that there are quite a lot of books. So he was wondering about when he'd be able to look through all of them, but he expected it from the best mage of humanity, Manuel Lucas. A moment later, he was leaning on the bookshelf in pain because he felt a huge headache. He thinks it is convenient to learn skills and magic just by touching the skill book like in games, but the process of engraving the principles into his head is unpleasant and painful. But he endures it and holds a book, knowing that it is the last one. Then the system told him that it was a circle concealment technique book that hid circles and possessed mana and was useless against Aura Master level knights, mages above the 7th circle, and top-level detection artifacts. He knows that it's the skill he needs the most, and it's as if they know his circumstance. Then he acquired it, and he felt dizzy and another huge headache in his head. He felt his surroundings move because of it and slowly fell, but he just laughed and thought that he hoped for nothing much through Manuel Lucas's fate. He was on the floor, knowing that he barely took one step forward and there were a lot of things to do in the future. Also, he just wants his mother and him to live comfortably without any problems, so he swears that he is going to do everything for it. The next day at the mansion's training hall, the trusted friend and guard, Knight Vice, told him that he had more stamina than he thought. He asked Vice if he really did, and Vice honestly admitted that he was a bit surprised when he expressed his desire to improve his swordsmanship. He mentioned that he had been feeling a bit sluggish lately and thought some exercise would do him good, but the truth was he knew it would also help in the game as his in-game character's abilities were synchronized with his real-life self. Besides, he could feel his mana and stamina improving, and it seemed that his enhanced in-game stats also affected his real-life abilities. In simple terms, the skills he honed in the game could be applied in real life. He smiled, realizing that he had resolved the mana circle issue with the help of the concealment skill he had learned at Luca's magic tower. Vice noticed his smile and asked if something good had happened, making him wonder if he seemed too excited. He replied that he had acquired a valuable item in the game. People around them whispered, as they had suspected he was a gaming enthusiast, and they considered Vice to be quite a fanatic too. Some questioned why Vice was trying to impress a seemingly powerless and pitiful human. Vice became angry, but he stopped him and told him not to pay attention to them. He appreciated Vice standing up for him, although he knew it was all an act. He needed to appear insignificant to avoid drawing the attention of Anna and Cedric, and being ignored as a worthless individual was currently the best situation for him. A minute later, he logged into the game, and Chronicle Online warmly greeted him. He realized that now that he had confirmed that his stats were indeed affecting his real-life abilities, he knew what he needed most to earn more money and enhance his abilities. It was time to spend, and he recalled someone saying that the most crucial aspect of a game was the power of one's wallet. The system loaded the store product list for him. First, he bought the experience increase with a requirement of below level 100, which boosted experience acquisition by 30% for 24 hours, costing 500 kits. Then he acquired the Goddess's Blessing with a requirement of below level 100, increasing all stats by 30% for 24 hours, also for 500 kits. Lastly, he purchased Goddess's Protection with a requirement of below level 100, granting immunity from attacks once for 1,000 kits. He realized that it would have been great to buy these items earlier, but he needed to reach at least level 10 to access the cash shop. He also decided to get a summon supporter, which he believed would be the main event of the day. It cost 500 kits for a one-time use and 4,500 kits for 10 uses. Despite knowing that having a tank would reduce some of the experience points he needed to level up due to aggro, especially when playing in a party, he deemed it a worthy investment. He chose the highest grade warrior to be his tank, regardless of the cost. The system presented him with the option to summon a supporter 10 times for 4,500 kits, and he decided to go for it, explaining that he had both the money and determination to do so. The system then revealed a random summon class supporter. A moment later, he noticed that the chances were similar to those in low-quality Korean games. He put in 30 million won but got no supporters that he liked. Then he saw an interesting one, Arcia the Heavenly Steel female. She specialized in defense, and wore a protective shield called the Shield of God. It was his first time hearing about this supporter, making him wonder if she was a new character. On top of that, he noticed that at level 25, she was the best even among the unique tier. He was glad that a useful supporter had finally come out. He registered her, but the system showed him that once registered as a supporter, changes couldn't be made. It asked if he really wanted to register her, making him confused, but he still registered Arcia the Heavenly Steel as his supporter. He looked at her and noticed that her expressionless face looked like a golem with the outer appearance of a human, but he thought it didn't matter. He asked her if they should go level up. A moment later she tanked the goblins while he attacked them with his magic missile. He stopped when the system showed him that he had reached level 20 and asked if he would like to check out the technique books and magic books that he had acquired. This made him happy because the hunt was going very comfortably with a tanker supporter. He sat behind the tree, thinking that even if it took some of his experience points, he didn't feel like he was at a loss at all, although it would be a pity since the higher the level, the more experience the supporter would need. The system warned him that he had been playing the game for 15 hours without a break in real time and begged him to log out of the game and take a break. He wondered if it wasn't more difficult than practicing magic in real life. Then he logged out. He stretched his body while saying that today was rewarding and planned to take a short break and go to the training hall. But then he noticed someone at his side and was shocked to see his supporter standing and looking at him. He panicky looked at her expressionless face and asked her who the hell she was. She replied that she was his support. He told her that it was not what he was asking and that he was asking how she came out of the game. She replied that she understood it now, and he must be curious about how she maintained her substance in reality, to which he agreed. While noticing that seeing how she can make a precise distinction between reality and the game, it seems like she understands her situation properly. She told him that she is an android, and her creator was Manhwa as predetermined by her master. Her appearance and combat characteristics are that of Asura of Heavenly Steel. He told her that in other words, she is one of Lucas's legacies, to which she replied yes. He frustratingly thinks that if he knew it would happen, he wouldn't have chosen that tanking supporter, but he knows that's something a little more versatile. He was not being picky because he didn't want her, but if it's something like that, the sister should have let him know in advance. He asked her if her stats were the same as in the game. She replied yes, and told him that the restricted stats will be recovered as his level in Chronicles Online increased. Functionally, she thinks her maximum stats were comparable to that of a Grand Master, making him shocked. Knowing that when the knight rankings are divided into 9 classes, it'd be equal to the 8th class, and the Grand Master is the same rank as an 8th Circle Mage. Also, it was on par with the continent's strongest, and even in the Reinhardt Kingdom, the highest ranked mage is at the 7th class. And there are only 8 mages in the 8th class in that world. He wonders if Manhwa created a monster of that level and thinks that at any rate, it was helpful to have a trustworthy and incredible ally who only listens to his orders. The problem was he wondered how he was going to hide her. He asked her where she was before she was summoned there, and what about reverse summoning. She replied that she was stored in a standby state in a maintenance warehouse located in Everhill, a holy city, and she was then transmitted by the Lucky Encounter Management server. Then she told him that transmission is only possible at the time of initial shipment, so after it, if she wants to return to the maintenance warehouse, she has to go herself. He asked her if there was a stealth or magic concealment function, and she replied that since she was in the warrior class, there was no stealth function, but mana concealment was possible. Then he ordered her to try it, and she obeyed him straight away. Then he noticed that the protective shield covering her armor disappeared along with the mana, and fortunately, like him, she has the mana concealment skill, so she won't be discovered by the knights. He said that there was no helping it, making her confused, and told her that his impression was already the worst. Anyway, a moment later, the people outside the mansion whisperingly asked if they heard the rumors that Adrian is now openly inviting a woman into the mansion, and the others replied that he heard it too. They say the maids caught him in the room with a woman. Also, they heard that they go everywhere together, and think that Adrian must be the most shameless person in the world. His mother asks him when he is going to get married and tells him that she doesn't mind if his girlfriend is a commoner, while Vice is shocked that he has already become an adult. He's shocked to see that he reached level 30 and his Lucky Encounter quest stage 2 with the condition of defeating the Orc Warrior Kants and a reward to unlock Manhwa Magic Tower 3rd floor. He thinks if he plays the role of an immature young master who brings a strange woman into his mansion, no one will suspect Arcia. Although his mother's reaction is quite embarrassing, then he asks Arcia what happens to her real-life body when she is connected to the game. She replied that it'll be switched to eco mode, so it's like her taking a break. However, her monitoring function is in operation for his protection. He asks her if it means if there is a problem outside, she can let him know or respond right away, and she replies yes while looking at their side. Suddenly, a loud growling sound can be heard, and Arcia shields him while he asks her if it has begun, to which she replies yes. While a huge monster is walking closer to them, the orc warrior Kance with health points of 5,500 glared at them, and the Fate Quest Stage 2, defeated orc warrior Kance, started. Kance called him human, and told him that he could become special if he got rid of him. Then the system warned him using consumable attack items such as bombs and scrolls is impossible, making him notice that the use of items that make hunting easier is prohibited. He asks Manuel Lucas if he wants to raise his disciple to be strong. He called Arcia, knowing that it won't be easy to beat the guy. Kance swung his sword forward while telling him to die. But the sword hit Arcia's shield and made it bounce back a little because of the force, making him shocked and confused. Then he aimed at Kansen, attacked Kansas using his magic missile. The system showed him that his attack crit, and Kansas' health points decreased to 4,300. While slowly falling, he was thankful that he covered his entire body with high-quality equipment because the power of his magic missile had surpassed that of a first circle. He thought that if it was a monster of the same level, he could easily one-shot one kill. But then he heard a sound to his side, and Kance attacked him. Fortunately, Arcia blocked it in time with her shield. He says that it was crazy and notices that despite Kance's absurd health points, Kance was clearly critically wounded. He asks if Kance is abnormally tough. While Kance continuously hits our shield, he knows that he will die if Kance hits him even once, and he is glad that Arcia is there with him. Also, it would be a lie if he said he wasn't nervous with an enemy charging at him with that kind of force. He knows that he already died once. Then he activated his magic dig, which means earth digging magic, and made Kance trip and fall hard on the ground. While he thought that at that level, there was no way he was letting his fear cloud his judgment, then he ordered Arcia not to let Kance get up while he was attacking him, to which she replied yes. He continuously attacked Kance, who had 3,900 health points, with his magic missile until Kance stood up with 50 health points. He teasingly told Kance that he was persistently making Kance angrier and launched his sword once again. But he just aimed his finger toward Kance, and told him that it would have been better to put the sword down and act out some ground techniques. Then he activated his power and used his magic missile once again, which defeated the orc warrior Kance. The system showed him that he had cleared Fate Quest Stage 2, and the conditions for opening the next area of the Magic Tower had been met. So, Manuel Lucas' Magic Tower's third floor has been opened. At the same time, in Viscount Lawrence's office, he was silently looking out of the window. Anna asked him what he was thinking about. Viscount Lawrence looked at Anna silently. She told him that it was late at night, and he was all by himself. Then she asked him if it was because of the news that Adrian brought a commoner woman into the mansion. Rayford called her name, and simply gave her an envelope. In it, she read a convocation order of local forces that says the possibility of war against the Croixan Empire increases. The troops from each territory are gathered to form local forces, and Viscount Lawrence will join the Western Command with 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. She asked him if he was planning on sending Cedric to battle, but he just kept silent. Then Anna begged him to send Adrian because Adrian just plays the game every day at the mansion. She told him that as a member of the Lawrence family, Adrian should act his part sometimes. But he just asked her if she is going to summon and use Adrian when it's necessary after leaving Adrian alone all that time. She told him that it was what Adrian wanted himself and that up until now, Adrian enjoyed the rights of nobility to the fullest. But he just asked her if it was really what she thought, and she asked him back what he wanted to say. But he just silently glared at her for a moment, and told her that Cedric is the successor of the territory, and he will make sure that she and his father-in-law will not be bothered by anything from now on. So she should just follow his decision this time, making her angry and silent. Then Rayford told her that, as she said, he would send Adrian to the battlefield this time. However, when Adrian returns, he will make Adrian completely independent, and he hopes that Adrian and Sylvia will not be put in danger in the future, which includes any surveillance and secret investigations. He asks her if it should be enough and tells her to stop now and let Adrian be free. The next day, Vice happily told Adrian that his physical strength had improved dramatically thanks to his consistent training over the past few days. He couldn't believe he was improving that quickly. Then he told him that if he had worked that hard since he was a teenager, he would have become a great man. But he just smiled, knowing that, of course, his skills have improved since he's already level 30 and has reached stage 2 of the Fate Quest. Then he remembers that the reward of that Fate Quest was quite satisfactory as well, because on top of receiving a lot of money and forming his second circle, he even gained a subspace. It was like the inventory in the game. He now had his own treasure chest to hide necessary items. So if he takes good advantage of it, besides simple storage, he can use it for other things too. He thinks the fact that the stats in the game are reflected in reality. Depending on his effort, he can become a mage while possessing physical abilities comparable to that of a knight. And if he can completely absorb the stats received from Fate, he may even become a more fearsome monster than Archmage Lucas. Then he told Vice that now he had finished resting, they should continue. But then the other knight called him to tell him that their lordship had summoned him to the castle. A few days later, at Lawrence's castle, he was thinking about why his father called him. Cedric, in an angry tone, asked their father why Adrian was representing their family on the battlefield. Rayford explained to Cedric that he is the sole heir of their family, so he couldn't allow him to be on that dangerous battlefield. Sylvia inquired if Rayford was implying that Adrian wasn't as important as Cedric. Rayford replied that there's a difference in Adrian's value compared to the family heir. Adrian couldn't believe that Rayford had really called him in to say this, and it was making him quite upset. However, he also thought that it wasn't all bad for him. Anyone could enter the game with the headgear, and since he was a substitute for the heir, no one would interfere with him. More importantly, once he got out of there, he could escape Anna's watchful eyes. So he told Rayford that he understood and would participate as a representative of their family. Rayford thanked him, but Cedric issued a threat, saying he wouldn't say more since it was their father's decision. However, he warned that he wouldn't sit back if Adrian defamed their family, finding it somewhat amusing that Cedric was saying this to his younger brother who was going to war for him. Adrian also wondered why Cedric was acting so immature, guessing that they had gone a long way from each other. He assured them that he would try his best, but then his father called him over and asked if they could talk privately. A minute later, they arrived at the bridge, and Adrian wondered if Rayford had something private to discuss since Rayford had asked his guard to leave. He inquired about the topic of the conversation, and Rayford mentioned that if the situation on the battlefield went well, he would relocate him and Sylvia to the king's land. He added that Adrian should consider it a reward for going instead of Cedric, allowing him to do as he pleased without interference. Adrian knew that Anna didn't like him out of her sight, making him question if she had agreed to this. Therefore, he couldn't entirely trust Rayford yet. He told his father that he understood but needed to think about it. Rayford acknowledged Adrian's lack of trust, and he tells Rayford that he needed to come back alive from the battle to really think about it. Rayford sighed and got something from under his coat, leaving Adrian to wonder what it could be. Rayford gave it to him and explained that it was artifacts with a 5th-class auto shield and a 7th-class great shield, which would be helpful since the battlefield doesn't allow teleportation. He was surprised to see it, knowing that those are extremely valuable, and thanked Rayford. Then his father told him that he would have to stay conscious to survive, but then he felt someone glaring at him from inside and saw an angry Cedric and teasingly smiling Anna. He smiled back, knowing that of course they were watching him, and called them obnoxious in his head. Rayford looked at them too while telling him not to worry about Sylvia and to take it easy. He remembered that when someone had tried to poison him at the age of 7, his father's response was disappointing, and his father disappointed him multiple times afterward. But surrounded by enemies, the only one he could trust right now was his father. He told Rayford that of course he would trust him, making Rayford surprised, and he agreed. A moment later, Rayford was in his room alone and felt a huge headache. Then he used his pain mitigation magic and felt a little relieved thanks to it. After regaining his composure, he stood up and thought that he knew Adrian had been acting differently ever since the poisoning incident. Meanwhile, in Adrian's mansion, his mother was crying. He told his mother not to worry too much because she knew that he could take care of himself. But Sylvia still worriedly asked him what if they hurt him after bringing him to the battle. However, she was shocked to hear him tell her that it was good for him, and that it's better to have more primes on their name to get rid of them. Sylvia asked him what he meant and what if someone heard them, but he assured her not to worry because Arcia was on guard at the door. He told his mother that he was not just taking hits anymore because it's almost over and asked her to wait a little longer. 2 days later, on Lawrence Army's dispatch day, the staff, including Harmon, nervously asked him who that lady was. He asked Harmon back if he didn't know Arcia. Harmon told him that he had heard about their relationship but was unsure about bringing his lover to a possible battlefield. Inside the levitation train's conference room, he told everyone that he wouldn't discuss Arcia further, so they should think of her as his secretary. Harmon replied that if he insisted, he understood. He knows that he can't leave Arcia behind, and she will save him with her life if things turn out badly, especially because Arcia leveled up so much recently, and her stats are close to an official knight. One thing to prepare before the battle is enchanting himself for survival. He spent 200 million in 2 days in the game, and cleared the 3rd level of a lucky encounter with money. Now, he was right before the 4th level, and the rewards for the 3rd level were costing 100 billion each. The Almighty Cure, 3 bottles of elixirs. Currently, the elixirs are sitting nicely in his dimension pocket, and he knows that it's the perfect reward for his situation. Then he figured out that he couldn't waste any more time because the 4th level was waiting. So he told everyone that he would be resting in his room, so they should message him if there was anything. Harmon asked him what he meant by message, and he replied that he was going to play more games. Harmon was shocked to hear it, but he just asked him if there was a problem. Then someone angrily said that the rumors were true, making Harmon warily call the man Sir Dalton. He notices that Dalton is a vanguard, and a vanguard is a special force armed with force armor and a force sword. They are the center of the war and are prioritized when rating a nation's military strength. Dalton teasingly asks him if he is sure about it because he will be seen as an incompetent commander. He tells him that his reputation isn't really good already, and he brought a girl to battle, but he was going to play a game. Dalton also told him that he understood the girl part since Arcia was pretty. Then a man called Dalton glaringly told him to watch his mouth, making Dalton shocked in fear. A vanguard and vice leader of the Knights, Will.i.am, apologizes to him because his underling overstepped his boundary. He tells him that long travel like it requires a sideshow. He noticed that Will.i.am had a cold look different from his speech. Then Will.i.am told everyone that there was no reason for the Lord's deputy to care about the underling's opinion, making him realize that Will.i.am, for sure, doesn't like him either. But it was nothing to him since he was used to those responses. Then he ordered them to send him a message when they arrived, to which they replied yes. A moment later, he threw a bottle of liquid at the huge monster in front of them, which made a huge explosion and made the monster growl in pain. The item he threw was called Tears of Salamander, with an effect of 3,000 true damage, but it was an overpriced item made with expensive materials. He thinks it was really overpriced, but with 3,000 true damage with no cast, he'll take it any day. Then the system pops up in front of him, making him think that it's worked. He sees that he has reached level 80, so the main god Ariel brings him to the secret room. He was excited because it was the 4th level quest and saw the demi-lich, Immerse, with 32,000 health points welcoming them as his prey. But he also knew that he had to clear the 4th level before they arrived at West Headquarters. He looked at Immerse, knowing that lich monsters are difficult to deal with, but he thinks the lich in front of him seemed stupid and slow. But then Immerse used his stone magic, making Arcia's foot turn to stone and used Ice Circle Lance spell to attack him, which made him shocked. He panicked. He wonders if Immerse casts before they got into their stances, and Arcia worldly tries to run toward him, but he notices that Arcia is late, and he needs to dodge. But even though he tries, he still gets hit in the shoulder, making him shout in pain. Immerse laughingly told him that he can hear his bones getting crushed and his flesh being torn apart. He was on the ground shaking in pain while he thought he dodged it, and that he couldn't think straight because of the pain he felt. Also, he was annoyed at Immerse laughing because he felt like he heard Immerse laugh from somewhere. But then he remembered Cedric, making him pissed, and he forced himself to stand up while Immerse laughingly told him to stand still. Then Immerse uses Fireball to attack him, but he just dodged it while running forward with Arcia in front. A second later, they appeared near Immerse. Then he used his heal magic to attack Immerse, making Immerse's health points drop to 29,000. He ordered Arcia not to give Immerse time to cast, to which Arcia replied yes. He knows that the best way to go against a lich without a priest. Then he enchanted their equipment with the holy attributes and continuously attacked Immerse with it, knowing that the solution was holy attribute. Beat up Immerse, who was being attacked, asked them why they were doing physical damage with a staff while sneakily casting and cast a firewall, which released a huge wall of fire. Immerse says that if he can distance himself with it, he can win. But then he appears in front of Immerse, making Immerse shocked and telling him that he was a freak from running through the fire. But he just told Immerse to die and smashed his weapon on Immerse's head while calling Immerse a Cedric-looking bastard. Hours later, the system showed that he completed the Lucky Encounter quest level 4, but he was gasping in pain on the ground. Arcia dropped her shield and worriedly ran toward him. Then, Arcia grabbed one of the elixirs while he is remembering that they say he can't feel pain because of adrenaline during a fight, but as soon as the fight is over, he can feel it all. Arcia put the elixir in his mouth, and he slowly healed while he thinks that the servant opened the master's inventory by her own will, which means Arcia is really special. Then he thanked Arcia and told her that he felt much better. The system showed that he met the requirement to unlock the next floor of the tower, so it unlocked Lucas's 5th floor of the tower. Then it transported them to the 5th floor of the tower, and he immediately ran to the chest waiting for him. He excitedly opened it, saying they should see what the rewards were. This time, the system showed that he acquired 500 billion loots and acquired all-around glasses. He wondered what it was and knew it couldn't be random since it's a gift from Archmage Lucas. He opened the glasses' detailed description and saw that it was glasses with analysis, observation, clairvoyance, and enhanced vision. It analyzes a living thing, where objects use purpose and stats. It verifies the emotions of a living being and the truthfulness of a conversation. It can see through an obstacle, and it can see something at a distance of hundreds of meters to several kilometers away. He thinks he can see who are allies or enemies, which means it was a useful item for a doubtful person like him. Also, because he completed the quest, the 4th circle is generating for him. The next day at West Headquarters, the man asked if it was the second son of the Lawrence family because he thought the bigger one would come from the Lawrence family. The other man replied that his name was Cedric or something, and he heard Cedric got everyone's attention at an early age because of his talent. But then the man replied that it was probably the younger one, not Cedric, because he heard Adrian became a fool after eating poison. Without them knowing that he can hear them, he happily told them that indeed he was the younger one who ate the poison. One of the men told him that he doesn't really see a fool and can't trust rumors after all. Then one of the men introduced himself as Viscount Evans, the local headquarters chief of staff, and the other man introduced himself as Viscount Miller, the headquarters support chief of staff. He bowed respectfully, and told them that it was his honor to meet both of them. Evans looked at the monitor and asked him to confirm if their Viscount's troops were 5 vanguards and 50 knights. He replied that it was correct and told them that it was 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. Evans told him that he didn't have to report about the soldiers because that war will end with just vanguards. He just smiled, but the truth is he can't believe they're treating elites armed with artifacts like this. He knows that vanguards are monsters that only great wizards of the 7th circle or above can handle. So sadly, what Evans was saying is all true, and he remembers that Archduke Lucas was the one who made the vanguard system. Evans told him that Lawrence's army had been organized as the 2nd Independent Brigade under the command of the 3rd Division, so he should make sure to look after Division Commander Earl Otis as the brigadier. He politely replied yes, knowing that Earl Otis was the Great Lord of the East. After that, he told everyone that Lawrence's army had been organized as the 2nd Independent Brigade, and that they should move while hoping that this one had some elasticity. A week later, inside the game, he was excitedly thinking that Commander Otis was the best, while Arcia was busy hunting monsters behind. He thinks the best superior is an absent superior and remembers a man reporting to him that Commander Otis would be commuting back and forth with teleports until the war begins, making him wonder if Otis was commuting while leaving his army there when war could happen at any time. He knows that Otis's actions were absurd but good for him because it allowed him to play the game without any concerns. While he was busy looking at his stats, Arcia called him to report to him that someone came into the room, making him shocked and immediately logged out of the game. When he pulled out the game gadget, he saw Arcia stopping Dalton, who was wondering where that strength was coming from. Arcia wore his glasses while wondering why Dalton walked in there. Then he looked at Dalton while wearing his glasses and saw that Dalton's status was horny. He walked closer to Dalton and told him that he better explain what was going on there. Dalton told him that he was concerned about his health as a guard since he had been in the game for too long, and then that girl came to him. But he just kicked Dalton's knee, making Dalton kneel in shock. He just reminded Dalton that he told him to message him if something happens, and he has Arcia next to him always on standby, so he should give him a better excuse. Then he firmly told Dalton that he came into the commander of the brigade and the Lord Deputy's room without permission. Then asked him why and if he was going to assassinate him. Dalton shouted that it was too far, asked him who did he think he was, and told him that he was the vanguard. He kicked Dalton's knee again while telling him that he has to convince him and called him a schmuck, making the three knights behind him shocked. He asked Arcia to tell him what exactly happened, and she replied that Dalton tried to separate her from him. He asked Arcia if she was saying that Dalton tried to drag her somewhere, and she replied that he was correct. Dalton angrily asked him if he was framing him right now and if he was doubting the vanguard because of that woman who came from nowhere. While he was getting something from Arcia, he grabbed the knife near Arcia while thinking that Dalton is a real piece of shit and noticed that the knights who had just come up there were probably with Dalton. But he told Dalton that it was a violation of military discipline, and it was mutiny, so he needed to receive suitable punishment. Then he pointed the knife at Dalton's chest and ordered him to take one step forward. But Dalton still teasingly asked him if he was serious while the knights tried to calm him down. He kept it down not because he was a good person but because he wanted to stay alive, and he knew that it was somewhere Anna couldn't keep watch over him, which means he had no reason to back down. So, he told him that his ass should be the one who calmed down, and knows that it was a great time to show them. And firmly repeated to Dalton that he said to take one step forward. The scene shifts to outside. Someone in a panic called Bill.I.M. and informed him that Adrian urgently required his presence. The knight that informed Bill.I.M. that Adrian intended to execute Dalton, so they needed to act swiftly. This frustrated Bill.I.M. because he felt like Adrian was giving him orders and he couldn't fathom what was happening. Upon his arrival in the room, a knife flew towards Bill.I.M., but he skillfully caught it, noticing that it was covered in blood. Adrian angrily questioned Bill.I.M. about why he hadn't hurried, but Bill.I.M. remained silent and saw Dalton in pain on the floor. Bill.I.M. inquired about the situation, and Adrian responded that a knight harassing a girl made no sense to him. Dalton then asked for Bill.I.M.'s opinion, leaving him shocked. Bill.I.M., filled with fury, questioned the knights about their actions. He bowed to Adrian, apologized, and explained that it was due to his own shortcomings. Bill.I.M. then kicked the injured Dalton on the ground, relieving him of his duty, collecting Dalton's armor, and ordering his imprisonment. He declared that the three knights who allowed Dalton in were also accomplices and would be sent to jail. William told Adrian that he wouldn't entertain any disputes as he was in charge. Adrian responded that it wasn't gentlemanly that they couldn't use the room due to the bloodshed. He decided to move to the next room and instructed the servants to clean up. Bill.I.M. wondered if this was Adrian's true nature but then smiled, thinking, it must be difficult to suppress it. Later, while playing a game and facing continuous enemy attacks, Adrian retaliated while Arcia shielded him. He noticed that the enemies kept targeting his blind spots while maintaining their distance. Their opponent was a corrupted knight named Zenith who currently had 12,800 health points out of 45,000. Their quest was Lucky Encounter level 5 with a requirement of level 120 and defeat the corrupted Midnight Zenith as a reward. They gained access to the 6th floor of Manuel Lucas's tower. Suddenly, Zenith pushed Arcia aside and charged toward Adrian. He told Adrian to die while launching a sword at him, but Adrian skillfully dodged in time to avoid it. This left Zenith confused, and he was shocked when he saw something coming towards him. Arcia then forcefully slammed her shield into Zenith's face, and Adrian activated his magic power, ultimately defeating Zenith. Zenith sighed defeatedly and mentioned that Adrian was just a tool for his own growth. Then, the system showed him that he unlocked the 6th floor of Manuel Lucas's tower and acquired 2 trillion loots, which is too much to deposit in an account or convert into online currency. It made him think that it's always great to see such rewards. The system then popped up in front of him once again, showing that he acquired Istro's staff, robe, armor, shield, a short sword, and an arming sword. He thought the robe and staff were the only equipment for a wizard, and the rest were for Arcia. He believed it was always good to have more gear and knew that Archduke Lucas wouldn't provide ordinary weapons either. A moment later, the knight seemed shaken and excused himself. He asked the knight what was wrong, and the knight replied that he felt a strange energy. He assured the knight that he was just checking on artifacts, so there was no need to worry. The knight replied that he understood and left, leaving him to examine the items in front of him. He then retrieved the sword from his inventory, realizing it was the fourth sword that vanguards mainly used. He knew that anyone could temporarily use Vanguard's power if they charged it with an aura-like battery. Vanguard's force equipment amplified the knight's aura, and unlike mana, aura couldn't be artificially created. He guessed that maybe Wizard's equipment also had that feature. He noticed that Istro's staff and robe had special skills related to aura storage, which shocked him. He figured out why everyone wanted Archduke Lucas's fate. 2 weeks later, he realized it had been 2 weeks since he had been appointed as the representative of the Lawrence family. He led the army at the front lines against the Croatian Empire. He told the knights that he didn't need guards, to which they all replied with agreement. The tense atmosphere that felt like war could break out at any moment seemed to have diminished. They had been just sitting, but everyone was still apprehensive of him after the Dalton incident. He thought it was a good thing he had shown them who he was. However, one odd thing was Billiam's attitude towards him, which had turned friendly. He always noticed that Billiam was curious and cautious around him. He guessed it didn't really matter since he could focus on the game without any interference. Then, he looked at Arcia, who now had the status of happy. He was confused because he had never seen that before. He wondered if she was happy because they had gone out for a walk, making him think of her like a puppy. Seeing her, he realized that even a homunculus had emotions, and he still didn't know much about her. Her individuality was weak, so he believed she definitely had likes and dislikes. He covered his face as leaves flew around them and saw a beautiful view in front of him. Then, he looked at Arcia and saw that she was very happy, which made him silently laugh, leaving Arcia confused. A moment later, they reached their base, and he told Arcia that they should go for walks more often, to which she agreed. But then, a man confronted him, and he asked the man if there was a problem. Suddenly, the man shyly asked him if he would like a drink, if he didn't mind. He noticed that the man's name was Lopez, with a status of embarrassed and awkward. Then he noticed 2 other knights laughing behind them, making him understand what was going on. He asked Lopez if they told him to do that while pointing to the 2 knights behind him. However, he thought there was no reason for him to go along with it, so he walked away, telling Lopez that he had no interest in it. But then he stopped walking and asked Lopez why he became a knight. Lopez apologized for disrespecting him and said he didn't think it was necessary. However, he didn't mean it that way because it was the first time he had seen someone with more than 2 exceptional talents other than a homunculus. He knew that Lopez had a very high aptitude for mana and rare traits, making him wonder why Lopez was serving under other knights. But he thought it wasn't his problem. He then apologized and told Lopez that he could have been more successful if he became a wizard. This left Lopez shocked and confused as Adrian told the other knights to stop bothering him. When he arrived in his room, he thought it was a waste not to get involved with Lopez because he didn't want any problems. However, Lopez's talent was going to waste. He also believed that if Lopez could use magic along with the Vanguard's force equipment, Lopez could become a magic swordsman. But he knew that having talent didn't guarantee success. Nevertheless, Lopez had become a knight at an early age, so there was a chance. If he could recruit Lopez, it would be great. The problem was Earl Otis because Alan Lopez was a knight in a different earldom. He needed Otis's permission to recruit Lopez, which made him wonder if he should bribe Otis. He thought it wasn't a bad choice considering Otis's personality. He didn't know how useful high and very high talents were, but he knew he needed to start building his influence, and now was the best time as he was away from the earldom. Also, he knew what to do next and told Arcia that they would be busy. On the other hand, Lopez was walking in the corridor when he remembered Adrian telling him that he could be successful if he became a wizard. Instead, he thought that at first, he just believed Adrian was an arrogant aristocrat, but for Adrian to think he should have become a wizard instead of a knight, he was also considering it. Then he informed his commander, Otis, that he came as per his orders. he walked inside the room and asked Otis if he was looking for him. He was thinking that he knows rumors are not always right, but if it's to that degree, it is a bit scary. Otis warmly welcomed him, and he saw Adrian sitting in front of his commander, making him wonder why Otis had called him. Otis told him that he probably already knew, but the man in front of him was the representative of the Viscount of the Lawrence family, Brigadier Adrian Lawrence. Then Otis told him that from then on, he would serve Adrian as his lord, which left him confused. Adrian remembered that in his past life when China lost to Korea in a soccer game, one fan asked why they couldn't find 11 good soccer players when China has a population of 1.4 billion. Then someone replied that it was because the Chinese Messi or the Chinese Ronaldo is shoveling in a farm somewhere. So he thinks that no matter how much potential someone has, it wouldn't matter if there was no system that could bring out their potential. He looked at the room full of people and asked who could have thought that so many people were on the wrong path. He saw Earl Otis's unsuccessful knight, Alan Lopez, a peasant-turned-laborer, Barbara Henderson, one of the only soldiers who could play an instrument and became a trumpeter, Eric Jones, a daring boy who got caught trying to sell adult magazines to the army, Nicole Brown, a maid from the neighboring army, Linda Noah, and more. He knows that they each have amazing talents, but those geniuses chose the wrong path and therefore achieved nothing in their lives. Linda excused herself from him and asked him if he really thought she could be a wizard because during the test it showed a negative result. He told her that the testing equipment must have had problems, but she still couldn't believe it. He noticed that Linda's mana was very high and her learning ability and intelligence were also high. He knows that to recruit Linda, he had to hand over 400,000 in bribes and even a down payment, but he also knows that nobody would understand his actions right now. Being doubtful is understandable, and they are just doing what they are told because he was paying. Barbara told Linda that there was no need to be doubtful and just follow her master's orders. He saw that Barbara's physical ability was very high, and her aura was strong. Then he remembered that Barbara came with Nicole Brown to train in sword aura and had a special talent. He believed Barbara almost wasted his life by doing only labor, and he doesn't know why. However, Barbara listens to him well. Then he asked them if they chose their outfits, and told them they were not in the barracks but in the royal palace, which is 100 kilometers away from the barracks. He noticed that everyone was somewhat frenzied. He thinks it was probably their first time in a luxury clothing store. Then someone told him that he'd pick it, and he told him that it fit him well. Eric Jones holds significant political power, his administrative power is high, and his trade is being a smooth talker. Eric tells him that he shall follow his lord's orders. He thinks Eric's abilities could be more useful and rarer than magic or swordsmanship. Then he told everyone not to look at the price tag and choose what fits them best. He knows that even if they have talent, if they aren't nurtured they are useless. So they will start training outside their military bases and receive tailored education. Also, what they wear needs to fit their new environment. Hours later they had open mouths when they saw the place. They asked him if it was where they were going to stay. He replied that it was where they would stay, and the butlers and servants were already employed. So from now on, they don't need to focus on anything but their education. While he was sending money, he told them that, apart from the down payment, he would pay them right now in advance. Then he explained to them that their monthly salary is 20 million loots, and their annual salary is 240 million loots, regardless of their past status. The terms of their contracts are all the same. Then they all told him that they would try their absolute best to exceed his expectations. He told them that if they proved that his instincts weren't wrong, obviously their pay would increase. He understood if their development was slow, even if they gave it their all. So they should work hard to avoid disappointing him. He also told them not to make him uncomfortable by fussing or arguing, to which they all agreed. Then he told them that if someone offered a bribe to betray him, they shouldn't hesitate to tell him. If they did, he would give them twice the amount that was offered. This made them shocked and confused. He planned that from then on, that residence would be full of people recruited by him. He knew that it was his job to make it a place where their talents would prosper. Also, it may seem like wasting money, but for him, it was an investment. Assessment in obtaining quality human resources. Later, he was walking in the street with Arcia while thinking that when he confronts Cedric, he'll need a place to keep his mother safe, kind of like a safety jail, making him wonder if he should look for one before returning to the unit. But then he peeked behind him and saw someone spying on him. Arcia caught and grabbed the man's neck. Then he cheerfully said hello to the man. A few days ago, he didn't know if people found out that he was collecting what he called ordinary people, but Cedric called him directly and said that he needed to mingle with people like him. He thinks that the dumb bastard Cedric was basically admitting that he was watching his every move. While the man asked him, "What is it?" he just asked the man how he found him there and told him that it seemed like he teleported from the royal palace without an escort. He grabbed the knife from the man's waist while telling the man that he was pretty sure he had him detached. But the man told him that he didn't know what he was saying. He looked at Arcia while telling the man that he knew that he was the rat that Cedric planted. Then, Arcia slammed the man hard on the ground while he was asking him if he wanted to die or answer his questions. The man shook in fear when he realized that increasing his aura was doing nothing and wondered if Arcia was an aura expert. But then the man figured out that she was not just any woman, and if he didn't talk, he'd die. So he told him that he'd say anything. A few minutes later, he told the man that he got it and that he found where he was by using Cedric's rat at the teleporting office. He tapped his sword to the man's neck and guessed that Bertaud is telling the truth because of his fear, confusion, and understanding condition. It made him wonder if he should say some lies to scare them. Then he told Bertaud that he already knew about how Cedric was finding information about him. But there was something interesting. He pulled away his knife while he was telling him that he was just listening to Cedric's orders and not really opposing him. So he felt like he was just reluctantly finding information. Bertaud fearfully looked at Arcia and asked him if he is already ready to go against his master Cedric. Bertaud was about to ask him how he knew it, but he pointed his knife at Bertaud's head and told him that it was enough. Then asked if he wanted to live, to which Bertaud replied yes. He told Bertaud that he should be on his side. Then he pierced the tip of his knife into Bertaud's forehead, while telling him that he doesn't really order anything difficult. He should just give him an update every day, so he should say that he was just doing what he normally does and report that there is nothing special about him. Then he asked Bertaud if he understood, to which Bertaud fearfully replied yes. Later, in Lord Lawrence's castle, Cedric shouted and asked if Sir Metz was in jail for spying. The man replied yes and then explained that unfortunately, Metz was caught in Adrian's room, causing many problems that made Cedric angry. He thought it happened because he had ignored his father's orders not to spy on Adrian. He had to get scolded by his father who had been trying to figure out what was happening after the war. Cedric told his spy that he didn't want to do it, but he didn't have a choice. Then he ordered Bertaud to keep a close eye on Adrian until his father's anger subsided. Bertaud replied yes without knowing that Adrian was listening to everything. Adrian smiled knowing that Cedric's remaining spies have been punished and imprisoned just like in Dalton's case. He told Arcia that conveying his lordship wouldn't be easy. The talent gathering went smoothly, and Cedric recruited 20 people with innate special talents. Eric and Alicia, the former administrator of Allies and the half-elf, would take care of the gifted academy without any problems. Adrian knew that everyone was working hard, so he couldn't just sit around. He entered the game and saw that he was level 159. He excitedly said that if he leveled up one more time, he could become a 6th circle wizard. However, he was shocked when a system warning popped up, telling him that an emergency had occurred, and their division commander had issued an emergency order. He logged out, knowing that his current location was on the front lines, and he realized that if something had happened there, it would be a huge problem. He came out of his room and asked Miller panically what had happened. Miller told him that the Croizon Empire's Sky Fortress had crossed the border, and they were currently trying to gather details, making him wonder if everything had been calm before the storm. They all gathered in the meeting room, and Otis told them that once the local forces had been ordered to stand by, they should put the troops on the Leviathan train so they could be dispatched at any time. For some time, all their resting and eating would be done inside the train. He was worried that Otis clocked out earlier but was relieved that he was there. Then Commander Otis told them that from that moment on, spatial coordinate interference had begun across the entire front line bordering the Croizon Empire. They should not even think about teleporting because it was just suicide. While he was thinking that if Otis wasn't there, they would have had to plan all that without a commander, but it was a good thing that the Croizon attacked during the day. Then Otis looked at him while saying that from now on, he'll cut off all personal communication between troops except for colonel and above ranks, so they should only use a radio to communicate. He told him not to think that he was an exception, so he should be careful. He smiled, knowing that the warning was directed toward him, but he told Otis in his brain that he won't stop him from playing games. Then Otis shouted that it was a war, so everyone should be ready at all times, and they all replied yes. He stood up in silence, knowing that it was truly the war, but a moment later the system showed him that he has reached level 160 and have subjugated the name monster Tazit, the twin-head ogre. He looked at the fading ogre while wondering if it's how he hit the sixth circle and thinks that it was worth playing his game. Then he remembers Harmon asking him if he's really playing a game and told him that if he gets caught playing a game while everyone else is banned from using their devices. But he just told Harmon that he gets it and ordered him to command the unit. He feels bad for Harmon, but he knows that it is more important to him. Then the system shows that he has received 10 trillion loot, and also shows him that the money he receives will be kept in the Alicia Union Bank. Then he hears something on his side and saw a huge eagle, while the system shows him that he has received the sub-supporter Supersonic Black Eagle. He knows that there shouldn't be a sub-supporter in that game, but there is the combat support eagle that an archer could have, and there is not enough information to look at. Then he logged out, thinking that he might be better and more accurate at finding information and reality than in the game system, but when he sat up, there was nothing there, so he went outside guessing that maybe it was outside. He walks outside to look around and thinks that a big black eagle will appear like Arcia did that time, and it would cause chaos. Then he searches their surroundings when Arcia notices something and points in the sky while telling him that it is there. It flew down, making the knights panic and worriedly tell him to dodge, but when it flapped its wings, the knights were thrown away, leaving him and Arcia standing still. It glared at him, making him stunned in surprise, then it bowed to him respectfully. The knight was about to attack it, but he raised his hand to stop them and saw that it was a chimera that had the bones and leather of a black dragon. It has a body that was not easily damaged even by an aura blade with a very high recovery rate, and its basic option is a suicide dive. But he noticed that it only had one skill, which is the shared vision. He patted its head, thinking that just like how Arcia gets stronger with him, he needs to know how and under what conditions it needs to get extra skills. He thinks that the condition is likely to clear a quest. He was not sure how the suicide dive was helpful, but he knew that shared vision could be helpful because it's like getting information at the speed of sound. One of the knights worriedly called him, making him shock, and asked him what it was, making him realize that he was so focused on the black eagle that he didn't notice people gathering. He cleared his throat, guessing that it can't be helped. Then he extended his hand and asked the eagle if it wants to go with him. They gently put its beak on his hand to agree, and then he hugged it gently, which it accepted, making the knights confusedly ask why it wasn't attacking and if it looked like they were sharing their affection. On the other hand, he shyly wonders why he even does that really cringe acting and feels like it's going to bite him back later. After the war started, the war situation did not lead to tedious regional small-scale wars but expanded to the entire western border, which was an all-out war. Thanks to it, his brigade is making a debut, and the communication network is cut off so he can't log on to his game. Suddenly, one of the knights reports to him that the Croizon Empire's platoon of vanguards is approaching, but he tells the knight not to panic and fall back to reform formations. Then, he tells Biliam to lead the vanguards, to which the knight replies yes. He calmly drinks his teeth, thinking that even though it is just a game, but after fighting the monsters, it feels like he can't die that easily. While Harmon is looking at him, he asked Harmon what it was, and Harmon replied it was nothing. But when he looked back at the screen again, he was shocked to see that the enemy vanguards were going to attack. So he immediately ordered the 2nd Battalion to deploy the energy shield. Then the battalions immediately deployed the energy shield as per his order. Then the enemy launched an attack toward the shield, and when it hit their shield, it made a loud explosion, making them inside move to their positions. He was shocked that an attack from that far away was unbelievably strong and noticed that it wasn't just a test. Also, he knows that if there is no 7th circle magician or higher, it is pretty obvious who is going to win in a fight. Then he asked the knights about the situation. The knight replied that the 2nd Battalion's energy shield was down and needed 90 seconds to recharge. He believed that the energy shield meant to protect everyone got destroyed in a single attack from the enemy vanguards. He mentioned this to Archduke Lucas, regretting not providing them with magic equipment. However, he knew there was no need to envy the vanguards, for if he reached the maximum level in his game, soon he would be at the 9th circle and hold the title of Grand Master at the 8th circle. Harmon told him they had dodged a bullet, and if it weren't for him, they would have been in trouble. He humbly attributed it to his good luck. Glancing at his monitor again, he noticed that the enemy's attack force size wasn't significantly different from theirs. The real issue was the size of their fortress, which was small. He knew that the Croizon Empire had 2 sky fortresses, but they were considerably smaller than theirs, likely mass-produced for invasion. Harmon mentioned that unless they had missed some information, it was the enemy's first time deploying them. Vanguards were on the ground, and there were fortified fortresses in the sky. The ground was at a complete stalemate, and it seemed the variables lay elsewhere. As he watched the surveillance, he commented that it was intense. Then he saw the system indicating the enemy's weapon detachment in progress, and their bridge. Suddenly, their enemy's fortress collapsed, leaving them puzzled. Something had fallen, and their machines attacked the falling objects inside the fortress. The knights laughed, thinking their enemy's fortress had been destroyed. However, he was shocked to see it overloading with magical power, leaving him confused. Suddenly, he realized something and urgently ordered them to send a message to the fortress, shouting he warned them of an imminent suicide attack. Then a piece of the enemy fortress landed on theirs, causing a massive explosion. Before the explosion, in the Sky Fortress, the army was panicking upon hearing about a suicide bombing. The captain ordered everyone to quickly initiate a retreat, fire anti-aircraft rounds and retrieve all personal firearms. However, Adrian noticed that it was going to crash, so he immediately used his great shield power to protect their fortress. When the enemy attacked and hit the shield he created, their fortress remained safe. Although their fortress was safe, Adrian felt sick due to the incredible shockwave. He knew that if he hadn't used the artifacts in time, they all would have been blown away. He looked up, wondering about their sky fortress, and felt relieved that it hadn't crashed because they had retreated quickly. He also realized that if their allied forces' sky fortress had crashed, the remaining forces from the enemy's sky fortress would have massacred them. He then ordered the army to check the status of the vanguards and take care of the soldiers, to which they replied that they understood. A moment later, Otis happily praised him and thanked him for his hard work. Otis told Adrian that his performance was excellent that day. Adrian replied that Otis flattered him, but Otis asked him what flatter meant. Adrian explained that he meant Otis was giving him praise. Otis then told him that if Adrian hadn't noticed the self-destruction, the damages would have been astronomical. Suicide bombing attacks were attempted on other battlefields at the same time, but their unit was the only place that noticed the abnormality beforehand and successfully guarded the fortress. Otis also informed Adrian that he had told the local commander that today's victory was thanks to him, so he would receive a decent reward. Adrian thanked Otis, and Otis humbly told him that it was the superior's duty to ensure that their subordinates receive appropriate recognition when they make a contribution. Adrian smiled, wondering why Earl Otis was surprisingly reasonable. Then Otis mentioned that there were some strange rumors going around about Adrian. Adrian asked what rumors Otis was referring to. Otis replied that he heard Adrian had tamed a mysterious giant eagle. Adrian confirmed this and said that the way he communicated with the black eagle was truly mysterious. He added that he didn't know about the communicating part but found the eagle fascinating. Otis happily patted his shoulder and said that communicating was all right, as animals understanding them would be quite a wonder. Another man chimed in, saying that if it's a large black eagle, it's probably a species called Altair from the holy city Everhill. They are rare birds born with a high level of mana and are said to be able to fly for 5 kilometers at a time. Adrian replied that he didn't know about it but secretly knew it to be true. The man proudly told them that it is said that once tamed, they will never betray their master and will not hesitate to risk their lives to protect them, making him act amazed and glad that Archmage Lucas made it based on a real-life species. Because if he had given him a flashy sub-supporter for no reason, people would have annoyed him, asking what it was, so it wouldn't have been easy to manage. Otis happily shouted that if that is so, the black eagle is no different from a dog and called it a dog eagle, making everyone in the room laugh. He asked Otis if he could use the personal communication now that their enemy had retreated, and Otis agreed, telling him that he should consider it his reward. This made him brighten up, and he thanked Otis so much because he can finally access Chronicles Online, and there's no way he'd miss a chance to level up. 2 weeks after the start of the war, someone called Biliam, who was in the suit, told him that he doubted they would show themselves while climbing down the mountains with lots of surveillance. It could be a trap, so they shouldn't stay too close and should start fighting at a distance. To this, he replied that they would do as he said. Biliam thinks no one would have listened to Adrian in the past. Then he asked his comrade if they heard it, and told them not to blindly trust visible signals from the radar and follow Adrian's instructions. Then move while keeping their distance, to which the army together replied yes, making Biliam notice that everyone has changed a lot in just 2 weeks. Later, the enemy surrounded them, and Biliam told everyone that it was a trap. Then he ordered them to retreat while keeping their enemy in check. He didn't expect that they would come from underground, which is the radar's only blind spot. But he was glad they listened to their brigadier, which is Adrian's warning, and stayed on their guard because if they had approached without a plan, they would have been wiped out in an instant. Then he looked around and saw his comrades struggling because they were outnumbered. He thinks it was fortunate that they avoided total annihilation, but their situation isn't looking good, and they have to wait for support while blocking attacks from the vanguards, which are twice as many as their allies. Also, he knows that it will take at least 5 minutes for reinforcements to arrive, but it was impossible to hold out without taking any damage. Suddenly, Adrian told him to push forward, making him shocked. But then they heard a loud explosion from behind. Then someone asked them if they were all right and reported to him that 10 vanguards directly under the command of Division Commander Earl Otis have arrived, making him wonder how they were already there, and if Adrian knew that would happen and requested support in advance. But then Adrian asked him if he came out for a walk and why he wasn't attacking. Then told him that the enemies are having their backs toward the mountain range, making him unable to believe that computer's voice again, and really doesn't know who it is that came out for a walk. But Adrian just told him that it was not easy to get reinforcements, so they should defeat at least 5 units while they are at it. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, one of the men asked if they heard that under Adrian's command, they killed 5 enemy vanguards. Another man replied that Adrian is incredible. Not only he predicted the surprise attack but also turned a crisis into an opportunity. What's more, while other units are suffering, Brigadier Adrian's unit is steadily making contributions. Otis thought it was a coincidence at first, but with the way things unfolded, it was no longer the case. Remember, they say Adrian, the prodigy of Viscount Lawrence, became an idiot after overcoming a near-death crisis from poison. But the truth is, Adrian was a sleeping dragon who had been hiding his power all this time. Then he asked the people in the room if Brigadier Adrian is a similar age to Michelle. He told them that if Adrian's family has given up on him, he'd like to bring Adrian in, which shocked the people in the room. One of them told him that he heard Brigadier Adrian already has a lover and brought her to the battlefield. Otis asked if that was a problem when all that matters is if Michelle can become Adrian's mistress. One of the men reminded him that Adrian is a game addict. Still, he told them that it's still better than being addicted to drugs, alcohol, and women. This made the people in the room notice that Otis had already chosen Adrian as his son-in-law, and Otis won't change his mind no matter what they say now. One of the men asked Otis if it isn't better to keep an eye on Adrian for a little while longer, and the other man agreed, telling him that considering Michelle's fiery personality, if she hears about it, they would all disappear. Otis said that Michelle does have a bit of a temper, which the room agreed with, so he told them to stop talking about Michelle and ordered them to send a performance report to the Corps Command. Also, be sure to include how great Brigadier Adrian's contribution was. Later, Biliam asked him if he had a moment. He tapped Arcia's shoulder and replied that he does, but unless it's something important, he should keep it short. He noticed that Biliam's demeanor changed from curiosity and vigilance to favorable anticipation, and he wondered if it was because he saved Biliam in battle. Biliam asked him why he's hiding his strength, making him unable to believe that Biliam is straightforward. Then Biliam told him that many of their vassals are worried about the future of the territory. If Cedric becomes a lord like him, there will surely be a crisis. So he believes that Cedric does not have the qualification to be a lord. If he has any intention of competing with his brother, he would like to support him with all his might. He noticed that his magic glasses didn't show any change in Biliam's condition, which means Biliam isn't lying. He knows that Bil-Im is one of his father's closest aides, making him wonder if Bil-Im perhaps received some kind of instruction in advance, or is he acting like this simply because he was his benefactor? He told Bil-Im that he was thankful for his kind words, but he'll pretend he didn't hear it, leaving Bam shocked and stunned. He tapped Bil-Im, whose condition changed to disappointment, noticing that Bil-Im is surprisingly naive, and he was too rash with his remarks. Because he knows that no matter how much they try to restrict the information going to Cedric, he can't act hastily when there may be more surveillance systems that he doesn't know about. He also knows that it's entirely his job to get rid of Anna and Cedric, so he has no intention of sharing that joy with others. Then he peeked back at Bil-Im, thinking that for now, he will keep in mind that there are people who are purely concerned about the well-being of the territory. Then he remembered that he heard before that he'd be awarded with a medal after what happened and wonders if it shouldn't be that big of a deal. The next day, someone told him that having made many contributions, the second son of the Lawrence family, Adrian, shall be bestowed with a second-class golden lion medal. Then the man called Calitz van Reinhardt, the 23rd king of the kingdom of Reinhardt, while a swarm of people were cheering for him, making him know that every piece of Vanguard's equipment is worth as much as a fighter jet. But he didn't expect what he did would be so highly regarded. He thinks Otis must have chosen him to be the figurehead to accelerate the progress of the war, and told the man that it was his greatest honor, and he will cherish it for the rest of his life. Then he tried to smile confidently while the reporter and people captured them, making him sure that Cedric will probably go crazy if Cedric sees it. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the Lawrence family, Cedric slammed his fist on the table in anger and shouted that everyone is talking about that bastard Adrian, and if he had participated in the war, all those merits would have been his. Then he asked Anna what about his father? And Anna replied that his father is staying with that lowly woman. Cedric told her that Rayford seems to be spending more and more time with that woman these days and asked her why she isn't doing anything, but she frustratingly asked him back if she should poison Rayford too, making Cedric call his mother. Shouting, Anna told him not to raise his voice and that Adrian is the reason his father is with that woman, so she thinks his father is determined to protect the woman while Adrian is away on the battlefield from him and her. He asked her if it was true that Adrian will completely cut off his ties with their family after returning from the war, and she agreed, telling him that it was the reason why Adrian must be desperate too, since Adrian needs to find a way to make a living by himself. It must be why Adrian has thought of the war as a great opportunity because if Adrian makes a big contribution, Adrian may be able to receive a title, but still, Adrian isn't even his competitor. And she told him that his mother will make sure of it, making him think that everything is as his mother says, knowing that behind them is their maternal grandfather, and most of the Lawrence Viscounty is under his mother's control, so his father is merely a proxy who momentarily rules over that land until he hands it over to him. Making him wonder why and remember looking at Adrian when they were young, but Adrian is the only one getting praises, leaving him behind in the dark. He heard people saying that Adrian was a prodigy, making him pissed in annoyance, and thinks that Adrian has definitely been reduced to a good-for-nothing bastard after they attempted to poison him, making him wonder how Adrian keeps getting on his nerves, and he shouted Adrian's name, who was busy waving his hand at the crowd of people. 7 weeks, 48 days since the war started. He happily told the vanguards to have an energy drink before they go out and pour a drink one by one. Then he heard one of the vanguards tell another man that he felt really refreshed after drinking it, and the man agreed, saying that other brigades had become sluggish as the war dragged on, but their brigade was still lively. This made him think about how precious that energy drink was, even though it was just a diluted elixir containing a single drop of that legendary medicine. He felt it was a bit of a waste, but he had to do it for the war to end quickly. Bil-Im told him that they would go scouting, and he told Bil-Im not to push themselves too hard. But then one of the vanguards called him and said that the division commander was looking for him, which made him wonder why again. Before leaving, he gave something to the Black Eagle, and it immediately flew away. He tiredly told Harmon that Otis had been summoning him more frequently these days. Harmon laughingly told him that it must mean Otis trusts him a lot and asked if that wasn't good. He remained silent, knowing that even though it was bothersome to be summoned by a great aristocrat, there was nothing he could do. A moment later, he was looking in front of him in confusion because he saw that the other unit commanders were also there. He wondered if Otis had summoned all the high-ranking commanders in the division. He thought that if it was related to the battle, Otis could have sent him a message instead, making him wonder if Otis had something important to announce that couldn't be made public. Then Otis appeared and warmly welcomed all his guests. Otis told them to rejoice because they wouldn't have to hear that sickening gunfire anymore since the end of the war would be declared soon, which surprised him. Otis told them that the end of the war would be declared soon, and the foreign ministers of both countries were currently holding a meeting. It seemed that those Croatian guys had no intention of going to an all-out war in the first place. It was a large-scale conflict, but in the end, it was a local war that was no different from an annual event, making everyone in the room sigh with relief. One man wondered why they would do such a thing, and the other man replied that it was obviously to strengthen their imperial power. He remembered that it was the same in his past life, and he guessed his nation just didn't have any luck when it came to its relationships with neighboring countries. Then he asked Otis about the vanguards who have been dispatched. Otis replied that until the declaration of the end of the war is given, they must continue that war game, making him upset to hear it because he knows that it was always the subordinates who died due to their superiors' decisions. But then Otis told him to relax and asked him if he didn't receive a golden lion medal as the spoils of war. Then he told him that his reward certainly won't be small if the war ends like this, so he should just savor that moment now. It made him smile, thinking that Otis was right, and he wonders since when has he been so virtuous. Then he cheered his drinks to Otis, thinking that instead of worrying about others, he should focus on his future since he has to go back to his family after the war ends. He needs to level up even more. The next day, Bill.I.am told him that he still thinks it was a good thing, making him silent while Era is eating on the side. Bill.I.am asked him what would happen if their country and the Croatian Empire engaged in an all-out war. He told him that 100 sky fortresses and tens of thousands of vanguards would have annihilated everything, and an unimaginable catastrophe would have taken place. He told Bill.I.am that he should have taken some more rest and asked him why he came there. Then he opened his arms to Arcia and gave a cookie to Bill.I.am, telling him to have some of it. Bill.I.am asked him what it was, and he replied that considering it was given by Count Otis, it should be quite precious. Bill.I.am told him that he already felt that before, but he was truly different from other nobles. Not only did he feel truly sorry for the sacrifice of his soldiers, but he would even keep guard of the command center like it while his men are resting. But he knows that, of course, he would be different from the common nobles since he was a very ordinary citizen in his past life, and he was there to wait until he can access the game. But then Bill.I.am told him that at the same time, he still possesses the composure and dignity of a true noble. He told Bill.I.am that he thinks he got that part wrong, but Bill.I.am just asked him if he wasn't drinking black tea even when he saw enemy troops rushing in, and he thinks that is impossible without absolute trust in himself. The subordinates were able to shake off the tension as they saw his composure. Also, everyone in the 232nd Independence Brigade completely trusts him. He knows what Bill.I.am is trying to say now, and Bill.I.am is trying to bring up again that he'll support him to be the successor. And there he was wondering why Bill.I.am complimented him all of a sudden when he was about to remind Bill.I.am of what he said last time. Bill.I.am suddenly kneeled down, making him surprised, but Bill.I.am just told him that he has got trustworthy men around them, so no one can come close, and they have also checked for surveillance devices, so he doesn't have to worry. He looked up hearing Bill.I.am's words and noticed that outside were vanguards guarding him, making him realize that Bill.I.am is serious because all of them are from his father's side. He told Bill.I.am that he knows that he has taken precautions, but that kind of behavior may be more noticeable. Bill.I.am told him that it was exactly why they came there when everyone is resting. He, who was a lowly subject, Gilbert Bill.I.am, would like to serve him, Adrian Lawrence, the second young master of the Lawrence family, as his lord from today on. He asked Bill.I.am if it could be that the other knights outside are thinking of doing the same thing, to which Bill.I.am replied yes, making him silent. Then he replied, all right, making Bill.I.am look up at him in excitement. However, he told Bill.I.am that he has a condition, and Bill.I.am asked him what it was. He told him that he is to act normally until he tells him otherwise. Bill.I.am asked him if it wouldn't be better to gather power as quickly as possible and suggested that even if he built up his power there right now, the size of their forces would be nothing to scoff at. He replied that it would be nothing to scoff at, but not enough for them to win, and he had a plan, so they should follow his orders. Bill.I.am bowed and replied that he will. He asked Bilayam how many knights are willing to follow him like he did, and Bilayam replied that first of all, there are 5 vanguards there, and the remaining knights number around 30, so if they gather the people from the territory, their size will at least be doubled, making him think that it was not bad, and there were more people for him to work with. Then he slowly stood up while praising Bilayam. However, before he left, Bilayam told him that he had one more thing to tell him, making him confused. Bilayam told him that his father is planning to assign Sir Perseus to him, and he thinks it would be a good idea to recruit him in advance. This surprised him, knowing that Perseus was originally the vice-commander of the Knight Order of Lawrence, and with his superior skills, he had virtually no rivals among all the Aura experts, with the only exception being the Knight Commander. However, he thought Perseus had already left the order due to family political fights centered around Anna, making him wonder if that kind of person is really coming back. Bilayam told him that maybe when Perseus returns, many knights who have been remaining neutral will change their minds. He knows that Perseus was a typical warrior and a very popular knight. In other words, there is room for power expansion through him, perhaps enough to be on par with Anna and Cedric's forces. So he thinks recruiting Perseus is not a bad idea at all, especially when it comes to a valuable talent that he can use outside of the family. Then he told Bilayam that he thinks he needs to meet Perseus as soon as possible and asked Bilayam if he could arrange it secretly. This made Bilayam shocked, and he promised to look into it. He came out of the room thinking that power is good. However, his top priority is not to build his own power but rather to clear the next lucky encounter quest, and swore that he was going to form his 7th circle today. But he was swimming in his blood with Arcia and Black Eagle when the system showed him that he had died, and he should try again after recovering his experience points. This part starts with before that situation happened where both Arcia and Adrian died in the game. He was loudly asking what was happening. Then he called Arcia to help him, which Arcia immediately obeyed. All that time, while clearing lucky encounters and reaching level 200, he never experienced death. He knows that it's normal to die and overcome struggles in a game, but if he dies there while sharing senses with his real-world self, the pain will be unimaginable. He noticed that Arcia always stood still against any enemies, but she's being pushed back right now. He always put his safety first in every fight, but when Arcia and Black Eagle were slashed by his enemy, which is a Death Knight, everything collapsed. Then he noticed that it was not just an Aura Master because the enemy also had a named boss with quest buff and an abnormally strong body, which means that one is on a different level. The last thing he saw was the system showing him that he died, and he should try again when he recovers his experience points. Then the system showed him that he was being resurrected in a nearby village. He was sitting and enduring his pain. He thinks that the senses sharing system is problematic because he can't even twist in pain since people are everywhere. He realized that it was too easy until now. Then he used his resurrection scroll, and the system showed him that his support, Arcia, had been revived. Arcia apologized to him, but he just asked her if she was okay and if it didn't hurt her. She replied that it did, but her senses in the game are far lower than his, so she can hold it in. He sighed in relief and thanked goodness that she was not badly hurt. Then he remembered that he recruited her without thinking because of her tanking stats, but as he got closer to her, he was embarrassed, hiding behind her small body. So he swore that he would try to change his combat style and thinks that if she was enduring his pain. But then he told himself that he would have to change it, in the end. He realized that fighting the Death Knight showed him a clear limit to their combat style. Arcia blocks the enemy's movement, and Crowy, which is his Black Eagle, blocks their sight or sneak attack to support Arcia, and he does massive damage from the back with magic. It worked out since they are overgeared, but it has a limit against enemies like Death Knights who can constantly keep up with Arcia. The problem is the long time between each attack. His casting time is delaying the main damage, which means the only way to keep away enemies between casts is Black Eagle's tackle. He looked at Arcia knowing that her defense worked against the Death Knight, and she ended up overpowered by him. But she can surely block one attack, and if there was one more DPS that could support her while he casts, their current combat style would work. But he knows that he can't drag someone else into the lucky encounter quest, so the only solutions he can think of now are 3. One is to use low-level magic circles to reduce casting time and increase your firing rate. 2 is to use Crowy as a fighter instead of just his hit and run support. 3 is for Arcia to stop using only a shield and start using a sword to deal damage. Then he realized that the first option was weakening himself, so it was best to change things with Arcia and Crowey. He planned to look closely into it while recovering his experience points. He told her that it wouldn't be easy, but they should give it a try. Arcia agreed. However, in the second battle against the Death Knight Pascal, the system showed him that he died and needed to recover his experience points to try again. This made him frustrated, and he asked how it was even possible. He resurrected Arcia once again, and she apologized to him. He told her not to apologize because it was his problem. This time he tried using Arcia and Black Eagle more actively in the fight, but Crowey had a hard time facing the Death Knight directly and died within a minute after the fight started. He died within 3 minutes, and Arcia followed after a minute. He thought the biggest problem in that fight was probably Crowey dying too quickly. Crowey couldn't deal much damage to the target, but the diversion helped. This means that to maintain their combat style, Crowey's survival is necessary. He wondered if he should make and equip Crowey with a chest plate. Then he thought he would have to try something and reassured himself that there was no need to be nervous because things that are not working will eventually work. Also, it was just a test to reach the 7th circle. Still, in the third battle, he died, which made him punch the wall continuously in anger. He said it wasn't too bad, it was made in a hurry, but it did its job. It allowed them to fight the Death Knight Pascal longer, which allowed them to see his pattern. He told her that they started to see Pascal's patterns, which was good, so they should try again after recovering their experience points. She agreed. In the 5th battle, Pascal couldn't believe them and asked if he was fighting against a bunch of acrobats. Pascal told them that it was real talent to be able to amuse an undead like him and asked why he didn't change his approach. He just told Pascal that he must be confused and asked if he had heard about the human bomber. Then Crowey lifted him up, and he attacked Pascal using his magic, and he also shouted at Pascal to die while continuously attacking Pascal. Pascal blocked their attacks using his sword, while Arcia was running toward him. He laughingly shouted that it was nice without noticing that Crowey was exhausted. Crowey slowly fell to the ground with him, making him confused. Then Crowey put him down in front of Pascal. He told Pascal that it was nice to see him down there, and he fearfully greeted Pascal while Crowey collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Then Pascal killed him, and the system showed that he had died. In the 9th battle, he noticed that they tried different formations this time. Pascal asked him why a wizard was in the front line, and told him that it was fun, but he noticed that this time the damage dealt went up by much more than last time. Casting magic while dodging Pascal's attacks was the biggest problem, but he managed to last 25 minutes, so he thinks it was possible. He planned to try again with items focused on their reflexes rather than casting and tried to be an evasive wizard that no one wants to be. Then the system showed that he died once more in the 10th battle. He was dodging while using his magic to attack. Pascal attacked him, but he avoided it. When Pascal went on a rampage, he managed to slip through his attacks. Then he used his magic power together with Arcia to attack Pascal. They hit Pascal, but when Pascal raised his sword and swung it at them, they were both thrown away, defeated. But he smiled, thinking that it was it, and that battle gave him assurance. He tried to be an evasive wizard, and it decreased his damage, but allowed him to survive on his own, which allowed other members to attack freely, resulting in a 62-minute-long battle. Damage dealt to the Death Knight by 84%, so he knows that he can do it if he keeps trying. He took off the game device and noticed that he had exceeded the connection time limit. He stretched his body while telling Arcia that he thought it would be over after reaching level 200, but they were being held back at an unexpected place. But then he felt something on his shoulder, and told Arcia that he felt like the world is moving slower, and asked if he was sick. Arcia replied that he experienced and repeated death and resurrection many times, so she thinks it was normal for his sight to change. He asked her if she was the same as he, and she replied that she can't really tell, but she felt that she was stronger because her body's strength is the same as yesterday, but she feels like she was way stronger than before. She told him that it was the strength that was only obtained through experience. He thinks he was used to it now, but Arcia's response was definitely not from an artificially created homunculus. If time passes and she experiences much more, she will be no different from a human being. She asked him if he had any orders, and he replied no. Then he told her that he was going to sleep, so she should rest too, and they should try again when he can get back on, to which she replied yes. In their 12th battle, the damage dealt to the Death Knight is 75%. In their 13th battle, their damage dealt to the Death Knight is 85%. In their 14th battle, their damage dealt to the Death Knight is 91%. In their 15th battle, their damage dealt to the Death Knight is 89%. In the 16th battle, their damage dealt to the Death Knight is 93%. In their 17th battle, their damage dealt to the Death Knight is 98%. And in their 18th battle, their damage dealt to the Death Knight is 100%, which means they defeated Pascal. He smiled tiredly, raised both hands in the air because of excitement, and told his team that they had won. Then the system showed him that he completed the Lucky Encounter quest level 7. Then they entered the 8th floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower, and he noticed that the 7th floor alone was several times larger than the previous floor, but that one is the size of the Royal Library. Then he asked if most of those decorations were made with game graphics because it was good, but then someone told him that they were all real, making him shocked. He immediately swung his staff toward that someone, wondering if the test to achieve the 7th circle is not over yet, but Arcia smilingly told him that it was fine, so he put down his staff, unable to believe that Arcia would smile like that. Then he looked at the man in the center of the magic circle, and wondered if he was a fairy or a grandfather one. Then he wondered if he was a new supporter but was confused about why he looked so familiar. But then he figured out something and shouted to ask if he was Archduke Lucas. But the old man replied that his name is Chester, and he was the manager of the Fate, and also a trace of Manuel Lucas, making him confusedly wonder what he meant by the manager of Fate and more than that what he meant by trace. Chester explained it simply. He was an artificial intelligence created by replicating Manuel Lucas's memories, but he was focused on a trace of Archduke Lucas. He thinks that even if it was a clone, he encountered a being who is no different from his savior. Let alone be happy, his head is complicated, and it would be great if Chester showed favor to him, but if it's the opposite, it'll be hard for him to respond, since at least in the Hollywood system, he would be an omnipotent being no less than a god. He sweated, wondering if Chester was going to take back what he gave him, but Chester told him that there's no need to be that nervous. He told Chester that to think he'd be able to have an independent conversation like this, he doesn't seem like a program made with artificial intelligence at all. Chester replied, of course. Then he explained that he may not have a soul, but he does have data containing a person's life. He told Chester that although Lucas's body couldn't win against aging and died, at least his spirit remains in that virtual world. In a sense, it was eternal life. Chester told him that it can be seen that way, which is why Manuel Lucas created the Hollywood system in the first place. But that system isn't perfect because memories that were turned into data may be lost in the transfer or deteriorate. Also, more than anything, he can't see him as being alive because he just exists like a specter. Manuel Lucas thought it, even if a clone memory had consciousness, it was not his true self. If he was interested in eternal life through memory duplication, Lucas wouldn't have wandered around in virtual space like this but would create a homunculus like Garcia and engrave his memories there. He had a suspicion that Manuel Lucas's ultimate goal was to take over his body, but he was glad that it doesn't seem to be the case. He asked Chester if he may ask him why he appeared, then he told Chester that honestly, he was flustered by the difficult situation on the previous floor, and he wondered if there would be any restrictions or compulsory duties given to him. Chester slid down his staff, and a system appeared in front of him, showing him that he has granted the usage of Hollywood System Administrator authority for 5 times. Chester told him that the fate that he acquired is Manuel Lucas's everything, so naturally, various authorities are included in it, and there are limitations, as the fate hasn't been fully resolved yet, but he will be able to exercise his authority as he wishes in the future. He asked Chester what he can do with it, and Chester replied that he will be able to exercise administrator authority over all programs based in the Hollywood system, which is a virtual reality system, making him shocked because he knows that the Hollywood system only exists with features of virtual reality and is similar to Earth's internet. In other words, it means that he can control all the information connected online as he wants. But then, Chester told him that he must adhere to 4 rules when exercising administrator authority. First, administrator privileges cannot be used for Chronicle Online, which is bound with Lucas's fate. Second, he is prohibited from directly accessing another person's brain. Third, he is prohibited from stealing other people's property. And fourth, he was prohibited from exercising authority that directly has a negative impact on the world. He was wondering what it was since Chester said rules, but he realized that it was pretty logical. Then he asked Chester if, by any chance, it was also possible to launder the source of wealth acquired through fate, and Chester replied that it was not difficult because there are a few methods. But what he recommends is to create investment and stock trading records in the online currency market. Then he asked Chester about the possibility of getting caught through investigation, and Chester replied that the probability of detection is extremely close to 0%. It was not just about manipulating the ledger, but it was about revising all the relevant information and making it appear as if it was a completely real event based on the records. He told Chester that he'd like to use administrator authority, and Chester replied that he understood. Then explained to him that the current assets held are 12.625 trillion loots, and his assets increased the moment he opened the treasure chest on the 8th floor of the Magic Tower. Then he asked him if he would like him to organize it too, to which he replied yes. Then Chester asked him if he had any additional requests. He told Chester that Arcia needs a legitimate family registered, and while they were at it, it would be better to put her as coming from the holy city Everhill. Chester told him that it was possible, and he shall make a family register that says all Arcia family members died, and she was currently an orphan, making him notice that Chester was no different from a genie from the magic lamp. He asked Chester if his role is to give him the administrator authority and help him process it, to which Chester agreed with him. Then he asked Chester why Archduke Lucas is going to that extent, and Chester replied that it was his way of expressing missing his hometown and consideration so that he doesn't live a bad life as he did. This made him wonder what Chester means by so he doesn't have to live a bad life like Lucas did, because those words don't suit someone who is called great. He knows that if Lucas isn't in that world, if Lucas isn't an earthling like him, and if Lucas didn't leave his fate for a future generation, his life would be more pathetic than now, and he wouldn't be as bright as now. So, bending on his knees, he thanked his master for everything. But Chester told him that he was not Manuel Lucas, but he noticed that the corner of Chester's mouth seemed to tremble slightly, but he wonders if he was mistaken. Then the system showed him that he had acquired 50 trillion loot and acquired Sky Fortress Icarus. Also, the Seventh Circle has been created. Meanwhile, in Archduchy City of Nikhen, the former vice-captain of the Night Order, Perseus asked the person if he said Adrian and if he heard it wrong. Biliam told him that he didn't hear it wrong, and they believe that if Adrian takes control of the territory, it will develop even further than it is now. Then he asked him if he didn't intend to support Adrian's move anyway, but he just asked Biliam back if he thinks they are the same thing. He thought he was standing up for the Lord, which is Rayford, but if he had known he was asking for a private talk to push for an immature child, he wouldn't have met him in the first place. But Biliam, with a clam posture, told him that Adrian is gifted. He told Biliam that he did hear that Adrian was a bit impressive in the war, but asked Biliam if he thinks that the object of trust is too small to believe and act on. Biliam just laughed, making him confused. Biliam apologized to him and explained that he wasn't laughing at him, and that he just remembered that he was in a similar position to Adrian not long ago. It seems like he thinks Adrian got lucky with that one and is still the same as always. He asked Biliam if he meant that Adrian has changed, and Biliam replied that he certainly hasn't. Rather, what is known to the outside world is only the tip of the iceberg, and unlike him who heard about Adrian's expertise through others, he was someone who heard Adrian's instructions directly and put them into action. Also, he did hear say that Adrian is one of the greatest geniuses in that country, but he won't know unless he experiences it himself. And even the knights who lined up behind Cedric followed Adrian during the war. He told Biliam that he was completely devoted to the second young master, and Biliam replied that he had no other choice but to be devoted to Adrian. Then he told him that he won't know unless he experiences it himself. He thinks that the story was that Adrian, who was a prodigy, took poison and became a boy of mediocrity at the age of 7. In other words, Adrian decided on a way to survive at a young age and put it into practice. Until recently, even if we set aside Adrian's intelligence, which Biliam boasts about, he has no choice but to acknowledge Adrian's patience and perseverance. Then he asked Biliam what he wants, and Bilayam replied that he wants to persuade the vassals who are maintaining neutrality and leaning power balance toward the second young master. He told Bilayam that it was a huge task, but it was interesting. Bilayam told him that he made a great decision, but he asked Bilayam what he means when he hasn't decided yet, and shouldn't he meet Adrian before making a decision. Bilayam smilingly told him that Adrian said he was going to visit soon anyway, and he heard that Adrian is coming soon, so he should let him give Adrian a call, making him notice that everything was done according to Adrian's intentions. Bilayam told Adrian, who was on the other line, that they were done talking, and he thinks he can come in now. Perseus is thinking that a young master who has been living for revenge for over a decade, and he'll have to see for himself whether Adrian is truly worthy to be followed, as Bilayam says. But then the line on Bilayam's call got disconnected, making Bilayam awkwardly laugh and shyly check his connection, wondering why Adrian isn't picking up the call. Then they felt a strong power of mana, and Perseus noticed that it was unmistakably a mana signature of space leaps. Moreover, with that amount of mana, he was certain that it was a teleportation of the seventh circle. When he was about to ask what on earth was going on, Adrian, with Arcia, appeared, and he told them that judging by their faces, they mustn't have an idea that they were under siege. Bilayam looked confused at him, but he just told them that he does understand because they are people covered with artifacts throughout their entire bodies. Then he ordered Arcia to get rid of them, which Arcia speedily obeyed. Then she came back with a bloody sword and told Adrian that 5 assassins have been defeated. But he just asked if his expectations were too big because he heard that both of them are the strongest men in their territory, but to think they didn't even notice the assassins' approach. Perseus wonders what in the world is the situation and who is that monster with the laid-back expression beside Adrian. When he was about to ask Adrian, he cut him off by saying that he has been dreaming of revenge for 13 years since the day he took the poison, and asked them if they would come unprepared. He also told them that he needs to at least have an aura master as a guard, making them both shocked. Perseus remembered his words that he'll have to see for himself whether Adrian is truly worthy to be followed, and realized that he has been acting too presumptuous because that person isn't someone he can dare to figure out. They silently gazed at each other for a moment. Then he turned his attention to Perseus and noticed that Perseus was 43 years old. He was a member of Reinhardt Kingdom's Free Knights. His talents included a high aura, strong physical abilities, moderate learning aptitude, and average intelligence. His traits were marked by conquest and leadership. Their relationship was friendly and allied, and his demeanor appeared astonished, scared, and anticipative. Perseus inquired if Anna had sent them, to which he replied affirmatively. While telling Perseus that he must have many questions, he snapped his fingers, and immediately the corpses on the ground vanished, and the damaged surroundings were magically repaired. Bilayam was amazed to see the bloodstains and corpses disappear, but Adrian assured them not to dwell on it, explaining that it was merely a fifth circle magic spell. He then suggested they relocate, and with a touch of teleportation magic, he swiftly transported them, leaving them in awe as this was a seventh circle spell known as teleport. Lua's kingdom was an ally of Reinhardt Kingdom, known for having a significant number of grand wizards. Following the four empires, if anyone were to name the most famous wizard among them, the anonymous answer would be Duke Kine Riverdale. He was not only a grand wizard but also a renowned teacher who successfully trained 6 seventh circle wizards. However, many believe that the greatest wizard of all time was Archduke Lucas, while the title of the greatest teacher belonged to Duke Kine Riverdale. Perseus asked if his magic teacher was truly Duke Riverdale. However, he was told that Riverdale had passed away a year ago. He replied that he knew, but because Riverdale had taught him, he could learn without any problem under Anna's surveillance. Perseus still couldn't believe it, knowing that he had spent most of his time in the game. Then Perseus figured something out, making Adrian smile, and he told him that he was right. He explained that the only place he could act without any restriction was the virtual world. Riverdale taught him in both the real world and the virtual world, taking turns. However, he knew it was all a lie because the Grand Wizard appeared out of nowhere. Anyone would doubt if a 20-year-old reached the seventh circle. The best way to prevent it from happening is by having the title of Duke Riverdale's disciple. Perseus told him that Riverdale was indeed creative, and it was a brilliant way to teach. He knew that he didn't just lie without any preparation. He had a platinum plaque and a hologram picture of Riverdale and him, but none of those were real. He asked Lucky Encounter admin Chester to create them in reality to use them as his alibi, just like the one he was holding. There were many traces of Riverdale and a record of him having a secret disciple that no one knew about. So the Riverdale family or his other disciples would trust him when they find him. He wished he could say he was the heir of Archduke Lucas, but he knew that people wouldn't leave him alone for the rest of his life. Then he told them that Arcia and he could handle Anna and Cedric, so there was no need to try too hard to expand their influence. Perseus asked him why he had called him there. He replied that he had no plan of letting him go, making Perseus shocked and confused. Then he told Perseus that he had something else to do for him, and asked him if he could see his left hand. Their digital watches touched each other, and the system showed the number 2 online currency account. The system asked him if he would like to share his 20 billion loots in the number 2 online currency account, to which he replied yes. Perseus was shocked by his action, but he just told him that he wanted him to create a group that would obey his orders and gather the intel. He knew that the jobs that the group is going to do will be dirty work, but it is required to aim higher, and it was cruel to ask a knight to take the job. Perseus told him that since they were likely to go against Margrave Raven, he believed they did need a group like it, but asked him if he was sure because he believed it wasn't easy for him to save up that amount of money. He told Perseus that he has a talent for investing and that 20 billion is a lot but not enough to worry about, making Perseus react that it was amazing. But he just stood up, knowing that Perseus would faint if he mentioned that he had 3,000 times the amount of money he just showed him. Then he offered his hand to Perseus and told him that he is going to push Cedric off his spot and inherit the family, then have the power that no one can disrespect in that nation, and asked Perseus if he is with him. Perseus looked up at him and bowed down, accepting his hand, while telling him that he had his loyalty. Meanwhile, the scene shifts in Anna's room. She asks her butler if he means 5 expert assassins who disappeared without any trace, to which the butler fearfully replies yes. She asks him if they didn't say they can kill anyone except an Aura Master or Grand Wizard, to which the man replies yes, because their ability is capable. She throws her wine glass at the man's head and furiously asks why it is happening, but the man just bends his head down. She asks him where Perseus and Biliam are, and the man replies that Biliam returned to his unit, and Perseus's location is unknown. She tells the bleeding man that Perseus is alive because Biliam would report to her husband if Perseus died and thinks that if those are together, and planning something, they are definitely aiming for her. So she should have watched over the situation a little more. Then she remembers Rayford telling her that he would like her to stop watching over Adrian and Sylvia, making her pissed, knowing that she had no choice but to listen to Rayford because if she pushed too hard on Rayford, things could have gotten worse. But she was pissed to hear a report that Adrian's performance is beyond expectation. Adrian is sharing his reward with his comrades and superiors, but Adrian will be getting a title when the war is over, and Biliam said he wants to be on Adrian's side, but Adrian declined Biliam's offer. Also, there were more knights who wanted to support Adrian, making her think that if Biliam and Perseus get together, they will be unstoppable. So she can't let them do what they want. Also, she can't allow Cedric to have a competitor, so there's no time to keep promises anymore. The man asks her what she would like to do with the Assassin Guild and tells her that they promised to send more people to ensure they complete the job. She simply asks the man if she should just kill Adrian, which shocks him. She asks the man why they were so scared when it seemed like the easiest solution, so she didn't need to think too hard. But the man warned her that if she did it, there was no turning back with Rayford, and Adrian was gaining everyone's attention. However, she interrupted him by calling him and asked him how long he had worked for her. The man replied that this year would be his 30th year. While she grabbed a bottle of wine, she walked toward him, telling him that if he had worked for her that long, he should know she hated being lectured. The man fearfully apologized to her. She poured the wine on the man's head and asked if he thought she didn't know that. She told him she was doing it because there was no other way, making the man shake in fear, knowing he had made a mistake. She asked the man if he thought he was smarter than her, and he shakily said that he kept going because of remorse for Adrian. He kneeled on his knees and begged her to forgive him because he just pitied Adrian. She asked him if he said pity, and he replied yes, nothing else. She smiled and told him that if that was the case, he could frame it differently, making him confused. But when she told him it wasn't an ordinary person dying, it was the pitiful son of a viscount, someone had to take responsibility, and he did it as his way of showing loyalty without her knowing, crushing his world. Then she sweetly asked him why, and if he didn't want to. The man replied while shaking that he understood, and she should leave it to him because he'd prove his loyalty. She laughed and told him she liked his response, then walked away, telling him to get it done this time, and if they failed again, they would be the ones dying. The man realized that Anna is abandoning him after working for her for 30 years because he misspoke, and he thought it was too late to go back. If Adrian could overcome it, maybe he could find a way out. Meanwhile, in the battlefield everyone raised a glass of wine together, and Otis was proudly talking with him. The people cheered, raising their glasses while congratulating the victory of the 23rd Division. One of the men told them that they could finally go back, and the other replied that he was relieved that the end of the war had been declared safely. Otis told everyone that he never thought he would receive recognition thanks to Adrian, and that he was looking forward to the commendation ceremony. One of the men happily replied that Otis was right, and thanked Adrian because his standing in his family had risen. The other men assured him that he would be the heir of his family, so he should visit them many times because they would welcome him with open arms. He knows that they are getting credit for what he has done, so it is normal, and he thinks that if he had taken all the rewards himself, it wouldn't have happened. Then he told everyone that it was all because Otis had trusted and supported him with great wisdom, making Otis laugh and telling him that he was a humble man. But then Otis told him that it could have been better for him if the war had continued for a little longer, making him wonder what he meant. Then Otis told him that if the war had continued and he had earned more recognition, he could have become a lord, but with what he has right now, the reward will be limited to only him. Hearing this, he understood what Otis meant because he knows that there is a big difference between inheriting a title and earning one on his own. No matter how high of a rank he achieves, he doesn't have earldom. He can't pass on his title. He told Otis that it was okay and that he didn't fight expecting something. Still, Otis told him that it was a shame because he has so much potential, but he doesn't have the environment to fully express himself. He just keeps silent, knowing that he'll be the rightful heir of his family once he pushes Cedric away. Otis told him that it makes him feel sorry, and he told Otis that he shouldn't worry about it because it was really okay for him. Then Otis cleared his throat and told him that maybe he could get engaged to his daughter, making him shocked. Otis shyly told him that he had one daughter, and if he would like, he could make it happen. This made him wonder why all of a sudden, and he thought it was a little too much. So he thanked Otis for the offer and told him that he'll think about it. Otis excitedly told him to think about it, and that he'll always welcome him. He wondered if Otis's daughter was the one known for being a maniac, but he thought it was not his problem anyway, and wondered if it mattered when he could finally go back. Then he told Anna and Cedric in his mind that when he gets back, things they would have never expected would happen. The day after Reinhardt's and Croisen's war ended, the provincial army was disbanded right away. Evans shook his hand and invited him to visit his place anytime since he was always welcome. After a brief farewell, the ship closed and began flying in midair. Later, he logged into the game and felt exhausted. He was leveling up rapidly in the game whenever he had some free time. He knew that the level requirement to challenge the Lucky Encounter quest level 8 was 250, and his current level was 202. However, it had been almost 10 days since he reached level 200, and he felt like he hadn't been making progress at all. He thought their combat abilities had improved significantly since the battle against the Death Knight. As they became stronger, the monsters also grew stronger. The experience point cap had gone up as well, making it impossible to level up at least once a day like before. He knew it wasn't just his problem because the party that had just slain that monster also needed at least a party of 5. This made him wonder if he should look for a new party member, but he thought he couldn't do it. It was best to avoid attention since he had the Lucky Encounter ability, and he preferred to progress slowly and steadily toward reaching the max level. So he planned to take it as a lesson and a valuable experience. When he was about to say something to Arcia, he noticed that she wasn't moving, prompting him to ask her what was wrong. Then Crow landed behind him. He asked Crow what was happening, and it tried to explain something while flapping its wings. He looked back at Arcia in a panic, wondering if something had happened outside. He immediately logged out and saw Arcia fighting with someone, which surprised him. He closely observed her fighting and realized that it was a battle. He quickly used his great shield to protect himself, and stood by Arcia's side. She told him that they were assassins similar to the ones they got rid of last time. He asked since when assassins use 4 swords, and she replied that she was not sure about it, but they are armed with force armor and swords with a total of 3. He walked closer to her while telling her that it was too clean there, considering there were 3 vanguards trying to kill him. She told him that Biliam was ready for any attacks and that Biliam stalled their vanguards. He was relieved that they had 5 vanguards, so it shouldn't be too hard. But then Arcia looked up while telling him that, however, she didn't think that one would be so easy while the ceiling of the room was collapsing. Then they saw red eyes staring at them, and he noticed that they were armored golems. He guessed Anna changed her target to him from Bilam and Perseus, but he honestly preferred it too. Then he grabbed something from his inventory space while calling Arcia and threw a sword at her, asking her if 1 force sword should be enough for her, to which she replied of course. Then he grabbed his Istro staff while Arcia held her Istro arming sword. The golem pointed its sharp claws at them and jumped down to attack them, but he just said that it was pitiful and told them that they had chosen the wrong target. Circles appeared on his shield spell, and he used his flame blast to attack the golems. The force of his attack got out of the ship, making a huge hole in it. Then he flew out of the hole. He told Arcia that they should go, to which she replied yes. On the other hand, inside the ship, one of the enemies told his captain that it wasn't right, and they had to back off, making the captain's enemy wonder how when they should have been done by now. Suddenly, huge explosions appeared near them, throwing the enemy with the monsters away, and the captain's enemy was furiously sweating in pain. Then shouting, he asked why is that kind of monster hiding in the Lawrence family? He flies closer to his enemy while attacking them with his magic, and Arcia was in the front, busy attacking the monsters. The captain's enemy heard his people shout, outing that they couldn't run away to kill the Archmage because he was interfering with their teleportation. The other replied they couldn't because there was an Aura Master next to him, before shouting in pain. The captain's enemy was going nuts because of the situation they were in and thought that the Archmage was not enough, but there was even an Aura Master. Then the captain's enemy ran away while shouting to his people that they were all on their own now, getting Adrian and Arcia's attention. A moment later, he used his magic power to stun the captain's enemy on the floor, while Arcia was running toward him. Arcia cut the captain's enemy's hand, making him shout in pain. She swung her sword backward and attacked the captain, and was close to beheading the captain's enemy. But then Adrian told her to wait and not to kill that guy, so she stopped in time before her blade cut off the captain's enemy's head. He got down on the ship to walk closer to the man and told him that there was no use trying to escape, making the captain's enemy wonder if they were completely annihilated because he thought it was impossible. He was about to suggest to the captain's enemy, "How about we help each other?" But then he noticed the captain's enemy doing something and shouted to Arcia to stop the man while running toward them. When Arcia checked the captain's enemy's pulse, she told him that he was dead, and it looks like he chewed the poison hidden in his molar teeth. Adrian was amazed to think that it was really how the assassins died because he thought it would only happen in novels. Since he didn't have a lot of experience dealing with assassins, he took their determination lightly. Then he heard the vanguards noisily behind him, asking Biliam if he was already aware of it and begging Biliam to say something. Biliam opened his helmet and told the vanguards that Adrian is Duke Riverdale's disciple, making the vanguards shocked. The vanguards panicked and told Biliam that Adrian must have been under strict surveillance all this time, and what is more, Adrian usually played games all the time. Biliam replied that Adrian was able to train without any restrictions in the virtual world. Adrian said that his teachings were conducted between reality and virtual reality, so the theory classes are also available online, yet they didn't even know it, and not just them, but everyone in the family looked down on Adrian. Biliam also told them that they all know how amazing Duke Riverdale was, but he thinks Adrian was able to become like him because he was special, the young genius of Viscount Lawrence. It was said that Adrian had lost his intelligence after taking poison but had been making plans for the future while lowering himself and deceiving everyone around him to survive. Will.i.am told everyone that the tide had turned, and surely they were not thinking of dying on a sinking ship. Adrian noticed that Will.i.am was pretty good at influencing others, and Will.i.am told everyone that they would arrive at the estate soon, so they should behave themselves so as not to be a nuisance to Adrian, to which they all replied yes. Later, Sylvia is crying while running toward Adrian and hugged him tightly, asking if he was all right and if he wasn't hurt anywhere. He told his mother to calm down because he was all right. Rayford told him that he had worked hard, and he thanked his father for the compliment, but he knew that in any case, it was totally normal to hold a parade in celebration of him receiving the medal on the battlefield, but it was too quiet. Rayford apologized to him because he should have given him a grand welcome. He told his father that he was okay because he was not into noisy events anyway, but he thinks it must have been Anna and Cedric's doing because who would bother to hold a parade for someone who was going to die anyway? Rayford told him that in exchange for it, they had prepared a grand banquet, so they should celebrate his return with eating and drinking. But he just looked up and saw his fortress in energy-saving mode, making him smile inside. In their mansion, there were a swarm of different dishes on the table, and Will.i.am, Harmon, and others told him that it was their greatest honor to fight alongside him. Harmon bowed his head to him, and told him that he was able to come back alive thanks to him, making his father tell him that he had learned how to win people's hearts on the battlefield. Suddenly he heard Cedric shudderingly call his name in anger, and saw that he was with Anna and others. He bowed his head to them and told them that it had been 3 months since they last saw each other, making Cedric have no other choice but to welcome him back. But he noticed that Anna looked like she'd seen a ghost. More importantly, he noticed the guy behind Anna and wondered what was up with him because he saw that the man's name is Morris Gus Hire, and his condition was relief and joy. He heard that Morris had been working as Anna's right hand for over 30 years, yet he had a favorable impression of him. He thought that if he could convince Morris, he should prove to be quite useful. But then he saw someone walking toward him. He noticed that the man was Commander Kroondijk, who was an aura expert too, with doubt and distrust conditions as he expected from a knight commander. His specs are excellent, still he couldn't believe that his characteristic is authority-based management, not combat ability. He knows that Anna and Cedric aren't even worth looking at, and it angers him that he was fooled by those individuals. But Cedric told him that as someone who carried the last name of their family, he has done quite a good job, even though it was not that big of a deal. He should still compliment him. He just smiled, thinking that they were full of bullshit. He'd love to send their heads flying right now, but he was going to find some justification first. Those bastards have made him suffer so much that he wouldn't simply grant them a clean death. He was going to push them into a swamp so deep that they can't ever escape from and strangle them when they are in despair. Cedric asks him if it feels good to be complimented, and calls him a crude person. He asks Cedric if he really thinks he'd be happy hearing his praises, knowing that it doesn't mean he is going to tolerate all of Cedric's actions because it would make him too much of a pushover. Then he told Cedric what he meant. It was just ridiculous how he was talking as if he was capable of doing anything, making Cedric shocked. What he wants is to create an atmosphere and use it as his justification, a justification that they deserve to face consequences. So he tells Cedric that if he had led those people to the battlefield, they would have been completely wiped out. He has already imagined him ignoring tactics and getting himself killed after charging forward recklessly. Cedric calls him a bastard and asks him how dare he. But he just continues by asking Cedric if people should know how to use their heads more as they get older. He told him that to think he is naive enough to regard his smile as him being happy is the reason why his vassals call him a moron and an imbecile, making Cedric's face turn red in anger. When Cedric was about to tell him something, he cut him off, acting like he remembered something, and asked Cedric if could it be that his ignorance came from his maternal side. Suddenly a glass of wine falls to the ground because the waiter accidentally tripped, making the tension even darker. Anna was on the brink of anger, but he playfully said to Anna that if she had something to say, she should say it directly, and stop pretending to be elegant because it doesn't suit her. Suddenly Cedric burst into laughter, which shocked everyone. Cedric drew his sword while telling him that he had become even ruder after returning from the battlefield and that he didn't even know what fear was anymore while pointing his sword at him. Sylvia fearfully told them that Adrian must be tired after coming back from the battlefield and looks tired, so for now, they should take that sword away. Then Rayford shouted at Cedric, asking him what he was doing on such a happy occasion and if he wasn't going to put that sword down immediately. But Adrian just apologized to his father because he needed him to keep quiet and watch. Cedric moved closer to them while saying that he had manipulated Adrian, and he understood why he suddenly acted this way. It must be due to that rebel's instigation. Then Cedric angrily asked how dare he try to overthrow their family, and told Will.i.am that he must be out of his mind, making Will.i.am shocked and pointing at himself to ask Adrian if it was him. But Adrian shook his head no. Cedric still told Will.i.am that persuaded Adrian to try to break the family apart. Anna, who was acting, said that it was absurd and asked Will.i.am if it was true. But Adrian knew that they were the ones being absurd, and he couldn't believe that they would interpret his intentions that way. Cedric ordered the knights to capture the rebel Will.i.am immediately, but no one obeyed his order, and their surroundings were just quiet. Cedric asked the knights what they were doing and told them to hurry up and carry out his order. One of the knights told Cedric that if he wanted to capture Vice Commander Will.i.am, he should do it himself, making Cedric shy and angrily asking the knight named Berto what he was saying. While Adrian tried to hold his laughter hearing his laughter, Cedric's surroundings turned black, and he snapped in anger and shyness at the same time, so he ran forward to attack Cedric with his blade, shocking everyone. But then someone grabbed Cedric's hand, and it was Arcia, who was busy eating a huge chicken drumstick. He furiously asked what was with her and told her to let him go, while wondering how she was so strong. When Cedric was about to tell her to let him go again, she hit his face with chicken, making him collapse and slowly fall down. Crone, Will.i.am, Rayford, and Sylvia were shocked to see it. But Adrian was watching in joy. Then Cedric fell to the ground, making everyone silent. He looked at Cedric with a smile, thinking that after Cedric acted all proud, he ended up being grabbed and beaten with a chicken leg by a woman half of his size. Crone walked forward and told them to stop because it was enough. Then Crone drew his sword and told Adrian that he kept crossing a line he shouldn't cross. Adrian thought the knight commander should draw his sword as if he were protecting the king as a royal guard. He asked Crone if he wasn't the one crossing the line right now. Then he told Crone that Cedric had done so many things over time that he couldn't even remember, or he simply had no shame. This made Cedric angrily ask Crone what he was doing and shout that those people dared to harm him, so they deserved to be killed. Crone told Cedric that, of course, they must die, and Cedric shouted in agreement. But Crone then told Cedric that as a vassal, he couldn't harm the second young master, who is a member of the Lord's family. This made Cedric furious. However, Crone pointed his sword at Arcia, who was peacefully eating the chicken leg, and said that it was a different story with her. There was no room for consideration for a commoner who dared to raise her hand against a noble, so he would proceed directly to judgment without a trial. Crone raised his sword and asked Arcia if she thought she was a noble just because she was a noble's lover. But when he was about to strike her, Will.i.am and the other vanguards pointed their swords at Crone. Crone asked Will.i.am what he was doing and told him to step back immediately. But Will.i.am said that he wouldn't have drawn his sword if he was going to back off. At Crone's words, he warned Crone to step away from Lady Arcia immediately. Crone asked if he said Lady Arcia and found it strange because he could see people from Cedric's faction too. Also, most of those individuals would prioritize profit over loyalty. He wondered why even such cunning individuals were willing to follow Adrian, making him think that something didn't seem right. Then a lot of knights appeared, and Cedric immediately ran toward his mother. Adrian noticed that reinforcements were there and wondered why Anna, who had always been sensitive when it came to Cedric, was so quiet, and if she had gathered the knights over the phone. Cedric teasingly told him that there was no use in regretting now, and including Will.i.am, all of them will be thoroughly punished for their crimes. He furiously told the knights that they were in the presence of the Lord and asked them how dare the knights of the Viscount stand on the opposite side of their lord. But Cedric just ordered the knights to subdue those troublemakers immediately. Then the knights ran forward and pointed their weapons at them, making him realize that in terms of numbers, Their expeditionary forces had more soldiers, but they were not armed properly, whereas Cedric's faction had more than 10 armed soldiers, and their equipment was overwhelmingly better. So if a full-scale battle broke out, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Suddenly Crone asked him why he did such a useless thing and told him that it seemed like he was still drunk on his victory, forgetting his position. Then he told him that his family's system could not be changed, and because of his recklessness, the only people who ended up seeing blood were those guys. Also, he wouldn't be killed immediately, however, even if he lives only hell awaits him, a life that is even worse than it is now. But he just keeps quiet. Rayford shouted at him to use the artifact while Sylvia was apologizing in fear. Cedric teasingly told him to run away, no matter what. Crone told the knights on their side to be ready to attack, which the knights pointed their weapons at them. But he just called them foolish individuals. He told the knights on their side that they were rebelling, and those troublemakers were trying to harm the Lord, so they should protect the Lord, and the knights on Adrian's side replied yes immediately. This made Crone wonder what the hell those guys were doing. He told Crone that anyone could tell the ones committing treason were them, and they should put an end to that boring act. Then he removed the illusion magic and ordered Arcia to bring those 3 to him and take care of the rest, to which Arcia replied yes and disappeared. Anna and Cedric were shocked to see the knights surrounding them being killed rapidly. Also, the knights behind Crone were easily killed without a trace of who the killer was, making him fearfully confused. Suddenly, Adrian appeared behind Crone and asked him what he had just said to him. Then he slapped his staff on Crone's face while calling Crone a traitor, and told him that he required discipline. Crone shook in fear, knowing that it was impossible. Then he noticed that the woman just now is an Aura Master, and wondered if that game addict Adrian just deals damage to him. Crone shouted to his people that Arcia was an Aura Master, and ordered them to get into a formation centered around the armed knights and face her. Also, they should keep calm and be able to deal with her. Adrian told Crone that he couldn't believe that he still managed to give instructions to his subordinates in the midst of all of it, but he expected it from a knight commander like him, even though it was not going to change anything. Crone asked him what the hell he was, but he just asked Crone what he meant when he was a teacher who would teach them a valuable life lesson while increasing his agility, physical strength, mana, and defense. Crone knows that wizards can use magic 2 classes lower than their level without casting, which means that if they are a 7th circle wizard, they can use 5th circle magic without any casting, and a skill that proves their existence as an archmage, the skill that allows them to overwhelm the wizard killer vanguard, so the moment they become archmages, the so-called weakness of a wizard almost disappears. Adrian used his memorized cast-saved magic and attacked Crone with his flame blast, making Crone shout in pain. After that, he walked closer in front of Cedric and who fell to the ground in shock. He told them that he thinks they will have a lot of fun from now on, and asked them if they don't think so, while Crone attacked him from behind. Crone, who was burning, called him a bastard, but he just moved to the side to avoid Crone's attack. He told Crone that he should have stayed on the ground and asked him why he got up, making Crone look at him in anger. Anna and Cedric shook in fear when they saw him attack Crone. Then Crone fell to the ground. They both wondered how it could be and how Adrian Lawrence could become an archmage, but he just smiled at them, making them realize that they were screwed. Later, in another mansion, a man angrily slammed his hand on the table. He is Anna's father, Raven Margrave, furiously asked how that bastard Adrian dared to do those deeds to his precious daughter and grandson. The men showed Raven what happened at Adrian's mansion using a device, which made Raven furiously ask, "What the heck is this?" One of the men explained that the video is constantly spreading on various portals and platforms. By tomorrow, most people will become aware of the situation, and some even speculate that Cedric Lawrence and Anna Lawrence's acts of treason were done with his support. Raven told them that the things those commoners say in the virtual world don't mean much, but the man informed him that even among the nobles, some support those speculations. Raven arrogantly asked the man, "So what?" He told them that the best those people could do was file a few complaints. Raven thought that no matter how valuable an archmage and an aura master are, winning a war can't be done with just 1 or 2 superhumans. What's more, helping those 2 means opposing him, who possesses military power equal to that of a duke and marquis combined. He knows it would be troublesome if someone of his title, a duke or a marquis, sided with Adrian, but that is highly unlikely since they are the ones who would least welcome the emergence of a new rival. The man told him that the royal family may intervene. Raven replied, "It's obvious because a young archmage and an aura master would draw people's attention." However, he added, "Only if it was the truth," making the man shocked and confused. He told the man that they can just turn those two into swindlers, and as long as no one believes they are an archmage and an aura master, there will be no problem. He asked the man if there was any guarantee that it wasn't an artificially created video in this age and time. Then he suggested, "We can just announce our position like saying the video was fabricated." But the man warned him that once they had it authenticated, it would be over. Still, he insisted that they can take care of it before they have the video authenticated. He furiously told them that through that video, they were exposing that he was behind Anna and Cedric, and those commoners were acting exactly as they wanted them to. They were only trying to get a justification for what they truly aimed for, his war. The man fearfully replied that it was impossible and asked if they were out of their minds, wondering if they were thinking of picking a fight with the Margrave. But he just asked the man how much their Margrave forces could be mobilized in a territorial war. One of the men replied that it was about half of their total forces. For their territory, they can mobilize 3 sky fortresses and 150 vanguards or 2 sky fortresses and 200 vanguards. He asked what forces could be mobilized right now, and one of the men replied 200 vanguards and 1 sky fortress. He told them that it was enough and wondered how a brat who is still wet behind the ears dares to provoke him. Then he declared to everyone, "It's war, and I will make Adrian regret it." Meanwhile, in Adrian's mansion, he scratches his ears, thinking they must have checked the video they released by now and are preparing to attack because his ears are itchy, so they must be talking about him. He knows the relationship between Anna, Cedric, and Raven Margrave is inseparable. His blade of revenge is only complete when it reaches Raven Margrave. However, to solidify his position, there are conditions that must be met in advance. The lady introduced herself to him as the daughter of Kyne Riverdale, Olivia Riverdale. He knows that Duchess Olivia is an archmage belonging to the Lewis kingdom, and she was the daughter of the famous Duke Kyne Riverdale. While she is said to be the closest to the 8th circle, the archmages in the Lewis kingdom, her existence is equal to that of the patriarch of the Riverdale family, to which the 6 archmages belong. Unlike him, who gains strength through lucky encounters, Olivia is a true genius who reached the 7th circle at the age of 22. She gave the ID to the men with her, and told them that it looks real to her. Then the other men told her that it definitely seemed real, making him exhale in relief. He asked her if it meant that they had acknowledged it, but she told him that, however, she was only saying it looked real, as it's completely possible to forge that platinum plaque in the first place. She attacked him with strong pressure, making the glass on the table shatter into pieces. He notices that they are putting pressure on him by resonating with each other's circles, making him feel heavy and in pain. So he uses his magic power to make them stop, making Olivia surprised. He angrily asked them what the meaning of it is, but she just told him that it was incredible. While the men were cheering for him, she told him that it was nothing much, and they just wanted to test his skills while recovering the shattered glass cup. But he told her that surely she would have been able to check it without resorting to something like this. She told him that having 7 circles doesn't mean everyone is the same, and she just wanted to measure his exact level. He thinks, although Olivia looks delicate, her methods are quite tough, and he asks her if he has earned her acknowledgement now. She told him that she still had many questions, but there was no reason to turn away a genius archmage who claimed to be her father's disciple, and was helping her family expand their influence. He notices that Olivia doesn't care much about whether or not he is real, and he feels like she is just welcoming another archmage. This makes him think that she has a sensible way of thinking, and he asks her what if he turns out to be a bad guy who will cause her family to suffer losses. She told him that turning their family into his enemy is no different from asking for death, and she doubts anyone can afford it. Also, they have already confirmed his identity because they don't take in just anyone. This makes him smile and think that since he has received their recognition, there is no reason to argue anymore. Then he told them that he'd like to make a request. The next day, Raven asks his butler how much longer it will take to deploy the troops. The butler replies that it will take at least 1 more hour. Raven asks if it can't be a little faster. However, a panicked man calls him from behind and tells him to take a look at that video. This makes Raven angry, and he asks what is it this time. He then sees Olivia in the video announcing that she'd like to make an announcement. Today, she officially announces that the young master Adrian Lawrence, a disciple of the former Duke of Riverdale, became an archmage of the 7th Circle at the age of 20. She also tells everyone that Adrian is a rare magic genius and a talent expected to achieve the 8th Circle. Riverdale will do their best to assist Adrian and spare no effort to support his growth. Raven realizes that Adrian is already 1 step ahead, as if Adrian had read his thoughts. The butler tells him that he can't believe Riverdale would appear, and at that rate, the royal family will undoubtedly intervene. But Raven is more upset to hear Olivia saying that if anyone tries to harm Adrian, they at Riverdale will take it as an act of antagonize against them. Raven furiously slams the video device on the ground and catches his breath for a moment. Then he tells men that they are moving as scheduled. The butler asks him what he said, but he just asks his butler if he didn't hear him and tells him that they'll be moving as planned. The butler tries to remind him about the royal family, but he cuts his butler's words by asking, what about them and if they catch up on their expedition and order them not to attack Lawrence's territory. The butler tells him that it's not about that, but the risks are too high. Still, Raven tells him that it's fine as long as they achieve their goal, and they can overcome it no matter what. The butler tells him that Riverdale is behind Adrian, so he thinks they should stop their expedition. But Raven angrily tells his butler that it doesn't matter because they are foreigners anyway, and moreover, he's sure Adrian will be relieved that they won't be able to attack him, so their surprise attack will be even more effective now. He orders his people that they have to finish the preparations and deploy their troops as soon as possible and asks if they understand it, not noticing Crow on top of them. The butler replies that he understands, and they will speed everything up even more, but with a shared vision of Crow and Adrian, he sees his enemy's every movement. Before the video, Olivia asks him if he wants her to hold a press conference, and if that's really all he's asking for, he replies that it's correct. She tells him that she understands the situation he's in and that if he wishes, she could provide further support for him as a fellow disciple. But he tells her that she just needs to reveal that he is the former Duke of Riverdale's disciple and an archmage, and that he doesn't need anything else. This makes her confused, and she asks him why. He smiles, remembering it, stands up, and tells Arcia that it's time for them to go. He thinks that when it comes to exacting revenge, he doesn't want to rely on anyone else's help. He wonders if revenge is for the sake of self-satisfaction, so he knows that everything must be done according to his plan and under his leadership. Those guys are his prey, so he doesn't want to share the joy of hunting them with others. On the other hand, Adrian's men are in underground. The knights were panicking and shouting that the prisoners had escaped. The knights ran around searching for them, asking if there were still people following those two after all that happened. They shouted that they could still be hiding in there, so they should search carefully, and he'll go up and ask for help. Without noticing, Anna sneaked behind them, walked upstairs with Cedric and another man, while holding a key in her hand. The Sky Fortress slowly got closer to the mansion, and Anna, Cedric, and the other men rushed up toward it. Anna told them that it was the same as dead living it, and her father won't leave them be. Cedric asked her if she was really doing it, and she furiously asked him what else she was going to do when they couldn't live like this, to which he replied that she was right. She told him to shut up and keep up. A minute later, they arrived at the top, and then she looked up and saw the Sky Fortress. She raised her key in front of it, and the system asked her if she would like to enter the Sky Fortress, to which she replied, "Entered." They were all summoned and transported inside. She immediately took off her coat and swore that she'll make sure Adrian dies. Then she furiously asked Adrian if he thought she'd stay down, and told him that she can destroy him and the Viscounty with that Sky Fortress. Then she entered her key and told it her name, making it verify everything completely. The system asked her if she was trying to activate the Sky Fortress under threat because its biorhythm was unstable at the moment, to which she replied no, and it verified her answer. The system showed her that Sky Fortress Janet activation was complete, and welcomed her as admin. She immediately ordered it to prepare the main cannon firestorm, target Viscounty, and fire as soon as possible. But then Adrian covered her mouth in time to avoid it. He told her that she acted perfectly as he predicted and thanked her for unlocking the security for Sky Fortress, making her panic and wonder when Adrian got in. Then she heard her men being dragged, and Cedric being beaten up easily by Arcia. Adrian told her that attempting to shoot Viscounty with Sky Fortress, her crimes just kept on stacking, and that Raven Margrave's troops were almost there. So, she and his brother will have to protect that land with their own bodies. He also told her that it was what he wanted to see, and that if she is guilty, she is supposed to be anxious, and asked her if she thinks criminals can be proud. Then he threw her away on the floor and told her that there were too many security measures in the Sky Fortress, but she did a good job unlocking them, and now he can do what he wants. She told him that she was not sure what he was trying to do, but they should calm down and talk because she thinks they were all heated. However, he just clicked the Sky Fortress systems, knowing that he was not the one who tried to blow up the Viscounty. She orders Arcia to stop hitting Cedric and drags him over there, to which Arcia replies yes. Then she throws Cedric next to Anna. Cedric asks him what he's doing when they are brothers, but he just tells Cedric that they are brothers in his ass. Then he uses his great shield to lock them. Arcia asks him what they should do about the knights, and the knights tell him that they have committed a crime deserving of death but beg him to have mercy on them. He tells them that they seem like Raven Margrave's people, so he'll send them there. Suddenly, the ground beneath the knights collapses, and they all fall out of the Sky Fortress while he's telling them that they should have the honor of becoming fertilizer for Earldom Raven. Then Adrian tells Arcia that he forgot to upload the video and orders her to edit the video for him. She walks toward him and asks him if he's going to upload more videos. He replies yes and tells her that it's not a bad idea while Cedric and Anna are trying to escape on his shield. Then he tells her that he's going to use the media platform for political purposes. Meanwhile, in Raven's mansion, he sees the news of Anna and Cedric stealing the Sky Fortress and trying to kill Viscounty Lawrence. Then he sees one of the comments that he forcefully sold the retiring Sky Fortress to Lawrence's family, and gave the admin authority to his daughter, which means it's all his fault. After reading it, he asks his butler if he can kill every commoner who commented on it, and his butler replies that it's possible but won't be easy. The website is under Alicia Union's jurisdiction, and they don't reveal users' personal information unless it's for a serious crime. He angrily says that those Alicia folks are stubborn. Then his butler calls him to report that 1 Sky Fortress and 200 vanguards are all ready to be deployed. He tells the captain that he better not fail, and the captain replies that he'll keep it in mind. Then he angrily orders them to move forward. The mages begin to use their teleportation magic circle to teleport the vanguards and Sky Fortress. Slowly they disappear, leaving him with his butler and men behind. He thinks he should have gone there himself, but Anna, who is trapped inside the shield, shouts at his father not to come. A minute later, a circle of mana teleportation appears above Anna's Sky Fortress, and he feels it, shouting that they are there. Then he orders to start the mana surge, making the fortress release an electric power. Cedric crying asks him if he can hear him and apologizes to him, then begs him to forgive him and Anna. She shouts at him asking what he's doing. He replies that he's using what he learned from the war and tells her that it's called a suicide bomb. Anna and Cedric are shocked. He says goodbye to them teasingly while raising his glass of wine, and a huge explosion like fireworks can be seen in the sky while he peacefully drinks his wine. He thinks some might say revenge is meaningless, but he totally disagrees because alcohol never tasted so sweet like that. Then he tells Arcia that they should make a wish. Arcia asks him what wish, and he replies that they are supposed to make a wish while watching fireworks. The date is August 15th, 2019, in the Age of Magic. He has erased Anna and Cedric, who have been causing him trouble in that world, and now he has earned his absolute freedom. Meanwhile, in Raven's mansion, Raven and his men were silent in the room, waiting for updates on their troops. He angrily asks them why on earth he can't reach them and if the operation isn't supposed to be finished already. One of the men starts suggesting it might be a communication failure, and the other replies that they must have contacted them through personal devices. Then another asks if it's because the large-scale teleportation was carried out too hastily, and if he means a space disconnection, as it might be the case. He asks them about the spies they previously planted, and the man replies that they haven't been able to get in touch with any of them, considering the fact that it happened right after those individuals took Anna into custody. He suspects the information has been identified, and the spies are arrested. He furiously asks the man if he's kidding him, but the man replies that if it's not the case, he can't think of any other possibilities. Perhaps the whole situation was planned in advance, making him angry and wondering since when it was all planned. He also thinks if it's true, he wonders if he has been played by a brat who is his grandson's age. Then he tells them that apart from the Lord's castle, at least one person must be in contact with them in a regular residential area. One of the men replies that perhaps it was the effect of the space disconnection, but there was no connection to the general communication either. Suddenly, a man panicky calls him and tells him that he was looking for online articles related to Lawrence's territory, and the article was posted 3 minutes ago. Then he sees a video of a huge explosion and vanguards protecting the place. The vanguards are attacking their fortress that was transported to the place, making them explode one by one and shatter into pieces. The room is silent as they watch the scene, and his butler explains to him that according to the article posted along with the video, an evacuation advisory was issued about an hour ago, and all residents of Viscounty Lawrence were evacuated. It also said that while the communication was completely cut off, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the sky. They have confirmed that the communication was restored a while ago, and there was also an announcement released from the Lord's castle. This makes him snap in anger, and he destroys his table using only one hand, shocking and stunning his men. Then he throws a vase near him and his chair at the men. He silently looks at them for a moment, and asks how many additional troops can be deployed right now. One of the men replies that 75 vanguards or 25 vanguards and 1 sky fortress can be deployed, and any number beyond that would violate the law. He knows that if the previously dispatched troops had the strength equal to 5 sky fortresses, they must now have the strength of only 1.5 judging from the video. It's clear that Adrian sacrificed his sky fortress to carry out a suicide bombing attack, so no matter how old the sky fortress of Lawrence Estate is, there's no way their forces would be intact if they got swept away from close range by a suicide bombing using a surge of mana. This only means one thing: Adrian was perfectly aware of their movements. However, he thinks Adrian still can't do the same thing twice since they no longer have a sky fortress to blow up. The man tells him that unfortunately that number is not enough to overwhelm the power of Viscounty Lawrence, and an emergency message has just arrived from the royal family stating that the use of force against the Viscounty of Lawrence is prohibited. This shocks him, but then he laughs loudly, making his men fearful. He asks if it's the price he has to pay for looking down on that bastard. He thinks it's possible to recover from the damage, but they won't be able to do it right away. It costs around 15 trillion to build 1 sky fortress and at least 50 billion for 1 set of Vanguard Force equipment, so they need as much as 30 trillion for damage recovery alone. He can't believe that the power of their family developed for generations has collapsed due to a small mistake. He asks his man if he said that communication with Viscounty Lawrence has been restored, to which the man replies yes. Then he orders the man to get him on the phone with Adrian immediately. The Black Eagle is the same as Arcia, a supporter, but its basic method of use is completely different. While Arcia is a multi-purpose existence like a human being, the Black Eagle is an auxiliary supporter strictly focused on support. Its first skill is shared vision, which helps him a lot. He tells Raven that he can't believe he would be shameless enough to call him, and Raven acknowledges his ability because his trick worked well this time. However, Raven warns him not to think his luck will continue next time. He tells Raven not to worry because his revenge will only be complete with his death and the fall of his family. Raven asks him what he means by revenge, and he tells Raven that he may not know it, but because Anna and his elder brother Cedric loved the Sky Fortress so much, he let them stay inside. He bets they must have been satisfied as he even held such an expensive cremation ceremony for them. Raven told him that just because his strategy worked once, he no longer knew how scary that world could be. But he responded by saying he didn't know about anything else. He simply wasn't scared of Raven. Raven vowed that he would never forget today's humiliation and would definitely pay him back 1,000 times. This made him smile, hearing how Raven only gets mad at insults directed at himself. He guessed that Raven must have put Anna and Cedric's death behind him, making him seriously think that those two were so pitiful after acting so proud. In the end, it seemed they were nothing but tools. Then he asked Raven if he was currently on the 80th floor of the Lord's castle, and Raven asked him what he meant. He told Raven that he had prepared a present for him, and it should have arrived by now. While Crow was outside near the castle, he asked Raven if he had heard about memorization magic and explained that it was a magic skill to avoid casting time and allowed him to store 10 magic spells at once. He asked Raven what it would be like to have 10 seventh circle magic spells memorized which are cast at once, and if he thought it could even break through the Raven Lord's castle shield that he had been so proud of. Then Raven saw Crow in front of them with 10 circles of magic, leaving him and his men open-mouthed in shock. He told Raven that the present he sent him was 10 rounds of 7th circle magic blaze blast. Crow swung its wings forward, releasing the magic circles and attacking the castle. He laughed heartily while hearing the men panicking, telling Raven that the barrier of the Lord's castle was on the verge of breaking and begging Raven to use blink or teleport to quickly get out of there. Then he heard Raven angrily shouting his name, but he teasingly told Raven that he would pray for his safety and hung up the call, excusing himself. He stood up when Bilayam called him and reported that, as he ordered, they had gathered the reporters in the conference hall. A moment later, the maid who was whispering behind his back before was fearfully bowing their heads to him as he walked past them. He looked at one of the servants, and remembered that among the maids and servants of the Lord's castle, there was no one who hadn't looked down on him. He walked past the servants and maids trembling in fear, thinking it was funny how they were all afraid of him. He knew it was time for him to say goodbye to his past of playing a dumbass because the second act of his splendid life had begun. In the news, it was reported that young Master Adrian Lawrence held a conference about the Sky Fortress suicide attack incident. It was revealed that Raven Margrave secretly deployed 1 Sky Fortress and 200 vanguards, all of which turned into ash in a split second. Some blamed Adrian for copying the tactic used in the war with the Croizon Empire, while others acknowledged that this was the result of great predictions in information warfare. Adrian emphasized that none of this would have happened if Raven Margrave had not planned his malicious attack, stating that he did what he had to do to protect his land. Raven Margrave's castle collapsed, and Raven survived but took massive damage from an unexpected counterattack. The most prominent headline was Young Prodigy Adrian Lawrence shuts down Raven Margrave. The Post asked viewers for their thoughts on the news, and the commentators shared various opinions. Some believed that the Sky Fortress of someone else's deserved defeat, while others praised Adrian's intelligence and saw this as a new era for the Reinhardt kingdom. There were also those who viewed it as a typical noble family feud and more. He smiled as he read the comments, thanking everyone for their support and expressing his gratitude. He told them that he would never forget it, and this made him excited as he realized he had reached 1 million followers in just a day, becoming an influencer. Bilayam expressed his concern about people blaming Adrian for bringing down a renowned noble, but Adrian dismissed it, saying that he wasn't backing down anymore. Bilayam remembered that Adrian had lived his whole life being suppressed, but now he seemed determined to take control of his destiny. Adrian noticed that the Raven Margrave incident had caused controversy both within and outside the country, with articles criticizing him as well. However, despite the Raven family's solid reputation, public opinion was biased in his favor, leading even those on the neutral side to join his cause. It was as if the entire nation was on his side, and public opinion was in his favor. Adrian knew that commoners were essentially slaves to nobles, but he felt different because he could benefit from the people's support. He has to prove himself that he is different from those people, and he'll do it by constantly communicating with them. He thinks discrimination toward commoners from nobles is a structural problem in Rondel, not because commoners are worse than them, and most of the talented people he found were commoners too. Suddenly, Rayford called him and told him that an order to appear came for him, making him shocked. Then he read that Arcia Klein and Adrian was ordered to present themselves at the Board of Inspection, making him notice that it was short but forceful. He can think of 3 things from it. First, Raven Margrave's play. Second, high nobles plan to tame them. And third, the royal councils plan to tame them because he knows that they wouldn't send an order if they wanted to be friends with them. Bilayam asks him if he has a plan, and he replies of course. Then he asked his father what he thought nobles liked the most, and his father replied money. He told them that he agreed with it, and that he was going to change their opinion with money, so many nobles would be interested, even the royals. Rayford told him that he would like to have more explanation on his plan, and he replied that he earned some money from investing, so if he paid tax on that money, it would surely change their minds. His father asked him if he meant covering the issue with another issue, and he replied yes. His father and Bilayam were silent to hear his words, making him notice that they don't seem to be happy about it. But he thinks it was better to show them, talk, and shows his balance of loot, making them all shocked. Bilayam excitedly shouted that it was amazing and couldn't believe that it was what grand wizards do as their hobby, and asked him how he could collect 60 billion loots. But he told Bilayam to look carefully because there were 4 commas, not 3, making Bilayam confused and unable to believe that he had 60 trillion loots. He told them that he got lucky, but Bilayam panicky asked him if he saw the future or if he was reincarnated, but he just told Bilayam that it was a funny joke. His father told him that they would go crazy. He asked Rayford how much he thinks the tax would be, and Rayford replied that at least 1/5 of it would be tax. He thinks if it was 1/5, then it was 12 trillion, and told them that he heard if a noble pays a hefty amount as tax, the royal guild will grant tax exemption. Rayford replied it was right and that if he used merchants that the royal family operated, he would get tax-free on half of the tax he was paying, making him think it was good because he already planned on using some money, and he'll give to use 1/5 after all. Rayford asks him if he has something else he wants to buy, and he replies yes. Then he told his father that he was getting more sky fortresses and vanguards. The next day, the reporter told the news that Adrian Lawrence had finished reporting taxes for the money he earned from investing, and that the amount of money he earned is said to be 60 trillion, which shook the noble society. Meanwhile, Otis was happily laughing and told his family that Adrian, the crazy man, sure knows how to surprise people. His wife asks him if Adrian is the staff member he told her about, and Otis replies yes. But he can't call him his staff anymore since Adrian will be getting the title of a grand wizard for reaching the 7th circle. Otis told his wife that he wanted Michelle to get to know Adrian, but he became too big of a person within a few days. His wife asks him if he can't still make something happen because she would love Adrian as her son-in-law, and Michelle told her parents that Adrian's face was her type, but she didn't want to be a person who benefits from a partner because she was going to earn her authority on her own. Her mother asks her how, and she replies that it'll be easy once she finds Archduke Manuel Lucas's fate. Her mother pulled her ears while angrily asking her if she's still not over it, and when she's going to grow up, but she told her mother that it was possible. Then Otis made it sound like he realized something, making his wife and daughter stop and ask him why. He replied that it all makes sense if Adrian is the one who found Archduke Lucas's fate, and Adrian's boldness all makes sense too. Michelle told her father that the Riverdale family accepted Adrian as one of them, but he told them that it was perfect for Adrian since he doesn't have a strong presence, and he can hide under the Riverdale family because Adrian is the type of person capable of perfectly hiding himself until he reaches the Lord Wizard status. Michelle told her father that the Royal Guild also confirmed that all of Adrian's money came from investing, and he replied that maybe there was a deal between the Riverdale family and Reinhardt royals. She asks her father if he likes conspiracy theory novels, but then the reporter says that there's breaking news, and the public priest just announced that they found Manuel Lucas's lucky encounter, making Michelle angrily shocked. Meanwhile, in Manuel Lucas's tower, Adrian says that it would be so much easier if he could just absorb research books like the skill books because he knows that tomorrow he needs to attend an inspection with Arcia, and then the day after that he should attend a party held by the royals. Another day after that, he needs to go look for sky fortresses and vanguard gears, so he can't stop leaving because he's busy, so he logs in every second he gets. Then he throws the books next to the other books he has done reading and goes to the shelves to get more books, knowing that there is less than 1% of military research in those thousands of books of research. The weapon Archduke Lucas invented changed the way of war, but still, Lucas is against war. Also, the research Lucas spent most of his time on is dimension teleportation. He knows that Lucas never married, never had a disciple, and spent his entire life researching his way back home. So everyone says that Lucas is the one who changed the world, but the truth is that Lucas missed home. The reason why Lucas left traces showing he is from Earth is probably to meet someone from his home, but sadly, it happened after he passed away, and Lucas's legacy became his hope. He wanted to go back too, but he was not dying to go back because he didn't have the ability, and his mother was there, so he guessed it'd be cool if he could wander around two worlds. He wonders if maybe Lucas wanted someone else to finish his research, and maybe Lucas wants him to go back because Lucas couldn't. He told Lucas that if it was what he wanted, he would, and he would try his best. Chester tells him that he knows how to respect, and he replies that he is just a normal person, so he thinks his reaction is normal, making Chester say that he is a humble man. He told Chester that he was going to look for him since he had a question, and Chester told him to go ahead. He asks Chester if they won't catch them laundering money, and Chester replies that there is a slight chance. Then he explains to him that if they look for every single investor in that entire world and combine them all, they will see there is more money than actual trades, making him relieved, knowing that no one would do it. He thinks it is a good idea to cover the Raven Margrave incident with money, but there is too much attention on him because he was the 7th Circle Grand Wizard and has Arcia, who was an aura master, so if anyone finds out he was the one who found Manuel Lucas's fate, there is a higher chance of him losing what he has. So he plans to make sure to keep it a secret. He told Chester that it was just his confirmation, and he'll ask his actual question, knowing that he thought of a plan, and it was a fake lucky encounter. Then he asks Chester how the fake lucky encounter operation is going. Meanwhile, outside people were cheering for Louis Fairmont and calling him the Prius Republic's national hero. A swarm of people filled the streets, cheering for him, while in the top of the car, and had a lot of bodyguards in the side. He waves his hand to all of his supporters. Louis Fairmont, the fake lucky encounter possessor, smiled while telling everyone on his mind to keep cheering for him because he was their savior. Louis was 29 years old that year. He was an intelligence agent for the Prius Republic and the son of President Cartro. He is the second-generation tycoon who shamelessly takes advantage of his father's name. The fake lucky encounter possessor operation is to make someone act like the possessor of Archmage Manuel Lucas's lucky encounter and divert the world's attention away from Adrian. Through that operation, Adrian can shake off any doubts people may have about him and gain some time until he reaches the 9th circle. He tells Chester that although he doesn't feel sorry at all for putting a bomb in Louis's hands, it bothers him to leave Archmage Manuel Lucas's name to someone like Louis. Chester told him that there was no helping it, and he wasn't strong enough to protect the lucky encounter on his own yet, so he thinks it was a smart response. He knows that the Prius Republic is considered one of Rondel's 4 major empires, and it is almost the only country that advocates democracy and elects its president. But in reality, corruption and collusion between politics and businesses are fundamental, and prosecutors and the media are the government's tools, so it is no different from a dictatorship in which the president has been in power for as long as 14 years. He asks Chester if it will increase President Cart's approval rating even further, and Chester replies that it is possible. But the situation in the county would not have changed whether or not the news about the lucky encounter existed. He told Chester that other than Louis and Cartro, he hoped that no one else would become a victim of that incident. But Chester told him that sadly, a diplomatic war involving many countries would begin, so it would be difficult to avoid damage. Still, when the bomb named the fake lucky encounter possessor explodes, it'll be difficult for Louis and the president to be safe in the long run. His action will likely bring about change in the corrupt Fairmont regime. When they take the future of that country's citizens into consideration, it was a very good operation. He told Chester that in the event innocent victims arose because of that operation and asked Chester if he could identify them. Chester told him that originally, he would have said no, but he would accept his request this time since the reason he had to go that far was because of their lack of consideration. He can't believe that Chester readily accepted it, even though he asked him just in case, and asked Chester what he meant by a lack of consideration when it was not the case at all. But Chester told him that still that is truly unexpected. To think that he cares this much about other people's lives. Then Chester asks him if he didn't burn down Anna Cedric and Raven Margrave's force without hesitation, and he replies that it was because they were his enemies, which is a different story. Chester told him that it was a good mindset to have, and they must prevent innocent casualties while showing no mercy to their enemies, making him think that in times like this, Chester seems just like a human, not an artificial being. He wonders if he will be able to create beings like Arcia or Chester, just like Archmage Lucas when he achieves the 9th circle. Chester told him that he still had one last administrator privilege left, and asked him if he didn't want to use it yet. He replied not yet, and that he would save the last one in case of an emergency. He told Arcia and Croy that they should go hunting while thinking that he was currently level 205, and it looked like it would take a while until he reached level 250, the first condition of the 8th Lucky Encounter quest. The next day in Lawrence's mansion, the servant asks his friend if they heard that Adrian said he is planning to purchase 5 sky fortresses this time. His friend asked the servant back if it was possible when the maximum number of sky fortresses a Viscount and Baron can possess is limited to 1. But the servant called his friend an idiot, and told him that Adrian must have made that plan while keeping in mind the fact that he and Arcia would be bestowed the Earl's title. The knight told the other knight that Adrian even planned to meet the military limits of Vanguard Force equipment. Then the maid asked the head maid if it is okay for one family to have so many lords, and the head maid replies, of course, since the titles were given based on their merit, and asks what they are going to do if those kinds of talents move to a neighboring country because they were treated poorly. The head maid also told the maid that Adrian is not just a new great noble in name, but someone who will be equipped with corresponding military capability. In other words, there is a new power in the Reinhardt kingdom. The conversation of the maid was interrupted when they heard a jingle sound. One of the maids told the others to wait, and that they should pause their conversation. One of the maids asked her why, and she replied that Arcia had just called, so she had to go quickly. The other maids asked her what she was talking about when it was her turn this time, and the other maid wanted to go too. But the maid who was walking first told the others that there was no chance, and she was in charge of Arcia today. She walked with the trolley of food, feeling angry about how the other maids had crossed their senior because most of the servants working at the Lord's castle were from Anna's side. Now that Anna has passed away, they feel like they are walking on thin ice every day. Although the people of the Lawrence family don't want to see their young master's face because they committed many sins against him, they don't want to quit their jobs that have a good working environment and a guaranteed future. As a result, they argue with each other to see who could come and serve Arcia, which was relatively less burdensome. The maid put the pancake on the table and shyly looked at Arcia, knowing that contrary to Arcia's fearsome or a master title, she has a gentle personality and often shows a soft smile. The maid looked at Arcia, thinking that Arcia came from the same commoner background as she did. But it's truly incredible how she rose all the way to the rank of an earl with her power. Arcia asked the maid if she wished to say something to her, and the maid, shuddering, asked if she may ask her a question if she doesn't mind. To which she replied that as long as she can answer it. The maid asked her if Adrian fires the castle's managers, and she replied that Adrian is a good person, and he absolutely hates it when others have to suffer because of him. However, Adrian is cold to those whom he deems his enemies. And asked the maid if she is Adrian's enemy. The maid fearfully looked down because of her gaze and replied, of course not. So Arcia smiled and told her that if that was so, it was fine. Then the maid barged out of Arcia's room, making Adrian, who was outside, confused. She fearfully looked at him and ran away while apologizing to him and Arcia, telling him that he had arrived. He asked Arcia why the maid was acting like that because she seemed terrified, but Arcia replied that she didn't know. That day a rumor spread that Adrian never forgets favors and spite, and that Arcia hates people who look down on her lover. Lopez awkwardly asked him if they could really follow him to the royal castle, making him confused and asked Lopez what he was talking about. Lopez replied that it is just that Eric and he are still lacking. Then he remembered swearing that when the war against the Croizan Empire was in full swing. Besides leveling up in the game, there was one thing he was preoccupied with: discovering talents with great potential using his magic glasses. Eric calmly told Lopez that he didn't think Adrian would summon them for no reason and that Adrian must have a plan. Adrian explained that he called them because he wanted to give them a little more experience. Currently, there are 4 vanguards who act as escorts, along with Lopez and Eric, who are members of the Institute for Gifted Talents. They are heading to the royal castle to be investigated by the Audit and Inspection Board for nobles. He told them that they would probably see many nobles in the royal castle today, and if they were lucky, they might even be able to see the royal family. So they should pay close attention to the individuals leading that country. It's what they have to do today. Lopez shyly replied that he would do his best, making Adrian notice that if Lopez wanted to rise up in the future, he must learn to be a little bolder. The knight informed them that they had arrived at the teleportation gate, and Adrian told the knight to depart immediately, to which the knight obeyed. They departed to the place with huge buildings. Lopez was amazed to see it, but he just silently looked out the window and knew that they had arrived at the capital of Reinhardt's kingdom, Liano. A moment later they were met by the maids who were amazed to see him with people, telling him that he looked much better in person. In the royal administrative building, the nobles were cheering for him and Arcia. The man told him that they both were very popular, but he just shrugged it off, saying the media hyped them too much. The man mentioned how crazy things had been lately because of them, making him notice that it wasn't crazy in a good way. He informed Adrian that, as expected, the major power class didn't like it, but he was famous among the non-inherited nobles, having earned his place through his own work. The man's name is Baron Harris Walker, a high-ranking administrator and a noble inspector leader. Baron possesses exceptional intelligence, high administrative power, strong leadership abilities, and a high learning ability. His defining trait is integrity as a leader, and his relationships with others are generally friendly and neutral. Currently, he feels mentally exhausted and skeptical, wondering why he possesses 4 high-end talents in the integrity leader trait. He called Baron, who immediately bowed and apologized for talking too much. Adrian, however, handed Baron his card, telling him that it wasn't about his chatter, and insisted he take the card. Baron asked why he was being given the card and whether it wasn't his own. Adrian explained that when he becomes a Viscount, he plans to appoint a talented administrator to manage his territory. If Baron is interested, he should call him, as he'll ensure he receives the best treatment. This left Baron stunned and confused. A few minutes later, Baron informed them that they had arrived at Investigation Room Number 1. He explained that only Adrian and Arcia were allowed in that room, and the inspection would take around 2 to 3 hours. He suggested that their servants wait in the lobby. Adrian then told Bilam and his scholars that he preferred they go on a tour around the area, and he would let them know when he was done. He also offered a generous allowance of 3 million loot. Lopez asked if he was sure, and he reassured them, stating that it was just a perfunctory inspection, so he'd be fine. Bilam, his scholars, and the vanguard saluted him and wished him to stay safe. He agreed and told them to ensure that everyone had a good time as well. Baron whispered to him, cautioning him to be careful as he wasn't certain about what might transpire inside. The chief inspector was not pleased with him, and this had raised Baron's concerns. He thanked Baron for the information and opened the door, pondering that he could always leave the county if problems arose. Inside, they were greeted by 4 men, and he was taken aback when he recognized one of them. This was the reason Baron had been worried. The group included Noble Chief Inspector Douglas Hamilton and the Second Prince, who was also the Royal Guard's No. 2 commander, and an Aurum Master named Luke Wynne Reinhardt. He could understand why the Chief Inspector was present, but he wondered why the second in line for the throne was sitting in front of him. He bowed to Luke Wynne and expressed his honor in meeting the commander of the Royal Guards. Luke Wynne enthusiastically responded, noting that he noticed Adrian right away and acknowledged his status as an arch-wizard. However, Adrian pointed out that he'd be quite the spy if he didn't recognize Second Prince while living in the same country. Luke Wynne allowed him to raise his head, and the system displayed Luke Wynne's affiliations: Reinhardt royalty, Second Prince, and No. 2 commander of the Royal Guard. His talents included a very high level of aura mastery, high physical strength, and medium levels of learning ability, intelligence, leadership, and administrative skills. His traits were enhanced muscles and an arrogant leader. His relationships were marked as interested and hostile, and his current status was observing and curious. Adrian noticed that Luke Win's stats were high, as expected from an aura master, but not as high as his fame. He speculated that Second Prince probably had an aura master as his teacher, and had consumed expensive elixir and medicines regularly. Second Prince informed him that he would be leading the investigation and asked if that was acceptable to Adrian. Adrian responded that he would follow whatever the noble inspection decided. Douglas agreed to proceed, announcing that the investigation would be conducted by Prince Luke Win, to which Adrian replied with a yes. He observed Luke Win, who appeared uncomfortable, prompting Adrian to wonder if Prince Luke was uneasy due to his requests. Adrian apologized for his impoliteness, and explained that he had questioned Luke Win's decision. However, Luke Win assured him not to worry about it, for which Adrian expressed his gratitude. After they both took their seats, the investigation began. Adrian recognized that there was nothing particularly unusual about the investigation. Even if they held something against him, he had a solid alibi. Prince Luke acknowledged that there seemed to be no other solution for Adrian's situation. Still, Douglas pointed out that it had caused one-sided damage to the Raven Margrave's side. Luke Win countered that it was described as an ambush, but it was clearly a territorial dispute. He added that if a war had started, there could be unexpected collateral damage. Luke Win then asked Douglas if he believed that Adrian had completely demolished the Raven Margrave. Douglas apologized and explained that he had misspoken. Adrian was worried because his relationship with Luke Win was hostile. However, he thought that Luke Win appeared to be a fair person. Luke Win announced that there was no reason to continue the investigation because there was nothing to uncover. However, Douglas whispered to Prince Luke that the Raven Margrave was a significant force on their side. Adrian could hear Douglas clearly. He noticed that the majority of the noble inspectors stood behind Luke Win, with some people representing Raven Margrave's side. This led him to speculate that Prince Luke's strained relationship with him might be due to the influence of people around him rather than his own choice. His initial impression of Luke Win was unfavorable, but he suspected that Prince Luke was actually a good person. Luke Win asked Douglas if he was expecting him to be unreasonable, and told him to stop because the matter was settled. Then Prince Luke called Adrian, who responded, and Prince Luke expressed his preference for straightforward discussions without loopholes. Adrian encouraged him to proceed. Luke Win then explained that he was in competition with his brother for the crown, and they were evenly matched. However, things changed, especially after Adrian's involvement with Raven Margrave, one of his primary supporters. He, however, had refused the support. Adrian apologized to Luke for this, but Luke Win assured him that he wasn't blaming him and that it was all Raven's fault. He mentioned that if Adrian had joined his brother's side, things could have taken a turn for the worse, and that was why he was reaching out before his brother did, revealing Luke Win's true motives for participating in the investigation. The first prince was already the crown prince, but there was a certain unease because the second prince had become an aura master despite being evenly matched. Adrian wondered how the second prince had reached such a position when the first prince had the rightful heritage and status in his favor. He knew that Raven's army had been significantly reduced, but it wasn't enough to create a significant impact. The problem was him and Arcia, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Not only did they possess exceptional individual abilities, but they also had substantial funds, making them potential game-changers capable of disrupting the balance. He recognized that there was no advantage in becoming embroiled in political warfare. Adrian told Prince Luke that he wasn't prepared to enter the political arena, especially since he hadn't acquired his title yet. However, Luke Win explained that this was precisely why it mattered more. He told Adrian that if he joined his side, he would value his status as an arch-wizard and his contributions in the previous war. He also promised to support him in obtaining the Marquis title, making Adrian surprised. Adrian inquired if it was really possible, to which Luke Win replied that it wasn't easy but he could make it happen. Prince Luke also mentioned that Adrian's Viscount Marinov sounded appealing. Adrian intended to remain neutral, but Prince Luke's offer was incredibly tempting. He expressed his surprise at the generous offer and asked if he was truly worth that much to Luke Win. Luke Win replied that he was worth more than Adrian thought and mentioned the beautiful aura master by his side, Arcia. Prince Luke smiled as he gazed at Arcia, leaving Adrian silently disappointed. Adrian requested some time to think it through, but Luke Wynn remarked that wizards were known for their caution, especially those who had spent most of their lives hidden. Adrian realized that it wasn't just caution, he simply didn't like Prince Luke's behavior. Luke Wynn offered a week for him to consider, to which Adrian expressed his gratitude. Facing each other, Prince Luke asked Adrian if he believed that the crown should go to someone with the right abilities while extending his hand. Adrian accepted it, and Prince Luke emphasized that if the crown prince ascended, the Reinhardt kingdom would decline. He urged Adrian to think about the country's future as a noble, to which Adrian agreed to take his words to heart. Prince Luke then turned to Arcia, shook her hand, and expressed his surprise at her smaller stature, adding that it was almost surprising that she was an aura master. Arcia thanked him, and Prince Luke suggested they might duel later, as he had never seen a female aura master. Arcia gladly accepted, while Adrian observed their interaction. As Luke Wynn began to leave, he told Arcia that she seemed very emotionless, and that he would see her next time. Douglas, walking behind Adrian, advised Adrian to stop thinking and simply accept the offer, as Prince Luke was not accustomed to rejection. They exited the room, and Adrian thought that Prince Luke had merely gone through the motions and was dragging out the process. He contemplated whether to return or explore further. He asked Arcia if she was hungry, to which she replied that she wasn't really hungry but she had a strong craving for food at the moment, leaving Adrian to ponder if it wasn't the same thing. He then recalled Prince Luke shaking Arcia's hand while making a joke about a poop touching her hands and suggested that they wash their hands. Arcia mentioned that Luke Wynn had also touched her left shoulder. Adrian proposed that they should have a meal since they were already out, mentioning that he knew a few restaurants in the area. Then someone from behind addressed them. A man mentioned that it was nice and revealed that he also knew many restaurants. Another man with a handsome face waved hello at them. He was initially confused, looking at the man who appeared to be an overpowered type of guy. To his shock, he realized that the man was none other than the first prince, Michael van Reinhardt, a fifth circle high wizard. Michael's affiliations included Reinhardt's first prince and the Reinhardt Kingdom Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His talents were remarkably high, with very high intelligence, learning skill, and administration, and high command and political abilities. On the other hand, his mana, aura, and physical abilities were low. His traits included photographic memory and conductor of stratum, and his relationships were marked as curious and neutral. At the moment, he was using a face alteration spell, leaving Adrian astounded by his capabilities. Adrian noticed that the first prince was moving around seemingly unnoticed by others. He wondered if the lack of attention was due to the face alteration spell. Michael commented that they made quite the pair as an arch-wizard and an aura master. However, he speculated that the spell didn't work on those who weren't easily fooled, such as Michael's brother. Michael's behavior didn't fit the typical image of a first prince. Adrian realized that he couldn't afford to make an enemy out of someone like Michael, so he inquired if they could expect fine dining. Michael agreed and told them to follow him as he would guide them to the place. They followed Michael, and Adrian couldn't help but notice that Michael's stats seemed too exceptional for a human. His talents were heavily skewed toward politics and administration. He had never seen a person with 3 very high talents, except for Arcia, but Michael's overall stats exceeded Arcia's. Arcia's stats weren't particularly high because they were focused on her sword skills. However, the first prince, Michael, possessed 2 high-grade talents in addition to his 3 very high-grade talents. Despite having low mana, he had managed to become a high wizard with his wisdom. Michael noticed Adrian staring and remarked that he seemed to have many questions about him. Adrian commented that Michael was a more mysterious person than his younger brother, wondering how someone like Michael could remain relatively unknown to the public. Michael pointed to the door, indicating it was the way. As they entered the room, Adrian noticed that it was a teleportation room and mentioned that he thought teleportation spells couldn't be used inside the castle due to the interruption barrier spell surrounding it. Michael asked if he didn't know and explained that there was an underground electric stone mine that sometimes clashed with mana, causing interruptions in teleport spells. Michael retrieved a device from his coat and clicked it, causing the interruption spell shielding the castle to slowly disappear. Adrian was shocked to see it vanish, and Michael informed them that it was time to go. They teleported, and Adrian couldn't shake the feeling that Michael was far from an ordinary person. Later, they arrived at their destination, and Michael invited them to enter. The room was filled with golden shining objects, and Michael informed them that they could speak freely now. Michael suddenly realized something and clicked the device he was holding once more. The interruption barrier once again shielded the entire castle, and Michael chuckled, mentioning that the interruption spell was working again. Adrian, in his mind, he acknowledged that it was Michael who had control over it, and doubted that the second prince had any knowledge of the first prince's playful manipulation of security, as second prince Luke probably had no way of knowing cause he is busy singing his own song all the time. They shook hands, and Adrian expressed his honor at meeting the crown prince. Michael replied that it was an honor to meet Adrian and Arcia. The butler approached Michael inquiring if he was back, and Michael confirmed it. He asked the butler to prepare a meal as he was going to have lunch with his guests. The butler assured him that he'd prepare it right away. Adrian was amazed observing the butler, thinking that people with high-end talents seemed to move around as if it were nothing. Adrian asked Michael if it was his palace, and Michael, while offering them juices, confirmed that it was. He mentioned that the palace's chef was hired personally, ensuring that he was one of the finest chefs in the country. Adrian acknowledged the importance of good food. Michael then asked Adrian if he knew that he followed him on social media, leaving Adrian surprised. Michael showed him his own social media account, which featured the overpowered closed eyes profile picture. Adrian was shocked by this revelation and admitted that he hadn't expected the crown prince to have a social media presence. Michael explained that many nobles look down on the virtual world, but he was an exception as he enjoyed it. Adrian knew that Michael van Reinhardt held the title of crown prince, but he treated him like a best friend. It felt genuine, unlike the second prince's behavior towards him. Adrian commented that Michael had a sense of humor, to which Michael responded that he did and that he enjoyed reading Adrian's posts mocking the Raven Margrave. Adrian was surprised and asked if Michael had seen his posts because they had significantly helped him gain followers. Michael suggested that it was probably Adrian's looks that played a significant role in gaining followers. Adrian proudly acknowledged that indeed his appearance was a contributing factor. Michael laughed and agreed, saying that he knew Adrian was a handsome person. Arcia paid no attention to their banter and was focused on the food in front of her. Adrian asked Michael how he couldn't be aware of his own handsomeness when he saw his fan club greeting him upon entering the castle. Michael laughed again and admitted that Adrian was right. As they began eating, Adrian inquired about the reason for their invitation. Michael replied with a question, asking if Adrian didn't already know. Adrian responded that he had assumed they were being recruited, to which Michael agreed. Adrian asked Michael about his expectations and what he could offer to them. Michael regretfully replied that he didn't have anything to offer at the moment. Adrian inquired if Michael planned to provide benefits once he ascended to the throne, to which Michael confirmed that he would. However, he also mentioned that he would obstruct Adrian from obtaining the Viscount title. Michael explained that the Viscount title wasn't something easily granted, and it was particularly challenging at that time due to the division of power. He also noted that it seemed like Luke Wynn had promised him the title, thinking he had enough authority to do so. However, if the people on Luke Wynn's side disagreed, they could prevent Adrian from acquiring the title, which made perfect sense. Adrian understood that Michael couldn't offer him the title as Prince Luke had done because Michael recognized it was an empty promise, and no one would simply allow the other party to grow stronger without opposition. Michael's statement about not stopping him from obtaining the Viscount title essentially implied that he would support Adrian in securing the title while aligning with the second prince's side. Michael suggested that Adrian would obtain the title by joining Luke Wynn's side, and his side wouldn't oppose it, making it an easy process. Adrian responded by saying he would take whatever he could get, and Michael invited him to join his side. Adrian considered the offer and realized that the real wild card was the choice he made to gain an advantage. If he accepted Michael's offer, he could obtain the title and align with the first prince. If he declined, his title would be at risk, and he would have to align with the second prince. He informed Michael that he had more choices, but there was only one answer. Michael asked him what he meant, and Adrian replied that he would do as the crown prince instructed. Michael asked Adrian if he was certain that he didn't need more time to think, and Adrian replied that he was sure. He believed that he deserved the throne more than the second prince. Michael reminded him that he couldn't simply make those claims to obtain the title and then remain on the second prince's side. Adrian stated that he couldn't betray his followers, and he had no intention of doing so, as he believed the first prince would likely win against the second prince even without his support. Michael responded with a cheerful nice, while Arcia continued to enjoy her meal. Michael turned to Arcia and inquired about her choice. Adrian noticed that the first prince's interest was different from the second prince's more malicious demeanor, which made him feel better. He asked Arcia for her thoughts, and she replied that as long as Adrian was okay with it, she would follow. Adrian asked if she truly meant it, even though he expected her response, and he still felt somewhat awkward. Michael cheered for them, commenting that they looked good together. This made Adrian turn as red as a tomato and plead with Michael to stop. A little later, when it was time for dessert, Adrian told Michael that he had a question. He mentioned that he was fine with joining Luke Win's side and obtaining the title, but he asked Michael if he thought Luke Win might become suspicious if he didn't show any resistance. Michael responded affirmatively, explaining that he planned to pretend to resist initially, and then back down later. Adrian realized it was a clever way to avoid arousing suspicion. However, he also suggested that instead of ending it like that, he should receive something in return for allowing him to win the title. Michael was taken aback and asked for examples. Adrian smiled, thinking that he had the chance to not only back down but also gain some leverage over Luke Win. Then he told Michael that Raven Margrave had suffered a great loss for messing with him, and Raven lost 40% of his power due to his personal feelings while taking a major role in national defense. Consequently, he believed that Raven didn't deserve the Margrave title. Michael asked if he meant taking away the title from Raven for giving up the Viscount title, to which he replied that he considered it a fair deal. Demoting Raven Margrave to Earl would inflict significant damage on Luke Win's side. Michael suggested that it seemed like a personal matter, and he admitted that he wouldn't deny it. He derived satisfaction from damaging his feud and having an opportunity to control Raven, making it clear that he couldn't miss that chance. Michael then inquired what would happen if Luke Win rejected the deal, and he responded that promoting one of his men to Margrave would also be a good option. He explained that he had earned the Viscount title as a reward for his merits in war, and it was a good time to promote one of the earls on his side who had also performed admirably in war. He emphasized the significant difference between a new person becoming a Viscount to support the second prince and an earl on the first prince's side becoming a Margrave. He also noted that he could be a Viscount who possessed an aura master, implying that if Michael accepted the plan and everything went smoothly, they could maximize their profits from his betrayed trail. However, he noticed Michael's suspicion and confusion but was also intrigued by Michael's reaction, prompting him to wonder why he called Michael to get his attention. Michael apologized, explaining that he was a little surprised. Michael then asked him if he could reveal who he had met on the second prince's side before meeting him. He observed Michael's keen green eye, which shocked him, and he revealed that he had met Baron Walker, who had guided him, Prince Luke Win, Viscount Hamington, and 6 other inspectors for his interrogation, totaling 9 people. He glanced at Michael and pondered if he had made a mistake. He then noticed that Michael's suspicious demeanor had transformed into curiosity, which led him to understand what was happening. He told Michael that he now understood and was thinking along the same lines as him, causing Michael to laugh and ask if he could read other people's minds since he had quickly grasped his betrayal plan. He acknowledged that he couldn't directly read someone's mind but could make assumptions through his glasses. Michael became confused, concerned that there was a chance his plan had leaked because he had discussed it word by word without explicitly mentioning it. Michael told him that it was amazing and that he had been considering those 2 plans as well. He admitted that he had suggested a plan he had already formulated, which was impressive, and he felt embarrassed. Michael reassured him not to be embarrassed because it showcased his excellent decision-making abilities. Achieving the 7th circle at the age of 20 was not an accomplishment just anyone could claim. Michael also expressed his desire not to be his enemy, and suggested that they should remain friends. They both laughed silently, agreeing with the sentiment. Moments later, Michael handed him a gadget, and he accepted it while inquiring if it was a communication device. Michael confirmed it, and explained that it was a secure device that couldn't be bugged. He informed him that he would contact him on that device if there was more to discuss and thanked him for the helpful and joyful meal. Clicking the device in his hand, transportation magic appeared beneath them, and just before they were transported, Michael told him that they would meet again. He replied that he looked forward to it, and with that they vanished, leaving Michael alone in his chamber. A minute later, they found themselves in a different location. He asked Arcia where they were, and she replied that they were in storage near the entrance, revealing that it was a place Michael had taken care of. He wondered how many similar places Michael had. Realizing Michael was a meticulous person, he suggested they leave the storage, and Arcia followed him. As they were about to exit, he spotted Bilam and Lopez in the storage, both holding a variety of items. They were equally surprised to see him and greeted him with respect, concealing the objects they were holding behind them. Curious, he asked them what they were hiding behind their backs. However, Arcia tapped him to get his attention and pointed to miniature figurines of him and her scattered throughout the storage. He was astonished to see that in Reinhardt Kingdom star figurines of himself and Arcia had been stocked for sale in souvenir stores inside the castle. Arcia noticed the paper bags Bilam and Lopez were holding and asked them if they were purchases, to which Lopez shyly replied no. Bilam explained that they had merely been admiring the figurines. Meanwhile, on the internet, the trending news reported that Frias Empire's debt-to-GDP ratio had increased by 12% within the year, and there was severe corruption that had made Recess Island hesitant to consider introducing a republic. The economy showing signs of inflation had taken a backseat as the Fest Republic focused solely on its military strength. The hope of the Fest Republic rested in the hands of a lucky encounter which the president's son Louis Fairmont had obtained. A question arose about whether the lucky encounter of Archduke Lucas acquired by the president's son was even real. Someone clenched their teeth furiously, shouting as they questioned whether Archduke Lucas's supposed lucky encounter had fallen into the hands of these clueless individuals. In the Brigham Empire's Palace Gold Dragon Castle, Emperor Edward Noah Brigham passionately declared that they deserved the lucky encounter, asserting that Manuel Lucas's home country was the nation that had led Rondel into its golden age. Edward urged the people around him to speak up, questioning whether they were not investing enough effort and funds into the search for the lucky encounter. Despite their apologies, he expressed frustration and summoned the Director of Information Earl Alfred, a member of the Seventh Circle, to confirm Edward's inquiry, prompting him to ask for her thoughts on the claims made by the Frias Empire. She calmly opened her red eyes and expressed the view that it was a 50-50 situation, leaving Edward curious about her reasoning. Alfred explained that she had assessed their exploration methods, finding their approach outdated compared to their own. Additionally, the discovery of the lucky encounter had occurred in an unexpected and seemingly random location. If this was something discoverable, it should have been found years ago. Crucially, she highlighted that they had no knowledge of the core of the lucky encounter, including the ciphertext Archduke Lucas had hinted at in English. The fact that the lucky encounter was found without deciphering these hints seemed illogical, suggesting either the hints were misleading or there was more to the discovery than met the eye. Edward questioned why she still offered a 50-50 chance considering these suspicious circumstances. Already proposed two possibilities: either the hints by Archduke Lucas were mere diversions or someone had already found the real lucky encounter, drawing in the Frias Empire to mislead others. Edward wondered why someone with the real discovery would create distractions instead of remaining hidden. Alfred theorized that the individual might have been exposed or was an unknown variable, prompting the need to explore all potential scenarios thoroughly. Edward fell silent in frustration, concluding. Edward suggested the possibility that the real owner of the lucky encounter might indeed exist, orchestrating a grand deception to mislead the Frias Empire. Such an elaborate ruse would require manipulation on a national level, narrowing down the potential suspects to 4 possible nations. Edward listed the potential culprits: the Croizon Empire, the Elysia Allies, Lucia's Kingdom, and Reinhardt Kingdom, expressing a higher suspicion toward the Elysia Allies due to the capabilities of the elves in manipulating situations. He had also heard news from the Reinhardt Kingdom. Earl informed Edward about a young man who had achieved the 7th Circle at the age of 20, causing a stir in the country. This prodigious individual had amassed assets of 60 trillion through investments. Edward found this exceptionally unusual and suspiciously talented. Earl added that no single person would likely possess the power to orchestrate everything. Additionally, the Lucius Kingdom had acknowledged him as one of their own, and investigations into his investments hadn't revealed any ties to the lucky encounter. Edward found this intriguing and questioned if it was all accomplished solely by the individual's talent, wondering about the possibility. Earl recalled that their empire had long harbored someone with talents surpassing even Adrian Lawrence. Edward acknowledged this and noted that the Reinhardt Kingdom was already entangled in succession conflicts, making it seemingly illogical for them to orchestrate such a scheme. Earl suggested ranking the potential culprits as the Elysia allies, Lucius Kingdom, Reinhardt Kingdom, and the Croizon Empire. Edward commanded an increase in surveillance on royals and nobles in that order, and they complied as instructed. He further instructed his people to send a stern warning to the Empire laying claim to Archduke Lucas' lucky encounter, asserting it was their nation's property. If they disregarded the warning, it would escalate into a threat, showcasing their power to the world. Everyone agreed to this strategy. Edward brazenly declared that sacrificing one country to acquire Archduke Lucas' lucky encounter was a small price to pay. He stood up, indicating there was one more action to take. When asked, he ordered Earl to attempt to contact the young man in Reinhardt. She inquired about the nature of this contact. Edward instructed her to propose immigration, suggesting that becoming an earl in their empire would be more beneficial for the young man than his current situation. In a castle, shocking rumors circulated among the nobles about Adrian. They heard that Adrian had imprisoned and ultimately killed his half-brother and mother in a flying fortress because they had troubled him. The audience was stunned into horror upon hearing these accounts. One of them questioned the veracity of the rumors, while another described Adrian as a lunatic who had callously observed his family's demise, even posting celebratory images online while drinking wine. One of the men exclaimed that had they known this, they wouldn't have dared to cross paths with Adrian. Another individual expressed surprise, remarking that they had seen Adrian as merely arrogant without any substance, never realizing he was the Duke of Riverdale's disciple. A concerned lady inquired about their safety considering Adrian's prowess as a grand wizard and the presence of an aura master, speculating that both might soon receive the earl title. A man among the nobles emphasized that this union of two earls and one viscount consolidated a significant power base, almost rivaling that of a margrave or marquis. He questioned if this aggregation of influence wasn't excessive for a new aristocrat. However, a lady among them dismissed their concerns. Isabella Cascabel pointed out that Margrave Raven's struggle stemmed from Adrian's reckless intrusion with his troops. She queried whether it would have been an equal match in a direct confrontation. Agreeing with her sentiment, one of the men supported her standpoint. Another member asked if she wasn't worried given that she particularly antagonized Adrian. However, she rebuked them, labeling them as cowards and urging them to employ common sense. She emphasized that the times had changed, and they need not tremble in fear because of a single grand wizard and an aura master. She expounded on the strengths of their defenses, indicating that the flying fortress could withstand multiple attacks from a grand wizard. Furthermore, with the right strategy and sufficient forces, they could neutralize the aura master. She pointed out that, in essence, their combined power was not significantly different from an alliance comprising a Margrave family, an earl, and 4 viscounts, urging the nobles not to underestimate their strength, silencing further discussion. One of the nobles acknowledged that it would indeed be challenging to directly harm Adrian if he were to acquire the title of an earl. Another noble agreed, sharing the insight that if Adrian did become an earl, he would be a high aristocrat in name only for a while. Realizing that their fear was unfounded, they began to tease each other, lightening the mood. Isabella expressed her exasperation at their apprehension toward Adrian, calling them foolish. When asked why they were scared, one noble explained it was because they lacked a prestigious background like hers. The nobles continued to jest with each other, but Isabella's watch suddenly lit up. She stood up and informed them that she needed to leave. A man asked why she was leaving as they were just starting to enjoy, mentioning that a person named Lotus had gone to the Allies and obtained valuable medicine. Isabella replied that her father had called, making it impossible for her to stay this time. The lady encouraged her to return quickly after completing her business, to which Isabella promised she would try. As Isabella left the room, her thoughts turned to Adrian. She remembered his striking silver hair and blue eyes, a standout appearance even among their classmates at the academy. She recalled a day when Adrian had become furious, asking them what they were doing. She calmly told him that he had chosen to be there, and that the commoner had offended her. Two other ladies whispered to each other, noting that Adrian had never responded to anything until that moment. They speculated whether it was because he shared a humble background with the commoner. Isabella smugly asked Adrian if he was glad to learn that making fun of an aristocrat would lead to dire consequences. Adrian responded by vowing to torment her in the most terrible way possible and make her regret being born into that world. Isabella laughed at the memory and reflected on her fondness for Adrian, especially when she saw his handsome face twist in anger. She arrogantly wondered what a mere earl without a political base could do to her, as she dominated the social circle within the 6th Margrave family. However, her thoughts took a sharp turn when she asked her father, Margrave Cascabel, what he had just said. Her father, an ally of the second Prince Luke Wynne, revealed that Luke had promised Adrian the title of a marquis. Cascabel explained that second Prince Luke Wynne believed Adrian was well worth it, given that he had become a 7th Circle wizard at the age of 20, making it possible for him to reach the status of an 8th Circle Great Wizard in the future. Additionally, Adrian possessed the talent of a Grand Master, equivalent to a 9th Circle wizard. His presence was crucial for shifting the balance in their favor, and it was advantageous to have someone of such influence on their side. Cascabel conveyed his desire for Isabella to use her position in society to establish a friendship with Adrian. The best-case scenario would be for her to marry him, leaving Isabella in a state of silent realization that this would be a challenging task. Shortly after, she rushed down the corridor, her mind racing with the realization that Adrian had become the 6th Marquis of Reinhardt. She understood that, while an earl and a marquis were only one rank apart, the difference in their political influence was immeasurable. She worried about the implications this had for her future. Frantically, she opened the door and called out loudly for her friends, but she was stunned to find them inebriated and reveling in a party. It became clear to her that these friends would be of no assistance in her current predicament. Meanwhile, within the game, Arcia's hair underwent a transformation, turning into a shining white hue. She asked Adrian if this change was acceptable, and he complimented her, saying that it looked good on her. After returning from the royal palace to express his gratitude, Adrian had logged back into Chronicle. To avoid the presence of a character bearing a striking resemblance to the celebrity Arcia, he decided to give her this simple disguise by altering her hair color to white. Moments later, someone inquired if he was contemplating entering the military industry. When Perseus turned to look at the person, he was taken aback by the individual's presence. Perseus questioned the man's behavior in front of Adrian, but the man retorted by asking about Perseus's own behavior. This man was a Grand Nocturne or first-time accountant, 22 years old, affiliated with the Green Accounting Office and the Kingdom of Reinhardt's. He possessed high skills and intellectual ability, administrative power, and academic ability, with low political power. His attributed quality was quick analysis, and his relationships were marked by interest and alliance. His current status was deemed surprising. Adrian was astonished to see that Perseus's son shared 3 high-ranking abilities identical to those of his father. He inquired about the reasons behind this similarity. The man explained that the industries they had taken over, such as cult steel manufacturing, Zenith artifacts, Konia magic towers, and Panic mana, were akin to hippos that didn't yield immediate profits but instead consumed capital. Adrian had acquired all 5 of these companies, and the man believed that it was a strategic move for future investment. Adrian grinned, acknowledging the man's astute observation. He told the man that while the mining and distribution industries, the primary sectors of their Lawrence estate, were viable, they had clear growth limitations. Hence, he saw the military industry as a promising venture in that regard. The man expressed his surprise, remarking that the plan seemed fitting for a grand wizard. He asked Adrian if he might know what specific items he had in mind, but Adrian countered with a question, wondering if the man's inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity. The man clarified that he sought to understand the priorities for future instructions. Perseus, in response, sighed lightly. Adrian smiled and indicated they would begin with vanguard equipment, leaving both Perseus and the man astonished. Perseus inquired if it was feasible, to which Adrian confirmed that they had a grasp of the forest system's principles and a rough manufacturing method for the vanguard equipment. As long as their assistants followed these guidelines diligently, the production was indeed possible. Adrian knew that the manufacturing of vanguard force equipment was currently in the hands of 3 powerful families in the kingdom of Reinhardt. They are the second prince's mother's family, the Duke of Enerheim, the current king's mother's family, and the distinguished magic master, the Duke of Haines, and lastly the House of Reinhardts. Essentially, this indicated that the creation of vanguard force equipment was orchestrated by the most influential figures in the kingdom. Interpreting it differently, he believed that if they could produce such equipment, they could stand on equal ground with these formidable entities. The man expressed concern about the existing power's potential reactions. Adrian reassured him, stating that he had contemplated the response after visiting the royal palace. He explained that if they initially produced force equipment similar to or slightly less potent than the existing ones, the threats wouldn't be severe. Adrian noted that creating vanguard force equipment wasn't a feat achievable by just any grand wizard. In the kingdom of Reinhardt's there were 4 grand wizards apart from him, but only 2 had the capability to craft force equipment. Thus, a sudden appearance of a 20-year-old grand wizard manufacturing vanguard force equipment was certain to attract public attention and would lead to a partial diversion of strength, inevitably resulting in some failures. Adrian informed them that he wouldn't settle for the current level of vanguard equipment, expressing his intent to be informed as soon as a good magic tower became available for purchase. Perseus and his son were initially confused about Adrian's dissatisfaction with the vanguard's equipment, but they soon realized it pertained to the flying fortresses. Their relationship with Adrian shifted from mere respect and admiration to a status of goodwill and loyalty. Both of them enthusiastically assured Adrian of their commitment, to which he replied that he looked forward to their efforts. Rayford, taken aback, let the tea drool from his mouth in shock and queried Adrian about his reference to the title of Marquis. He reminded his father that he had agreed to accept the second prince's offer, thinking to himself that he shouldn't disclose first Prince Michael's proposal to his father, as maintaining strict secrecy was crucial to avoid potential betrayal. Rayford expressed his dismay, stating that nothing had unfolded as expected since his return from the battlefield. His mother also expressed concerns, fearing that her son might ascend to nobility, and inquired if it was all right. Adrian explained that an earl held the same noble status as a marquis, but his mother worriedly pointed out the differences in their hierarchical level. Sighing, Adrian pondered that despite his mother's experience as the hostess of a viscount, she still struggled to adapt. He humorously questioned the significance of becoming a marquis, stating that he'd need to ascend to the position of a king in a country and establish a harem to be content. However, to his surprise, his father reacted angrily, and his mother appeared pale, leaving Adrian confused about their responses. His father passionately questioned the absurdity of his remarks, particularly with his lover sitting beside him. Realizing that he had portrayed Arcia as his lover for convenience, though their relationship was not of that nature, he hastily attempted to retract his words, claiming it was a jest. However, his father sternly advised him against joking about certain matters. Adrian suggested his father observe Arcia's reaction but found her status to be complex and subtle. In a momentary blink, her status seemed to return to normal, adding to his confusion. His mother advised him to treat Arcia well and not to look at her differently without reason. He nodded in agreement and offered an apology to Arcia, who continued eating without any visible reaction. Feeling awkward, Adrian cleared his throat and proposed they address an impending important task that had been postponed, intending to mark a fresh start for the Lawrence family. His father inquired about the delay, to which Adrian clarified that it referred to dealing with the employees who had caused harm to him and his mother. He intended to cleanse the situation both internally and externally. The next day in the royal castle, someone told the king that not even a margrave but a marquis was too much for such a situation. However, someone shouted that it was not too much. Adrian was not only a rare genius who became a grand wizard at the age of 20, but also an expert in economics who had built tens of trillions of wealth on his own. Then the men shouted that it was right, and even with Adrian's achievements in that war alone, they were more than enough to bestow upon Adrian the title of a viscount or baronet. so they should take it into account. Then another man added that Adrian also had the Aura Master Arcia as his fiancée. If Adrian left for another country that treated him better, they would lose Arcia as well. The other side still asked if there shouldn't be equity. Luquin responded that, on the contrary, it was against equity to give Arcia only the title of a contest given Adrian's great achievements. Second Prince Luke told the king that many countries were already trying to approach Adrian because they had fallen for Adrian's talents, and some people even said that Adrian was the person who would become the next Archduke Lucas. Thus, half-hearted treatment was akin to abandoning a competent young man who would lead the future of their kingdom. However, Michael told the king that he knew that in almost 200 years, there had not been a case of someone with no title becoming a marquis at once. Then First Price argued that he had won over Adrian, and he had no other intention than to empower Adrian. Michael just asked him why they needed to sugarcoat their discussion and whether Second Prince thought he'd allow it so easily even if Adrian was a figure that could benefit him. This made Luke win angry, and he asked Michael what he meant and told him that he wanted him to understand how inappropriate his comment was considering his position as the Crown Prince. Michael told Second Prince that if he accepted their request, they would accept his argument. Their request was that they should let Earl Raven step down from his position as a Margrave. Luquin asked Michael if he was suggesting that they should give up their existing influence to gain new influence, and Michael replied that he didn't think it was a bad suggestion because Margrave Raven could maintain his position as an earl. He asked Luquin if it wouldn't simply be adding another marquis. Luquin shouted that it was not possible, and he could never do something so despicable as risking the well-being of his people for personal gain. This was how people trusted and followed him. Michael laughed and told Luquin that he was quite amazing, just as he expected from a leader. Michael thought that, as he had anticipated, Luquin refused the proposal due to the nature of the Second Prince. He didn't believe the proposal would be accepted. He told Luquin that if that was the case, he'd make a new proposal. Michael expressed that Earl Otis, who made a significant contribution as Adrian's superior during the war, would be appointed as a Margrave, which surprised and confused Otis. Michael then addressed everyone and admitted that Adrian had made a great contribution to the war, but it was no exaggeration to say that about half of the credit belonged to Adrian's immediate superior Otis. Michael suggested this in response to the rather unreasonable Marquisate proposal and as a way to overlook Margrave Raven's mistakes. Luquin fell silent. The king intervened and put an end to their debate, making a decision. The king announced that they would accept the requests of Crown Prince Michael and Prince Luquin, to which both princes thanked the king. A few days later, on the day of the victory celebration, Sylvia excitedly exclaimed that it was the place as she looked at the grand royal castle. She then asked Adrian if she looked weird and if her dress was too flashy. He reassured his mother not to worry about it, and mentioned that there were probably many esteemed sons who would ask her for a dance without knowing she was a noblewoman. Sylvia commented that Arcia would look good in a dress, but Arcia told her that she liked her outfit very much. Sylvia explained that there was going to be an official ceremony, but she hoped they had time to change into a dress before the party began. Suddenly, some nobles appeared in front of Adrian in surprise, and he recognized them as Viscount Doherty, Viscount Parma, Viscount Karma, and Viscount Ronier. He noted that those were the faces he had missed and inquired where their master had gone. One of them sweetly asked him what was wrong and reminded him that they were also alumni, but he turned around and told them that he'd visit them later when he had time and that they should enjoy themselves. This left them confused, but Ronier mentioned that Isabella would be arriving later as well. Sylvia asked if they were Adrian's friends, and he replied that they were his academy classmates. Doherty asked if they noticed Arcia's gaze because she seemed as if she were going to kill him. Arcia responded that it seemed like Adrian hadn't forgotten them, and Parma said he was getting annoyed, asking if Isabella should cover for them again this time. Parma agreed and said it would be fine because there was nothing aristocrats could do. Ronier suggested that they should find Isabella first and ask why she couldn't reach her without knowing Arcia is listening to them. Arcia asked Adrian if she should kill them, but he told her not yet because he had made a promise to them. Later, the man welcomed them to Lawrence's household and informed them that he would show them to their seats. Then the man offered them seats in the front row, making them realize that these were VIP front row table seats. Suddenly, a horde of demon I mean, a lot of noblewomen inquired if they were the Lawrence Viscounts. The nobles began to surround them, congratulating them for seizing this opportunity, and asking Sylvia where she had purchased her jewels because they were as beautiful as her elegant dress, which suited her well. A man told Rayford that it had been a long time since he last met him, and wondered if he might be interested in visiting their estate. The nobles surrounding them made him guess that the high-ranking nobles were aware of his marquis title. He was then shocked to notice Margrave Raven, who gazed at him with a dagger in his eyes. He suspected that Raven had been warned by Luke Wynne, who was discreetly keeping his distance. Later, the host announced that the victory celebration would commence, and the king proclaimed that Count Otis would be honored with the Order of the Golden Lion, the border city of Ort, and the appointment as a frontier margrave to IES. He was pleased to see that Earl Otis was also on the Crown Prince's side. However, he noticed Luke Wynne whispering something to the man beside him and guessed that the man next to Luke Wynne was undoubtedly the kingdom's most famous sword master, Marquis Vincent. He also observed that the Aura masters in the country were very interested in Arcia, but, as expected, she didn't match the second prince. A moment later, the king summoned him and Arcia to come forward and ordered them to kneel. The king announced that he was bestowing upon him the title of Marquis in the Marienkoff area as his estate. Arcia was granted the title of Countess in the Glendale area as her estate. Additionally, they were each given a fortified fortress. The king hoped they would do their best to protect their country. They both expressed their gratitude to the king while the nobles whispered about Adrian's title's sudden elevation to Marquis and asked if there had ever been a case of someone becoming a Marquis so suddenly. The king inquired if he had anything to say. He then addressed the nobles, expressing his gratitude to the king, the heart and fair administration of the country, as well as the crown and second princes. He revealed that as a new aristocrat within a state he had a wish to fulfill. He called Doherty, Parma, Karma, and Ronir and declared a cooperative effort to wage war on estates involving these four families. The king, the princes, and his parents were shocked and asked him to explain, but he simply smiled calmly. Calitz van Reinhardt, the king of the Reinhardt kingdom, had been growing increasingly concerned in recent days. His worry centered around the issue of selecting a successor, a decision divided between his two sons, Crown Prince Michael and Second Prince Luke Wynne. To compound his worries, a new eccentric individual had emerged in the country. A moment later, Luke Wynne angrily confronted him, stating that he must have misunderstood Marquis Lawrence's character. He had initially believed Lawrence to be a typical scholarly type, but was taken aback by his aggressiveness. In the back hall, Second Prince Luke inquired if he was aware that a new lord couldn't expand his territory for 1 year. In response, Adrian mentioned that if that were the case, he would simply dismantle those four families and revert the territory to the royal decree. Luke Wynne asked if he had no intention of backing down, to which he firmly replied in the affirmative. Luke patted his shoulder, realizing that trying to dissuade him would be futile, and expressed his disappointment with his behavior. He suggested that they wait and see what unfolds. Adrian had expected such a reaction from Luke but still wondered whether Luke would be successful in driving him out. They then left the room, and Adrian wondered if the real party had started. Arcia appeared and informed him that she had been waiting for him. However, he noticed that people were avoiding him, and he realized that even before the event had begun, everyone had exchanged greetings and expressed a desire to be friends. But now, no one was approaching them. He thought it seemed like he had been labeled as a troublemaker, and commented that it felt as though he had become the black sheep of the family. His father, Rayford, shouted at him, confirming his feelings. Adrian explained to his father that he had not initially planned to go to such extremes, but had been provoked, and he apologized to his father. Rayford asked him why he had done it, and he replied that it was for revenge, causing Rayford to fall in frustration. Rayford then advised him that taking on four families simultaneously would undoubtedly be dangerous, and inquired if he had considered the risks when declaring a territory war. Adrian responded that he had been fully aware of the risks, and reassured his father not to worry. Rayford sighed and expressed his trust in him, while his mother anxiously observed them. His father added that it had been a long time since he had attended a party hosted by the royal family, and he intended to enjoy it. Rayford addressed Sylvia, his wife, telling her not to worry and to have faith in their capable son. Sylvia nodded, and Sylvia accepted his hand, all while smiling, knowing that Rayford had been treading carefully around Anna all this time. But he was aware that he would now look after his mother just as diligently. He turned back to the nobles and asked if they should continue with what they were doing. Meanwhile, on the side, someone shouted that even territory wars should have valid reasons and asked if it made sense. Karma questioned if their actions were the reason, and Ronir replied that those were merely their childish actions from their youth. Suddenly, Parma inquired if they would lose, leaving everyone confused. However, Parma asked once again if they couldn't unite as the four families when Adrian declared war. Ronir acknowledged that it was true, but their opponent was a marquis. Parma suggested they calm down first, emphasizing that although they were smaller in comparison to Isabella, they were a noble family with a viscount. Combining the strength of these four families should be sufficient to deal with a newly appointed marquis. Doherty panicked and asked if that was the case. Ronir explained to Parma that it was true. With their four families uniting, their combined power would be greater than that of a viscount but less than that of a margrave. Karma exclaimed that it sounded entirely plausible. However, Adrian suddenly appeared behind her, energetically greeting them, leaving them shocked and calling his name. He questioned how they dared to address the Marquis by his name in such a casual manner. Parma shouted back, telling him not to make him laugh and asking if he thought they would respect him after he had declared the territory war. Adrian removed his gloves, declaring that he would make them respect him, and tossed his gloves at Parma's face. He challenged Parma to a duel, but someone behind him informed him that he was not allowed to participate in that duel. The man, along with three others, told him that he had provoked them first and explained that given the significant differences between the two parties, a duel could not be sanctioned under national law. Adrian smiled, acknowledging their quick response, and mentioned that it was unfortunate because if they had let him behead young Master Parma, he would have spared them from the territory war. The man questioned the nature of his relationship with his son, expressing concern that he might be going too far. Adrian retorted that he wasn't going too far and claimed to have a clear relationship with his son, implying that if he lost something, he expected it to be repaid. The man asked for clarification, and Adrian suggested he inquire about the details from his son. Parma then told them that the announcement letter of the territory war should arrive within a week unless they wished to have their family suffer because of their foolish son. Arrest him and bring him before Adrian. The man asked him if he was telling him to sell his son off and told him that he keeps crossing the line, but he just peeked while asking if it is so. And then he saw Isabella hiding behind in fear. Then he walked away while telling them that they'll see them on the battlefield. Parma fearfully called his father, but his father just told him that they should go back and talk. Parma was shocked to see someone and called Isabella, who was hiding behind and shaking in fear. Parma asked her why she only appeared now, and he begged her to speak to his father, but she was lost in her thoughts, wondering what in the world is going on. Meanwhile, on social media, the news wrote that the new Marquis Adrian Lawrence declared a territory war against the four viscounties as soon as he was given the title. The new Marquis's fighting spirit embarrassed even His Majesty the King, leading to the question of why Marquis Lawrence took such action, ruining the atmosphere of the commemorative event. Marquis Lawrence's ill-fated relationship with the four families dates back to his school days. Then he read the comments saying that he was a victim of school violence and group bullying, and someone replied that it was severe to the point that there wasn't a day he walked around without injury. The commenter replied that he heard he was from a noble family, so he wondered why he was so pitiful, and someone replied that he was only a noble on paper but he has lived a life worse than a commoner. Also, he suffered an assassination attempt at home and was bullied and violently assaulted at school, so he respected him for becoming an archmage under those circumstances, making him realize that there was no secret in that current world and it revealed itself without him having to leak it to the media himself. Also, with it, there wouldn't be any problem with the justifications of the territory war. But that situation aside, he couldn't believe that so many people were rooting for him even when he induced that situation, which is so touching for him. But then a man called him, making him snap, and asked the man what he was saying. The man replied that they were informing him of the specifications of the Sky Fortress that could be shipped immediately. Then the man gave him a book and explained to him that it was the catalogue of the Sky Fortress. He looked at it, thinking that as he expected, the Sky Fortress was really expensive, and that was why someone said that noble will be dreaming of having one sky castle in the territory. He knows that people look at him and say that he's reckless. They also say it was illogical for him to engage in a territory war when they didn't yet have proper military power, but it was obvious that they were mistaken about something. If they ran out of military power, shouldn't they just buy some more to make up for it? Then he told the man that he'd buy everything. He knows that as of now, he has 48 trillion in cash. If he adds together the property confiscated from the vassals belonging to the Margrave Raven faction, including Anna and Cedric and their families' assets, the amount easily adds up to 70 trillion. Additionally, if he adds installments based on his credit rating, the man told him that the transaction amount is so large that half of the selling price must be paid in advance. He tells the man that he paid a lot of taxes recently, and asks if he can get some tax exemption, while Arcia next to him is just thinking about cake. The man shook his hand and thanked him for his purchase. He smiled, knowing that even if he had just bought 8 sky fortresses, he still had 20 trillion in change. He thought it was too big of a deal that it didn't feel real. Even if he excludes the prepayment, he'll be paying a whopping 50 trillion in installments. But then Otis saw them, and he was surprised to see Otis too. He excitedly calls Otis a Margrave, and Otis excitedly calls him Marquis. He tells Otis to speak comfortably and asks him if they weren't going to the battlefield together. But Otis tells him that he is the Marquis and asks if he may do it. He tells Otis that he can if he was Earl Otis, but he can if he was Margrave Otis, making Otis laugh hard. But then Otis remembers something and asks him what the meaning is he is coming there. Then he replied that he just purchased all the sky fortresses, making Otis shout that as he expected. Otis tells him that he has no other choice but to make a reservation, but he expects it too because now that Otis has become a Margrave, the military power restrictions have been lifted to the level of a Marquis, and Otis must be there to try to buy additional sky fortresses. Then he asked him if it was his first time seeing her and introduced his daughter that he was talking about, making him remember that she was the famous one for being a lunatic. Michelle gracefully introduced herself to Adrian and smiled at them like a shining blue rose. He greeted her back and introduced his fiancée Arcia to Michelle, to which Arcia bowed gracefully while he was confused because according to the rumors, Michelle is a psycho with a bad reputation, but she doesn't look like one at all. Then he sees her status that her talents are exploration, which is very high, learning power and intellectual ability, which are high. Her traits are English and interpretation and reasoning ability. Her relationships are interested and neutral, and her current status is favor and fascinated. But then he was shocked to see one of her talents, and read it over and over again in shock, wondering what it was and if it was the English that he knows of. Margrave Otis revealed that Michelle had been tirelessly searching for Archduke Lucas's fate until it was found in the Post-Republic. He playfully teased Michelle for falling into despair after hearing it was found. Michelle, however, contradicted him and stepped on his father's foot, insisting that the founded fate is fake and real fate existed but was hidden in an undisclosed location. Adrian considered the possibility that Michelle, with her English interpretation trait, might have found the fate if he didn't possess the advantage of being born on Earth. Adrian found Michelle's claim intriguing and asked about the secret location. Michelle, maintaining secrecy, hinted that it was a difficult place for nobles to find. Adrian speculated that it might be Hollywood, a virtual reality system viewed by nobles as an escape for commoners, making it inherently challenging for nobles to locate. While Adrian thought Michelle's prediction was somewhat faint, she was surprisingly close to discovering the actual location. Michelle expressed admiration for Adrian's achievements and self-made status, preferring individuals like him and Arcia, who earn their titles based on skills rather than bloodline. Margrave Otis couldn't hold back tears as he massaged the area that Michelle stepped in. Michelle proposed the idea of playing online diaries together, and asked Adrian for permission, to which he gladly agreed. She expressed her preference for watching over self-made individuals, causing emotional distress to her father. As Adrian and Arcia walked away, Michelle and Margrave Otis bowed in respect. Arcia suggested killing Michelle because of what she knew, but Adrian deemed it unnecessary, opting to observe her for a while longer. Adrian acknowledged the need to keep a close eye on Michelle's actions. In a meeting of the four family heads, Viscount Doherty, Viscount Karma, Viscount Rani, and Viscount Pharma, they discussed Adrian's astounding purchases during his capital tour. He had ordered 8 sky fortresses, 400 units of Vanguard exclusive equipment, 400 units of Vanguard exclusive hoverboards, 8 Vanguard high-speed combat support ships, and 100 teleport artifacts. Additionally, there were 4,000 effect armors and swords for knights, as well as 20 medium-sized transport ships with seating for 500. The family heads couldn't believe the extensive list of military supplies Adrian had acquired in a single day. Viscount Pharma angrily asserted that Adrian was indeed preparing for a territorial war. At the same time, Viscount Karma labeled him as a crazy person for spending 70 trillion on weapons in one day. Viscount Doherty clarified that Adrian paid an exact sum of 140 trillion, with 70 trillion paid up front and the rest in installments. The family heads presented in the meeting were astonished, comparing this amount to the entire kingdom's defense budget of the previous year. Viscount Pharma, realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed his agony. On the other hand, Viscount Doherty emphasized that even with Adrian's weapon purchases, they were useless without proper knightage, especially since Adrian, as a new lord, wouldn't have the necessary military strength. Viscountess Rani questioned if anything had gone according to their expectations since Adrian's arrival, suggesting that he couldn't be judged based on common sense. She warned against underestimating someone on the brink of becoming an archmage. Viscount Pharma asked if she meant to consider the worst-case scenario. Viscountess Rani agreed, emphasizing the importance of preparing for the worst to avoid confusion. A butler interjected, revealing that before Adrian was granted the title of Marquis, he had posted a night job opening on online diaries, receiving around 4,000 responses. The family heads were taken aback by this revelation. The butler added that Adrian had acquired a magic tower and an artifact production company, potentially utilizing the magicians and technicians there. Viscount Karma criticized Adrian's arrogance for acting like a lord even before receiving his title. Viscount Pharma, acknowledging Viscountess Rani's prediction, feared a one-sided massacre in the upcoming territorial war, considering Adrian's leadership and his aura master fiancé. Viscount Doherty proposed the strategy to turn the territorial war into a civil war by involving surrounding territories and gathering allies. Viscountess Rani dismissed this, stating that Adrian wouldn't be wary of the royal family, and there was no way to prepare for countermeasures. Viscount Pharma, infuriated, ordered the butler to bring the person responsible for their humiliation. Meanwhile, at Marquis Lawrence's estate in Marienkoff Metropolitan City, where Cowie joyfully flies in the sky, Adrian gazed at the city from the terrace of his building, feeling the weight of his new status. Pessis asked Adrian what he thought about the newly formed night troop. Adrian greeted Pessis as soon as they met and told Pessis that the newly formed night troop was pretty good, even though they were a bit late. Pessis stated that it was a miracle that in a short amount of time, they created such a nice knighthood as he expected from the Riverdale family. Adrian expressed relief that many people saw him positively. Baroness Helena, the head of security and leader of the dispatched night troop in Marienkoff City, complimented Adrian's surprising achievements and strategic planning. Adrian, feeling flustered, credited much of it to luck. Pessis and Baroness Helena disagreed, affirming that everything Adrian did was calculated and meaningful. Adrian considered that he had only outlined a basic plan, not divulging the impressive details that had come together seamlessly, leaving everyone in awe due to a stroke of luck. Turning to Pessis and Baroness Helena, he inquired about their opinion on dispatching the knights to the territorial war immediately. Pessis expressed confidence, stating that Adrian had made well-informed choices, and there seemed to be no issues. Baroness Helena concurred with Pessis. Adrian then shifted his gaze to the sky, taking a moment to glance at the newly acquired sky fortresses ranging from first to third generation. Adrian reflected on how things came together remarkably well, creating an impressive outcome that amazed everyone. He pondered why the kingdom had provided him with discounted sky fortresses instead of the latest generation. Although they were royal gifts, Adrian saw an opportunity to use them temporarily and later sell them to smaller estates at a reasonable price. He shared his plans with Pessis and Baroness Helena, assuring them that there would be no issues. Observing the sky fortresses, Adrian decided it was time to move forward. Pessis and Baroness Helena were puzzled, prompting Adrian to announce that they were going into battle. Pessis questioned when they would begin, to which Adrian replied that they would finish preparations in 3 hours. He outlined the strategy of dividing into 4 groups to lock the enemies in their territory and capturing each territory one by one, with the main force, including Arcia and himself. Pessis raised the concern of needing permission from the royal family to attack. Adrian acknowledged this but emphasized that the permission would come eventually. Until then, they could refer to it as training, an excuse commonly used. Adrian declared his intention to lead from the front, showcasing his military prowess directly alongside Arcia. He aimed to capture the hearts of his subordinates early in his leadership. Meanwhile, the heirs of the Viscount families faced backlash from Adrian's declaration of war. As Adrian prepared to leave the estate and initiate the war, the stage was set for the unfolding conflict. The scene shifts to a cafe in Pharma Viscounty. The people of Pharma Viscounty run in fear, anticipating that war might erupt at any moment. A woman sips a fruit shake, contemplating the troublesome turn of events. She never imagined Adrian would be bestowed with a title. The Emperor ordered her to recruit Adrian, but to her surprise, Reinhardt had already taken action. Most shockingly, as soon as Adrian received the title, he requested a territorial war with the 4 Viscounties simultaneously. Earl Elfrid from Brigham Empire finds it most perplexing. She must determine if Adrian is a lunatic or an eccentric person. Another woman, Duchess Olivia Riverdale, appears beside her, expressing disbelief at the unexpected visitor. In the Resident of Lawrence, Adrian and Arcia sit in a room facing the representatives of Pharma Viscounty. The representatives express their awareness that permission for the territorial war is yet to be granted, questioning why Adrian deployed his troops in front of their Viscounty. They demand to know if Adrian is ignoring the law. Adrian responds, suggesting that the people in Pharma Viscounty might be in delusion. His army is only training, coincidentally near the border of the Viscounty. He asks if they were attacked, to which they reply in the negative. Adrian assures them not to worry because he upholds the law. He won't attack until permission for the territorial war is granted, advising them to mind their own business. Representatives voiced their concern that Adrian might attack immediately upon receiving permission. Adrian openly agreed with their suspicions. The representatives of Viscount Pharma shouted at Adrian, accusing him of crossing moral boundaries. In his mind, Adrian conceded that he might be pushing the limits, but he retorted by questioning the morality of their young master bullying him during their school days. When the man argued that permission for the territory war wouldn't be granted in the first place, Adrian received a notification on his smartwatch. With a subtle hand gesture, he muted the people in front of him and answered the call. On the other end, a person informed Adrian that, as of that moment, permission had been granted for the territory war he had requested. The muted representatives were left shocked and sweating. Wearing an evil smile, Adrian thought that the timing was perfect for what he had in mind. With a flick of his finger, he unmuted them and stated that it seemed the royal family had a different opinion from theirs. The decision was likely based on who was more valuable to them. The representatives began to panic and pleaded with Adrian to make a rational decision. Ignoring their pleas, Adrian instructed them to leave and advised them to convince their master, not him. Adrian, with a resolute tone, declared that the only way Pharma territory could survive was by surrendering, otherwise, war was inevitable. Perseus then ordered his troops to activate a teleportation interfering magic spell, met with a chorus of replies confirming its activation. He further commanded the Sky Fortress and Vanguard troop to march, with the collective goal of bringing down Pharma Viscounty. The unexpected turn of events left all three representatives in shock. Adrian questioned their lack of urgency, urging them to leave immediately. Helpless, they could do nothing but grit their teeth and depart. Following this, Adrian gestured towards Arcia, inviting her to join him in the war. He informed Perseus that he and Arcia would directly join the front lines, temporarily leaving command to Sir Perseus. Despite Perseus's shock and attempts to dissuade Adrian, he and Arcia exited the room promptly. Perseus wasted no time informing the vanguard group that Marquis Adrian and Count Arcia would be directly participating in the battle, with their safety being the top priority. Adrian starts to laugh, thinking, someone said that even after revenge is achieved, nothing but a sense of futility would be left. In the end, revenge will breed more revenge. But Adrian has a different opinion, because to him nothing provides a clearer sense of purpose than revenge. From Anna and Cedric, up to the Academy's villains, the eradication of their existence can be said to be the starting point of his new future. And more than anything, it's fun to watch enemies screaming with their face twisted. Cut to another scene, and we witness the young master of Viscounty Pharma unleashing screams and tears, displaying sheer disbelief and manic distress at Adrian's unexpected assault. Turning to his guard knight, he desperately seeks reassurance regarding their chances of victory in this looming battle. The knight grimly informs him that Marquis Lawrence commands more than double their forces, and now with the formidable additions of Adrian, an Archmage, and Arcia, an Aura Master, their odds are perilously close to non-existent. Furious, the young master berates them, insisting that they must take action to halt Adrian's onslaught. He reminds them of the significant amount he paid to receive such disheartening news of impending defeat, and expresses concern about the dire consequences should he fall at Adrian's hands. In response, the guard knight, maintaining a stern tone, chides him for his self-contentedness in this critical moment. Instead, he suggests a grim strategy. Young Master Pharma should meet his end at Marquis Lawrence's hands by sacrificing himself. Adrian might be less incensed, potentially sparing the rest and minimizing overall damage. Trembling with fear, the young master protests such a proposition, questioning how they could suggest such a fate for the son of his esteemed master. Unmoved, the guard knight asserts that everyone in the castle shares the same sentiment. The young master's ruthless behavior has left a trail of casualties, and blaming him for incompetence rather than Marquis Lawrence is a pragmatic choice. He emphasizes the principle of reaping what one sows, and the guards express gratitude for the lesson. In the young master's mind, he clings to the belief that he belongs to the ruling class, enforcing discipline on those he deems inferior. To him, Adrian is the abnormal one, not himself. Abruptly, the door swings open, revealing the knight commander standing before him. A glimmer of hope flickers in the young master's eyes. He pleads to be rescued from this predicament, and is advised to seek assistance from surrounding territories. However, the commander dismisses his pleas, dropping vanguard equipment, force armor and a force sword. The order is clear: the young master is to wear them and challenge Marquis Lawrence to a one-on-one match. This is the decree of Viscount Pharma. Amidst his curses, other soldiers seize him, preparing to outfit him in the designated equipment. That's the time when he remembers Adrian's promises. You'll have to look forward to it. Because I'm going to torment you all in the most horrible ways. I will make you regret being born into this world. Young Master Pharma, walking through the corridor of the palace, remembers what happened. Commander assures him that there is no need to despair like that. Even if Marquis Lawrence is an archmage, a mage is still a mage. A vanguard armed with force equipment should be able to face him. While young master argues that this is not comforting at all. Commander says that no matter what happen, Adrian will come for him life. In this situation, he shouldn't cower in fear and let Adrian take his life. If he took advantage of the vanguard equipment, while letting Marquis Lawrence guard down and defeat him, then he can enjoy the fortune made by Adrian, since Adrian has no wife or successor. In the end they will win the battle and he will become the hero of Viscounty Pharma. Before he goes, he shouts towards his guard knight that he is going to defeat Adrian and live. After that he will deal with them for their disrespect towards his master's son. Commander agrees with him that he will gladly receive any punishment after young master come victorious. He opens the door hoping that he might have a chance to win the duel. Defeating a mage with vanguard equipment will be easy. But he was stunned to see the battle ongoing outside. His side of soldiers are being defeated mercilessly. His glimmer of hope disappears after hearing their war cries echoing despair. Adrian was flying on the sky attacking while Arcia slashes through between them. Young Master turns to Commander and says them he has no chance of winning. Adrian confronted 4 vanguards simultaneously, but with a swift teleportation spell, he unleashed a barrage of electro, leaving no room for counteraction. Even the appearance of 3 sky fortresses proved futile in their attempts to vanquish Adrian and Arcia, meeting a doomed end in the unfolding chaos. After that, Adrian directly lands before him, stating that at last he came out. With a smile on his face, he says that he thought young Master Pharma would be hiding in somewhere. It's so unexpected to him. Guards behind him surrenders while Pharma starts to shrink in fear. He looks at Commander, who pushes him to fight in a duel. Then he challenged Adrian Lawrence one-on-one duel. Adrian was shocked to see his courage. With a smug look in his face, young Master continues that if Adrian is a noble who values honor then surely he won't ignore. Adrian calls him crazy incompetent, and what he is scheming. He flicks and a ray of blue light passes through him. Before he could fathom the situation, his arm falls off. He screams in pain saying that at this rate he going to die. Adrian just laughs and says that he spent 70 trillion loots in installments to purchase weapons this time. Seeing his pitiful situation he can easily pay it in no time. Young Master was crying, his eye turned red. Crowy is carrying young Master's hand. Adrian continues that there are several vanguard equipment, and Sky Fortress falling from sky like rain. The scenery was as if Pharma Viscounty was displaying their family treasures. Adrian says he killed 2 birds in one shot. He got revenge and earned money at the same time. Adrian also said that broken ribs twice, once humerus, once carpal bone, once tarsal bone, those are the bone young Master has broken when they were in academy. Although Adrian would have endured it if he only caused Adrian fractures, because Adrian has a strong patience. But Adrian was mentally tortured to the pinpoint that it even upsets him. Arcia unsheathed her sword and approached to take Pharma's life. But Adrian stops her and tells Pharma he won't let him die in peace. Then he heals Pharma and stops his bleeding, saying it won't be fun if he dies from excessive blood loss, and told his minions to take a good care of him. Then he turns and told Pharma Viscounty Commander to guide him to the Lord's office. 30 minutes. The battle between the Marquis Lawrence and the Pharma Viscounty ended in just 30 minutes. Meanwhile, nearby at Pharma's Viscounty, Earl Alfred asks Olivia if she is right that Adrian is from the social circle of the Riverdale family. She tells Alfred that she wouldn't have come here to help Adrian either, and wonders if she came there to check for herself because she suspected that Adrian wasn't from the social circle of the Riverdale family. Olivia tells her not to frame her strangely and says that Adrian is indeed from their social circle. However, she can say that she was there to cheer on Adrian as an excuse. She then asks her what brings the head of the intelligence department of the Brigham Empire there, and tells her that if she was thinking of taking Adrian out of the Empire, it'd be a good idea to stop. The 2 ladies smile at each other with killing intent, but Olivia breaks the tension by telling Earl that they should just keep it at that. Earl agrees with Olivia and tells her that even if they fight each other, it'll only tire both of them out. Suddenly, they feel a teleportation interfering magic spell, making them realize that the war had begun. They use their eyesight skill to see how good Adrian is, but then they are surprised to see that a mage is engaged in a short-range battle. Olivia looks at Adrian carefully in confusion, but Earl knows that the biggest reason why mages' movements are limited in the modern battlefield is not because of compatibility with vanguards, teleportation interfering magic spell was a short movement magic spell that can increase the survivability and mobility of mages who are relatively less agile. As the best evasion technique to that teleportation interfering magic spell became more common, the spell can no longer be used on the battlefield. She also knows that it ultimately forced mages to be eliminated from the battlefield, but Adrian's battle seems to suggest that he can just dodge it himself if he can't use teleportation. She asks Olivia if she thinks that kind of battle is possible, and Olivia replies that even with a lot of aiding magic spells, it won't be easy. It looks like it requires an ample amount of combat experience, a trained physique, and battle sense because it's not something just anyone can pull off. She tells Olivia that she has an amazing priest, and Olivia tells her that she was telling her in advance, but she should stop with her interest in their people. She tells Olivia that it's unfortunate because she quite liked Adrian in many ways and says goodbye to Olivia because she has seen everything she wanted to see, and the result of that territory war is obvious. Olivia sighs and tells her okay. Olivia knows that she came there to check just in case, but Adrian showed many habits unique to their Riverdale school while casting those magic spells, and she tells herself that she shouldn't have doubted Adrian. She got to watch a good show thanks to Adrian. Then Olivia stretches her body, wondering if she should also head back now because she has done checking it for herself without realizing that Koei saw her from the top. Sharing Koei's vision, Adrian also saw that Olivia and Earl had finally left, and he was glad that it looked like he had tricked them. Well then, the Knight Commander of Pharma guided him to Pharma's office, and he blew the office door open. Pharma looked back and was shocked to see him with Arcia. Pharma shouted for him not to come any closer, but then Pharma tripped on his own feet and slammed onto the ground. Adrian hit the ground near Pharma and asked Pharma why he didn't sign the surrender document. Pharma asked him what Adrian was going to do to him and his entire family. He told Pharma not to worry because he would not kill anyone except for the main culprit, and in return, they would become a fallen noble family who had been robbed of their property and titled, or else he wished for death. Pharma cried defeated and told him that he would sign it. The moment Pharma's Viscounty collapsed in the war between Adrian and the 4 Viscounts, everybody knew the war was basically over. Later, in Doherty Viscounty, Adrian's sky fortresses attacked Doherty's sky fortresses while Doherty reported to the other families that Adrian, who had occupied Pharma Viscounty, was said to be heading to their territory. But to be clear, Adrian and Arcia may have already arrived there. Then he shouted to them that they must not forget that if he loses there, it'll just be their turn next, to which Karma replied that he knew. Then a loud explosion could be heard outside, making Doherty jump a little in shock. Karma asked them how about they just hand over their children, but Ronnie told them that there was no use for it because they said that as soon as Adrian subdues the young master of Pharma, Adrian enters their castle on foot. Karma asked her what she meant by it, and she angrily told them that to Adrian, revenge was just a justification for war in the first place, and it was obvious that it was to fill Adrian's treasury while building an army. Also, so Adrian is planning to pass along his military supply shopping receipts to them. Doherty worriedly asked them if it wouldn't be an even bigger problem, and Karma asked Ronnie if she had any way to stop it. She replied that not that it was obvious they couldn't ordinarily win that war, so they must change their method. Later, Ronnie's vanguard army reported that they had arrived at the teleportation area, and a few seconds later, Karma's vanguard army reported that they had arrived too. Then a man named Dennis called his lord to report that Doherty's vanguard army had just arrived at the teleportation area as well. Doherty told Dennis that teleportation would be carried out at 12:10 based on Rondel Standard Time, to which Dennis replied that he understood. Then the vanguard commander of Karma told his comrade that it was a battle of time, and the march would be empty right now. The vanguard commander of Ronnie told his people that they should take advantage of this time to take the march's facilities and citizens hostage. Then Dennis, the knight commander of Doherty, told his people that if that operation succeeded, the tide of the war would be upturned in an instant, and they must succeed at all costs. Then one of Dennis's people reported to him that it was 15 seconds until the operation time, to which he replied okay. Dennis began to count down and open the seal, to which the Knight Commander of Karma and Rani also did while counting down. When the countdown reached 0, they all together ripped the seal, and the transportation light appeared beneath them. Then, in midair, the vanguards of the 3 Viscounts were transported. Rani's Vanguard Knight Troop reported that they were online, same as Karma and Doherty's Vanguard Knight Troop. When they were about to begin their operation, someone told them that he had prepared a welcome ceremony for all of them. They were all surprised when they saw a huge blue flying ship in front of them with Adrian Pesius and Arcia aboard. He told them to come with him and opened a huge transportation magic circle in front of them. While they were being pulled, Dennis cursed and shouted that the operation had been discovered, and then they all slowly disappeared. They were transported somewhere, and Dennis asked them if they had been teleported. When Dennis was about to ask where they were, he stopped in shock when he saw that they were being surrounded by Adrian's vanguards and sky fortresses that were above them. Dennis cursed in frustration, realizing that they were completely surrounded, while Adrian looked at them. Beforehand, Adrian's ship with Adrian and his people on board was waiting for the vanguards to arrive. Suddenly, they all felt something coming, so he stood up and told his people they were there. Pesius asked him if he had clairvoyant ability, and he replied that it was a simple prediction. Pesius told him that it was getting scary now, and he didn't know how relieved he was that Adrian was not his enemy. He raised his wand and released his magic power smilingly, telling them that it was a passable strategy from the enemy, but it was useless if they could read their thoughts. Pesius stood aside and told him that the enemies had finally gained his pity. Then the enemy's vanguards appeared right in front of him, and he told them that they had prepared a welcoming ceremony for all of them, so they should come with him, and teleported all of them back in the present. Adrian jumped out of his ship and landed in front of the enemy's vanguards. He ordered them to disarm themselves at once and surrender because if they did so, they would be able to keep their lives. However, Dennis clenched his teeth in anger and shouted that he was Adrian Lawrence, confusing him. Then Dennis told the others that the war would be over if they captured Adrian, which surprised him because he didn't expect it. Pesius, panicking, called him in worry, while Arcia swiftly ran and landed in front of him. A vanguard jumped toward him to attack him when Dennis shouted to everyone that it was their chance, and they should go at Adrian all at once. One of Doherty's vanguards launched an attack on him while shouting for him to surrender obediently. However, he attacked the man with his magic and told them that they should be the ones surrendering. The man fell to the ground dead, and he remarked that he didn't even consider that situation worth his time. Then Arcia swiftly attacked them, causing loud explosions. Dennis cursed in fear but still ordered everyone to kill Adrian instead of subduing him, ending the territory war right there. He killed the vanguards attacking him while wondering why he even went easy on them, and then he attacked them with his flame blast skill. Dennis knew he couldn't dodge that one, so he tried to offset it with his force sword. He swung his sword to cut the flames in half, but the fire still burned him, making him shout in pain. A moment later, when the fire was extinguished, Dennis's armor was destroyed. But before he could react, he saw Adrian speedily running toward him. He shouted at Adrian not to come any closer while swinging his sword continuously, but Adrian blocked it with his magic shield and dodged Dennis's powerful attack, leaving Dennis surprised. He couldn't believe that Adrian was making the aura force of Vanguard equipment bounce off him with a barely fifth circle hard shield. Dennis clenched his teeth and sweat and shouted, asking how a magician could be like this. Adrian just raised his wand and told Dennis that he was hearing the same line he had said most of today. Then he killed Dennis. A moment later, he was in his mansion drinking a soda when a system appeared by his side. Then he noticed that there were numerous articles stating that once Adrian had gathered sufficient military power, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Some nobles raised concerns with the royal family, suggesting that granting permission for the territory war might have been excessive. Initially, everyone had expressed concerns about the unreasonable request for the territory war, but the subsequent response had been unexpected. People were now speculating whether Adrian's sword would be pointed towards someone else. The article stating that the territory war between him and the 4 Viscounty had ended in just half a day caught his attention, confirming that the war had indeed concluded. The final struggle had been a solo operation because he knew there was no way for the Vices to win, and he had been able to swiftly capture the remaining castles. The system showed him that his relationship with the vanguards was characterized by favorability and a state of obedience akin to an employment relationship. Their status towards him was one of fear and awe, recognizing that he was the one who had ultimately handled everything. Then someone knocked on his door, and he invited them in. Arcia opened the door and walked inside while the maid commented that she was covered in dirt. Arcia replied that her mouth was bored, and she wanted cake. The maid reminded her that snacks should come after meals and that she had already eaten plenty of cookies in the morning. Arcia sat down on the sofa, causing the maid to panic and warn her about potentially staining the sofa with blood. He found it a bit noisy but noticed that Catherine had adapted well, which was a relief. A few days ago, right after the end of the territory war, the people approached Catherine, admitted they were wrong, apologized to her, and begged her for help. Catherine fearfully asked him what was happening, and he explained that it was just as she had seen. These were the 4 people who had bullied her in the past. He also mentioned that she had to drop out of school just because she talked to him who was being bullied, and he reminded her of the bullying she had endured. He explained that for political reasons, he needed some time but planned to make Isabella Cascabel and Philo Brooks apologize as well. Catherine begged him to stop, but he sighed, held her hand, and told her he couldn't fulfill her requests. He healed her wounds and told her she might not realize it, but she had been his savior, and they should keep smiling from now on. Back to the present, Adrian called Catherine, and she immediately asked him if he had summoned her. He inquired about how her days had been going, and Catherine smiled, replying that every day was fun. They looked at each other in silence, and he told her that it was good to hear. The scene shifts to the palace where Michael is taking a sip of tea and praising him, saying he has done an excellent job. It was a stroke of genius to bring Adrian onto his side. He also mentioned the disappearance of the 3 families that supported the second prince, which ultimately led to a favorable outcome for them. He was buttering up Adrian, saying that he was so touched. Then Adrian, with fake regret on his face, replied that Michael also faced some backlash since one of the families was supporting him. The prince just laughed and said that couldn't be helped since they sinned and bothered Adrian, so they should pay the fair price for their karma. Then he asked Adrian if Prince Luke didn't say anything to him, to which he replied that he was bitter about that. He also added that Prince Luke asked if he had to go to such lengths for nobles of the same side, even if it was for revenge. Michael inquired more about his interaction with Luke. He continued saying that, and he replied to Luke by telling him that the Earl of Brooks and Cascabel Margrave also committed the same sins as the 4 Viscounties, and Margrave Raven is his archenemy. Then he questioned if he should be holding back for the sake of the second prince. It's enough that he is letting them go for now at the cost of 3 Viscounties. After hearing the reasoning, Luke became silent. Then he said that he would let this matter slide this time. Prince Michael laughed loudly. Then he said, in any case, this further narrowed the gap with the second prince faction. However, what he wanted wasn't a narrow victory, but a completely sweeping victory. Then he told Adrian if a civil war broke out because of the throne succession, then it would destroy the life of a country. Adrian became quiet, and thought that it was certain if a national power became unstable due to civil war, the Croatian Empire would reveal their ambition again and invade them. To avoid this outcome, Michael and he planned the game of betrayal, a complete victory for the crown prince. No matter what, politics is a big dog fight where people bite each other. A strategy based on betrayal is bound to induce anxiety. That may be the thoughts of an ordinary man. Then he asked Michael when should he proceed with the operation. Michael replied that they still have a lot of time, and he asked if anything happened to him. His cloudy face changed into a bright one, and he replied with a smile that Prince Luke kept flirting with his fiancée, Arcia. Now he became angry and continued that at this, he may cause a problem. Michael was so shocked that he spilled tea out of his mouth. The atmosphere in the room became awkward. Michael put the cup on the table and said that he would like to apologize to Arcia and him as a family member of Luke. He continued by saying that Luke's confidence has been a bit excessive ever since he became an aura master. Luke tends to think that any woman would fall head over heels for him if he seduced them. Adrian wonders in his mind if Luke is a kid to behave like that. Arcia cuts people often as if drinking tea, but she's just an innocent child who still doesn't know about a lot of things. And if this continues, it looks like he would be the first to blow off that greasy head of his before the actual showdown. Michael was thinking about something, then he called Adrian and gave his opinion. He said Adrian to hold a ceremony and make their relationship official. After all, he is just giving his opinion. Adrian was clearly shocked to hear what he said. He asked Michael if he was talking about their marriage. The scene shifts to the Klein earldom in Arcia's residency. He was walking in the garden, thinking about the conversation he had with Michael before. Marriage is the best option, after all, they are engaged anyway. Even if they are engaged, it doesn't mean it can be decided so easily. Arcia and he were lovers on the surface, but they are not real lovers. Arcia is one of Grand Duke Lucas's legacies. He is sure that Arcia will follow his decision without any complaints. But just because she was created for him doesn't mean he can freely use her and marry her. He can't do anything regardless of her feelings. While he was walking, he encountered Arcia. Arcia noticed him, and ran towards him, calling his name. Adrian was so mesmerized to see her, and called her name. But then he pointed to some soldiers lying on the ground and asked her about them. Arcia, with no emotion on her face, just replied that she educated them a bit. He doubted her education process. While they were talking, Catherine hurried and called Arcia. She was startled to see Adrian. He asked Catherine if something happened while wondering about her being restless. Arcia asked her what happened. Catherine hesitated for a moment, then shouted, saying Prince Luke had sent someone saying he wanted to meet Arcia. Perplexed, Adrian said Prince Luke might be insane as he is crossing the line. Arcia was not happy to hear this, and said that the second prince's gaze looked like a pervert, so she didn't want to meet him, and ordered Catherine to say they should leave. Catherine asked him what they were going to do if they got in trouble. Even if they didn't want to meet them, they couldn't harshly refuse. A man enters and greets Arcia, calling her lordship Countess Klein, and is shocked to see Adrian's presence. He asked the man why he was shocked to see him beside his fiancée. The atmosphere around them became tense as he asked what brought the second prince envoy here and told him to get straight to the point. Then the man cleared his throat and raised his hand, and a blue light emerged from the ring he was wearing. Then he brought out a flower bouquet, informing Arcia that His Highness Prince Luke had invited her lordship Countess Klein for a meal and thus sent these flowers. Arcia awkwardly received it, and then handed it over to Adrian. Then he burned it, making the man shiver in fear. Then he asked the man if that was all he had to say. It was the first time for him to face such a situation. He wanted to know the answer to the invitation. Arcia asked if Adrian was invited or not. The man replied that only she was invited. Arcia clearly refused to go, making him startled. Then the man advised Arcia to not act that way. Adrian asked him which family he was from, making him shocked. He apologized for not understanding. Adrian said that he heard to become a royal knight one had to have some kind of backing. The man was afraid and wondering why he was curious about that. Adrian happily replied that he liked bringing sky fortresses and destroying families into pieces. He might have heard the news of Adrian fighting and conquering other nobles. But in this case, he couldn't blow his head off because he was the errand boy sent by Prince Luke. But his parents won't be as lucky as him. The man tried to give reasoning by saying that he came by the order of the second prince, to which Adrian replied he was annoyed and didn't want such a lame excuse. He warned the man that from now on he wouldn't stay still if anyone came with unpleasant offers to Arcia. Then he kept his hand on his shoulder by intimidating the man, ordering him to go back and convey his message to Prince Luke. In the future, he hopes they can continue their good relationship. However, if they provoke him any further, he may go crazy and cause a huge chaos. He indirectly warned Prince Luke, declaring that the woman was his fiancée and nobody can touch her. In the royal palace, the second prince was angry to hear this as he couldn't believe it. The man agreed and said Adrian was serious and not joking at all. Luke chuckled and commented that he didn't think Adrian would be so selfish as not to see the bigger picture. The man behind him said to pull him back and added that provoking Marquis Lawrence any further than that would not bring any advantage to them. Luke furiously looked at him, while the man continued that if he really wanted that woman, then it would be better for him after he became king. Luke praised him, saying he presented a wonderful idea. He needs to educate that man, but for now, he will let him be. And he had another reason to ascend the throne. The system shows the remaining balance of 42,625 trillion won. He was lying down on a chair with his arms crossed thinking that calculations for territory war were over. He has nothing to do. Not just the cash from the 4 viscounties who lost in the territory war, mithril, mana stones, in addition, jewelry, precious metals, artworks, etc. Anything worth a penny was swept away as loot. For him, stealing the assets of his enemies and enjoying their wealth feels good. But according to him, the greatest gain of this territory war is something else. He brought something from storage. The system shows that it is celestial sword handle, which is a relic. Descriptions are: it is believed to be the hilt of a sword used by the celestials of the mythical era. It is expected to condense, strengthen, and release energy when imbued with mana or divine power, and will have a shape similar to an aura blade strengthened with force. Currently, a part of the internal divine magic circuit is destroyed and does not work. If you are a high-ranking engineer in the Holy Land of Everhill, there is a possibility to repair this relic. The material used to make this is orichalcum, 3506, a sacred bloodstone, 326. He was looking at this while praising that anyone could tell that wasn't an ordinary item. It was made of orichalcum, which is a rare mineral that is only produced in minimal amounts, about 500 grams per year, in the Holy Land of Everhill. One of these is worth as much as a sky fortress. While putting it on the table, he was thinking of visiting the Holy Land, then he would have to look into that. But for now, the urgent thing is to level up. In the game, Arcia called a vampire monster, and he turned back. Then she landed a swift knee kick on his face, which broke his teeth. Adrian raised his hand and cast a penta-fireball magic circle, saying he resembled the second prince a lot. Then he launched his attack, making the monster shout in pain. Arcia clenched his fist while he swung his magic wand, making the monster fly in the air, defeated. They both cheered up, and to him, it was so refreshing. He said he was so busy with work lately that he could only play games for less than 3 hours a day. A lot of work piled up due to territory war, new business, recruiting talents, and getting rid of the second prince. Because of this, he barely reached level 205. Therefore, he decided to focus on leveling up. To make his work less, at first he left matters that didn't really require his presence to his aid. For recruiting talents, he put a pair of glasses on Arcia on reality, and made her proceed with it while he played games. With this momentum, he will level up as quickly as possible and achieve the 8th circle. While he was thinking that, Arcia called him Sir Adrian and informed him that they had discovered a very high-grade talent. He didn't show much interest, and told her to recruit them quickly. Arcia agreed to him and added she would leave negotiations to the accompanying attendants. Adrian asked her about her talent, which is very high, to which she replied with no expression on her face, divine power. She informs that the person also has a unique trait of the nature of a saintess. He said that was unique, but the next moment he screamed. The scene shifts to the front of a shop where Arcia and her 2 attendants are staring at a girl. The girl called her and asked her if she needed anything. Another girl beside her was shaking in fear. Her name is Evan Barnett, a commoner. Her age is 15, her talent is divine power with a grade of very high, and her trait is the nature of saintess. Only one God and one religion exist in Rondel. They worship the creator of this world, and a being known as the only God, Sepia. The doctrine of that one God is called Sepiaism. The headquarters of Sepiaism and the place where its leadership is located is called the Holy Land of Everhill. It is famous as a golden country that even the Brigham Empire would not dare to invade. The three rulers of the Holy Land are the Holy King, the Saint, and the Saintess. The Holy King looks over the overall administration of the Church, the Saint looks over the army including the Holy Knights, and the Saintess looks over all priests performing divine miracles in the world. He inquired Arcia about the whereabouts of Saintess. Arcia said Sir Eric escorted her to the Gifted Talents Hall. They meet each other. Everin and Eric greet him. She was so nervous to see such a domineering person. He welcomed Everin and checked her status. He remembered that Arcia found her working part-time at a convenience store due to her family's financial circumstances. Then he praised Arcia and Arcia thanked him. Then they entered the meeting room and sat while facing each other. He asked Everin if her dream was to become an administrative official. Everin worriedly but still smiling said yes. Then he reveals that unfortunately, her talent wasn't suited for the administrative branch, which makes her downhearted. She was cheered up thinking she could become something, but Adrian made her demotivated for a moment. Then he reveals that she has a talent for divine power, and her nature is amazing to the point that she might even aim for the position of saintess. His statement fell like a bomb in the room, making Everin confused. Eric, who was sitting beside him, was also shocked and couldn't believe what Adrian said. Then he put down the cup and said that was right what he said, but also added that she can't become a saintess just because she has the potential. He explained to everyone present in the meeting hall that the Holy King, who received the blessings of the Holy God Sepia, was elected from the Holy Royal Family by blood. But that's not the case for rest two positions. Saints and saintess are chosen by God's choice every 50 years, regardless of their status, which means saintess can be commoner, noble, or even beggar. Because of this, in the contest to select the saintess, one must perform well and stand out to the god. Everin asked Adrian what he suggested for her to do in this situation. Adrian cheerfully replied, since God had sent this kind of talent to him, he couldn't just stay still. He looked into it, and discovered that a contest to elect a new saint and saintess would be held soon. In that case, he plans to give his full support to Miss Everin to make her saintess. Everin was shocked to hear that, as she couldn't believe that someone like her could be a saintess. Adrian eased her mind, saying that 7 out of 10 saintess used to be commoners. So nothing is impossible. But she still hesitates. Then Adrian, crossing his hands, said that doesn't happen overnight, because to become a saintess, one needs effort and will on their part. Before the contest, she will have to learn a lot of things, including etiquette, theology, and divine magic. Then he said for that moment he was thinking of giving her a down payment of 200 million and a monthly salary of 500 million, which shocked her. Adrian thought that it wouldn't be a waste even if he gave her 10 or 100-fold the amount. Because if he could create a saintess with his own hand, that alone would give him immense power. He assured her not to think much about trivial things like money and told her to focus on becoming saintess. To make matters easy for her, he said if it is not transition from an administrator official to a priestess. Both of them are professions to manage people. Then Eric told her that His Excellency wasn't someone to joke about these things, so Everin could trust and follow him. Everin seems to be convinced by him. Adrian praised him for his assistance in convincing Everin. But then an evil idea emerged in his mind while he was looking at both of them. He put Eric here without much thought, but he didn't think the combination of these two would be a bad match. If Eric, who has political traits and talent, assists her, won't it be possible to create a synergy effect on their own, lovey-dovey, and so on? Then he said to Everin that she would be a family member of the Lordship Castle from today on. He will let her parents visit Lordship Castle any time and told her to think of this as her own home. Everin was happy and thanked him. Then he turns towards Eric and orders him to take good care of Miss Everin. He also praised Eric for being too close to her in such a short time. Eric nodded his head and said he understood his command. Adrian smiles, looking at them thinking it will be fun to watch the Saintess battle. Look, even Eric got a girlfriend, and here you are still single. As Evra was adjusting to her new environment, he was playing game, leveling up. He called Arcia to cover her 10 o'clock direction, to which she replied yes. Then he called Crowy flies toward the orange monster scratching his right eye. Both of them charged toward him. The monster throws his axe but he easily dodges it. Then he cast a magic spell defeating the monster. After some time, Arcia was making sure that the monster was killed while Crowy was bothering him pinching his head. Adrian was so annoyed because he just leveled up by only 3 levels. Then he petted Crowy by scratching his neck gently, making him happy. He thought that although it was bothering him, he couldn't level up fast. At a time when hunting with a 5 to 10 member party is essential, they are armed with a lot of items and skills, but the combination of 3 people plus 1 supporter is helping too. The real problem was encountering with other players is increasing. They are in a safe village, 4 players not far from them are chatting with each other. While he was just about to leave, a girl from another party noticed something and ran to him. She told him that she had never seen a supporter like that eagle beside Adrian. She asked how she can get that. Adrian, while preparing to leave, said that Crowy was a wild animal that had been temporarily tamed using taming magic. And that's not a supporter. The girl felt awkward, turned around, and left while thinking about where she could capture that kind of supporter. He doesn't want to interact with others, it's not his first time having to explain it that way, he refused to attract more attention than necessary. A moment later, he was on a quest mission. He was thinking of the market capitalization of the Chronicle online production company. Arcia was killing the monster mercilessly. Suddenly a string crossed his mind, thinking of himself as a genius. He doesn't lack money. So he can just buy the whole company, which doesn't sound bad. If the main user base is commoners, there is a high probability that it is undervalued, so he thinks it might be possible for him to buy this. Then the system showed him the market capitalization of the world games is approximately 102 trillion gold. He was dumbfounded to see this. He started to clear his throat. It looks like the company was not undervalued. Although 102 trillion gold is not a big amount to him, it's different for the outside world. Even if he is a noble, spending that much money for a mere game will attract even more attention. At first, he thought of buying slaves and making a workshop, then again, it's not right to buy slaves as someone from a democratic country. Then he thought of using his last remaining wish ticket. That idea was knocked off since he didn't want to use it as long as it was not a major emergency. In the background, Arcia was petting Crowy, making him cheerful. She was carefully noticing Adrian being frustrated over something. Adrian starts to think again if there is any way to effectively level up, while not encountering other users. Suddenly an idea came to his mind, as there was a way without having to buy the entire game. And that is to monopolize the hunting grounds. Adrian shouts while both of them look at him, not knowing what he is talking about. The scene shifts to the Black Dragon Guild building. Inside an executive building, top members of the guild were discussing something. One of the men said that he heard that their country would double the game's access time limit. The man sitting in front of him commented that they would be in a bad position. Another woman said that not long ago, cash transactions for items were blocked, so she will have to work hard from now on. The woman next to her said that if it would be possible to sell items indirectly to a country where cash transactions are legal. Someone shouted saying if she had gone crazy, then reminded her that she would have to pay 10 times the fine if she got caught. The guild leader heard their commotion and then commented that playing game was getting more difficult day by day. Then a lady entered and told her that someone was looking for her. She inquired about the person, to which the lady said a magician above level 200. He was asking for a meeting with the guild leader, saying he has a deal to offer. Both of the men sitting there were smiling. The leader told her to send him away, as it was obvious to them that he was playing tricks to join the guild. The lady keeps her concern, saying they should meet him. The leader wants to know why. Then she revealed that he brought 10 decathlon hearts as a gift. On top of that, he's equipped with the best hybrid equipment that can be used at level 200. One of the members cursed, saying decathlon, it must be cost a lot. He should be rich as hell to buy that as a gift. Considering the abilities of the equipment itself, they assume he is better than any top-level user. In the meeting room, they are facing each other. Adrian greets them and says his name is Minji. Guild leader commented that his name was peculiar. She also greeted him and said her name was Penny. Penny continues to look shiny version of him, thinking everything he is wearing is very high-priced. Penny assumed that he might be a noble. Then she inquired about the deal and the reason he came here. He replied that he would like to rent the hunting ground that the Black Dragon Guild was monopolizing. Perplexed, Penny asked if what she was listening true or not. He confirmed her doubts, saying he would like to block other users from accessing the hunting ground, as they are doing now in the Black Dragon Guild, and lease it on the condition that only he can use it. Hearing this, a shadow emerges on her face, thinking of rent hunting ground and monopolization. She had never heard of this term in her life. On top of that, he wants the guild to manage it, when they couldn't actually use the hunting ground. He might be joking. Adrian easily read their mind and told them that he would pay rent for this. He shows his palms, saying he should give 5 times the total profit they can earn from that hunting ground. He will be paying all of this in cash. Penny still can't believe him and asks which hunting ground he wants. He replied Caltern's Chimera Dungeon. This made Penny alert and told him to wait a moment. Chimera Dungeon is a dungeon where more than 200 people visit in a day, and it is profitable for people at max level to go to that hunting ground. If each person earns at least 50,000 loot from the hunting ground, the total profit per day is well over 10 million loot. He laughs hearing this, and says this doesn't concern him. In return, they must make sure to block everyone from entering. Matter got serious. Penny asked if there was any treasure or special item in the dungeon, or if it was related to some kind of hidden quest. He cheerfully replied that he just wanted to level up. Other people in the room are thinking if he is going to burn 50 million loot a day just to level up without any particular purpose. He replied that he was solo leveling, but he'd like to enjoy the game without anyone getting in his way. Then he said if they want, he can pay the money in advance. It's fine even if they want to carry out online currency trading. A glimmer of greediness showed on her face, and she asked for how long he was going to rent. He replied that he would like to rent it for a month. And he will continue like this if he manages to level up as he wishes. But if he thinks his growth rate is slow, then he will rent another one of their hunting grounds. He is going to keep this until he reaches the max level. Hearing this, her face glowed in joy. She immediately ordered other guild members to bring tea for their special guests. Although I don't know how they will enjoy tea in the game. But they run like a maniacs blinded by money. The man sitting next to him gives a chair to Arcia to sit. Penny and others opened their account, and were so happy to see that they got 350 million for the next week. Members in the hunting ground ordered another one that Master Minji wanted to see the hunting ground. They should send a message to the guild members to empty out the Chimera Dungeon. Many ferocious beasts and monsters died in his hand. He said Arcia to notice at the EXP acquiring speed. He almost immediately reached level 220. Arcia was surprised too, as she said the EXP acquiring speed has doubled compared to before. At this rate, he expected to reach level 250 much faster than he thought. But things don't go easy even if he is the lead role. In real world, Perseus informed him that the selection contest would be held at the Holy Land sooner than they expected. Hearing this, the atmosphere around them becomes heavy. Just when he thought he would be able to level up without any interruptions for some time, things became even harder for him. Perseus reported to him that the Saint and Saintess selection contest had been moved forward more than what they planned. He heard that if everything goes as planned, it will be held in the second half of next year. But they're currently looking for a candidate, and plan to finalize it within this month. Adrian was annoyed to hear this news, as he was just thinking that he could level up without any interruptions for the next few days. Then he reassured Perseus, saying, "To be honest, this is a bit sudden, but this situation wasn't bad. As the contest progresses more quickly, the number of rival candidates may decrease just as much. What they have to do there is create a winning strategy for Miss Everall to stand out among the rest, which is not a worry." Then Perseus asked if he had any specific plan for that. With a smile on his face, he says, at first, they must turn Everil into a saintess candidate that represents the Reinhardt kingdom. 2 weeks ago, a donation was sent in the name of Everil to the Archdiocese of the Reinhardt kingdom. Tomorrow, an archbishop of the Reinhardt kingdom will visit their territory. Miss Everil, and he will be the one greeting them. Pessis interrupts him, saying that now he understands, he was planning to pull in the kingdom's archbishop fist. Adrian agrees. Then he said if they succeeded in pulling in the archbishop, they would request backup from the royal family. Pessis was so amazed to hear this as his eyes were sparkling like stars. Then the next moment he got down asking if Everil would be meeting their expectation. He said not to worry about that as he had assigned someone to constantly motivate her by her side. He is the best person there to prepare Everil. Saying this he indicates Eric, to which Pessis branded Eric as a sly man and sighs. Adrian wonders what was sly about him, assuming that he might be indicating Eric's political traits. Then Pessis sent something to him saying that was the material he had requested. Adrian praised for his work. Pessis said among the candidates participating in the Saintess contest, these are the most influential. The first candidate was Grace Heigelvin from Elf Reese. Her class is Supreme Elementalist 7th Circle. She is 210 years old, and her affiliation is granddaughter of Queen Elvenheim. The second candidate was Evelyn Francis, an aura expert, also a high-class knight. She is 21 years old, and her affiliation is the third daughter of Evelyn, Duchy of the Brigham Empire. The third candidate was Judy Esther, a laywoman. She is 19 years old with an affiliation with a commoner in Everhill. Adrian was relieved to see this as the third candidate was a commoner, so it should be a bit easy. But then he sees that her sponsor is Duchess Olivia Riverdale of Lucia's kingdom, making him fall from his daydream. Then he commented that they are distinguished ladies. But Pessis said that it's not that easy and things will get more intense from now on. He didn't voice out his worries but still thinks in his mind that even if he were to exclude their sponsors, they are all more remarkable than Everil. If he was to be honest, the moment he saw the list of candidates, he wanted to shout out saying he surrendered. Then he said to Pessis that he already guessed that kind of high-level candidates would appear, so they should not be frustrated about it. That won't be easy, but that was not impossible. This shocked Pessis as he thought Adrian might be not serious about this. More than being prepared, Adrian believes in the potential Everil has. With a confident look on his face, he announced that he couldn't give up the title of the sponsor who made the Saintess. Sometime later after his work was done, he yawned thinking that now he could play some games. But Pessis calls out to him. He inquires what Pessis wants to say. Pessis humbly asked about the amount he donated to the archdiocese. He was interested cause, to his knowledge, the archbishop of the Reinhardt kingdom wasn't a man who would move because of money. Adrian just laughed without giving any reply. The scene changes and we see Duchess Olivia reading books. Then she asked someone if it was 10 trillion. The man sitting there said she heard him right. Marquis Adrian Lawrence is the sponsor of Everil Barnett. He also paid a huge donation of 10 trillion gold. Hearing this, she closed her book and commented that their cute priest was planning to take a shot at Saintess contest. Then with a mischievous smile, she said he was an interesting priest. Two men sitting there don't feel good about this since she is smiling. The scene shifts and we see a priest laughing in joy, complimenting it was so marvelous. He never imagined Everil could use divine magic so well. Then he refers to himself as an oldie, and says he believes that Everil will surely become the new Saintess. Everil can't believe him as she is low in confidence. Adrian thought that it was an excellent choice to bring Archbishop Fred on their side. Fred was clapping and Everil was showing him how incredible she was. Exactly like your childhood when you did some activities in your relative's presence, and they clapped saying incredible. Remembering now you might be feeling shame. On the back, Arcia was clapping too. Then he told Fred that there was something he would like to discuss, to which Fred agreed. Adrian then said Judy Esther's side suggested forming an alliance during the contest. And it was a request from her sponsor, the Riverdale Duchy, rather than Miss Judy herself. Fred quietly listened to him. Then he said Miss Esther is a fine candidate, and according to him, they should consider their alliance proposal. Adrian said that he was thinking the same, as it would be better to increase the possibility of Miss Everill getting selected, and then compete with Miss Esther. Everill asked Eric if her performance was good, to which he complimented her. Fred complimented, saying Riverdale Duchy might have no desire to confront such an ominous figure like Marquis Adrian. But the truth is exactly opposite to what he said. He was the first one to suggest forming an alliance, and thanks to the Duchy seeing in a good light, he is also a fake disciple of former Duke Riverdale. Now what left is to bring the royal family of Reinhardt Kingdom on their side. The scene shifts, and we see Luke saying that he had no reason to refuse. If a saintess from their country is born, their national status will also greatly improve. Luke assures him, saying he will talk to King about this matter. Adrian thanked him. As he expected, Luke wouldn't refuse. After all, nothing good will come out of making their relationship more uncomfortable. He bows and initiates to leave. Then Luke asked him if he knew the news. Margrave Otis's daughter and Earl Akers have gone missing. This sudden bomb shocked him. Luke was smiling, saying, because of that, First Prince's side was turned upside down. Adrian was shocked, as he still couldn't fathom what Luke said. He guessed that by Margrave Otis's daughter, Luke might be talking about Michelle. And by Earl Akers if he was referring to second ranking or a master after Marquis Vincent. Luke, seeing him shocked, assumed that the news had yet to reach him. Then again, Luke also found out about it only 1 hour ago. Adrian was worried, as he couldn't believe how both of them could go missing. But then he congratulated Luke and said it was good news for their side. Hearing this, Luke laughed loudly. But Adrian couldn't calm himself, as he thought that everything was messed up. Following the unexpected situation with the Saintess contest moving forward, what more was going to happen? Then he enters Michael's room, making him startled. Michael said that he might have heard the news too, assuming Luke had told him about the situation roughly. He was panting as he ran towards Michael. After some time, Michael said, Margrave Otis and Earl Akers are cousins from the same maternal family. So both of them are brothers and pretty close to each other. As a bonus, they have the same political tendencies. Earl Akers adores Lady Michelle Otis like his own daughter, and he volunteered as her guard himself when he heard that she was leaving on a vacation alone. Adrian asked if an Aura Master was a guard, then the problem might have appeared at the travel destination. Michael agrees with him. But their travel destination was a place where tensions were high with the Brigham Empire. And it was a place where war could happen anytime. The place was Prius Republic. This revelation shocked him, asking about the groundbreaking act of suicide. Nobody in their right mind would go to that place. He asked in his mind if she was a lunatic in the first place, and who was the one that set her on fire to do this. Then Michael continued, he didn't know if Adrian knew Lady Michelle Otis was a die-hard fan of Archduke Lucas, and she was seriously devoted to finding the fate. Then they heard that fate was discovered in the Prius Republic. He flinched, and Michael said she couldn't acknowledge that fact and was said to have planned the vacation impulsively. His world became black and white, as if time stopped, thinking that this might be his fault. And he is the guy who set fire to that lunatic. On the other hand, Arcia was eating with Crowy. Crowy was singing in joy. Arcia remembers when Adrian was so worried about her, and said he was going to meet the second prince, she didn't need to accompany him and stay here. She quietly agreed with him. Then she prayed for his quick return. He was still thinking if that was his fault. Michael said that he had already requested the extradition of the two people through official diploma lines, and secretly deployed special forces together with national intelligence. He thought that would be the best scenario to let this case resolve itself quietly, but the possibility of that is low. The diplomatic fraction may be unavoidable in one way or another, but to his surprise, Michael was willing to take that kind of loss for the sake of those two. In that case, he thought he should help Michael out. With a passionate tone, he said he would go and make things right. Michael was confused. He said he might be the perfect fit to rescue both of them. He will move secretly while hiding his identity, but just in case, he would like Michael to things up so that his identity is not revealed. Michael was looking at him, can't fathom what he said, as he was admiring him. Seeing the look on Michael's face, he couldn't do anything but feel ashamed, as it was his fault too. Michael stood and told him that he would send the location where they were last sighted. Then he advised him to narrow down the places they were most likely staying right now to their terminal. Michael leaves their fate in his hands. Adrian bows, thinking that was an unintended illegal immigration. Akers and Michelle running for their life. One of the attackers was too close to Michelle. Before a huge explosion, Akers grabbed her and dived to the ground. Michelle called out to her uncle. Then 2 men appeared in front of them, and more of them also joined, bringing Akers and Michelle into a corner. They pressured Akers and Michelle to give up and surrender. Akers shouted at them, saying that they were misunderstanding. He and Michelle came here as a tourist, and they have no intention of being hostile towards their country. To support his statement, he told them to think properly. If he had sinister intentions, then he wouldn't have brought a woman with him. As he was saying this, Michelle, while grabbing his shoulder, was shaking in fear because, until now, she was Daddy's angel, not knowing that this world can be as cruel, as beautiful it is. A vanguard just waves off his reasoning as the moment that woman, which means Michelle, approached fate, their death sentence was decided. Thinking of this as her last day, Michelle asked for forgiveness. If she had not been so stubborn, they would have not fallen into this critical situation. Seeing no option or way to escape, Akers whispered to Michelle to notice the thin perimeter of the left siege. Then he said to her that once he said the word run, she should run to that place without looking behind. And if she roughly moves 300 meters, then she will be able to use a teleport spell. She cried and asked what would happen to him if she ran away. He grabbed his sword while smiling and said he could run away by himself without her help, so she didn't need to worry about him. Then he shouted out loud and told her to stop talking and go. Perplexed, she ran out of their grasp, running as hard as she could. 2 of the vanguard run towards her to catch her. Akers swings his sword, infusing his aura and temporarily stopping them. He told them if they wanted to get her, they should face him before. One of the vanguard jumped to kill him while cursing them. Akers prepared himself even though he couldn't do anything with his injured body. Then a surge of blue aura smashed Vanguard's head, making Akers shocked. Akers looked back and was shocked to see something. Sky Fortress Icarus is using invisible magic. Inside Icarus, Adrian was still mumbling that even though he did provide the cause, logically that doesn't make sense to go to the Prius Republic in such a situation. Arcia said she discovered their target, making him shocked as he wasn't expecting to find them so soon. Then he came closer to her, watching at the map, said their work would done sooner and easily than they expected. Then they used teleport magic and appeared outside Icarus, flying in the sky. Perplexed, he saw 2 groups of Vanguard fighting against each other. One force is from the Republican Vanguard unit, and the other unknown force who were helping Michelle and Akers escape. They are the Prius Republic's Revolutionary Army. Arcia asked him what he would like to do. He wore a mask and ordered Arcia to join them and fight. Both of them fly towards them, and he cast a magic spell. A flame blast caused a huge explosion of flames, engulfing everyone from enemy forces and burning them. They started to shout and scream in pain. Then Arcia with her sword slashes them mercilessly. One of them warned others to be careful about her, but their efforts were futile as nobody could avoid her. After finishing all of them, he and Arcia landed on the ground. Then he noticed Akers and Michelle. He told them that they came to meet them and they should return with them. Then he cast a recovery magic on Akers that imminently healed him. Michelle looked at him and realized who he was. But he signaled her to stay quiet. She was so happy to get someone she knew beside her in this situation, while in the back, Akers was still wondering what was happening to them. Then Michelle grabbed her uncle's hand and urged him to go with them. Adrian sighs in relief, thinking it is over, they could wrap up everything and go back. While they were preparing to leave, someone stretched his hand indicating not to leave. He asked the man why were they stopping them, and what they wanted. The man apologized and said they had something they would like to ask Michelle. Adrian clearly understood that they might have some goal, and that was why they tried to protect the 2 even if they had to fight the vanguard unit of the Prius Republic. The man turned to her, then he said that he heard she had accessed Louis Fairmont's fate. The name of Louis Fairmont's fate shocked Adrian. Then the man continued and asked her if the fate was real or not. Adrian was in a state of shock thinking that Michelle accessed the fake fate. Michelle said that judging by the shape, that was plausible. But after Michelle took a quick look around, that's contents were more inadequate than she expected. The man in the Vanguard suit said there was a slim chance that was real, but that also cleared the fate was not real. The man said that as their commander expected, the fate was fake and created by a real discoverer. This made Adrian worried. He sneakily cast a magic spell intending to kill them. The spell in his hand started to grow bigger. But then he stopped himself. He didn't know how big and powerful was the Revolutionary Army, or who was behind them. Taking action without knowing all this was a dangerous move for him. No one knew that he discovered fate and was the real owner of fate, so it was better to keep his mouth shut. Then the man asked Michelle how she approached fate and told her that she wouldn't be able to trespass the president's palace. Michelle replied that she approached fate online. Michelle thought that fate was hidden in a virtual world rather than the real world. When Michelle remotely accessed Louis Fairmont's terminal, she was able to confirm that he had frequently accessed a certain domain. So Michelle thought that was the entrance to the fate. Adrian was looking at her. It was as he expected, she was not an ordinary person. He had a hard time believing that someone would be able to dig that deep. If he hadn't occupied the fate first, she would have been the owner of the fate. The man in the Vanguard suit was also amazed after listening to her. He couldn't imagine that Michelle would remotely access Louis Fairmont's terminal, and then complimented her saying she had a unique talent. She said she had a tool given by Mr. Robot. That was why Michelle easily got access. Adrian intervened in their conversation and said that the pursuit team was going to arrive soon, so they would have to take leave. The man stopped him and said he had more business to do. Then he informed them that their commander had invited Michelle and Akers. The scene shifted to the Prius Republic Northern Glacier. All of them were teleported there. 3 men appeared in front of them. 2 were wearing Vanguard suits. The man in the middle was Ian Jeremy, an Aura Master. His age was 49. His affiliation was Prius Republic Revolutionary Army Commander, and Attack Squad 1 Commander. The man in the front was Grace Declan. He was also an Aura Master. He was 38 years old. His affiliation was Prius Republic's Revolutionary Army Commander, and Commander of Attack Squad 3. Those 2 Aura Master Guards made Adrian wonder how powerful and magnificent their leader might be. The man in the back greeted all of them and introduced himself as a citizen of the Prius Republic. But it was his first time coming to the Northern Glacier because, unfortunately, there was no aurora in that place. Adrian used his glasses' power and saw his name Israel Oscar Prius. He was a 7th Circle Archmage. Species human, his age was 27 and his affiliation was with the Prius Republic Revolutionary Army Commander, and former prince of the Prius royal family. His talent was mana at the highest level, intellectual capacity at the highest level, learning power at the highest level, political power in high level, administrative power in high level, and commanding power in high level. His attribute was a schemer of justice and artifact craftsman. His relationship was interesting and neutral. And his status was observing and amused. Unlike Adrian, he was a true genius, enough to launch his manhwa comic, where he can be the main character. After Israel saw them, he made a casual joke saying that he was curious since they said that the aurora seen in the northern glacier of Prius Republic was a rainbow one. What a pity. Though I didn't understand the joke, if you do let me know in the comment. Then he bowed a little and said it was a pleasure to meet Earl Akers and young Countess Otis. Both of them also bowed and greeted him. Michelle thanked Israel for saving them and told Israel they would never forget his kindness. Akers also thanked him. Israel mischievously smiled and told them that, as a human being, it was right to help another human. Seeing their behavior, Adrian sighs and thought it was his ass. Israel did it because he might have some hidden intentions. Then Israel told him that he never thought he would meet the person who was behind all the buzz at that time. This startled Adrian. Israel called both Adrian and Arcia's names. This surprised Adrian. Not only him, Akers was most surprised among them. Israel apologized for surprising them, and added that he and Marquis Lawrence followed each other on social media. Acres shouted asking if it was real that they were Marquis Lawrence and Countess Arcia. Michelle told her uncle to shut up. Seeing there was no reason to hide his face, he removed his mask. They both revealed their handsome and beautiful faces. Acres was shocked and asked why someone from the second prince's side would be there. Michelle was embarrassed and tried to stop her uncle. But Acres was stubborn and didn't want to listen to her. Adrian asked Israel how he found out his identity, to which he replied that was a trade secret. He was not a person to back off, so he relaxed and said that to him, His Highness, Israel Oscar Prius was a mischievous man. Israel wasn't able to digest the words, as he said he was surprised and asked how he knew Israel's identity. He crossed his hands, with a smile on his face, told that was also a trade secret. The atmosphere around them becomes tense. Israel's guard raised their force sword to be prepared to attack. Israel raised his hand indicating his guards to calm down. Then he revealed that was purely a gut feeling that Israel recognized both of them. A male archmage and a female aura master pair. That was nothing more than a guess based on their young voices. Adrian didn't change his facial expression, but he was pissed at himself because he was a fool to fall for his tricks. Israel wanted to know how Adrian found his identity. He said he had been interested in the Prius Republic for a long time. But that was a lie, as he used his glasses. Israel was a little bothered and said he really couldn't discern the depth of his wits. And he was certainly someone Israel wouldn't wish to make him an enemy. Then Israel turned to Michelle and called her. He asked if Michelle copied Archmage Lucas's research materials that she accessed. Adrian thought that would be certainly plausible to copy research material. After all, she accessed Fate, but just looking around at what was inside would be too naive of her. According to Israel, even if that was a fake Fate, they couldn't ignore the value of that. Then Israel asked if Michelle would share a part of the research material. Of course, they would pay an appropriate compensation. Michelle was silent for a bit. Then she gave a side-eye look and said that Fate was in a form that could be acquired step by step. She couldn't acquire the Fate that Louis Fairmont couldn't either. Most of the data he could access was already commercialized technology. Israel said that wouldn't be a problem. That would have been better if he could obtain equipment blueprints for the current generation or higher, but they had no choice since they didn't get the real Fate. Then Israel said what he wanted was materials and blueprints for making Vanguard Force equipment. Israel thought that data was basic even within the industry. Adrian looked at Michelle and saw her hesitating because that was natural, as her action could start a war between the two nations. The former prince said as Marquis Lawrence had already revealed his identity, a descendant of a former royal family. They might know how much blood had been shed in disputes with nobles until their royal family established the political system of republicanism in Prius Republic. The democratization of the Republic of Prius was accomplished in a very strange way, in Adrian's opinion as a former Earthling. The Prius royal family pushed forward with the Republic idea first. It was clear that the late king was a great person, but there was one thing he missed. It was not a democracy achieved by the people, but he created a democratic country for the people. In actuality, it was an unnecessary democratization. The current president, Catro Fairmont, squeezed into the gap in the public consciousness that was yet to be established. As a result, that country had become a dictatorship worse than feudal countries. Israel said the future that the former king envisioned was nothing like the current situation. Adrian added if that was why Israel made up his mind to correct the former king's mistake as a descendant of the royal family. Israel agreed with him and said they would enlighten the people of the Prius Republic, introduce an undistorted democratic republican system, and set the foundation of the country straight. According to Adrian, no matter what Israel did, he had a long way to go. But they seemed to be doing better than the current regime. Then he told Michelle that to him, it seemed she had no plans on making a deal, which surprised her. She apologized because that was a too big decision for her to make. Israel looked at her and Acres covered her coming in front. The situation became tense. Adrian cleared his throat and thought for a moment. In the end, if that situation continues, there was a high possibility of that turning into a transaction closer to extortion combined with threats. He thought he should be a savior for both parties. As a former citizen of the Republic of Korea, he should give a helping hand and show his kindness. At the same time, he could make a new business partner. Then he said if Israel didn't mind that that's not Archduke Lucas's fate, he could try and make a deal with him. Israel said that what he wanted was the Vanguard Force Equipment's blueprint. But before Israel could finish, he said he was going to produce and sell Force equipment anyway. Then he slightly laughed and said what they were thinking was right. He already had the Force equipment production blueprint. That revelation made Akers and Michelle more surprised than Israel. Israel closed his eyes and complimented him, saying he was really a man beyond common sense. He thanked for Israel's favorable review. Then Israel asked him about the performance of Vanguard equipment he would produce. He said that he could confidently assure Israel that the Vanguard equipment he would produce was not lacking anything compared to others produced in their kingdom. Their conversation was going over the heads of both Akers and Michelle, as they both were standing there not knowing what to do. Then Israel praised, saying the Force equipment produced by Reinhardt Kingdom had excellent quality, and asked him if he had any prototype. He told Israel that he didn't have the full set, but what he had was only a Force communication device. Then he brought out a hexagon-shaped device, different types of mathematical shapes drew on it. Israel took it and inspected it carefully. He commented that the device had a unique design. Adrian said even if the performance of that device was important, but he also wanted to make its appearance good-looking. Israel was happy and complimented for its excellent quality. But then Israel looked at him and said Adrian helping him was an unexpected situation and wanted to know why would he wanted to help them by revealing his hidden secrets. He said he liked Israel and others in the Revolutionary Army. This surprised them. Israel laughed slightly. But then he couldn't control himself and laughed out loud, saying he never had expected that he would pique the interest of Marquis Lawrence. For a former prince like him, that was an unexpected gain. Adrian said if that was the case, then they should pay a fair price. Akers shouted, raising his hand and telling them to stop immediately. Then Akers asked if they would be all right. After all, trading of technology without an approval from the royal family was illegal. Adrian calmly told him that wouldn't matter, if everyone presented there could keep their mouths shut. Akers was so dumb, as he said he didn't understand. Adrian said, what he meant was, they all know each other's secret, so they should behave well. The identity of those people who are treated as rebels by the Republican government, the young lady of the Earl Otis, who got her hands on the treasure. It wouldn't be unusual even if they got attacked by the Brigham Empire. And the last thing was his illegal trade with the Revolutionary Army. They were all entangled complicatedly with each other. So if one got exposed, others wouldn't be able to escape their fate. Then Michelle got excited and almost jumped on her uncle. She asked Adrian if they were in a relationship to share secrets. Akers was embarrassed to hear that. Adrian replied in the affirmative. Michelle assured him, saying she would keep their secret. He laughed mischievously and thought that didn't matter if someone found his secret. After all, he could made up bias something later. He poured 10 trillion gold into the plan of making Miss Everett a saintess, which made a hole in his pocket. Then was the time to fix the hole. Then he told Israel that they should discuss the transaction amount. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the First Prince's palace, where Adrian and Arcia were taking a sip of tea, relaxing after finishing their job. Before them, Michael was standing and greeting Akers and Michelle. It had been a long time since Michael had seen them. Michael was laughing and said he heard that both of them had come back from the Prius Republic. That Prius Republic, the place where the fake user had appeared, so the war could break out any time, and the place which had been determined as one of the most dangerous areas due to the rebels. Then he laughed even more and said they even went there without any vanguards. Both Akers and Michelle were sweating, bowing their head. Michael continued, saying at a time when the whole world was sensitive and the battle for the throne was heating up, an uncle and nephew visited a dangerous area and even came back after being attacked. It was nice for him to see that. Also, it was fortunate that Marquis Lawrence stepped forward. and asked them what they would have done if something had gone wrong with either one of them. Michelle apologized to him, and Akers thanked him for his kindness. After a good scolding, Michael warned them to behave well in the future. Adrian then understood what words cut deeper than swords mean, although he wouldn't be able to copy the first prince in that matter. Count Akers called Michael and asked him if Marquis Lawrence and Earl Klein weren't on the second prince's side. Then what were they doing there? Honestly, how dumb can a person be? Michael said that because they were actually on their side. But Akers still didn't understand. Michelle was surprised and embarrassed too. She shouted, saying what first price meant was they were putting on a show, pretending to be on second prince's side. Then she asked her uncle if he should have noticed that when both of them had come to save them, while second prince Luke wanted them to be dead. His clueless state wore off and he acted like he was in awe. Adrian dumbfounded himself, thinking if it was because Akers had only wielded the sword all his life. Akers was the most naive man he had ever seen. Then Akers congratulated Michael and said that was good news. Michelle noticed Adrian. Then she winked at him. Arcia said she should kill her to make things clear. Adrian thought that even if her existence was a bit burdensome for him since she knew about fake fate, still he couldn't kill her. So he told Arcia to stop for them.
This dude is going to make a harem. Now it seems like it would be a huge event if he could even marry Arcia.
Then he stood up and said they should take leave. Count Akers stopped them and said they should have some tea together. After all, he was Akers and his niece's savior. He calmly told that he had something to do, and he was delayed on his schedule. Akers was tenacious, as he asked Adrian if he liked alcohol. Akers knew a place that served excellent side dishes. Then a man of Michael entered and called Michael. He told Michael to watch the news. Adrian and Akers both looked at them. On the news, Age of Magic, November 10th, 2019. The Brigham Empire declared war on the Prius Republic. Meanwhile, the Prius Republic strongly criticized the Brigham Empire, which started the war, and was appealing to the public and neighboring countries for the legitimacy of the fake user, Louis Fairmont. That was what they all had been watching. Conflicts were growing over Archduke Lucas's fate, but they did end up in a war. Michael asked him what his thought was about that war. He thought for a moment, and replied that the odds of winning were around 6-4. Michael said 6 should naturally be for the Brigham Empire, and he didn't seem to like the Prius Republic, but he evaluated them generously. Adrian justified his answer by saying that the Brigham Empire had to cross the Sea of Storms to invade the Prius Republic. Not only that, they have to enter a closed terrain. According to Michael, Prius' defensive position was bound to have some advantages. Adrian agreed and said that as long as the opponent was Brigham's empire, that would be a difficult fight for the Prius Republic. Adrian thought that Reinhardt Kingdom couldn't do anything in that war. They could just hope that the war would proceed without any major casualties, and end with the Brigham Empire adjudicating the regime of the Prius Republic. As a bonus, that would be the best-case scenario if the Revolutionary Army, which has gained experience at that time, seizes the opportunity and blows away the corrupted regime. Then he saw Akers looking at him closely. So he asked if anything he wanted to say. Akers asked if he had made the choice knowing all about that. His plan was dead as he thought about how an old man like him could be this stupid. He wondered how he could bring up the matters related to an illegal act in front of the first prince. Michael asked Akers what he meant. Akers came to his senses. But before things became messy, Adrian said they borrowed the power of Prius Republic's Revolutionary Army in the process of rescuing the two of them. They would need some local information network, and he happened to have some ties with them. Michael asked about their ties. Then he said that the leader of the Revolutionary Army and he followed each other on social media. Michael laughed as this was interesting to him. Michelle pinched his uncle in anger. Then he said due to that, he had to spend quite a bit of money, but he was surprised that their army scale was bigger than he thought. Arcia was out of their conversation as she was quietly finishing the pudding. Michelle said there was chance that the rebel army might use the situation as an opportunity. But Adrian advised him not to make any statements, to which Michael agreed. Then Michael thought something for a moment and stood up. He told everyone to end the meeting. Then he turned to Akers and Michelle and told them that they had to keep their mouths shut about Marquis Lawrence and Countess Arcia at any costs. Two of them were Michael's biggest trump card in the upcoming battle for the throne. Both of them replied that they understood. But Michael was not a bit assured by their reply. So he told Akers not to meet with anyone at all, while he stayed at the royal palace. Michael didn't know, but he got a gut feeling that Akers might spill the beans, which hurt Akers. Adrian praised Michael in his mind for giving Akers proper treatment. Akers said agreed to Michael. While Akers was sad, Michelle was lively and asked if she should also stay there just in case, to which Michael replied that would be good too. Michael thanked her for her kind gesture. Michelle said she just wanted to pay back his kindness. Then Michelle turned to Adrian and gave him a love wink, saying that somehow she felt like she would be able to see Marquis Adrian and Countess Klein more often. Arcia, after listening to that, was burning on a fire as she didn't want to share him with anyone.
The war between the Brigham Empire and the Prius Republic escalated quickly. At the same time as the declaration of war, the Brigham Empire's expeditionary force was deployed at a frightening speed as if they were waiting to surround the Prius Republic. And in response, Prius Republic took advantage of its home ground and formed a solid defensive line. Although a direct collision was yet to occur, experts predicted that the war would take place immediately at the earliest, or within 3 days at the latest. Just like that, when the world is heating up due to the war between the Brigham Empire and the Prius Republic. He was appearing in a broadcast. The host was a young man with glasses named Anthony. He cheerfully announced that he was back again and then welcomed everyone in a show called Anthony's Show, a comparative variety program that answers viewers' curiosity. Anthony announced that the 10th anniversary special project, The Magician and Knight episode, representing the magicians, a 20-year-old genius archmage who was causing a stir in the world, and they had brought Adrian Lawrence. Adrian came to the stage. He was brightly smiling and raised his hand to greet everyone. Then he introduced himself as a new star of the Reincarnated Kingdom. A few days ago, Eric told him that what Everell was lacking compared to the other candidates in the Saintis contest was awareness. And Eric suggested both of them to put some effort in order to solve that. Then Eric shared some documents with them via smartwatch. He was nervous as he knew how Eric was good at doing his job. That was an appearance proposal for both of them to appear in the famous TV show. After he saw that, he thought Eric was a promising talent, but he never imagined Eric would demand him to do something crazy for the goal. Then he praised Eric in his mind. After all, Eric's plan was perfect. Back in the show, Anthony asked him if he was good-looking. He laughed and agreed with Anthony. Then he said it was all thanks to his mother, and he is grateful for that. Perplexed, Anthony asked if he wasn't grateful to his father. He sighed and replied that his father was not that handsome. Then with a smug look on his face, he smiled, saying if his father was not a noble, then he wouldn't be able to marry a beautiful woman like his mother. Anthony forcefully laughed at his statement. While back in the mansion, his parents were watching the broadcast. Viscount Lawrence was embarrassed to hear that. Then Anthony announced that, as he mentioned before, the topic they would discuss was treated as a taboo in society. It was a comparative experiment between magicians and knights that would be held. Then he asked Adrian if he knew about this. Adrian was interested and replied excitedly. Then Anthony confronted, saying that many experts had assessed the topic and declared it to be disadvantageous to Adrian, who was a magician. Anthony then scratched his head and said that if he could do well in the test, then they were good. But if Adrian lost, then their reputation would fall rock bottom. But he assured Anthony not to worry. He confidently said that he would get rid of the wrong prejudice towards the magician and told Anthony not to be burdened and proceed with the show. Anthony was relieved to hear that. Then Anthony announced that he had brought someone as a knight representative. His name is Earl Felix, a proud and new aura master of Lucia's kingdom. Adrian was in a bit of doubt as he looked at Felix. He wondered if Felix resembled someone. Anthony told Felix that he would be compared to Marquis Lawrence in the show and asked what made him want to join that show. Felix was relaxed and said that he accepted the offer, thinking he would just go and leisure around. Anthony asked if he was relaxed even if his opponent was Marquis Lawrence, a war hero. Felix turned to Adrian and said that he heard Duchess Riverdale praising Adrian for his extraordinary talent, but now that he saw Adrian, that made him think her love for her junior had concluded his judgment, which means Duchess Oliver Riverdale overpraised her fellow junior. Then Felix declared that today he would show the Marquis that reality was not as simple as it was in his imagination. Aha! Now Adrian understood why he looked so familiar. It was his late half-brother Cedric. Felix resembled exactly Cedric. No wonder his first impression of Felix was not very good. He was surprised to see that Felix's behavior was also the same as Cedric's. Felix was still in his own world. To lose the tense air, Antony told his viewers that the announcement of Felix felt like a declaration of war and wanted Adrian's comment on this. He repositioned his glass and then asked Felix if his name was Earl Odwell Felix. He told Felix that he had no idea who Felix was because that was his first time hearing the name, which made Felix angry. He also commented that an interesting man had become an aura master, interpreting that Felix was a try-hard nobody. Their intensity made Antony worried, and he again announced to his viewers that the battle between Archmage and Aura Master was a heated battle of nerves from the beginning. Then he suggested moving to the test location to get the comparison started. On the back, the show's producer and director were happy to see that turn of events, expecting that episode to be a huge hit. But the cameramen were not too relaxed, as they were the ones who would be in danger of capturing their fight scene. Cameraman never dies. The scene shifted to a Colosseum-like place, and Antony announced that that place was where Felix and Adrian would be sparring. An island located in the middle of a beautiful lake. A place called the Island of Duels. They also especially invited experts who will be breaking down and reporting on their duel. People were cheering for Adrian, which made Felix jealous. Antony came forward and suggested they not use force equipment. After all, knights gear up with force equipment and magicians fight barehanded. Felix looked down on Adrian and said that he didn't care about such trivial details. He could fight with normal equipment if Adrian wanted. Adrian replied that he didn't need any favor. As he was not a person to back down, he told how he would lose to a newbie Aura Master. This got to Felix's nerve, and he angrily asked if Adrian was not a newbie Archmage, to which he calmly asked if he and Felix were on the same level. While Felix was angry, Antony agreed with Adrian and said that he would arrange it as Adrian wanted. Then Antony started to count down. 3, 2, 1. Felix was still angry and thought how a greasy little mage like him looked down on Felix. Felix decided to show him who was on the top G. Felix charged towards him, raising his force sword and telling him to die. But reality hit him hard as his force armor was destroyed, making the newbie Aura Master defeated. After the fight, Antony told that the last magic spell was the Razor Cannon, which is a sixth circle magic, and asked him if he memorized that in advance. He laughed lightly and replied that he cast while fighting. Then he turned back and called Miss Everil to heal that man. Everil ran there and immediately cast a holy magic circle, making everyone present there shocked. All of the respected judges were stunned by this mesmerizing view. One of them wondered if that was an angel's feathers. Antony commented that he heard Adrian personally invited the medical team. Looking at Everil Antony, he never expected them to be a young girl. Adrian replied that he trusts Everil, so he brought her. Antony asked if she was a bishop-level priest at such a young age, which is a shocking matter. He replied negatively and said that she had only been baptized and hadn't joined the church yet. Her name was only listed as a vassal of their march. This revelation surprised Antony and everyone presented there. Antony said that he heard divine magic and the effect of angel's feather could only be seen from a bishop-level or higher priest healing of the church. Adrian replied that she learned divine magic personally from Archbishop Fred, who resides in Reinheart Kingdom, and her angel's feather effects were due to her outstanding nature. Antony asked about her nature, to which he replied that Miss Everil was planning to participate in the Saintess contest. This revelation was amazing to Antony. Everyone clapped for her. Adrian thought that Eric's plan was finally worked. Everil's unique good impression and soft voice fit perfectly with the image of a saint that everyone imagined. Even if she was shown for a short period, the impact might not have been small. The cameraman and Mike Boy both focused their attention on her. Everil greeted everyone and told her name Everil Barnett, who was in charge of the medical support, and she promised to do her best. Then she took a pose of a Korean idol and requested everyone not to get hurt. Everyone was dying for her cuteness as their soul left them. Adrian once again praised Eric for doing a fantastic job. The show had ended and we saw Everil walking on the road. A stranger man saw her and asked if she was the one who appeared beside Lord Adrian. The woman beside him confirmed and told him to be careful with his word, as she may become Saintess in the future. Everil was hearing all of them, and that was too burdensome for her. She was following Adrian's words and working hard to become a Saintess, but she doubted if she really could achieve such a great thing. Not long ago, she was just a part-time worker at a convenience store. While thinking about those, she reached her residence. She entered and her mom welcomed her. Then someone said that they had such great luck since Everil was there. That unfamiliar voice caught her attention. A middle-aged man called her Eve and told her that they had seen her after such a long time. After she saw them, instead of being happy, she became annoyed. The man basks and laughs out loud. Then he asked her if she remembered he was her uncle. Her aunt said that Everill's shoes looked expensive. That was a royal elven brand. According to what she remembers, they were made by elves and cost 5 million gold per pair. Everill's cousin was mesmerized by her clothes and other expensive stuff. They commented that Everil was getting those not because she was a saintess candidate. Lord Adrian might really adore her a lot. Their behavior didn't make Everil feel easy. Then Everil asked her parents why their relatives were suddenly visiting them when they acted like strangers. Her uncle stood up holding a stack of paper, then told her that their lives had become very difficult all that time. So his uncle was there to gather the family together and proposed a business deal. Then he brought out the papers he was holding and shouted that they could make a huge profit according to the plan he mentioned. If they appealed the point that was a business from the family of Everil, the saintess candidate, there was no way the business would fail. While Everil was reading the paper, the guard behind him thought that was absolutely not an ethical business. Everil's mother assured her not to worry, as they wouldn't agree with such an absurd plan, and his parents, both of them, would support Everil. Everil's father also supported her and asked her uncle if their plan was that good, then why not they do it themselves. Her mother supported that statement and told them not to think of selling their precious daughter's name. They would complain to the Lord if they did that. Hearing all this, Uncle said that as a family, if they could not do a little favor, then there was no need to have a family. Her cousin supported his dad and told her that they were doing this for their prosperous future, and by refusing, Everil was being too cold-hearted to them. Everil's dad shouted, saying that 4 years ago they cheated them, took their money, and ran away. How he can say that they were being cold-hearted? With a smug look on his face, her uncle apologized and said that was the reason they were trying to make up for their mistake. Their arguments continued. And in reply, her uncle brought out excuse after excuse like there was no ending. Like they were trying to pay their debt. As a family, they couldn't blame him. The deposit incident was done by in-laws, and they should also carry other family members' burden when they can. Blah, blah, blah. Everil's dad asked if it was his fault for believing him. Her uncle made another excuse and told as a family they should not quarrel over money. Everil had enough of their crap, and she shouted and told them to leave immediately. She made it clear that she didn't want to be involved with them and advised them to go back to treating each other like before, like a stranger. Seeing her temper, all of them were stunned. They started to explain to her that she should not talk to the elders like that. After all, they were the siblings of their parents who gave birth to her. They were just asking for her help, nothing much. She should remember how much her aunt adored her when she was young and lots of emotional crap. Her guards couldn't stand any more of their rudeness and were going to bring out their weapons. At that time, a familiar voice asked who those were parasites full of beggar tenacity. Making everyone surprised, Adrian appeared behind Everil. Everil was also quite shocked to see him. Everil immediately greeted him, and so did the guards. The female guard was the 3rd Company commander of the 1st Battalion of Lawrence's Strategic Mobile Knight Troop, Jasmine Trenton. The male guard was a first-class knight of the Holy Knight Troop of the Reinhardt Kingdom's Grand Church Headquarters, Rick Castro. Everil's mischievous uncle also greeted him, but he shut their mouth and stopped their movement with just a flick of his finger. Then he smiled and asked Uncle if he knew what was so great about being noble. Uncle apologized and mumbled, saying how they, a bunch of lowly beings, could know what a great nobleman like him was thinking. Adrian answered his own question, saying that he could do whatever he wanted with a trash like him. Adrian could make him disappear in thin air like nothing. Then he used his magic, lifted him, slams him down like a rice bag. He turned to Everil's cousin and called him near. He also met the same fate as his father. But before he could punish both of them, mother and daughter pair knelt down and kowtowed him. He asked them if they knew what they did wrong. She was afraid and replied that they were blinded by money and made Everil's family suffer. Adrian denied it and told them that was not the mistake. Their mistake was to harm one of his people. He added that their behavior was a declaration of war against him. They apologized. Then Adrian commanded the guards to arrest them while they were begging for his forgiveness. This turn of events made Everil surprised. Adrian then gave his hand to Everil's parents and apologized for unintentionally hearing their family matter. He promised that he would make those pay the debt they owed to Miss Everil's family through forced labor, compensation for psychological damage, and even interest. Her mother was surprised and thanked him. Then he invited both of them to move into the lordship castle so that they could live and enjoy the luxury of having an outstanding daughter. Her father didn't understand and asked for further explanation. Adrian explained that they would be doing this for Miss Everill's sake. They hesitated for a bit but agreed with him. Then he turned to Everil and showed an OK sign. He told them to let him escort them to the lordship castle. Everil was shy and blushing in the back. Then she looked at Adrian, and to her, he looked like a strong, dependable man. She wanted to be someone who could be a help to Sir Adrian. With a determined look, she made up her mind to chase after Adrian. She wondered if he would mind even if he had a fiancé. Then again she shook off her thought because her action might trouble Adrian. Then she again made up her mind to assist him as an aide. The scene shifted to the Brigham Empire's Francis Duchy, and we see someone tapping on a table while looking at Everil on Antony's show. She was telling them not to get hard. Duke Francis, one of the 4 greatest dukes of the Brigham Empire, was annoyed by her. Because if that kept going on, then his grand plan of making Evelyn a saint would be interrupted. He was pissed and called for Gregory. Gregory appeared out of thin air. Then he knelt and waited for the Duke's order. Gregory is an assassin of the Francis ducal family. Duke Francis ordered him to get rid of Adrian and Everil. Adrian was in his study room doing his work. Suddenly a message popped up, making him startled. That was a message from Duchess Riverdale. He opened it, and the message was some kind of unexpected to him. Duchess Riverdale told him to be careful, because Duke Francis was making a move to harm Adrian. The scene shifted to Lawrence March's Lord Castle emergency waiting room, and we see some soldiers gossiping about their comfort in the workplace. One said that was because their master was too strong. Another said that only Aura Master or higher level can harm them, so no one even comes to attack them. The third one leaned on the sofa and said about his experience that he worked at a barony before and they had a private loan business. There were so many enemies that even the reserve team was extremely busy. Compared to that, this place was paradise to him. The Lord strictly manages their working hours and pays attention to their welfare. Their captain Sir Damien was eating and crying because he was so touched to see their management. Damien was sitting on the sofa and lowered his head. One soldier kept his hand on Damien and apologized for making a joke about him. He asked if they hurt his feelings. Damien raised his head and gave a facial expression like a maniac. Damien asked if they were referring him, because he forgot his name as it had been a while. Another knight called Sir Farman grabbed the man's hand. Then Farman told Damien to stop joking, as his action could ruin their plan and mission. Damien made an excuse saying people can make mistakes. But to Farman, his frequent mistakes looked like intentional. The remaining soldiers were shocked as their arguments continued because they realized that Damien and Farman were not real but some imposters. Damien said that he could erase what he did. Meanwhile, other soldiers charged at them in demand to show their true selves. Fake Damien used his power to make his eyes glow red, and immediately something happened. Other soldiers who were charging at them suddenly stopped. Then they started to look at each other as if they were falling from the sky. One started to wonder if he had fallen asleep. They felt like they blacked out for a second. Fake Farman warned Fake Damien not to blindly trust his abilities. With a smug look on his face, Fake Damien said that he was successful every time he did something like this. He could twist their memories like that and make something that never happened. Farman was annoyed by his statement. He told Damien not to forget their mission. Their target is not Marquis Lawrence, but the girl named Everil. There is no need to put themselves at unnecessary risk. Damien mocks him by saying that he looks worried today out of all days. Farman explains that before he stacked out on the Lord's castles, he had watched Marquis Lawrence from afar. Damien asks if Adrian feels extraordinary to him. Farman declines and says that their eyes met. Damien asks what there is special as he meets his eyes hundreds of times a day too. But to Farman, it is not something like ordinary. In a flashback, we see Adrian and Arcia walking through a crowd cheering their name. In the middle of that crowd, Fake Farman looked at Adrian. But to his surprise, Adrian also looked at him. And he gave a very cruel smile as if his soul would leave out of his body. From then his mind is buzzing that something is not right. But then Farman says Damien forgot, assuming he may be overthinking. During their conversation, alarm rings informing everyone that intruders are in the East Wing. And all of them were ordered to get moving right away. Both of the imposters looked at the soldiers preparing. Someone shouts that the intruders are 5 expert-level assassins armed with force daggers. Another said that the Lord and his guards were fighting them. They will have to support the reserve team in the East Wing and block the assassins from running away. Meanwhile, imposters leave through the back door. Damien was happy as all the things were going according to their plan. Farman informs him that the target is staying in the very last room of the East Building near the Lord's office. After some time, they reached where Everil was staying. Farman opens the door and sees two guards guarding Everil sitting on a sofa. The female guard asks if they are from the reserve team, and what they are doing here is their duty is to protect the Lord. She clearly ordered them to stop their approach. The male guard says that no one in this castle should approach Miss Everil except for those designated by the Lord. He advised them to go away as Miss Everil's guarding guard troops would arrive soon. Farman sighs and brings out his sword, making them shock. His sword is illuminating a blue aura. Before they could realize both Damien and Farman were assassins, Farman charged at them. And from behind, fake Damien uses his power to hypnotize them. Everil's guards easily fall for the trick. Seizing the opportunity, Farman approaches Everil to take her life. But before he could reach her, something happened, and someone slammed and threw Farman on the wall. Damien is shocked to see this as well as the rest of them. It is Miss Everil who punched Farman. Perplexed, Farman was gowning in pain. He still can't believe what happened to him. They are quite late to realize that they attacked the wrong person. Meanwhile, Everil brings out a sword from under her skirt. LOL. Her hair changes from yellow to brown as she walks to the imposters. This turn of events surprises everyone presented there. It is none other than Countess Arcia. She ordered both of the guards to stand back. Farman is concerned about their mission, as they found out their plan. Someone replied that they just found out about it. Perplexed, the imposters look at Adrian, who is entering the room. Adrian asks Farman if he remembers that their eyes met. He welcomes them into the Lord's castle. Then he called one of the imposters by his name, Gregory Hayden, and August Knox, making them surprised. He is an aura master. His race is human, age 39. He temporarily belongs to the Brigham Empire Francis Duchy. He is also Blue Moon's special member. August Knox is a top-level spirit user with a mental class Geist. His race is human, age 33. He also temporarily belongs to the Francis Duchy, and he is a special member of Blue Moon. Adrian didn't know that an organization that only appeared in fairy tales really existed. Then he asks both of them if they agree with him. Seeing this turn of events, August proposed to go with Plan B. Gregory also agreed to August. Then their appearance changed. August pridefully declares that no one among their enemy who saw their real appearances has ever survived. Gregory says that is a shame, but this place will become hell. Adrian commented about their pose and dialogue, as they seemed too cool for him. Then he mocked August and Gregory, saying they have a middle school syndrome. Blue Moon is a legendary organization covered in many mysterious and bloody rumors. Those rumors are like they laid the foundation for the Brigham Empire together with the royal family. In order to maintain their reputation, they go through hellish training. Blue Moon is a demon-following organization, an organization created even before the age of magic, and many more. An organization about which people wonder whether it's real, where it's located, or if it truly exists. Everyone knows Blue Moon, yet no one knows Blue Moon. Perhaps because of its mystery and notoriety, just like witches on Earth, Blue Moon often appears as a villain in the Rondel's fairy tales. Adrian thought it was a fictional group that only appeared in the stories parents tell to scare their children. When he was young, his mother used to tell him that children who don't listen to their mom will be taken away by a blue moon. At that time, he didn't believe it as he already knew this type of fiction. But who would have thought that organization really existed? On top of that, they are a rare duo of an assassin-type aura master and a top-level spirit user. Gregory Hayden has a talent of very high aura. Physical ability is also very high. His learning power is at a high level, and intellectual ability, commanding power, and mana are at mid-level. His trait is high-speed movement or shadow fairy tale. His current relationship is hostile with a status of nervousness. August Knox has a very high talent and elemental power. His empathetic ability and physical ability are at a high level, and his learning power and intellectual ability are at a mid-level. He has traits of enhanced spirit magic and madness. His relationship is also hostile with a status of nervous and flustered. Adrian asks both of them if Blue Moon is the dog of Francis Duchy or if Francis Duchy is being used without any knowledge that they are from Blue Moon. Then he guessed that they were probably using the Francis Duchy as a temporary dwelling place. But even if they are only a pretense, what is their true motive or what Blue Moon wants? August asked if he was a partner of him. He was referring to someone special to him, and to stop August, Gregory commanded him to shut his mouth. Adrian wondered who he was, and if they are referring to their backing him. While thinking so, he summoned his magical wand. To him, they may be more naive, unlike how they look. He aimed his wand at them and said that he is not exactly their partner, but he is someone who understands them quite well. August smugly told him to die. And in reply, Adrian asks if they are capable enough to kill him. In the meantime, Arcia brings out her shield. August gives an evil smile and prepares to attack. Then he summoned a humanoid butterfly spirit. And that spirit attacks Arcia and Adrian. This is somewhat surprising to Adrian, but Arcia is expressionless as always. August and his summoned spirit smile crazily and ask if that is his first time seeing a spirit. He will play with Adrian in moderation, he declared. But before he can finish his words, Adrian attacks him, leaving a huge impact. August is barely saved by Gregory. In the process, he is shocked as this is the first time he faced difficulty like that. Adrian blows away his wand like he is using some kind of gun for shooting and blowing off the smoke. August and Gregory immediately move from there. They realize that it was a force attack. Making a little thud sound, he keeps his wand on his soldiers and says that they should not overvalue themselves as the world is vast and there are a lot of talented people. Gregory asks him if he is a magic swordsman because the last attack is a force attack. But Adrian only released a charge of aura and force as an assisting function though. He is using Estro's arming sword. This sword is made with mithril and dragon bone. It has a function to amplify and release aura. This has a special function of storing excess aura. The staff he is holding is version 3.0. It is a force sword with high strength and amplification rate. Gregory misunderstood that Adrian was confident because he could engage in close combat against an aura master. Adrian is happy and does not choose to break their confusion. Then he raises his left hand and asks if that is what they think. Then he snaps his finger, and the next moment ceiling above them falls down and something happens. August looks in that direction. And before he could fathom anything, he is on the floor grabbing his left leg, crying in pain. Adrian smiles and says that he is also a beast tamer. August screams at Adrian and curses him. His summoned spirit is guarding him from behind. A lot of red butterflies are flying around Adrian and Arcia. Adrian wondered if that was mind control magic. August used his full force to control Adrian's mind. This is his spirit skill named mind control. Mental power consumption is fixed at 1%. The maximum duration is 1 hour, and automatically cancels when the distance between the caster and the enemy is more than 1 kilometer. The clearer the spirit's appearance gets, the stronger the control becomes. Adrian is under his mind's control. But the next moment he asks them what they are doing, while Arcia in the back is yawning. Perplexed, both August and Gregory look at them chit-chatting. Arcia, with an innocent look, says that she is slowly getting hungry and asks Adrian if she can just get rid of them quickly. Adrian smiles and tells her to wait a little. This makes August angry and he charges towards Adrian. He again uses his mind control attack, but he failed this time too. Adrian again asks what they are doing. August can't believe that he failed. Even Duke Francis, who is a powerful grandmaster, could not escape his mind control. The Fate user abilities in Chronicle Online are carried over to reality. For them, means Adrian and Arcia, whose debuff defense ability is almost at full level, such attacks are useless. Adrian smiles at them and asks what happened. He asks if their combat power is 0 if mental attacks don't work. This statement surprised August as their weakness was revealed to their enemy. Gregory is also worried as Adrian sees through everything. He cannot figure out Adrian's identity even when he is right in front of them. Marquis Adrian Lawrence, a genius mage who became an archmage at the age of 20, the last disciple of Riverdale Duke, who was called the greatest teacher of all time. That is not all to him. The person in front of him is looking at him as if he knows everything happening, as if he was in Adrian's grasp all the time. A monster, that would be a perfect definition to describe Adrian. His hand starts to shake and the grape on the sword loosens, and then it falls on the ground. Adrian looked at them. Blue Moon. He thought that was a waste to kill and dispose of them, so he played tricks, but this is working even better for him than he thought. Both of them are in a state of fear and lost their will to fight. Adrian approaches to them. Then he raised his hand. They shouted not to go near them, but instead of killing them, he used a recovery spell making them shocked. Then he says to them that he has no plan to fight them. To be exact, he has no plans of fighting Blue Moon. He smiles sweetly and says that he would like to meet the leader of Blue Moon. It would be kind of them if they conveyed his word to their leader. Gregory shakingly says that he understood and August nods his head. Things are going well according to Adrian. Then he apologized for killing everyone in the detached force. He hoped for their understanding, and they are Duke Francis's people anyway. A lot of dead bodies are lying around the Lord's castle. Then he waves a hand as if he is signaling some dog to leave. They immediately left asking for forgiveness and disappeared. While they are running away, both Arcia and Adrian are looking at them. Adrian asks Arcia about her opinion. He wants to know if he looks like some kind of big shot. Arcia smiles a little looking at them and says that is amusing. Then he sighs and is concerned about making Everil a saintess as a difficult work. Just like that, time passed quickly. Age of Magic, November 25, 2019. A proclamation was sent from the Holy Land Everhill to the entire world. Having selected 15 saintess candidates and 11 saint candidates, the contest to select 2 leaders to lead the church begins. The contest is scheduled to last for about 1 month, and the content of the contest will be transparently shared through broadcast and online. Everil is also watching the news. So Adrian, Arcia, and Eric. Everil calls out to Adrian. While he has yet to receive a reply from Blue Moon, the real saintess contest finally begins. The scene shifts to the Holy Land of Everhill, and inside a grand mansion people are singing and dancing. Some are chit-chatting with others. Suddenly everyone's attention diverted to a single direction. They are diverted by none other than Adrian's gang. One of them starts to wonder if the man before them is rumored Adrian. Some doubt him, considering the degree of influence his position grants. He looks too young to them. But another person cuts him, saying Adrian has outstanding abilities. What's certain for now is that he is someone that no one here can underestimate. On the other hand, Adrian is ignorant of what others are saying and continues to walk. Sinai flute and welcome music start to play. The main attention of the ceremony, Holy King, appears. The current saint and saintess of Everhill also entered, followed by him. Everyone presented their bows down and shows their respect. The Holy King raised his hand and instructed everyone to raise their head. Then they go to the stage. Holy King announced that they would like to welcome and thank everyone who participated in the contest opening ceremony. Everyone listens to him with attention. He continues saying, having selected 15 saintess candidates and 11 saint candidates, the contest is scheduled to last for about a month. And every single thing that happens in this contest will be transparently shared through broadcasts and uploaded online. The theme of the first round of the contest is based on the tactics centered on subjugating monsters. Then he starts to explain the rules. The number of party members must be 5, including the candidate, and their companions must include 2 aura user swordsmen and 2 magicians of the 3rd circle or lower. Additionally, he would like to inform them that all the saintess candidates' abilities other than divine power will be sealed. Then he lightly smiles and hopes for them to enjoy the event commemorating the first day of the competition. The current saint and saintess are both smiling lightly and keep their eyes closed. After the announcement, Adrian and his gang meet the Holy King. He keeps his hand on his chest and respectfully greets them. Holy King also welcomes them. While bowing, Adrian was thinking in his mind that these 3 leaders of the Holy Land Everhill are the pinnacle of all religious people in the world. But the person Everil must pay attention to among them is the current saintess, Sharon Sylvester. Her race is human, age 67, affiliation is Saintess of Sepia Church and Holy Land of Everhill. She has a very high talent in divine power, high intellectual ability, high-level commanding power, mid-level administrative power, and mid-level communicative power. Her traits are just leader, goddess's blessing, and demon slayer. Her current relationship is neutral and interested in the people before him, and she has a status of observing and curious. Saintess Sharon called him and asked for his confirmation if he was called Marquis Adrian. Adrian respectfully agreed to her. She places her hand on her cheek and with a mischievous smile says that he is very young, and if she was just a little younger she would be seducing Adrian. For reference, the saintess and the saint of Everhill maintain their youthful appearance thanks to the goddess's blessing. In other words, although she may look Adrian's age, she's a real grandmother who may have gotten married about 40 years ago and even has a great-grandson. Adrian cannot reply and give an excuse to handle this awkward situation by telling her that, for him, it was difficult to comment as his fiancée is right beside her. Arcia is so annoyed by their comment that she gives them a death stare at her. In defense, Saintess just laughs and replies that it was senseless of her. Then Adrian changes the topic and presents Everil to her. He revealed that he is sponsoring one of the Saintess candidates, Miss Everil, and requested her to take care of Miss Everil. Upon seeing her, Sharon was stunned. Her eyes glowed as if she was looking deep into something. She was shocked because Marquis Lawrence had selected a proper candidate. She can't hide her emotions and says everything in loud. Adrian smiles because everything is going according to his plan. As he expected, she recognized Everil's value at a glance. He smiled a little and replied that if he had not discovered her, he would not have even stepped foot in this contest. After all, he did not participate simply for political gain. Hearing this statement, Sharon's relationship turned to the Adrian's favor but still in neutral. After some time, they depart from the location of the main stage. While leaving, he thought that if he had given a strong impression, it would be a success. He wondered if he should find Duchess Riverdale, whom he allied with. Then something caught his attention, and he approached them. They are none other than Duke Isaac Francis, his daughter, and his followers. He mockingly greets them. Duke Francis is not so happy to see them. But Adrian did not lose his composure and says that he is pleased to meet Duke. Then he introduced himself as a Marquis of the Reinhardt Kingdom. His face suddenly turned from appealing to hostile, and he says that he saw the present sent by Duke Francis. He complimented Duke for sending him a really big gift. Then he said that he heard there had been a big incident in Duke's territory. This statement made the Duke speechless, and then he remembered what happened to his territory. The two bastards announced their sudden retirement and ran away while evading pursuit. Two members of the Blue Moon made a pile of corpses and stood on them. They warned Duke and gave advice saying to never make Marquis Lawrence an enemy because that man is a monster. As he expected, Adrian is the reason why both of them left. Adrian also says that Duke's Sky Fortress crashed out of nowhere and the industrial district was blown away. As if his luck is devoured by a demon. How unfortunate. He asked if the pilot of the Sky Fortress suddenly lost his mind or something. Duke Francis called him a bastard, but paying no attention, Adrian turned to the lady beside him and asked if her name was Lady Evelyn Francis. He requested her to go easy on Avril. In reply, she said that she would consider it. Her attitude pissed Adrian off as she is the same as her father. As a gentleman, he cannot do anything to her. So he decided to rub salt on her father's wound a little more. He revealed that he had decided to meet Sir Gregory and Sir August again. Duke Francis completely lost his mind. He smiles seeing Duke's reaction and tells him that he must have lost contact with them since he did not know about their meeting. This made Duke even more angry. He left the place and promised to meet again. While departing, Avril asked if he meant Brigham Empire's Duke by Duke Francis. Adrian confirms. But Avril is not released as this was her first time on an outing with Adrian. She realized that Adrian had to be a big figure in order to talk to a powerful Empire's Duke like that. Adrian closed his eyes and replied that that was nothing, and she was also a sanest candidate out of those many applicants. So she could have more confidence and hold her head up high. And more than anything, she is the one Adrian chose. The last statement makes her blush, and she just keeps looking at him. Olivia appeared in front of them, catching their attention. While Avril was wondering what to do, Adrian looked at Duchess Olivia. Perplexed, Adrian says that he was just about to look for her. Olivia smiles and tells him to call her senior sister Olivia instead of Duchess Riverdale, and she will call him junior brother Adrian. Then she turned and introduced Judy, whom she is sponsoring. Judy bows and greets Adrian. She introduced her as a follower of the main god Sepia, Judy Esther. Perplexed, he looked at her stats. Her talent is very high divine power and her trait is Great Holy Lady. He was worried about the Great Holy Lady and wondered if she was superior to the Saintess. After a while, we see Arcia eating dessert like a giant. Avril and Eric are used to this scene, so they are clapping and cheering for Arcia. But to Judy, this was the first time she saw something like this. So she was shocked to the bone. On the back, Olivia and Adrian were discussing the Saintess contest. Olivia informed Adrian that strict conditions were applied to the first round of the contest, and then she asked if Adrian had any problem with that. Adrian waved off her worries and said that he would be fine. He reveals that he has appropriate personnel for this kind of situation. The first round was about tactics centered on subjugating monsters. To him, this doesn't look bad for Miss Judy Esther, who is already at the level of a first-class priestess. Olivia agrees with him and says, at worst, she will be able to use divine magic one level better than the other candidates. With this statement, she wanted to say that Judy Esther, whom she is sponsoring, is better than others even in her worst state. But she will be having problems with the personnel who will become Miss Esther's comrades. She reveals that she has 2 knights, but there is no magician with real-life experience. Hearing this, Adrian reminds himself that there is a strong perception that modern magicians are researchers rather than combat personnel. Seeing her dim-witted, to show courtesy, Adrian offered to help her as a strategic ally. And she jumped as if she was waiting for Adrian to say this. She was happy and thanked him in advance. Adrian now comes to realize why she was acting weak in front of him. And that was her goal all along. Then Adrian offered that he would find 2/3 circle combat mages with good skills and character and send them to Olivia. She smiles and says that they have pledged an alliance, but she feels like she is the only one reaping the benefits. Adrian made a cunning face and said that she was wrong. Then he explained that with them laughing and talking like this already put great pressure on the other candidates. Olivia sighs and understands why Adrian allied with her. Adrian says that may be a question out of place. Then he asked Olivia if, in this tactic contest, a magic swordsman would count as one person or not. First round of the contest participants list. Representative, candidate Everil Barnett. Swordsman 1, Barbara Anderson, aura user. Swordsman 2, Andrew Dillon, aura user / first circle. Mage 1, Alan Lopez, 3RD circle / aura and mana user. Mage 2, Linda Noah, 3RD circle / mana user. Among the Mage 1, Alan Lopez, 3RD circle / aura and mana user, caught her attention, and she starts to laugh like a baby holding her belly. The priest in front of her shakingly asked what they should do. Current Saintis commented about Adrian that he is an interesting guy. The priest standing there said that with a knight who can use magic, it is clear that other candidate will express their dissatisfaction. Saintis replied that it is their fault for not clearly stating that hybrids aren't allowed. Then she instructed him to proceed with the current situation as it is. Even after her assurance, priest placed his concern that there would be controversy over fairness among other candidates. Saintis raised her hand and told her that they couldn't modify the rules now. Finding loopholes in the rules is also evaluated as part of one's ability. After a while, she was leaning on the sofa in a comfortable position. She repeats his name, Marquis Lawrence. He is more interesting than she thought. The scene shifts and we see a wolf-like monster attack Everil, opening his mouth. Her guard knight pushes her back and comes in front of her to save her. Seeing their dedication, Everil casts a holy magic called Holy Defense, and immediately a golden circle surrounds them, creating a defensive shield. This sudden appearance of the holy shield throws all the monsters that were approaching them. The theme of the first round contest is monster subjugation tactics. While their supporter mage and knight subjugate monsters, Saintis candidates help them with their holy magic. Saints and Saintis were also registered as mercenaries and led a 4-person party consisting of mages and swordsmen to subjugate monsters. Cameras follow each candidate at all times, and the situation of the contest is revealed through broadcast and online in real time. A separate channel is assigned to each candidate, and the viewership rating of each individual can be seen as the number of supporters they have. Suddenly 2 men appeared behind her with lots of monster corpses. With a joyful smile, they asked Miss Everil if those were the monsters they caught. They offered to take it away if that was right for her. She is surprised by them and their dedication to her. Another man comes to her and asks if she is Miss Everil. The man holding a dead giant snake monster was happy to see her. He thanks her because they have been enjoying her broadcasts. Then he also offered his hunted monsters for the competition. Everil can't do anything but stand there, because all of this is new to her. Many people gathered there to offer their hunted monster core as a tribute. Perplexed, Everil wants to stop them. But before that could happen, a little fight broke out. They are fighting because all of them want to be the first ones to offer their tribute. Perplexed, Everil turned to the cameraman beside her and asked if they could just let them continue their fight, as she was worried that this event could turn into something big. Perplexed, the cameraman replied that this was his first time too. At the beginning of their appearance on broadcasts, the elves received a lot of attention from viewers with their gorgeous looks. Humans are the biggest audience group in this broadcast, and they are mad about elves. But with their characteristic stiff personalities, they focused only on the tasks and carried them out with perfection, turning the atmosphere of the broadcast itself into a documentary. No matter how pleasant they may look to the eyes, if the content is boring, people are bound to get bored. Those commoners wonder if they should watch something else. That's why the moment the contestants started to settle down, viewers began to move. Unlike the channels of the other candidates, Everil's channel contained entertainment and development elements like youth dramas, which began drawing much interest. Moreover, Saint and Saintis candidates from high-ranking noble families became villains, and public opinion was increasingly weighted toward Everil. A Saintis candidate acts smug and asks why she should do as they say. One of the Saintis candidates refuses his helper's proposition, saying he does not want to do the work of commoners. Duke Francis's daughter Evelyn has the most nasty personality. She told them that she hired them to do the dirty work, so they should do it by themselves. While her troops were trying hard to defeat monsters, risking their life, some of them were on their knees in the process. She did not even flinch and continued to enjoy her tea. The scene changes and a mercenary soldier is saying that the world points fingers at mercenaries, calling them low-class people who risk their lives for money. But according to him, Miss Everil is different. She treats everyone kindly without discriminating. He is standing on the dead giant monster, and a lot of other mercenaries surround him. He raised his hand and told others that the other channels were ridiculous. He thinks that even without their help, someone like Miss Everil would have easily become the saintess. All of them present their cheers for Everil. Ever tried to stop their overexcitement as she was a little embarrassed by their behavior. Suddenly a white-haired old man appears beside her and says to her that everyone sincerely wants Miss Everil to become the saintess. They did this out of their own volition. He assured her by saying she should not feel burdened by that. He continues saying that he may look like this, but he can guarantee that he looks the most rogue among all the mercenaries, yet she approaches him first and casts healing magic on him. In his mind, she is like an angel to him. He almost cried while saying this. A young man appeared behind him and asked why he was praising Miss Everil when he was the first one among them who scolded Miss Everil in the beginning. The old man becomes shy and loudly asks if he is the only one. In the beginning, the young man also picked a fight with her, talking about how he hates newbies loitering around in his hunting ground. While Everil smiles lightly, the young one replies that he is just worried that Miss Everil will get hurt. While both of them continue their fight, their captain comes in front and offers all the monster corpses they had hunted. Everil was worried about them and said that they were people who fought for their livelihood, so if it was all right for them to give her. Captain smiles and sighs, saying they are doing this to set the stage. Everil did not understand and asked what he was talking about. He says that if Miss Everil, whom they helped, becomes saintess, then their reputation will also increase. The old and young man is still fighting but agrees to their captain in the meantime. Everyone in that group cheers for her. Seeing this, she becomes shy and her face becomes red. Then she also raised her hand and promised that she would do her best in the contest. And this time, everyone cheers even more for her. Her guard knight commented that it is a very young drama and this will give them a hefty amount of viewers. Current viewership rating of contest channels: 1.52% Everil Barnett, 1.16% Lloyd Heigelvin, 0.95% Grace Heigelvin, 92% Judy Esther. The scene shifts and we see Reinhard Kingdom's Archbishop Fred wearing merchandise of Everil. He was happy to wear all those as money can make everyone do anything. Adrian awkwardly smiles and replies. Then he corrects his composure and reveals the reason why he wanted to be with Archbishop Fred in the Holy Land. While they are discussing all those, Arcia is looking at the banners of Everil. He asks the priests presented there if those are called merchandise goods. Then she revealed that she saw something similar in the capital Lionel too. Adrian brought out the orichalcum and placed it on the table, making Archbishop Fred. Archbishop Fred immediately recognized and asked if that is orichalcum. The next moment he is shocked to his bone, realizing that is not just a lump of orichalcum. There is divine power subtly flowing inside. Adrian nodded his head, indicating that Archbishop Fred had guessed right. The thing in front of him is a relic, and it is predicted to be 20,000 years old. Archbishop Fred proposed to advertise about it. Adrian, in his mind, everything is happening as he expected. As soon as Archbishop Fred saw the relic, he thought about how he could use it to benefit Everil. But Adrian does not want to use the relic like that. He proposed that with an outstanding artificer, there is also a possibility to repair this relic. Archbishop Fred asked if he intended to revive an ancient relic. Archbishop Fred picks up the relic and takes a closer look. After a while, he says that it is possible. There is a sacred magic circuit that appears to be from the mythical era inside it, but only a part of it has been destroyed. The rest of it is clean. Then he asked Adrian if he wanted Archbishop Fred to recruit a skilled artificer. Adrian agrees. Archbishop Fred happily agrees to him, as this is a great honor for him and also a great discovery. Adrian asked if he had to pass the relic to the church. Archbishop Fred thinks a little and says that he does not need to do that because the royal family and the imperial family of each country also possess at least one sacred relic. If they consider this to advertise for Miss Everil, donating is the best choice. But if the item is properly functioning, a relic from the mythical era, donating for mere publicity is too much. And even if he doesn't donate it, there are many ways to advertise with relics. Adrian smiles and laughs lightly and agrees with him. If he is, to be honest, he wasn't thinking about donating it in the first place. He talked of donating because he wanted to appear a good man to Archbishop Fred. At the end of the meeting, Archbishop Fred promised to look for a good artificer, and Adrian entrusted that to him. Arcia is still talking to those priests and looking at them. They are also happy to talk with him. Archbishop Fred bids farewell. Before leaving, Adrian looks at them and thinks that, to make Everil the saintess, there are so many people working hard behind the scenes. In his mind, he also promised himself that he would do everything so that their efforts wouldn't go to waste. The funny thing is Arcia picked up a hand-fan merchandise of Everil. On the broadcast channel, someone is watching Everil. Hearing everyone cheering for Everil, she bites her nail. A few days later, Archbishop Fred introduced Adrian to one of the top 3 holy artifact artificers in the world. A dark-toned, huge-looking man introduced himself as Kobe Ventry. Adrian used the power of his glass and read the information. He is Kobe Ventry, a master engineer. He is a half-dwarf species. He is 98 years old, and Kobe belongs to a highly skilled artificer of the Sepia Church. He has a very high talent in technical skills, his communication power is at a high level, and his intellectual power is at mid-level. He has a trait of equipment appraisal and new technique acquisition. His current relationship with Adrian is interesting and neutral. His status is favorable and curious. Adrian handshakes him and introduces himself as Adrian Lawrence of the Reinhardt Kingdom. Kobe told him that he had seen Adrian a lot through broadcasts and online news. It is an interesting matter to him to meet such a famous man in real. Then Kobe took a close look at his robe, making him wonder. Kobe said that he couldn't analyze Adrian's robe easily. It seems like Adrian possesses a great treasure. The next moment he apologized because an artificer's inquisitive mind makes it difficult not to observe new equipment when he sees one. Adrian is surprised seeing him recognize it at a glance just by a rough look. The thanked Archbishop for introducing him to the right person. He brings out the orichalcum and tells him that this is an item that needs the attention of Kobe. After taking a closer look, Kobe said that was a handle of a sword with ancient divine magic. He asked Adrian if he was right. Adrian agrees. Adrian requested Kobe to repair it so that he could use it properly. After thinking a while, Kobe said that it was possible. He has also seen similar items somewhere deep within the church, and compared to those, this one is almost in its original condition. Adrian was so happy to hear this that he could jump, breaking his noble composure. He asked Kobe if he could use mithril for the blade since it is difficult to obtain orichalcum. Kobe declined and told me that this handle does not need any blade. Adrian did not understand him and asked to explain. After a brief pause, Kobe said that this is a finished product in itself. Kobe told Adrian that this sword handle does not need a blade, rather, this is a finished product in itself. He continues saying that the sword that defeats evil, the sword that cuts through the darkness, has a lot of nicknames, but the most famous name among them is the Holy Sword. Adrian heard all this until he heard about the Holy Sword. He is shocked to his core, thinking about how can a holy sword come to him out of nowhere. Kobe says that although they vary in form and function, there are surprisingly not many items that could be called holy swords. There are only 3 holy swords currently in the church's possession. He heard that there exists 6 holy swords in the whole world, and if he were to add this one, then it would be a 7th. Adrian, not focusing on that, asked him what he meant by not needing a blade. Hearing this, Kobe pointed his finger on a red stone placed on the sword handle and said, "Once this sword is in its whole state, a sword made of divine light will be created from this divine bloodstone." Adrian asked if it would look like a magic sword. Kobe denies it and says that this sword is more holy and beautiful than that type of low-class sword. According to the literature he read, this type of holy sword blade is comparable to an aura blade and has a much higher power output against demons. Adrian could not even say a single word and continued listening. Kobe says that it is a highly versatile item that can convert all kinds of energy into a blade, regardless of whether it is magic, aura, divine power, or elemental power. Adrian was still wondering how such a powerful weapon could be kept by a countryside viscountcy. If Kobe had not had the opportunity to see the literature related to the holy relics thanks to the grace of the previous saint, even he would have passed by without noticing it. There is a high possibility that even Adrian's 3 subordinates don't know what that is for. So Kobe can understand why this is known only as an ordinary lump of orichalcum among ordinary people. Adrian asked Kobe if this thing is in a completely activated state, then how valuable will it be? Kobe was startled and then breaths out. He says that in the worst case, Adrian can buy one big city. And to be honest, it is hard to put a price on it. This revelation greatly shocked Adrian, and in his mind, little cute angel Arcia was singing and cheering for him. He was so happy hearing this, as if he won a lottery. He immediately corrected his composure and then asked Kobe if he could get it repaired right away. Kobe touches his chin and says that he will need a divine bloodstone and a few new tools. But before he can finish, a status screen pops up in front of him. Kobe points to it and says to Adrian that he paid more than what Kobe wanted. Adrian smiles and says Kobe to think of that as a labor cost and material cost. And then he promised Kobe to give twice if he succeeded in repairing it. Kobe closed his eyes and said that in this case, he would not refuse it. The value of the item is just that good. Then he smiles and shows an OK sign, tells Adrian to give him a week, and he will give his all to fix it for the sake of his honor as an engineer. After a while, Adrian is walking by while smiling. He is thinking if he can form an aura blade level blade with mana, then he can just step up and play the role of a magic swordsman. Or he can even connect it to a magic staff and use it like a spear. People around him wonder why he is in such a good mood. But such a good time did not last long as he got a call from one of his subordinates, Arcia. He is shocked as he leaves Arcia in charge of Everill's security. He asked Arcia about what happened. In the place where Arcia is, people are in a very bad situation. One is injured laying on the ground as if they were attacked by a gang of thugs. Arcia reported that Miss Everil had been kidnapped. Adrian shouts out saying what? The scene shifts to the Dragonland and the Croizon Empire borderline. There we see volcanoes and many volcanic rivers. Everil is there floating in the sky. Two men stood there, one with a magic wand and another one with a sword. The man with the sword is very pissed and cursed her. He asked why he was not able to attack her. Another one is a little calm and said that she may have linked to an 8th circle artifact. They were ordered to neatly get rid of a sloppy Saintis candidate. So he thought this would be easy, but this is getting troublesome now. Someone says that they are fools and advises them to attack her mind. The magician asked if he was telling the truth because it was his first time hearing about this. The swordsman asked the magician who he was talking to. The magician asked if he become mad. A moment later, both of them realized that there was a third person beside them. This was none other than August, a special member of Blue Moon. Even if you and I know August, that is not the same for those two. So they asked who he was. August pointed his finger to his face and asked if they were talking about him. Then he raised his hand while activating his mind control spirit magic and replied that he was just a passerby. After some time we see Adrian and his gang are shocked to see something. Gregory bowed and greeted Adrian. Adrian awkwardly said that he was hoping they were not the culprit. August startled said that they caught the culprits who kidnapped Miss Everil. And there they are. August was horrified to see Adrian as his last meeting was not so pleasant. Before him, there are two men tied down. Adrian asked for Miss Everil, to which Gregory replied that she was resting inside the cabin. And because Adrian was prepared from before, she is safe and sound. Gregory rashly replied that they had yet to confirm the culprit's backing. After a little investigation, he came to know that those attackers were hired by a middleman. Adrian was not surprised and thought that unless they were fools, there was no way they would do such a foolish thing and leave their tail behind. But Adrian was concerned about something else. He asked Gregory why they helped him. After all, he punished them greatly in their previous meeting. Gregory replied that this place was their playground and they were passing by. Adrian is not someone who will believe in coincidence. He replied that Miss Everil must be the luckiest person in the world to help them. By saying this, he is interpreting that if Gregory wants him to believe such trash talks. Gregory finally understood that he could not fool Adrian. So he revealed that this was an order from their leader. In that order, it was said that Miss Everil seemed to be in danger, so they were ordered to save her and make up for what happened back then. Adrian asks what about the makeup. It was Gregory's first time seeing the leader get that furious. Their leader said that Francis Duchy was of no value to them any longer, and ordered them to move their base. In other words, what happened with Adrian back then was because of their individual decisions, without any involvement of their leader's will. Gregory said that Adrian guessed correctly. At Blue Moon, they do not have much interference from the leader. Excluding truly necessary orders, acting autonomously is almost guaranteed. But ever since the assassination attempt on Miss Everil last time, instructions were given to the entire Blue Moon not to harm anyone involved with Marquis Lawrence and Earl Klein. He was shocked to hear this. The more he heard about their stories, the stranger this is becoming. He thought that their leader is being too wary of him. Gregory bowed and said that they had washed off what happened back then with what they did today. Adrian closed his eyes and then thanked them for saving Miss Everil. He promised to forget about the ill feelings back then. In the back, August is happy to hear this. But then he said that in truth, their ambush did not pose any threat to him whatsoever, so he really cannot call it an ill feeling. His bold statement made both of them awkward. Then he asked if their leader was accepting his request considering the flow of things. Gregory replied affirmatively and said that their leader welcomed his visit, and they are here to convey that after this matter has been resolved. Adrian, in his mind, thought that they were inviting him to their base more obediently than he thought. He wonders if this is a trap. Well, judging by these faces, it does not seem to be one. And even if this is a trap, he is confident enough that he can get out of it. Then he gives Adrian a device and says that this is the password and terminal that Blue Moon uses. It is linked to Gregory and August's terminal, so Adrian should not hesitate to call them anytime. Adrian feels like his secret communication equipment is piling up. Then he said that he understood and told them to leave. But before he could finish, both of them disappeared like nothing. After that, Arcia asked if she should follow them and find their base, to which he replied that he had a way to contact them, so they should leave them be. Because securing Everil is the most important thing right now. Since the unprecedented incident of a Saintis candidate being kidnapped during a contest was broadcast live, the whole world was in an uproar, so it would be better to bring the church's investigation team there. While he was explaining this to Arcia, Everil woke up, and being in an unfamiliar place, she asked where she was. Adrian stretches his shirt and tries to take a deep breath, while Arcia notices him. Not only did they readily accept his request, but the leader of Blue Moon personally ordered everyone not to mess with him. Something is happening, but he cannot fathom if this is good or bad. The next day at the Holy Kingdom, we see Saintis sitting on a chair smiling, and in front of her, Adrian also sitting there and smiling. Saintis asked him if he knew what the upper echelons of their church call him, to which he guessed that they call him a young, handsome, and competent man. Sharon slams her fist and tells Adrian that he is called a rule breaker. Perplexed, Adrian realized that things were going as he thought. Sharon asked if he knew they were not allowed to use anything except the designated equipment in the mercenary tactic contest. She asked about the necklace because she did not remember allowing something like that. Adrian replied that this was an inevitable choice for me, who had recently experienced an assassination attempt. If he had not taken any measures, Miss Everil would have lost her life. Sharon made an excuse saying this is a matter of hindsight, to which he replied that hindsight is everything. After all, she got a chance to take a hand in church, so he did not want to lose it. He blames the church, saying that if only the church had done a better job at managing the site in the first place, this kind of thing wouldn't have ever happened. He protested, saying that a Saintis candidate was kidnapped by people who broke in during the contest, and the church was unable to find her until he had to step in. He was frustrated because, with this, his good image in front of Saintis Sharon had ended. He closed his eyes and requested her to evaluate Miss Everil's potential. He continued, Ms. Everil is a victim, and she is also not someone who should be failed because of something like this. Since he is responsible for breaking the rules, he thinks it is only right for him to be the only one being punished. Sharon had a mischievous smile on her face while listening to this. After he completes his speech, Sharon smiles lightly. Then he leaned on her palm and told him that he was an interesting man. She chuckles, saying she would have seduced if he had just been 10 years younger. Her status is in Adrian's favor and neutral. She admires and is interested in him. Adrian is like, "What's wrong with you? You are a grandma who even has a great-grandson." Sharon says that if she has to be honest, there was a suspicion within the internal board that this incident was a play of his own making. Adrian asks if she is trying to test his reaction with this conversation. Sharon apologizes and says that he is correct. She inserts her hand into a very, very secret place, brings out something, and keeps it on the table. She reveals that there weren't any lies in his words. This is a mirror that reflects oneself and brings out lies. The scene shifts to a big, beautiful, and amazing hall in a mansion. All the Saintis contestants are present there along with current Saintis Sharon Silvestar. They start to wonder why the Saintis has summoned them. Others replied that they didn't know the context. Sharon thanks everyone there for answering her call. She explains the reason why she gathered all of the sponsors of Saintis candidates is to uncover the truth about the kidnapping incident from the other day. Someone covering her face and body presented a mirror on a tray. Sharon says that this is the mirror of truth, a holy object that reflects the truth. Contrary to what some people claimed about this incident, through this mirror, she has confirmed that this incident was not an act of Miss Everell Barnett and Marquis Adrian Lawrence's doing. Therefore, she would like everyone to come forward individually and prove their innocence in front of the mirror of truth. Duke Francis of the Brigham Empire is quite angry to hear this. He said that the people gathered here now are the highest-ranking nobles, including the royal families from each country. He asked if they were being a bit excessive or not. Sharon is not pleased a bit and asks him if he is the culprit. Duke shouts out saying, "What?" Sainus says that, in that case, there should be no problem and asks if it is difficult for them to say a sentence in front of the mirror. Someone approaches Duke, startling him. He is none other than Adrian. The Duke asks him what brings him here with the Holy Knights. He doesn't reply and greets Duke. He explains that he is here because the culprit who tried to harm Miss Everell may have been a Grand Master. This does not make him calm, and Duke asks how can Adrian dare to doubt him. To stop their dispute, Sharon calls Adrian and tells him to maintain his composure because they have yet to confirm the culprit. Then she announced for everyone to come forward one by one. This made the atmosphere around them even darker. Someone said that she would go first. She is Claudia Heigelvin, allied nations of Elysia, Queen of Elvenheim Kingdom. And with her is Grace Heigelvin, a Saintess candidate. I, Claudia Heigelvin, have nothing to do with the kidnapping incident of the Saintess candidate. And with her, her granddaughter also pled that I, Grace Heigelvin, have nothing to do with the kidnapping incident of the Saintess candidate. The mirror glows brightly, proving that they are innocent. Sharon announced that they had been proven innocent. Duchess Olivia proposes to go next, and Duke Francis sighs to see this. After some time, they were also proven innocent. Then Sharon announced the remaining 2 people to come forward. Duke grits his teeth and then comes forward. Both of them denied having any relation with the Saintess kidnapping incident. It is quite surprising to see the mirror glowing and indicating their innocence of them. Seeing this, Adrian chuckled, being disappointed. And this did not go unnoticed by Duke Francis. He turns and shouts angrily, asking if he had just clicked his tongue. Adrian's behavior cut the last string of his patience and made Duke forget about etiquette. He asks Adrian how a noble can fall this down, showing their true color openly. Adrian replies that judging by their past actions, that is a natural response. Francis says that his life will be short-lived, indicating to kill him. Adrian understands the real meaning, but to pull his tail he says that he is younger than Duke's daughter, so he will live longer. As Adrian intended, Duke got angry and explained that Adrian would die in his hand before he filled the term of life. Things got further escalated, so Sharon stopped them. Then she says that everyone should be quiet because there are a lot of people left. People in the hall were also surprised to see that it was not the Duke. Then the remaining one should be the last. Prime Minister Trino Ost of Prius Republic and the Saintess candidate Miss Miel Australia. Hearing their name, both of them were terrified. They declared that they did not do anything wrong. Sharon warns them to stand before the mirror of truth. And if they do not want to, then there is no other choice. She announced that from this point on, they are under arrest for the kidnapping and attempted murder of Saintess candidate Miss Everell Barnett. Adrian also cannot believe that the culprit was the Prius Republic. Duke Francis sighed and branded them as an idiot for doing something like this during the Saintess contest. Then he laughs like a maniac and says it is an unexpected gain for him. Attempting to murder the Saintess contest was undoubtedly an act of apostasy. Prius Republic will be greatly shaken both internally and externally. Adrian thinks this is an unexpected gain for the Brigham Empire, which is in a war against the Prius Republic. But it will be a good opportunity for the Revolutionary Army as well. So he thinks if this is a relief for them. Everell's kidnapping case, which had perplexed Adrian, the church leadership, including the Saintess and people watching the competition worldwide, surprisingly wrapped up blandly. And unlike that bland ending, with this incident, the flow of the first contest for the Saintess selection changed slightly. Among the remaining candidates, the top 5 are considered the strongest candidates. Elf Queen's grandmother, Grace Heigelvin, possessing the nature of a Saintess, Everell, one whom they allied with, Esther, Duke Francis's daughter, Evelyn, and the powerful nation of the Eastern Triton continent, Princess of the Roberto Kingdom, Xia Lin. After the Prius Republic's candidates' humiliating elimination, they started to actively support Princess Yalin, saying they would support the amicable continent of Triton, and the original four-way match unexpectedly became a five-way match. To Adrian, from the perspective of Prius Republic's government, which was in turmoil both internally and externally, they must have needed something to divert all the attention from them. Even so, it is only a matter of time before the Republic collapses, whether because of the Revolutionary Army or the Brigham Empire. And then Princess Yalin will fall like a kite with a broken string, so it is not something to worry about. Then he stands up and orders Arcia to level up together, to which Arcia agrees. After the kidnapping incident, the awareness of Everil and her popularity increased, and Adrian officially released the force equipment he developed, Fencer 1.0. There was no problem in the territory. The magic tower was also doing well, and he did not have to worry about Everil either. He could finally relax for the first time in a while and make the most of each day, or so he thought. "I am George Vason, the leader of Blue Moon," a man with long hair said, sitting on a sofa in front of Adrian. He cursed himself for not getting a single day of break.
Adrian laughs and compliments, saying the refreshments are wonderful. Blue Moon Chief was relieved to hear, since he paid extra attention to it because important people like him were coming. Arcia, with no expression on her face, was munching on the snacks. Suddenly the playful atmosphere becomes gloomy and strange to Adrian. On the status window, it shows that Baron George Vason is an aura expert, age 49, he belongs to the Croizon Empire. Lord of Vason Barony is his disguise, and in actual, he is the leader of Blue Moon. But the interesting thing is his relationship with Adrian is favor or ally, and status is interested or nervous. Watching all his talent at a high level and the trait of excellent actor in hiding, Adrian was somewhat impressed. He thought that George Vason was certainly an excellent man with 4 high-level talents, but he had doubts about George being a leader of a legendary Blue Moon. Moreover, it hasn't been long since they met, yet he is showing such a favorable reaction towards Adrian. The shocking thing is, how can their relationship be ally? He had a feeling that the information written on the screen was not all there was to him. After a brief pause, Gregory, the Blue Moon leader, ordered both of his minions to stay outside, which shocked them. He ordered both of them not to eavesdrop and stay back completely. They hesitated but could do nothing and left. Adrian told George that no one is listening to them, so they can openly talk. Adrian asked about his true identity. George did not reply and stood up, shocking both of them. Adrian wonders what's happening all of a sudden. His status changed to nervousness. Arcia immediately takes her position to defend Adrian, but suddenly something happens. Shocking both of them, George knelt down and says meeting Adrian is an honorable matter for him because he is the one who took after the great magician, Manuel Lucas's legacy. Adrian was like, what the heck, how did he know? After some time, the environment was kind of lightened. Breaking the silence, Adrian asked if he was related to Archduke Lucas. In reply, George said that he was correct. While being Neil, he revealed that Archduke Lucas was the previous master of Blue Moon. Adrian was quite nervous and said that he knew well that this meeting was not created simply to establish a partnership between them. Then he asked the Blue Moon leader to explain what was going on. George agrees and brings out something that looks like a box. According to Adrian, it was a high-performance terminal. Then George opened it, and a voice said that it was their first time meeting like this. This shocked Adrian to his core. It was Chester, the AI version of Archduke Lucas. He greeted Adrian. Adrian now understood a little, and then he asked if all this was a part of fate too, to which Chester replied affirmatively. With a sour face, judging by Chester's face, Adrian can roughly understand the current situation. Chester said that Blue Moon was supposed to be a part of the fate quest. It was the clear reward for the 8th level. Adrian ended by saying that they made a contact advance unexpectedly. Chester admits and says that this was his fault. 5 years ago, as Adrian embarked on the final route to acquiring fate, various assignments resumed their activities. And Blue Moon was one of them. Adrian was somewhat surprised because 5 years ago it was when he first found the traces of Archduke Lucas in Chronicles Online. Chester continued, the sleeping Blue Moon awakened and they began external activities to expand their influence. Thanks to that, the organization is stable now. But as a result, they ended up getting in contact with them ahead of schedule, and an error of choosing this way for the sake of efficiency occurred. Then Adrian asked, "Who is this guy called George Vason?" In response, Chester said he is an assistant and Blue Moon's manager. He started to think, since Blue Moon is a level 8 reward, doesn't that mean it's useless to approach them now? All of a sudden something triggered his mind. If that's the case, Chester should have told him inside the game. He wondered why Chester made him come all the way here. Chester responds saying that he can do nothing about the spilled milk. Although he still can't acknowledge Adrian as Blue Moon's master yet, he permits to establish a relationship with Blue Moon for now. Adrian was so happy to hear that, he almost jumped from his seat. Chester sighed and said that this all happened because of his negligence in management. He told Adrian to think of this as compensation for causing harm to the user as an administrator. Then he apologizes to Adrian for all of this. Adrian smiled in his mind and took back all the bad words he said, since he got a lot in return. Then he sits and says to George that he will be in his care. Sir Vason bows and expresses his happiness. But Chester modeled in them, and said something that made Adrian's jaw hit the ground. Chester said Blue Moon has a total of 8 special members consisting of Aura Masters and Archmage levels, 1,200 high-ranking Knight-level assassins armed with Force daggers, 450 vanguards, and 5 sky fortresses. Not only that, luxury hotels and resort chains all over the world, as well as clubs and casinos operated from the base, and a variety of businesses ranging from accommodation and entertainment facilities to shipping and trade. The Pacific Hotel that they are staying in right now also belongs to Blue Moon. Immediately Adrian smiled and started oiling Sir Vason, saying they should get along well. Financial power of owning a business worth nearly 100 trillion. Military power that surpasses most of the dukes. Right now they are only allies and they are not entirely his, but he feels reassured. The next day, Kobe was surprised to see Adrian shining. He asked if something happened to Adrian. He replied that he was happy to see Kobe again. When the first round of Saintis competition was coming to an end, Kobe Ventry, the master engineer of the Holy Land, came to the hotel penthouse where he was staying. The reason he visited was because he had done his share of work perfectly. Kobe said that it ended up taking longer than he expected. He apologizes for the tardiness. Adrian was happy to see him succeed. It just looks like an extravagant hilt on the outside. He asked Kobe how to use this. Kobe replied that he could just pour any kind of energy like aura, mana or divine power, electors, but before he could finish Adrian injected mana into it. And imminently it became a lightsaber. He wonders if this is influenced by Star Wars. Kobe confidently told Adrian to try swinging it. He swings the blade or sword or light, whatever you prefer, and finally cuts out the little innocent tree and a statue. Then he flips the light and catches it with his hand, displaying a beautiful swordplay. Then he brings down the sword and compliments it about its cutting power. But while doing that he accidentally cuts himself. His white suit was full of blood. Kobe was afraid that he might die and called for Adrian. But he had a sense of it since he was still laughing and said that he did not feel that he was cut. Arcia stands up and continues to walk toward Adrian with a worry-free face. Kobe now started to shout out loudly since Arian fell on the floor. Arcia picks him up and then brings out a potion from her dimension's storage space. Then she started to pour it on the wound, making Kobe shocked. Suddenly Adrian sits as if he is back from death's door. Arcia calmly told him that according to her analysis, it appeared that considerable training was required to use this item. Kobe asked Adrian if he was alright. He is shedding so much blood. Adrian told Kobe to rest assured because he wouldn't die with just this. Hearing this, Kobe was embraced and says that a relief to him. Although Adrian said that this was the biggest threat to his life since his reincarnation other than Rondell and Anna's attempted poisoning. Suddenly a system window popped up telling him to choose the holy sword's name. He picked it up and asked Kobe if this sword had any name. To which he replied negatively and told Adrian to give it a name. Adrian called it Excalibur, since he is an earthling, so he should name it befitting itself. Holy Sword Excalibur, which is a holy artifact. Embodies all types of energy, including aura, magic, divine, and elemental power and the Holy Blade. The Holy Blade is structurally similar to the Aura Blade, but it is imbued with the energy to destroy demons, so it deals more powerful damage to enemies with the Dark Attribute, or Immortal Attribute. Holy Blades can be unleashed by injecting a large amount of energy like the Force. Now that he sees it, it's not just about making a sword, but it's not much different from a Force sword in terms of functionality. Moreover, it can unleash an Aura Blade level strike. He thanks Pharma Viscounty since he obtained looting them. The next moment he slept on the ground, making Kobe worried. But Arcia was unfazed. She coldly told Adrian that the floor was dirty so he should get up. But Adrian was smiling and thinking about his next course of action. He has to think about using this to take advantage of Everill's competition. The scene shifts and we see Miss Everill's supporters. They are crying and telling Miss Everil to work hard and become saintess. They promise to cheer for her through the broadcast. Some of them are rotting for her, since they cannot be with Miss Everil. Everyone prayed for her to stay healthy. Adrian was in the back watching all of this melodrama. He can never get used to this no matter how often he sees these tough-looking uncles acting so softly. The result of the competition is: Grace Heigelvin is first in mercenary tactics, third in viewership ratings, and second overall. Judy Esther is fourth in mercenary tactics, second in viewership ratings, and second overall. Xiao Lin was fifth in mercenary tactics, fourth in viewership ratings, and fourth overall. Evelyn Francis is fourth in mercenary tactics, fifth in viewership ratings, and fifth overall. Everil managed to perform well and got placed at second for mercenary tactics, and first in viewership ratings, and an overall ranking of first place. She promised all her faithful followers that she would do her best. While all this happening, Adrian was thinking something else. Setting aside the other candidates, he honestly thought Princess Xiao Lin was just a candidate who was just lucky to get the Prius Republic on her back first. But in the end, she even beat Lady Francis and rose to fourth place. She is a dark horse that Adrian did not expect. While he was thinking all this, Everil calls out for him. Adrian complimented him, saying that she had worked hard, to which she thanked him. Everil was shy and said that she hoped she had met his expectations. Adrian told her not to worry, as she was doing well enough. The purpose of the Saintess contest is to choose the candidates to be chosen by God. God, who is watching the contest, would always choose a person who suited his tastes from among the top ranks. And if the contest proceeds at this rate, she will become one of the 5 people to be elected as the Saintess. Just as they were about to head back to prepare for the second round, a priest came. He called for Adrian, and then revealed that candidate Xiao Lin wished to meet him. He was somewhat surprised because there was no reason for them to meet in person. In her residency, Xiao Lin welcomes Adrian and Arcia with flattery. Adrian also complimented, saying that with the intelligence of Princess Xiao Lin, the future of the Roberto kingdom looks bright. Then she turned to Arcia and did not leave her out of flattery. And both of them greet each other. And their flattery continues. It's their first time personally meeting. But she looks smart, and Adrian likes her personality. Together with Everil and Esther, Princess Xiao Lin is one of the candidates who didn't hesitate to use sacred magic on other people. Even though she comes from the royal family, her candid behavior was unexpected. Anyway, it's good that the dark horse he was concerned about is looking for him on her own accord. Then she pointed to a blonde-haired middle-aged man and said that he was her sponsor who was requesting this meeting. The man gives his hand to handshake and introduces himself. He is Gracia Vallon, chairman of the State Council of the Prius Republic. Adrian was annoyed by this. The chairman of the State Council must be one of the top 3 people of the Prius Republic. There are so many things about the Republic that pricked his consciousness that he is reluctant to meet them. For Prick 1, he handed over the fake fate. As for Prick 2, he supported the Revolutionary Army. He was annoyed by this but could not express it. So he simply shakes his hand and says that he is looking forward to the date with beautiful Princess Xia, but an unexpected intruder has appeared. Interpreting, he came because Princess Xia requested an audience, but he felt uncomfortable. After all, Gracia Vallon was here too. He cannot understand the thing that for someone who is busy with the war against the Brigham Empire these days, why is such an important person looking for him? Valen laughed, and told him to keep his patience since they would be discussing all night long. Then he opened the door for Adrian and welcomed him for a meal. Adrian was gloomy at first, but then he was surprised to see what was in front of him. Cooked rice, stewed fish and leaf-wrapped dishes, aged pickled vegetable broth. And even the main dish, rib stew. Adrian was shamelessly gulping down, keeping his dignity aside. Princess Xiaolin's clothes, which bear an uncanny resemblance to the hanbok of the Goryeo dynasty, were very familiar to him. And even the food is similar to Korean food. The taste of home that he hasn't tasted in a long time. Suddenly he got his senses back and saw that both Princess and Valen looking at him. He was embarrassed to see this. And Princess Xiaolin just laughs at seeing her like this. He apologized and said that the first food of the Roberto kingdom he was eating suited his palate very well. Although he was talking to Princess, Valen meddled in them and told him that he was delighted to see this. To be honest, a really bad thing is happening in the Republic. Adrian can figure it out since they are in a war with the Brigham Empire. But Valen declined and said that it was rather a domestic issue. For some time, they have been troubled by the activities of an anti-government group that declared itself as the Revolutionary Army. Adrian is speechless as he thinks that the Revolutionary Army threatening the positions is a bigger problem than the Brigham Empire threatening the country. Valen continues by saying that the anti-government group even produces its vanguard equipment. But they found out that the equipment has quite a bit in common with the new Fencer 1.0 core, which the Lawrence Magic Tower is currently producing. Adrian said, which means the force equipment of their magic tower has got a rip-off. Valen apologized and said that government organizations around the world may have done it knowingly or unknowingly. Well, Adrian has predicted that much. They probably have not been able to analyze the core with the password on it anyway. He thought he should just feign innocence. He apologized and said that he may not know what kind of similarity the Revolutionary Army equipment has with their Magic Tower's equipment, but they must not be the same items. Valen tried to clear the misunderstanding by saying that he did not exactly request this meeting because he was suspicious of Adrian, but it was not enough to make a claim. They stole Marquis Lawrence's technology. Adrian kept the glass on the table, crossed his fingers and said, in other words, he was trying Adrian to indict the organization called the Revolutionary Army of the Republic that stole his technology. Valen laughs and says that he is correct. Because his country is at war with the Empire, and the immoral group is shaking the crisis-ridden Republic from within. Adrian now finally understood his intention, as they needed a scandal to break the people's trust in the Revolutionary Army. In any case, they are smart when it comes to mean-spirited things. He gave a mischievous smile and asked what will he get in return. Valen promised to pay a hefty amount. In the name of the Republic Army, they will buy 100 force units of Lawrence Magic Tower's force equipment, and they will buy it at 10% more expensive than the regular price. After hearing this, he turned to the princess and asked about her opinion, to which she acts like she does not understand. Then Adrian asked her if she thought he should accept the offer or not. It is right to inflict a blow on the Revolutionary Army for the sake of the politicians of the Republic of Prius. She was troubled by this question, as she couldn't talk against the Republic since they were backing him. And also, as a human being, can't trouble the Revolutionary Army. So she clearly said that she would not dare to interfere in this matter. Hearing this, Valen shouted to her as they were backing her, and how she could not take their side and support them. But the princess continued saying that as a representative of the country, she made the choices of the government of the Republic. To Adrian, this answer is perfect. Mentioning her position as a representative of the country and taking the side of the Republic, while not expressing her personal opinions until the end. That would be the best choice for a princess who is receiving support from the Prius Republic. It's a bit bittersweet because it reminds Adrian of his past life where they had to keep an eye on the powerful countries around them. Valen smiled and said that there was no need to even ponder over it. If Adrian just agrees, then he will get 50 trillion. Then he asked Adrian to confirm if he would accept the offer, as if he was sure that Adrian would accept. Adrian asked what he meant, sprinkling salt on his wound. He cleared that, As Valen said, there is no need to ponder over it, then he shall refuse that offer. Hearing this, Valen shouts, saying, what does he mean? He was in his delusion and threatened Adrian. So he activates his magic and stops his movement. Then he said that Valen had a misunderstanding about the situation. Because they are in the Defteron continent. Currently, the Brigham Empire and the Prius Republic are at war. And both are on different continents divided by the Sea of Storms. Brigham Empire is on the Defteron continent, on the other hand, the Prius Republic is on the Tetrathon continent. He asks Valen what made him think that he would do something that would put the Brigham Empire in a tough situation when they are on the same continent. He has no intention of helping the Prius Republic and gives the Brigham Empire a disadvantage in the war. His statement shocked Valen to the core. He then laughs like a cunning broker and tells Adrian that he should look after his benefits rather than thinking about the matter between the two countries. In reply, he said that he may gain huge benefits now, but in the long run, getting on the wrong side of the Brigham Empire brings a bigger loss. Then he kept his chin on his hand and asked if they should not solve their domestic problem by themselves. If the public listens to rebellious groups, there must be a good reason. He thinks that is something that can be easily resolved if they step forward and solve it. This embarrassed Valen. He could not hold his anger and stood up, and then left while gritting his teeth. On the back, Adrian teases him. Perplexed, Princess was looking at him, but he just simply continued to eat. Then he turned to Princess Xiaolin and told her that the intruder was out and they should enjoy their meal. The scene shifts somewhere, and we see someone shouting and saying that Marquis Lawrence has a careless side that doesn't think about the consequences. Then he presents a screenshot as evidence. A picture of him, Arcia and Valen was posted on Stargram. The caption was, I made an appointment to meet Princess Xiaolin today, but Chairman Garcia of the Republic appeared out of nowhere. The hashtag false claim request, hashtag this is what a conspiracy is, hashtag Brigham Empire I am scared. His post got 138,547 likes and 8,321 comments. He continued, clearly to post such sensitive information on the online diary at such a sensitive time. In response, the vengeful Prius Republic government even declared economic sanctions. Clearly, the king was annoyed by this situation, and the crown prince was laughing while the second prince sat like an idiot trying to look cool. The man continued shouting that if this situation was ignored, Marquis Lawrence would repeat the same mistake. A high-ranking noble meeting is written as a countermeasures meeting and read as a hearing. His post quickly spread all over the world, causing an uproar not only in the Prius Republic but also in the Reinhardt's kingdom. The man points at him and says that it is his duty as an elder and a senior in the aristocrat society to teach a young child right from wrong through discipline. Perplexed Adrian thought it was Marquis Ali Troughton. He had never exactly made him an enemy, but he did not know why Troughton was being hostile. They are even in the same second prince faction. Meanwhile, Margrave Otis raised his hand and King permitted him to speak. He said that the Prius Republic and their kingdom did not have much trade volume. It was less than their neighboring Geordie kingdom. Even if such a country decides to impose sanctions, the damage does not seem to be significant. They can just ignore it. He was wondering if this was just blowing matters out of proportion. Then both of them started to fight like lawyers with their reasoning in court, and the game of order, objection continued. Not only them, others also joined. At this point, Adrian did not know who was on his side and who was not. Their conversation gave King a headache. Then he saw something. He saw Countess Klein raise her hand and permit her to speak. Adrian was quite surprised by this as she always kept quiet, but what happened to her now? Some are asking if she is going to protect her fiancé. Arcia said that she wanted to ask something because did not understand something. And that is, what Adrian did for him to stand like a criminal in the middle of the court. To which Tetron replied that he carelessly exposed the secrets of the Republic government to the world. In defense, she said, Adrian did not lie but told the truth as it was. Tatron said that was the problem. His post put the Republic government in a difficult situation. But she replied that if it was not their fault, the truth came to light and caused a problem. Why should Adrian be liable for their misdeed? Adrian was shocked to see her defend him like this. Tatron can't argue anymore, and King himself also supports Arcia. But Tatron tried to argue, saying that no matter how dishonest a transaction is, it is against morality to expose it and put another party in trouble. King cleared his misunderstanding that morally wrong and illegal are two different things. And even if he were to punish Adrian, he could only do so if Adrian agreed to the dishonest transaction. Then he gave an example, saying, if you, Marquis Tatron, were to get money stolen and I tell you who the thief that stole your money is, would you hold me responsible for causing trouble for the thief? Tatron understood that he was trapped. Meanwhile, Idiot Prince laughs like a maniac. He supports Arcia and said that Marquis Lawrence's post did get the Republican government in trouble, but that's on those who committed the crime. It may be a personal protest, but a national sanction is an excessive form of anger. Adrian was not happy. Rather, he was annoyed that this idiot knew everything and kept silent, knowing that. The idiot leans on his chair and says, therefore, but before he can finish, the Crown Prince completes by saying that he didn't see the need to bring a charge against Marquis Lawrence. If the Republic looks down on them and imposes sanctions, they can confront it head-on and cooperate with their allies. The idiot prince was angry and frustrated since he wanted to say that. The Crown Prince continued they should start with a statement criticizing the Republic's choice. He continued while Arian thought, never in a million years had he expected Arcia to raise her voice. She looks like she grew a lot to him. While he was thinking, a lady sitting on the panel chair asked a question. She asked what Adrian believed in that made him so relaxed even while talking about punishment. She is the fourth child of the kingdom, the first daughter, third in line for the succession of the throne, Princess Diana. Netigen says that she is also a possible candidate for Adrian's harem. Let's get to the story. Adrian replied by saying that he had his preparation just in case. Diana asked about his preparation. Then he pressed a button on his smartwatch and showed them that he had already recorded what happened in their meeting. Everyone presented their surprise by this. While Crown Prince started to laugh loudly, asking if this is what he meant when he wrote #BringhamEmpire I am scared on the Stargram. He also said that if this clip is revealed, the Brigham Empire has no choice but to step in. Because those who value their face will have no choice but to protect those who have suffered losses for themselves. He agrees with the Crown Prince. That's the reason why I took the side of the Brigham Empire and mentioned the Defteron continent. Because of this will no longer be a problem just between the Reinhardt's kingdom and the Prius Republic, but will also spread into a matter of phase for the Brigham Empire. Noble presented there and talked between them. They can't think how the state chairman could be so foolish not to take any precautions for being filmed. Another one defended him, saying he might have taken it, but he was up against an archmage. Furthermore, it will create a foundation for other countries on the Defteron continent to join in on this problem. The video of the conversation with the chairman of the State Council, Garcia Valen, was released after the countermeasures meeting ended. The video was titled False Claim Request. Video had 9.47 million views and 8,424 comments. When the video was released, as expected, not just the Brigham Empire, but also the allies of the Reinhardt's kingdom released statements in favor of the Reinhardt's kingdom. And like a chain reaction, all countries on the Defteron continent except for the Holy Land joined in a statement criticizing the Republic. Different countries released a statement. Brigham Empire said the Prius Republic's economic sanctions against the Reinhardt's kingdom are unacceptable behavior. We will actively provide support to protect the kingdom of Reinhardt. Lucia's kingdom said we will not sit idly by and ignore the difficulties faced by our ally, the Reinhardt kingdom. If the Republic of Prius seeks to impose economic sanctions, the kingdom of Lucius will respond strongly in cooperation with its allies. Walter Kingdom said, why do they try to blame their mistakes on other forces and countries? There is nothing wrong with Marquis Lawrence's remarks and actions. Chase Kingdom said the Republic of Prius is inciting intercontinental conflict. Prius Republic's announcement of economic sanctions became the worst exchange and resulted in counter-sanctions. Declaration of the surrender of the Prius Republic? Decided to lift economic sanctions against the kingdom of Reinhardt's. Princess Xiaolin was watching this and said that the situation was scary. Her maid asked what she was scared of. To which she replied that Marquis Lawrence is only a year older than her, but he is rocking the world. Unlike her, who has only the position of the princess, he has too many things. His maid said that such kind of man would be a perfect match for a princess. Princess agreed, but then she stopped as if she had misspoken. And then she shouts and says he already has a fiancé. The maid was afraid and said she was just saying in case, and the princess should not overreact like this. Princess was angry and pouted her cheeks, saying not to joke anymore. Another maid came in and informed her that they received a message from the Holy Land. The second competition will be held simultaneously with 2 participants each. An aggressive environment will be used for the round, assuming that she asks who she will be doing it with. Maid said that she would be with Miss Evro Barnett, the one whom Marquis Lawrence sponsored. The cameraman, lightman, and others are doing their best to prepare for the second round of the contest. The second round of the contest, unlike the first contest, which took over a month, will be held briefly at an outdoor performance hall set up in the Holy Land. Each Saintess candidate has a limited time of 2 hours to showcase their abilities in front of the camera. Simply put, it is the time for them to show off their talents. Princess Xiao Lin and Team Adrian greet each other. Xiao Lin said that she is a little scared considering the things that have happened recently. Adrian in reply told her to relax, because he treated those he liked well. Princess Xia asks if he likes her too, to which he replied affirmatively. Then suddenly his gaze fell onto her dress and commented that she looked like she was going to dance. She agreed and said that today's concept is dancing and enchantment. Adrian praised her, saying that he had been curious about the enchantment arts of the Triton continent anyway, so he is looking forward to it. Then her maid came and they left. While they were leaving the place, the maid said that if they were competing against Miss Everill, then they should not be worried. Because even though she made a big splash in the first round and has a lot of fans, she was a very ordinary commoner before participating in this contest. As far as she knows, Everill has no talent to show off other than the divine magic she learned in a hurry. Princess was silent. She knows that too, but she was not worried about her but him, the person sponsoring Miss Everill. The announcer announced the beginning of the contest. He told everyone related to the contest to get ready. Princess breathed out heavily and promised herself to become a saintess, to become her country's strength. A majestic music was played in the background while she danced on its beats. She then pointed her finger and commanded someone to charge from the northwest. A fierce white tiger came out above her. Adrian was amazed to see this. To him, it may be only the 4th circle at best, but its extravagance is as good as any archmage's. If it wrapped up this way, he was sure that Princess Xiao Lin would receive a good score for the second round of the competition too. But of course, they could not lose either. While they were thinking that Everill entered the stage. She welcomes everyone to the food convenience store. Perplexed, everyone thought about what she was going to do with a convenience store. Adrian bought something and paid for that. Others were thinking that it might be a joke, but it wasn't. He turned to everyone and advised them to try buying something. Because entering the store as a customer where a saintess candidate works would be a rare experience. Everill genuinely served everyone as best as she could. Customers are happy about her service. The cameraman and director on the back complimented her, saying she is an idle part-time worker. According to them, this was good. It shows a familiar image of a saintess candidate who is in a sacred position. The cameraman, while sucking a candy that was brought from the convenience store, said that her acting may lack in extravagance compared to spirit arts or enchantment arts, but he end up feeling good if he watch her. They asked if this was a talent too. Adrian was happy as he was expecting this kind of reaction. The emphasis was on portraying her as a familiar presence, no different from the common viewers. Rather than forcing artificial talents and performances, the aim was to amusingly highlight the advantages unique to Everill. Well, this idea actually came from Eric Jones, not himself. But soon the public started to grow bored. They asked if she was only going to show herself working at the convenience store. Because there is nothing special aside from the fact that the part-timer is candidate Everill. And also wondered if they are showing this for the whole 2 hours. While showing her enchantment arts and dancing, she concluded that they succeeded in making the saintess candidate feel familiar, but that's all. because people who are tired of monotonous acts are coming back to her side of the stage. She was nervous because Everil was sponsored by Marquis Lawrence, but before she could finish her thought, Adrian announced that they continuously could not show her to keep working. Every matter requires a beginning, development, and conclusion. Then he flicked his finger, and a red and blue beam blasted on the stage where Everil was working. Everyone was shocked because they could never imagine the stage to explode like this. But that was not all there to be shocked. Because something else was waiting for them, as Adrian wanted her to see a diverse variety show. People presented. There were people and could not believe that they were watching Countess Arcia in this cosplay. She started to laugh like a witch. Then she said,
I am the gluttonous Aura Master Demon, who craves meals 3 times a day and snacks, Arcia Klein. In the name of the devil, I shall take everything here.
Perplexed, everyone just stood there. Adrian showed an okay sign. The cameraman turned to him and asked about something, to which he replied that it was a part of the act. On the stage, Everil shouts that a demon has attacked and guides everyone in the store to the emergency exit so that they can safely retreat. After that, they both faced each other. Demon brings out her sword and threatens Everil that she will take all the snacks in the store. But Everil, as a Saintess candidate, could not back out, and to stop the demon brings out her light saber. The demon charged on Everil and said to talk less and work more. And a fierce battle started. The cameraman was overjoyed to see a real aura blade. Then he asked Adrian if the aura blade was fake and part of the act. To which he replied that the aura blade was real. The perplexed cameraman asked what would happen if Miss Everil got hurt. And he assured that he did not have to worry about that. On the stage, Everil lights her lightsaber. And Adrian commented that she could use her Saintess blade to defend herself. Then both of them charged again, and their swords clashed, making a huge amount of energy wave. Adrian immediately creates a shield to protect the crew members. Some even fall on the ground due to the events. While fighting against Countess, Everil was feeling a little tired. She wonders if it was because of her nervousness. Doing it on stage was more tiring than she thought. But it was doable since Arcia was keeping up with her just as they had practiced in the past. That time Adrian guided them on how to keep pace. He also told Arcia to slow down since she is not fighting against an actual swordsman but a Saintess candidate. Everil, on the stage, was just moving her body as she remembered. In the meantime, Arcia falls back. She was acting like Everil was a tough nut to break. She mocked her, saying how a mere part-timer gave her a tough time. According to the script, Miss Arcia will fall back while saying that. So it was her time to shine and deal a final blow. Then she gathers all her divine power on the tip of her sword. And then she shouted, saying Excalibur. Crew members and others, including Princess Xia Lin, was shocked to their core. And then she slashed Arcia into half. The weather was sunny and energetic outside the studio, but her slash made a huge explosion, throwing Arcia out of the studio. Even though after she was defeated she had no expression on her face, and like a robot said that she would come back and take revenge. In the background, the narrator said,
Like that, a convenience store that almost fell into the hands of the snack demon was saved by Everil Barnett.
The director asked Adrian what they had just done. He made an innocent face and answered that if there weren't some twists and turns. And asked if they enjoyed or not. The director said that was fun, but what was the story about? To which he said that it's a story about Everil protecting the convenience store from demons. Then he dropped a bomb, saying that they should know the sword that Everil used was a real holy sword. I think that was the most shocking news of all that. On the other hand, Princess Xia Lin and her tiger aka Wet White Far Cat are also in an indescribable situation. Outside of the studio, Saintess was quite angry with him and his team. But both of them just smiled at each other. She calmly told them that their points had been deducted. And some chameleon reporters took their photo quietly. The next day Adrian was looking at the daily news about the incident that happened in the Saintess candidate selection. The headline was that the Saintess Contest Committee deducted points for candidate Ever Barnett's second round of contest as it could not be viewed as entirely her efforts. The post has 2,316 comments. The Saintis Contest Committee deducted points for candidate Evro Barnett's second round of contest as it could not be viewed as entirely her efforts. Some comments were like,
LOLOLOL, so funny. Was a Saintis election contest always this interesting?
It seems even more so because the young Marquis participated as a sponsor Lolo.
You really can't win against him in ideas.
I should be sad since the candidate supported got her points deducted. But why is this so funny, LOL?
The image of Marquis Lawrence getting scolded by the Saintis is also funny. Where the hell did he get the holy sword, though? LOLOLOL.
Want to watch our Arcia Uni's passionate acting again? LOLOLOLOL.
Don't tell anyone, but some say that the last person who commented about Arcia was nowhere to be found. Another person on the next door said that he saw a lady with a sword roaming around his house. So you better be cautious before commenting about her acting. Back to the story, he asked if they were placed in the 6th position in the second round. Everil apologized for the incompetence. Adrian told her not to be as she was in a disadvantageous position in the second round. So considering that she did a pretty good job. Although their points were deducted more than they thought, they again placed first in the viewership rating. So he cheered her, telling her to work hard on the third round. Adrian was somewhat relieved that now the long Saintis contest was about to end. Now he can take rest for some day. However, someone knocked on the door. And it was Pieces. He informed that the Saintis contest that was expected to end last with the third round was put on hold due to an unexpected incident. Because the Republic secured a major victory over the Empire in the war between the Brigham Empire and the Prius Republic. The scene shifted to the throne room of the royal palace in the Brigham Empire. The Emperor ordered the commander to mobilize the main unit. Then he fiercely ordered them to do their best to erase the Prius Republic from the map of the world. Valen was walking in the corridor of his mansion, holding a bottle of alcohol. He looked timid and depressed. Suddenly, someone called him, shocking him. He was drunk. Startled, he asked who the person was. A hooded, strange man replied that as a public official who was supposed to serve the people, Valen had made quite a bit of wealth by plundering them. He stated that under the name of the Revolutionary Army, Valen would be held responsible for his crimes and punished. Valen was stunned to hear the name of the Revolutionary Army. He wondered if they were the rampant assassins of the leading figures. Then he threw the bottle of wine and tried to run away while calling guards to help him. But he had nowhere to run, as another person was waiting for him on the escape route. The first person came behind him and expressed his regret, stating that he would have to kill Valen. And the work was easily done. The scene shifted to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, where the former prince of the Prius Republic was investigating the corrupted government. The looted money from Valen was taken by the prince and 2 assassins who had slain Garcia Valen. The prince commented that they had taken a lot. In reply, one of the assassins remarked that they couldn't steal the buildings, so the scale would be much larger in reality. While marking a cross on Valen's picture, the prince suggested that both assassins would do well even if they set up an assassin group. He continued by saying it was unexpected, noting that he thought they were half joking when they said they favored a revolutionary army, but he had no idea they would actively help by providing information and assassinating key figures. The hooded assassin then removed his hood and revealed his face. It was none other than Marquis Adrian, and beside him was Arcia. A few days ago, when Pieces had mentioned that the Republic secured a major victory over the Empire in the war between the Brigham Empire and the Prius Republic, Adrian got a headache and called them foolish bastards. He thought that the best course of action for the Republic in this war was to take advantage of its home ground and drain the enemy's weapons, manpower, and money to resolve the situation politically. He believed that the great victory of the Prius Republic had deeply hurt the pride of the Brigham Empire, which would soon turn into blind hostility and burn down the Republic. He realized that the possibility of resolving the situation politically had gone down the drain. He asked Pieces about the gap between the forces of the Prius Republic and the Brigham Empire. Pisus replied that the Brigham Empire's losses due to the major defeat were 92 sky fortresses and 2,300 vanguards, while the Republic also faced great damage, but it was only 20% compared to the Empire. Adrian complimented the Prius Republic army, noting that it was better than he thought, and wondered if Marshal Anson, the commander of the National Guard, was as great a person as his reputation suggested. Pisus confirmed this, adding that Marshal Anson originally only wanted to prolong the war and minimize troop consumption. He explained that the overwhelming victory seemed to have been due to the government's instructions with the elections in mind. Adrian, annoyed, remarked that these fools were prioritizing preserving their own status over the safety of the country. Pisus reported that, as of now, the Brigham Empire's strength heading toward the Prius Republic was 3 times that of the first dispatched army, including 600 sky fortresses and 15,000 vanguards. Adrian noted that combined with the remaining troops, there were 708 sky fortresses, and even if they gathered all of the Prius Republic's sky fortresses, they would have around 500. Pisus said it was about 460. Everil was a little worried to hear their conversation, but Arcia, as always, remained uninterested. Adrian thought to himself that no matter how selfish he was, his wrong choice put the survival of 500 million people of the Republic at risk. He acknowledged that the starting point of this war was him putting the fake fate in the Prius Republic and felt that if he made the mess, he should be the one to clean up after it. He resolved to help the Revolutionary Army more actively. In the present, Adrian asked the prince if the contact with Marshal Anson had gone smoothly. The prince replied that they had agreed to meet in the middle of tomorrow and that Anson was a person they could communicate with. Moreover, since Anson hated the current president and politicians so much, he joined the Revolutionary Army without any problem. Adrian expressed his relief. The prince continued, saying that up until then, everything had been going smoothly. However, then he opened the screen. Adrian completed his sentence by pointing out President Fairmont and Louis Fairmont. The prince said that the problem was that they couldn't capture the two. He explained that the presidential palace where they were staying was tightly monitored by aura masters, archmages, 2,000 vanguards, and 10 sky fortresses, making it impossible to sneak in. He noted that there was a high possibility of missing them if they hid in the underground bunker of the presidential palace. He pointed to Lucas's picture and stated that in Lucas's case, the Fate user, it was also a problem that they had to somehow capture him alive to negotiate with the Empire. The prince mentioned that if they joined forces with Marshal Anson, it might be possible to take the capital city, but it would be very difficult to achieve victory in such a short period of time. He expressed concern that the longer the battle lasted, the more time it would give the president and politicians to escape. Adrian summarized by saying that all they had to do was secure new recruits as soon as the battle began. Inside the Prius Republic presidential palace, a military officer approached President Fairmont and urged him to consider the situation on the front lines a little more. He pointed out that there were too many troops stationed in the presidential palace and requested that some be sent to the front line, at least a few of them. The president dismissed the officer, remarking that war was the soldiers' responsibility and they should take care of that themselves. He pointed out that there had been assassinations of leading figures from rebels recently, and reducing the number of defense forces was not an option. In response, the officer suggested allowing high-ranking officials and politicians to stay at the presidential palace, hoping that acquiring forces for their security would help the war situation. However, the president cut him off, stating that he was not foolish enough to do that when he didn't know who among those taken into the palace could be a spy for the rebels. He insisted that the way the presidential palace operated would never change. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and called for him. It was Secretary Kostya. When asked what the matter was, Secretary Kostya informed him that young Master Louis wanted to use the square hall of the presidential palace and sought permission. The president asked why Louis wanted to use the square hall. Secretary Kostya explained that Lewis wanted to hold a party and invite successors from major companies, providing an opportunity for exchanges. Additionally, Kostya noted that Lewis was planning to bring in celebrities to entertain them as well. The president's face lightened up at what he heard, but for the military officer, it was quite the opposite. The president agreed, saying that he should be allowed to do so. However, the military officer shouted at him, questioning why he would permit it, especially when there was a war at hand, yet a party was being held. The president responded by asking rhetorically if he thought wars were free, explaining that what Lewis was trying to hold was not merely a party but a negotiation to attract funds. The military officer gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that it was typical behavior for Lewis and that this was not the conduct of someone advocating for a desperate resistance. He thought it was suspicious that Lewis wanted to invite profitable businessmen but not other politicians into the presidential palace. He also concluded that the president was likely planning to pack a lot of escape funds in case he needed to abandon the place. The president, with an ugly expression, stated that he had nothing more to say and told the officer he could leave. Meanwhile, in the palace square hall, a huge party was organized with women and actresses. A girl sitting close to Lewis questioned whether it was appropriate to throw a party while the imperial army was invading, although she noted that it was a good thing for them. Lewis laughed foolishly and dismissed her concerns, stating that war had nothing to do with him, and that wars were fought by soldiers. He bragged that even if the enemies barged into the place, they shouldn't worry because, as the user of Archduke Lucas' fate, he would protect them. The girl hugged him and exclaimed that he was so cool, and everyone cheered for Louis Fairmont, the fate user. After the party, Lewis, heavily drunk, was sleeping like the dead. When he woke up, he was confused and asked why it was so noisy. A vanguard entered and reported a surprise attack, explaining that a large vanguard unit was charging into the presidential palace, dismissing the capital defense force. A man beside Lewis panicked, wondering if the Brigham Empire was barging in. Some shouted to run away, and the girl who had been clinging to Lewis begged him for help. But Lewis, terrified and wetting his pants, pushed her away and ordered the vanguards of the presidential palace to protect him, claiming he was the future of the Republic and that they must ensure his survival for the Republic's sake. The others were speechless, staring at Lewis, who had promised to protect them but was now abandoning them. When a guard asked about the others, Lewis coldly told him to instruct them to take care of themselves. He then ran away, leaving his supporters behind, who shouted at him angrily, calling him a coward and a jerk. Soldiers were guiding Lewis while he was running towards the underground bunker. He expressed frustration, cursing the shameful conduct around him. Suddenly, the road ahead of them exploded, creating a massive smoke and fire. After the smoke disappeared, he noticed another group of vanguards and wondered why the presidential palace bodyguards were there. One of the palace bodyguards shouted that Lewis was present. They charged at him, declaring they would no longer tolerate corruption in the country, including that of the Fairmont family, for the Republic's future. Lewis fell to the ground, and one of his bodyguards helped him up, urgently guiding him to safety while addressing him as Your Excellency. While standing up, Lewis cursed the perceived betrayal of his guards, questioning their loyalty. He inquired about General Laminus, the one responsible for the presidential palace's defense, and demanded his presence. A guard speculated that General Laminus might be near the bunker. Lewis ordered a soldier to quickly summon the general, noting that traitors were hiding among the palace's vanguard. A soldier nervously reported to Lewis that the National Defense Forces, led by Marshal Anson, were marching in alliance with the Revolutionary Army. Lewis, shocked, questioned whether the forces attacking the capital city were actually the Republic's National Defense Forces and not the Brigham Empire Army. The soldier continued, explaining that the situation was escalating as citizens joined the Revolutionary Army's march. In response, Lewis dismissed the idea of these individuals being citizens, as he considered those who pointed guns and knives at him to be enemies, and commanded that they all be swept away. As they fled, the building collapsed around them. After some time, the guards directed him to the underground bunker. Lewis entered the lift with his 2 personal guards, angrily slamming his hand against the wall and lamenting the humiliation he was facing. His guards appeared perplexed by his outburst. Lewis, with a menacing expression, condemned his perceived enemies, vowing that they would not die peacefully. When the lift doors opened, Lewis called for his father, President Fairmont, who was also in an uncomfortable situation. Approaching his father, Lewis questioned whether there were plans to eliminate their enemies. However, a man holding a knife stood behind the president. Lewis, nervously stuttering, began to suggest that if the royal palace were to be destroyed, before he could finish, Adrian interrupted. Adrian remarked that he had previously thought of Lewis as just a low-life scoundrel but now considered him a fool. Lewis asked Adrian who he was, and Adrian introduced himself as Marquis Adrian Lawrence, accompanied by Count Arcia, his fiancée. The Revolutionary Army commander then revealed himself, noting that Adrian was his friend. Lewis, shocked, recognized him as Azriel Oscar, but Azriel corrected him, stating his full name as Azriel Oscar Prius and questioning Lewis's audacity in omitting the name that formed the foundation of the country. Realizing he had been trapped, Lewis asked how they had managed to enter. A few hours earlier, in the presidential office of the Prius Republic, President Fairmont had acknowledged the unusual circumstances of meeting Marquis Adrian Lawrence. Adrian admitted that he hadn't expected to visit the office of his own accord either, but he found it easy to meet President Catro Fairmont due to the many points of mutual interest. The president recalled Adrian's proposal for a deal, expressing hope that it would be a favorable one, given that he had taken the time to engage with a marquis with whom he did not necessarily have a positive relationship. Adrian, while reaching into his pocket, assured the president that he would be pleased with the offer. He then presented 2 hexagonal-shaped plates. The president, recognizing them, asked if they were force cores. Adrian confirmed that one was the force core of Fencer 1.0, developed at his Lawrence Magic Tower, and the other was the force core of the vanguard equipment used by the Revolutionary Army. Shocked, the president questioned whether the Revolutionary Army's core had indeed been created from Adrian's technology. Adrian affirmed this, admitting he had initially thought it was mere rumor, only to discover that the revolutionaries had indeed stolen his technology. The president smiled and requested Adrian to issue a statement condemning the Revolutionary Army. Instead of just a statement, Adrian offered an apology, acknowledging the president's unjust accusations due to his oversight, and presented 2 gifts. He surprised Fairmont by displaying information about companies whose stock prices were expected to surge in the near future, explaining that Fairmont could view this information between 2 to 10 times at most. The president was smiling with joy after receiving a huge reward as compensation. While handing a piece of paper to him, Adrian mentioned that there was a second gift. The president asked what it was, and Adrian explained that it was the location of the headquarters of a rebel group that called itself the Revolutionary Army. This surprised the president even more. The president, in disbelief, questioned how Adrian had obtained such information, but before he could finish, Adrian replied that the source wasn't important. Fairmont's bodyguard came closer and informed him that the Revolutionary Army headquarters had been confirmed to be at that location. Adrian expressed his trust that Fairmont would take action against the thieves who had stolen his technology, suggesting confidently that Fairmont would indeed do so. Fairmont laughed and assured Adrian that he would, emphasizing that they were dealing with a criminal organization that couldn't be ignored. He acknowledged that they had received great help from Adrian. Adrian modestly replied that it was a matter of honor for him as well. Fairmont, amused, remarked that honor was indeed important for nobles. Adrian smiled mischievously, thinking to himself that he had completely erased any suspicions Fairmont might have had about him. He considered himself a blessing that had taken all of Fairmont's worries away. Fairmont then stood up, suggesting that they move somewhere more comfortable, but before he could finish, the whole palace shook. He nervously asked what was happening. One of the on-duty vanguard reported that it was a surprise attack, stating that a large vanguard force was attacking the city as if to siege it. Fairmont, alarmed, suspected that it might be the Brigham Empire and immediately commanded the guard to move to the underground bunker. Adrian stopped him and urgently asked if the teleportation restriction could be lifted. Fairmont replied that he could not do that. While hugging frightened Arcia, Adrian questioned if Fairmont expected him to flee alone by breaking through the Brigham Empire siege. Deep down, Adrian thought that at that moment, he was an important acquaintance to Quattro Fairmont, someone Quattro couldn't abandon. After all, Quattro couldn't pretend not to know him. Fairmont found himself in a dilemma, and the president resigned, suggesting that they all move together. Throughout this, Adrian explains to Lewis that after entering the bunker, everything becomes much easier. He described how they had incited a fight within the presidential palace, splitting the security forces and using the chaos to take the president hostage while inviting his friends. Lewis gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Former Prince Azriel Oscar Prius advised Lewis not to be so miserable, telling him that he was an extremely valuable asset, a gift that he intended to present to the Brigham Empire to end the war. Lewis, panicking, tried to run away, calling out for the guards to save him, claiming he was the user of Archduke Lucas Fate and the president's son. Azriel Oscar, leaving the president behind, approached Lewis, grabbed him by the shoulder, and told him he wanted to punch Lewis a few times, commenting that Lewis had been acting up too much simply because he was the president's son. Lewis's expression was one of shock and fear, as if he had witnessed something terrible. A loud noise of shouting then echoed throughout the whole presidential palace. After some time, Prince Azriel Oscar asked Marquis Adrian Lawrence what he thought about becoming the president. This surprised Adrian. Then Azriel asked Adrian if he would like to become a naturalized citizen. In reply, Adrian asked Azriel if he had gone insane and told him that rather than becoming a president for only 5 years, it was better to keep being the lord of a territory, adding that Azriel's jokes were really cruel. Azriel laughed and supported Adrian, saying that he supposed that was true. At that time, Fairmont and his son Lewis were beaten up severely. Adrian asked Azriel if Marshal Anson hadn't said he would appoint him as the interim head of state affairs, and advised him not to think about attracting foreigners like himself, but to just do it well. Azriel replied that, to be honest, he was worried if it was all right for him to rise to the position, as he had been a member of the royal family. He wondered if people would protest, saying it was a return to the system of bankruptcy. Adrian responded that, honestly speaking, it would be a lie to think such protests wouldn't appear at all, but it was also true that there was no suitable person other than Commander Azriel. Adrian added that Marshal Anson had also said he didn't like the idea of a military leader next to the dictatorship. Azriel remarked that he felt like he was being handed over a bomb. As Adrian raised his wand while preparing to leave, he told Azriel that, for him, it would be perfect if Commander Azriel became the president, as it would be easier to get the promised compensation too. Azriel asked if he was leaving. Adrian replied affirmatively, saying that he should because he had a lot of things to do. Azriel called for Marquis Lawrence, and Adrian looked back. Azriel and his guards saluted him, and said they had been very much indebted to him. Adrian felt awkward and said that it was burdensome, but Azriel replied that Adrian deserved at least that much courtesy. Adrian thought to himself that his guilty conscience was bothering him, as he was one of the causes of the mess. However, he couldn't say that directly, so he told Azriel that he was acting for his own benefit too. Azriel smiled and replied that it was true Adrian had helped them. While looking at the public, Adrian thought that even if Azriel held power, it still wouldn't be easy. He believed that citizens who succeeded in the revolution would have excessively high expectations for the future, and there would be fights with President Fairmont's supporters who only saw and heard what they wanted. However, He also thought there was no need to worry too much because Asriel was just as competent of a man. The public enjoyed the joyous moment, cheering for the Prius Republic and expressing their hopes for its future. Adrian then told Asriel that he should express such sentiment with rewards. Asriel laughed and said he would try his best. A few days after the revolution in the Prius Republic, at the Reinhardt Kingdom Royal Hunting Grounds, Adrian was sitting while Arcia stood beside him. The revolution was wrapped up with the capture of the wealthy Fairmont. Leading the revolution, Asriel took charge of state affairs temporarily until the next presidential election. Marshal Anson, the current highest authority in the Republic, appointed Commander Asriel of the Revolutionary Army as the head of administration to run state affairs on behalf of President Fairmont until the next presidential election. Former President Fairmont, who was a hotbed of corruption and deceit, was sentenced to death through a jury trial. President Fairmont was sentenced to 1,350 years in prison, and his appeal was dismissed, leading to his execution by death. His son, Louis Fairmont, was handed over to the Brigham Empire, along with the fake fate, in exchange for ending the war. Emperor Edward of the Brigham Empire declared the end of the war with the Prius Republic, and a declaration of the end of the war was suddenly concluded amid overwhelming strategic superiority. Adrian wondered if there was a secret deal between the two countries. Looking at the news, Adrian thought it looked like Asriel was doing well. He thought to himself that with this, the matters with the Republic, which he had been concerned about all along, were sorted out, and now he could focus on the Saintis contest and leveling up in the game with peace of mind. That was what he thought when suddenly a man with a bow and arrow approached him and mentioned that it seemed like His Excellency was bored. Adrian thought to himself that because of the second prince, he now had to entangle himself in useless friendships. He replied to Marquis Troton that he was not greatly interested in hunting. Troton remarked that it was unfortunate. Then he said that he had heard a rumor that the Prius Republic had taken a step back during the fall of President Fairmont, and asked if that was true. Adrian was quite surprised to hear that and thought to himself if the rumors had already spread. He replied to the man affirmatively. The servants behind Troton whispered, wondering if it could be revenge for something that happened in the past. One of them questioned if being the president of a republic was the same as being the emperor of an empire, and whether Marquis Adrian attacked someone just because he didn't like them. Another person noted that it wasn't just an attack, as Marquis Adrian had even joined hands with the Revolutionary Army and sent a person of the caliber of an emperor to the guillotine. Adrian could hear them all and acknowledge their chatter. Still, people behind him were chatting, suggesting that a mere nobleman couldn't have possibly done all of that. But before they could finish chit-chatting, Arcia pointed out that they could hear everything. Adrian praised her for this, thinking she did well. Marquis Troton, who had come before to talk to Adrian, apologized for his servant's rudeness. Adrian replied that he didn't mind it. High society is originally like that. Adrian had mentioned the concept of a masquerade, where one might smile on the outside but keep their true thoughts hidden on the inside. Troton, keeping his anger inside himself, asked if Marquis Lawrence rarely socialized and mentioned that there were many nobles who wanted to befriend him. He added that since Adrian was a seventh circle archmage like them, there shouldn't be anything wrong with active interaction. A red-haired man came into the frame and accused Troton of being shameless. He pointed out that after attacking Marquis Adrian at the last meeting and insisting that he should be punished, the man was now trying to get close to him. This accusation embarrassed the man with blonde hair. Adrian then inquired if Marquis Vincent was also there to get close to him. Vincent responded by clarifying that he should not be misunderstood and stated that he wouldn't approach Adrian for such an obvious purpose as Troton. Troton shouted and told Vincent to watch his words. Adrian was curious and wondered aloud about the relationship between Marquis Troton and Marquis Vincent, questioning if they didn't get along. Vincent then turned to Arcia and noted that it was her first time hunting in a competition. He encouraged her to show her dexterity, remarking that her military art was famous due to her victory over an aura master on TV, though many people were still curious about her skills, having never seen them in person. Someone was watching them from a distance. It was the idiot prince. Adrian noticed him, and thought that the second prince had likely ordered him to come. Vincent then announced that he would prepare 2 ogres, suggesting that it would be enough to showcase Arcia's skills as an aura master. Arcia agreed and Adrian urged her to wrap it up quickly. Arcia prepared herself with a shield and sword. Vincent expressed concern about her light equipment and suggested that she wear a headpiece just in case, but Arcia insisted that it was enough. The idiot prince was eager, saying that they would finally get to see Countess Klein fight in person. Adrian hinted that the idiot prince would be surprised when he saw her skills, to which the prince responded with interest, asking if she was that good. In front of Arcia was a giant ogre in a huge cage. When the gates opened, 2 giant ogres charged at her. Arcia wielded her shield and prepared for the fight, which ended easily in her favor. Both the idiot prince and Vincent were perplexed, while Adrian stood beside them, smiling. Arcia had successfully defeated the monsters. Later, while inside the car, Adrian was trying hard to control his laughter. He eventually gave in, laughing loudly and commenting that he should have recorded a video of their jaws dropping, noting that the more he thought about it, the funnier it seemed. Arcia paid no attention to him and looked away. He reflected on how they had subtly looked down on Arcia for being the only female aura master in the country, feeling that this served them right. He thought that he had gone to a place he didn't want to go but unexpectedly had a good laugh. He patted Arcia, complimenting her on a job well done. However, something seemed to bother him, and when he looked at Arcia closely, she suddenly fell as if she had lost her senses. Hearing him calling Arcia, the driver was surprised and looked back. The driver addressed Adrian as Your Excellency, and asked what the matter was. However, before he could say anything further, Adrian commanded him not to come in, to which the driver awkwardly agreed. Adrian lay on the floor of the car while holding Arcia, continuing to call her name. He thought about what was happening, noting that she had lost consciousness all of a sudden, something that had never happened before. He wondered what would happen if she never opened her eyes again. A few moments later, Arcia opened her eyes and got up on Adrian. Still holding her head with her hand, she referred to Adrian as Sir Adrian. He got up and asked her what had happened. Arcia explained that when she took the hit, the connection with the Hollywood system had been forcibly cut off for a moment, causing an error that made the entire system crash for 10 seconds. She added that she did not know the reason for the error. Adrian, worried, asked Arcia if she was okay. She assured him that she had only passed out for a moment because of the shock and that nothing was wrong with her body. Adrian thought to himself that the Hollywood system had never experienced any errors in the 50 years since its development was completed. Due to its high stability, which was considered perfect and flawless, even public institutions, finance, and military sectors were linked to the Hollywood system, making it no exaggeration to say that everything in the world was connected to it. Adrian gritted his teeth, realizing that such a near-perfect system experiencing an error was not a matter to be taken lightly. He then instructed the driver to return quickly to the Lord's castle. On the way back, Adrian considered that even if he did not yet have complete knowledge, the administrator privileges of the Hollywood system were likely one of the rewards for the Fate quest. Although it might not be immediate, the system could eventually become his, so he would need to investigate it in detail. As Adrian was lost in thought, Arcia observed him closely. Then, unexpectedly, Arcia did something that shocked Adrian. She held his hand, trying to calm him down. He smiled at her and reflected that more than anything, he was worried about the potential problems such incidents could pose to Arcia if they happened again. After returning to his mansion, Adrian immediately went to his room and put on his goggles to play games. He arrived at Manuel Lucas's magic tower on the 8th floor and called out for Chester, who appeared from behind and noted that Adrian had logged in sooner than expected. Adrian informed Chester that Arcia had just passed out and had mentioned an error in Hollywood that caused all systems to go down. Adrian, visibly worried, asked Chester what was going on. Chester speculated that if Hollywood were like Earth, it would have an internet communication network along with the necessary hardware and software to use it conveniently. Chester explained that, unlike Earth, the signals in Hollywood were transmitted using mana present in the atmosphere, eliminating the need for separate base stations or lines. Ultimately, a central system was needed for management. Adrian inferred from Chester's explanation that something had gone wrong with that central system, and Chester confirmed this. Adrian seemed worried and questioned if that was really all there was to the problem. After a brief silence, Chester stated that as the official successor of Archduke Manuel Lucas, he would decide whether it was appropriate to disclose information about the incident. Adrian, thinking about what Chester had said, noted that Chester referred to it as an incident. Chester then reported that around 16:30 Rondell Standard Time that day, intruders had appeared at the facility where the Hollywood System Management Terminal was hidden. These intruders were black-robed assassins and vanguards armed with force equipment. Although the automatic security system was activated, it was insufficient, and while the intruders could not reach the system's main body, they ultimately self-destructed. As a result, the Hollywood System Unit 2 began operation from a more secure location. Adrian, closing all the tabs, asked Chester what would have happened to the Fate if the center had been taken over by the intruders. Chester reassured Adrian, explaining that sufficient preparations had been made for any emergency, including the implementation of Unit 2 following Unit 1. Chester added that even if all the management terminals of the Hollywood system were hijacked, there would be no problem because the owner of Fate's tower was Sir Adrian. Adrian seemed a little relieved and then asked Chester where the intruders were from. Chester replied that they couldn't confirm the origins of the intruders. Adrian was startled and expressed his surprise, wondering internally that even Chester, the leader of the Hidden Blue Moon, who was akin to a magic lamp, did not know. Chester explained that the intruders had been meticulous. There were no terminals, artifacts, or voices, and their equipment was of a design never seen before, with no fingerprints found. Additionally, upon death, their bodies completely melted and disappeared due to poison implanted in their bodies, and their swordsmanship and fighting styles were entirely controlled and hidden. Adrian understood that Chester was saying there was no information anywhere that could identify the intruders, to which Chester confirmed that this was correct. Adrian apologized to Chester for pressing him as if he were interrogating him, and Chester assured him that he completely understood. Adrian then asked again if Unit 2 was really safe, and Chester confirmed that it was hidden in a location that was harder to find than Unit 1, with up to 21 units prepared, so there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, Arcia was petting Crowy, who was also happy to see her after a long time. Adrian, looking at Arcia, requested that if something like this were to happen again, he should sever Arcia's connection with Hollywood first, so that Arcia would not self-destruct or be forced to shut down. Adrian acknowledged that this had been a lapse in his caution and committed to taking action according to the instructions. Adrian reflected that for now, it was a relief that both Arcia and Hollywood were fine. He reasoned that even if he did not know the enemy's identity, their reason for targeting the Hollywood system was clear. Manipulating the system to their liking would bring them benefits equivalent to acquiring the Fate. Adrian decided that he would need to invest more time in games, even if it meant losing sleep. Chester supported this decision, noting that it was a good idea. Adrian thought that there were 14 levels left until the next stage and estimated that at his current pace, it would take around 4 to 5 months. If he pushed himself a little harder, he believed he could reduce that time to 3 to 4 months. He resolved that he must quickly reach the 8th circle to prepare just in case. Chester assured Adrian that he would continue to share information about the incident, and Adrian agreed to leave it to him. Somewhere in the Hollywood system, a crack appeared. Slowly, the crack grew larger, and through it, a butt emerged.
Eric was standing behind Everil, and Everil, with a determined look on her face, said that she would do her best for the sake of His Excellency. Adrian smiled lightly and remarked that if it was Miss Everil, he was sure she would do well. A month after the Prius incident was concluded, as the war between the two giant countries ended and a period of stability began, the Saintis contest, which had been paused for a while, resumed. After their conversation, Eric told Everil that it was time for them to go. The only remaining task was gaining practical experience. In this task, he couldn't directly help her, so he had no choice but to trust in Everil and Eric. While waving his hands at them and bidding them goodbye, he thought that, in other words, he had a lot of time on his hands because he couldn't interfere. Adrian was engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of wasp monsters. He managed to kill all of them while Arcia and Crowy helped him. Although he was in a difficult situation, he still smiled a little and thought that, at his current level of 240, if he increased 10 more levels, the requirement of reaching 8 circles would be satisfied. He felt confident he could do it within 3 months as planned, or so he thought. Life would be boring without unnecessary trouble. The system window showed that Adrian had been murdered by user Velta. He, along with Arcia and Crowy, was dead. In the game, besides their dead bodies, a little girl character was looking at a system window and exclaimed, astonished, how much the materials cost. She looted them after piking them and joyfully exclaimed that she had just hit the jackpot. Adrian wondered what was happening as the system window appeared, notifying him that he had been resurrected at the starting point and had lost a part of the EXP earned as a penalty for resurrecting. Arcia, lowering her head, admitted how embarrassing the situation was. Adrian reassured her, acknowledging that something like that had happened to them because of some crazy lunatic. He asked if she had lost any items, to which she replied that she had lost a bracelet and considered themselves unlucky. They were still in the game, in a safe village. Adrian, while checking his status window, thought that considering how big the loss was, he was sure the culprit was a rogue from the thief world. He wondered if the rogue earned a lot of money from being an expert at PK. It seemed they had heard rumors of a pushover spending a huge amount of money to rent a hunting ground from the Black Dragon Guild. The rogue was selling all the stolen items at the auction house. Adrian was infuriated, considering the situation. On a shop, the stolen items were listed, including a level 19 enhanced Phantom Tiger's bracelet priced at 52 million loots, sold by Velta. Adrian was not someone to be petty over some coins, so he thought he would just consider it as helping the less fortunate. 50 million loots wasn't much money to him anyway. He believed the time spent recovering his EXP would be more productive than seeking revenge. He then handed Arcia another bracelet and thought that, aside from this, he would have to lodge a complaint with the Black Dragon Guild, to whom he had paid for the hunting ground. The guild master apologized deeply and asked for the user's nickname, promising to issue an order to kill him. Adrian revealed that the user's name was Velter and added that he was selling the equipment they had dropped. The guildmaster, with a determined look on her face, promised Adrian that Velter would be dealt with and that they would strengthen the barrier so that outsiders couldn't infiltrate the hunting ground. Adrian, looking at her, thought that, at this rate, he shouldn't be killed by a piker again, or so he believed. However, the scenery soon proved to be the opposite, as he and Arcia were being chased by a gang of pikers. While running away, Adrian shouted in disbelief, wondering why they were flocking in herds this time. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side, as Velta was waiting for them on their escape route. Licking her long dagger, Velta greeted them gleefully, saying she had returned. This time the guild master came to their rescue. The guild master warned Minji to watch out, while one of the attackers ordered their group to get Adrian and Arcia, pointing out that the speed gap was too large. In the meantime, Crowy got caught in a chain and was struck by arrows, crying out in pain. Adrian pulled out a teleportation scroll and thought they should get out of there first. However, luck was again not in their favor, as the system notified him that Velter had used a teleport disrupting scroll. Adrian was surprised and questioned what was happening. A man appeared behind him, preparing to attack with a giant sword, demanding Adrian's items. But Adrian, displaying impressive reflexes, dodged the attack. One of the pikers angrily wondered how a character at Adrian's level could dodge so well. Another piker charged at Adrian, while Arcia tried to fight back. Adrian, looking at her, thought that even though it was him and Arcia together, taking on max-level players seemed nearly impossible. He mumbled to himself that he didn't want to resort to this. Adrian then shouted, declaring himself a nobleman and asking if they really thought they would escape unscathed after messing with him. However, no one paid attention to his warning. A hooded man laughed, mocking Adrian's claim, while the man with the giant sword joked that if Adrian were a nobleman, then he must be the Emperor of Brigham. Arcia used her shield to deflect attacks from a red-haired girl, while the man with the giant sword attacked Adrian. Adrian, realizing their intention, remarked that they seemed set on dying. But they ignored him, laughing as they noted that the game developers didn't get involved in player disputes. Adrian was struggling to hold them off and thought he would win if he could buy more time. He was sure reinforcements from the Black Dragon Guild were on their way, but before he could finish his thought, he was suddenly stabbed from behind by Velter, the little girl character from before. Velter taunted Adrian, laughing at his efforts. The system displayed once again that Adrian had been murdered by user Velter. The pikers rejoiced over their catch, quickly looting Adrian's items and fleeing. Adrian's character lay dead on the ground, and the system once again notified him that he had been resurrected at the starting point and had lost more EXP as a penalty. The previous scene replayed with the guild master apologizing, explaining that she hadn't expected the group to gather like that. Minji, also known as Adrian, didn't say a word. He lowered his head, crossing his hands as he sat on a bench. After a moment, with a menacing voice, he mentioned that it had taken 3 hours to recover the EXP lost from the previous PK and another 3 hours to recover the EXP lost this time. He counted the total, 6 hours lost, and laughed bitterly. His tone sent a shiver through the guild master. Suddenly, Adrian began laughing maniacally, declaring that they were asking for trouble. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man holding a beer can was laughing hysterically, sitting on a chair. He commented on how insane it was, wondering how much the stolen items were worth. The man, Velter, remarked that he had gone to the hunting ground just in case, after hearing that a madman had rented it, and had already obtained items worth 100 million. He speculated how much more money he could earn if this continued. Velter recalled how Adrian had been bragging about being a nobleman before he died, but scoffed that at best, Adrian would just be a nobleman who had been pushed out of a family competition, which wasn't his concern. Throwing the empty beer can, Velter considered how he would rob Adrian the next time. Suddenly, Velter was shocked to see a notification. Black Dragon Penny was seeking real-life information about several users, including Velter, offering generous rewards. The rewards ranged from millions of loots for providing real names, to billions for offering more detailed information about the user's residences. Velter, completely perplexed, muttered in disbelief at the staggering amounts and the 10 trillion loots account balance displayed in the notification. His hand shook in fear as he tried to click on the status window, thinking to himself that there was no way this could be real, and it must be a joke. Comments on the post reflected disbelief and alarm. One user with the handle Pastel Blue expressed shock, asking if it was real, while another, Black Dragon Penny, confirmed that it was. They explained that some people had piked someone doing business with their guild and made off with hundreds of millions in items. Another commenter, Defeated King Lapis Lazuli, remarked that although there was a picture as proof, the balance seemed too absurd to believe. Black Dragon Penny added that the individual responsible was a noble and a noble with a title at that. One comment told others that if they were only going to cause trouble, they should leave. Velter, reading all these comments, felt his voice trembling with fear as he questioned whether a noble with a title would really lie. He wondered if there was a limit to their deception. The thought of a noble behaving like this made him laugh nervously. A person going by Kars claimed to have information about a user named Rokuro. Another user, Black Dragon _Scorfish should be steamed, requested that the information be sent to them via message. As Velter continued to scroll through the comments, he found himself wondering how the information about these individuals was already being leaked. Another user, Lactose, joked about whether they should make a report as well, laughing as they typed. A different user, 4240 Banana King, eagerly claimed to have information regarding someone named Pint. Black Dragon under Skush should be grilled, responded, asking to be contacted through direct message. Velter, biting his nails, began to worry about how many people in the game knew about him. He anxiously pondered whether he should return the money and apologize, wondering if even now it might help. He thought that perhaps begging for forgiveness might make them let it slide. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing how nobles behaved. He realized there was no way they would listen to his excuses. Velter then had a revelation. He needed to contact the customer center. He thought to himself that no matter how much the game company neglected its users, it surely wouldn't turn a blind eye to criminal activity. When he called the customer center, the voice on the other end thanked him for contacting the World Games customer center and asked how they could help. Standing up in concern, Velter explained that he had a request regarding the game Chronicle Online. The voice asked for his nickname to confirm his identity, and Velter replied, stating that his name was Velter. The customer center responded, acknowledging his identity, and asked how they could assist him. Velter explained his situation, telling them that someone in the community was openly seeking his personal information with the clear intention of harming him. He expressed his concern, stating that he didn't think it was right to overlook such criminal activity. The customer center representative asked if Velter wanted the post deleted and whether they should take action and then contact him at his current phone number. Velter confirmed this. After ending the call and venting his frustration, Velter sat back in his chair with a sense of relief, thinking that he was now safe. He believed the customer center would soon delete the post and that the people looking for him would likely give up after a while. He opened another can of beer and glanced back at the screen. To his shock, he noticed something that made him freeze. He saw that someone commented, claiming they found his contact number. It was the person from the customer center. Unable to resist the temptation of getting billions, this person revealed Velter's address and phone number. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, Velter panicked and shouted that the customer center shouldn't have done this. Before he could finish his outcry, a huge explosion occurred behind him. Someone entered the room and declared that they found him.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Velter, trembling in fear, stammered in disbelief, wondering why Adrian Lawrence was there. Adrian revealed that he was actually the user Minji, cursing Velter before blood splattered throughout the building. In the game's social media, everyone was chatting about the recent incident. The chats mentioned that the accounts of all the users who were publicly wanted last time didn't exist. Some wondered if it could be a setup and questioned whether those accounts were ever real in the first place. Another user insisted that the accounts really existed and mentioned that someone investigated those users through a personal livestream. A purple-haired bunny girl expressed concern, wondering if everyone was truly dragged away and questioning how anyone could play the game with it being so scary. The man wearing the green bear suit beside her said that he didn't think the game company was responding at all, pointing out that there was no notice regarding the incident. While watching Adrian fight, one of the guild members asked how much money Minji spent on everything, to which the guild master replied that it was likely around 3 billion. The guild member expressed shock, commenting that Minji burned 3 billion out of spite. The guild master then whispered to the girl that not only did Minji spend the money, but there were also rumors that he had a hand in World Games, which was why the matter had been finished quietly. Adrian could hear them but pretended not to while thinking to himself that it was a false rumor. He recalled how, after Velter and others got caught, they cried and begged for their lives, repeatedly saying they were wrong. After catching the pikers, Adrian realized they were just jobless people who promised to do anything in exchange for their lives, including returning the items they had taken. Adrian thought that, since they had nothing better to do than play games, he gave them new jobs, although the positions were in remote and unreachable places. Despite this, Adrian felt content about their fate. In the present, Adrian thought that since he wouldn't be killed by pikers anymore, he could focus on leveling up and be at ease. He then told Arcia that they should head to the next dungeon. Arcia agreed. Adrian thought, as always, that he could play in peace and level up, or at least so he believed. The idiot prince declared that it was time, clenching his fist and stating to his followers that the moment was ideal and likely the last opportunity to remove the first prince and claim the throne. The others around reacted enthusiastically. As a part of the second prince's faction, Adrian was present at the scene. The power struggle in the Reinhardt kingdom had intensified as the king prepared to abdicate the throne, with the first prince set to ascend if the king stepped down. Adrian thought that a civil war seemed imminent, noting that the timing was unfortunate, as it had come right when he intended to focus on playing games again. He observed the people around him. Mark Ali Trun, a seven-circle archmage, appeared cautious and nervous, while Margrave Ariel Lewis, a six-circle high-ranking mage, seemed scared. Adrian recalled that the Trotun faction had tried to lure him during a previous hunting tournament and noted their mixed relationships with him. He then looked at the person sitting beside him, Marquis Douglas Hamilton, the highest-ranking administrator. Hamilton's demeanor had been happy and expectant. Adrian wondered if these allies would eventually become betrayers as well, as a drop of sweat formed on his cheek. He had contemplated the political landscape, recognizing that the balance of power between the second and first prince was skewed, with the first prince being at a disadvantage. Adrian suspected that the first prince had cleverly involved the Trotun faction, making moves that further complicated the situation. Prince Luke announced that they couldn't afford to prolong the war, as continued conflict might weaken the kingdom and invite an invasion from the Croizon Empire. He laid out his plan to infiltrate the royal castle, dividing the operation between a guerrilla unit and a territorial unit to prepare for the civil war. Marquis Vincent would fight the guerrilla warfare with him, while Marquis Hamilton would command the main forces, with Marquis Lawrence as second in command. Adrian acknowledged this, noticing that Trotun had gritted his teeth in anger but said nothing. Adrian reflected that the first prince had chosen the perfect person to bring into the fold. He realized that Trotun, fearing a loss of power, had aggressively pushed for Adrian's punishment and tried to recruit him during the hunting tournament. Adrian also observed that Trotun had been excluded from a significant role in the upcoming operation, despite holding the same rank as Adrian. Adrian sighed, thinking that the second prince's tactics were essentially instigating betrayal. Prince Luke then declared that the operation would begin in 2 days at midnight and ordered everyone to discreetly reorganize their forces, to which they all agreed. After the meeting ended, Prince Luke called out to Marquis Lawrence, prompting Adrian to respond. Prince Luke then asked if Adrian could give Countess Klein to him, implying that she would be an invaluable addition to the guerrilla unit as an aura master. Adrian was upset by the request and asked for clarification. Arcia, observing the situation, reassured Adrian that she was fine with the decision. Adrian, however, struggled to contain his anger and thought privately that he would have loved to kick the prince between the legs and make him a eunuch. Despite his frustration, Adrian reluctantly agreed to the request. Prince Luke expressed his gratitude, laughing and placing a hand on Adrian's shoulder, and promised that if the operation succeeded, both Adrian and Countess Klein would be rewarded for their efforts. After the encounter, Adrian told Arcia that if the second prince ever tried to harm her, she shouldn't hesitate to fight back, assuring her that he would handle the aftermath. Arcia, without much emotion, agreed, saying she would fight him without holding back. Later, back at the Marquis Palace, the butler informed Adrian of guests arriving. Holding Arcia's hand, Adrian asked who the guests were. To his surprise, it was his mother, who looked much younger than he remembered. She remarked on the size of the castle while commenting on how well Arcia was living. Arcia, in turn, smiled slightly and mentioned that they had planted flowers in the area. Adrian asked his father if this was the first time they had visited the territory. His father responded by saying that nothing could be more unpleasant than visiting one's child's home and interfering with everything. Adrian reflected on how his parents had chosen to guard their territory and decline many invitations from central nobles, all to protect him. He also observed that his father cut ties with the nearby lords and completely withdrew from social life. Adrian then inquired about the reason for their sudden visit. His father revealed that he heard rumors of an impending civil war. Adrian, perplexed, thinking it was unexpected, given his father's isolation from outside news. Nonetheless, Adrian explained that the king was planning to abdicate the throne, and Prince Luke was making his moves accordingly. His father then expressed concern, noting that Adrian would likely be at the forefront of the second prince's faction. Adrian confirmed that he was appointed as the second in command, with Arcia standing with the guerrilla unit. After a moment of worry, his father warned him not to engage with His Majesty's personal troops if they appeared on the battlefield, emphasizing the importance of avoiding any direct conflict with them. Viscount Lawrence advised Adrian, saying that if His Majesty's personal troops appeared on the battlefield, he should not go against them under any circumstances. Adrian wondered about His Majesty's personal troops. His father continued, explaining that His Majesty was much scarier than anyone thought and was by no means a mere figurehead. He mentioned that despite what had happened with the Prius Republic, any major power would have measures in place to ensure the preservation of its royal and imperial household, and it was no different for them in Reinhardt. Adrian questioned whether that could affect the general trend, and his father, Viscount Lawrence, responded by suggesting that it could, even when a Grandmaster was involved. Adrian was astonished, thinking that a Grandmaster was equivalent to an 8-circle mage and noting that, as far as he knew, there wasn't a single Grandmaster from their kingdom among the 5 who existed on the continent. His father continued, expressing uncertainty but revealing that while sorting through the information of Adrian's grandfather, who had worked as a chief butler in palace affairs, he had discovered a hidden diary and found out about this fact. Their family had served the king for a long time in the palace affairs department, but one day, their access to the palace had been cut off due to his grandfather's unexpected death. His father had been forced into a risky marriage to support the weakened family. This revelation deeply surprised Adrian, and he wondered if his grandfather's access to royal secrets had caused his downfall. He realized he could not take his father's words lightly. Adrian then assured his father that if that situation arose, he would run away at all costs, so his father needn't worry. His father agreed, acknowledging that while honor was important, Adrian's life was even more so. Suddenly, Adrian became suspicious and asked his father why it seemed like he was talking about someone else, noting that since his father was part of the second prince's faction, his participation in the conflict seemed inevitable. His father, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted that he wasn't planning to participate. Confused, Adrian asked why, and his father, still embarrassed and clearing his throat, explained that Sylvia was pregnant. Adrian was shocked, stammering a question in disbelief. His mother casually smiled and told Adrian that he was going to be a big brother, leaving Adrian in complete shock. Meanwhile, Arcia was simply observing the flowers, oblivious to what was happening. The scene shifted to a meeting where the first prince, laughing, spilled his tea. He congratulated Adrian on having a little sibling, noting that it was a sibling to Marquis Lawrence. Adrian then reported to the first prince that his father wouldn't be participating in the war. The first prince, still smiling, said he understood and that it couldn't be helped. He then asked Adrian what he thought was the biggest weakness of the second prince's faction. Adrian responded that it was the exposure of their operation. The first prince, spinning a spoon in his hand, agreed, explaining that information determined victory or defeat in a war, and in that sense, they were one step closer to victory. He explained that they would create a gap and allow the second prince's intrusion, meaning they would give up the crown prince's palace and the main palace where the king resided, which Prince Luke coveted. Once Prince Luke was drunk on the joy of victory, they would stage a siege, betrayal, and complete eradication. Adrian thought that in order to assert traditional legitimacy, the second prince couldn't afford to abandon the royal palace and throne, which he had finally managed to acquire. Thus, the second prince would bring his faction to the castle and choose to isolate himself, which would be the worst situation for him, an insider's betrayal. Adrian smiled, thinking it was like a Trojan horse in this time and era. He mentioned to the first prince that the second prince would feel victorious, thinking the crown prince had run away without understanding what was really happening. The prince agreed, praising their communication, but also pointed out a problem with the plan. Adrian then acknowledged that he, Countess Klein, and the other insiders were bound to be in danger due to their roles in the betrayal. The prince agreed, warning that the second prince's faction, currently off guard, would quickly collapse due to their betrayal and that they would inevitably become the targets of concentrated attacks. The prince planned to show Adrian several hidden secret passages in the castle, which would help confuse the enemy and increase his chances of survival. Adrian, considering the plan, thought it wasn't enough. He proposed something, explaining that he had played a significant role in the recent crisis of the Prius Republic and had made considerable contributions to their revolution. As a result, they had promised him certain rewards. The prince asked what kind of rewards, and Adrian explained that they had agreed to provide military support to their kingdom in the event of a civil war, just as Adrian had helped them. The prince, appearing worried, hesitated, and Adrian understood his concern. He assured the prince that it wasn't massive support like a swarm of sky fortresses, but rather 3 aura masters. With that level of military force, they would have solid insurance without facing criticism for bringing in foreign forces. This revelation caused the prince, whose eyes had been small with worry, to open them wide with joy. He nearly jumped out of his seat and realized that the Republic-related incidents, which had seemed like anomalies, might have been part of a plan. Adrian picked up his teacup and confirmed it, though in his mind he knew it wasn't entirely true. It had just happened while he was cleaning up his mess. The prince happily expressed his admiration, saying there was no way Marquis Lawrence would do anything meaningless and that he was truly wonderful. Adrian, realizing the prince was under a misunderstanding, decided to let him stay that way, knowing that all the groundwork for defeating the second prince was now complete. Before ending their meeting, they shook hands, and the prince acknowledged Adrian's hard work. While the prince was complimenting Arcia, the prince's words reminded Adrian of his father's warning not to go against His Majesty's personal troops. Adrian, thinking about it, asked the prince what would happen if Prince Luke tried to subdue His Majesty and ended up being subdued instead. The prince dismissed that as impossible but said that if it did happen, their jobs would become much easier. Adrian, thinking about it, noted that the crown prince seemed completely unaware of certain things and wondered if what his father had spoken about really existed. As the day of battle approached, Adrian spoke to Arcia, instructing her not to hesitate to defend herself if the second prince tried to harm her. Arcia acknowledged this, and Adrian reminded her that Blackie, their magical flying ally, would be flying around the palace and could support her immediately with magic if she sent a telepathic message in case of an emergency. Arcia agreed, then turned and said she would be back soon. Before she left, Adrian handed her Excalibur, a precious holy sword. She was surprised, asking if it was really okay to give her such a precious item, and Adrian reassured her, telling her that she was more precious. She replied playfully that she was getting goosebumps, and Adrian smiled. He placed his hand on her shoulder and warned her that if she encountered a grandmaster, she should surrender at all costs. Not just a grandmaster, but in any unexpected circumstances, he urged her to surrender immediately. Arcia asked if he wanted her to prioritize her personal safety, and Adrian, determined, confirmed that he did. She smiled a little and then teleported away, reminding Adrian to be careful as well. After she left, Adrian remarked to himself how cute she was. The scene then shifted to Prince Luke declaring that the great day had come. He proclaimed that he would slash the head of the incompetent first prince and promised to reign as the new sun that would brighten the kingdom. He then gave the order to march, and Arcia, along with the guerrilla unit, approached the palace. The soldiers following Prince Luke killed every guard stationed in the palace and declared that the area was clear. At last, they reached the crown prince's room. One of the vanguards kicked the door open, and Luke, along with his vanguards, entered. However, the room was completely empty. One of the vanguards remarked that the room was empty, and they couldn't see the crown prince anywhere. He speculated that the crown prince must have sensed that something was wrong and had fled. In anger, Luke gritted his teeth and expressed his frustration. He then commanded the others, stating that if the crown prince had escaped, they should move on to the next target, which was to secure his father, the king. Everyone agreed with his order. The king had been discussing something with his secretary when the door suddenly blasted open. Seeing the vanguards entering, the king angrily called them bastards and demanded how they dared to barge in. Luke, raising his sword, apologized and told his father to entrust his fate to him for a moment. Enraged, the king called Luke a bastard. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the capital, where the domain troop waited in the sky fortress. One of Luke's people announced that it was said their highness was attending to His Majesty, the king. Everyone rejoiced, exclaiming their excitement. One of them commented that Luke could convince the king and bring down the first prince. Another person added that Luke didn't even need to convince the king since His Majesty was already in his hands, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. They all concluded that the title of Crown Prince now belonged to His Highness Luke. Adrian overheard them talking but remained silent. He then turned to the commander and pointed out that this wasn't the time to be idle, and they should move their squad to the capital immediately. Adrian predicted that once it was revealed they had secured the king, the first prince would surely send his rescue forces. The commander agreed with Adrian and raised his hand, commanding all troops to unveil themselves and head for the kingdom's capital, Lionel. Their role was to protect both the king and their next king, His Highness Luke. While this was happening, Adrian smiled to himself, thinking that everything was unfolding as he had predicted. The commander noticed Adrian's expression and asked if something was bothering him. Adrian quickly corrected his posture and dismissed the concern. He then commented that he found it surprising the first prince fled alone, suggesting he prioritized himself more than his father. The commander speculated that the situation must have been urgent, as people act selfishly when their lives are in danger. Adrian agreed but thought to himself that, while the commander might be smiling, he already knew that once the war ended and he had served his purpose, they planned to dispose of him. Despite the commander's smile, Adrian noted that the status window revealed a mutual benefit relationship, though it also indicated malicious intent. The commander then stated they would need Adrian and Dame Klein's help to stop the first prince's desperate attempts and asked if they could trust him. Adrian reassured the commander, but in his mind he thought he would kill them first before they could betray him. He also couldn't forget others who had wronged him. During their conversation, Adrian addressed a man named Margrave Raven, suggesting that it was time for him to let go of his animosity and questioning how long he intended to remain indifferent. Margrave Raven cleared his throat and denied knowing what Adrian was talking about. Adrian then mentioned Margrave Cascabel and Count Brooks, assuring them that they no longer needed to be wary of him due to the incident involving their sons. Both men awkwardly laughed, expressing surprise that Marquis Lawrence had initiated a conversation with them. However, deep down, Adrian thought that while he didn't know about anyone else, he could never forget what they had done to him. Hiding his true intentions, Adrian commented that they were all in the same boat now. Cedric's grandfather and Anna's father. The man who had controlled the Lawrence family and made Adrian's childhood miserable, Margrave Raven. Brooks and Cascabel, who had relentlessly bullied Catherine and him during their time at the academy. Adrian had postponed his revenge due to his position as an insider in the second prince's faction. Now, Adrian suggested they forget the past, remarking that no one would want to have an ally stab them in the back. Margrave Raven, taken aback, questioned who would do such a thing. Adrian remained silent, thinking to himself that he would. The commander, hearing the conversation, smiled brightly and affirmed that it was never good for the leadership within the same faction to hold grudges. He patted Adrian on the shoulder and suggested they take the opportunity to let go of the past and draw a future together. Everyone applauded and agreed with the idea. Meanwhile, a soldier on the ship seemed troubled for some reason. Back in the palace, two soldiers captured the king. One of the vanguards approached Luke and informed him that everything had been sorted out. Luke raised his sword, pointed it at the king, and declared that his father's era was over, demanding that he quietly hand over the throne. The king, enraged, called Luke a bastard. While everyone celebrated the success of the raid, one vanguard noticed Arcia looking closely at something and asked what she was preparing for. Arcia replied that she was preparing just in case. The vanguard questioned what she meant by just in case. Suddenly, a voice was heard, asking the king if he needed help. Prince Luke also heard the voice and wondered if it was coming from thin air. The king, in desperation, shouted for protection. Arcia also noticed the voice. The voice responded, confirming they had received the king's command. In an instant, two sword slashes took down the vanguards holding the king, as well as two other vanguards. Back on the ship, the troubled soldier shouted that communication with the guerrilla unit had been cut off due to interference, and they could no longer reach them. Adrian, surprised, speculated if what he suspected was happening. Back in the palace, Luke fell to the ground, sitting in shock, and wondered how 4 members of the special forces had been killed so quickly. Startled, Luke asked a brown-haired man who he was. The man responded that he was the king's knight. Luke, still shocked, questioned why he had never heard of such a knight before. The man explained that the second prince didn't have the right to know. With a serious, domineering expression, the man asked if Luke really thought the king of the great Reinhardt's kingdom could be assassinated so easily. Luke, gritting his teeth in anger, remarked to the king what a truly scary man he was to have such a powerful secret up his sleeve that not even his son knew about. He wondered if he was the only one left in the dark. Luke then stood up, raised his sword, and commanded the remaining vanguards to kill the man and secure the king. However, before he could finish his command, a single sword slash killed all the vanguards behind him. Everything happened so fast that Luke couldn't even react. One of Luke's vanguards, who was still standing, took a defensive position and thought about how two swords, manifesting as blue aura blades, had flown through the sky. Asura used her shield to protect herself and thought to herself while watching the man wield the sword that he must be a grandmaster. The grandmaster was controlling two swords along with the sword in his hand. The rebels, in shock, expressed disbelief, thinking there was no way it could be happening. Luke, unable to move, also expressed his shock, addressing the grandmaster. One of the rebel vanguard, Viscount Vincent, frustrated, groaned and then commanded Count Ignis and Countess Klein to escort His Highness Luke while he bought time. Count Ignis responded affirmatively. The Shadow Knight protecting the king remarked on the Viscount Vincent's loyalty but suggested that their loyalty was misplaced, adding that it was better to correct a disciple's mistakes than to shield them. The first vanguard angrily told the knight to be quiet before charging at the king and the grandmaster. The Shadow Knight effortlessly raised the shield and blocked the attack from the vanguard. Despite the vanguard's strength, the knight easily countered him, causing the vanguard's force sword to shake from the blockage. Count Ignis was shocked, realizing that the knight was blocking Viscount Vincent, the best swordsman of Reinhardt's kingdom, with such ease. The man protecting the king turned back and asked the king if he could execute all of them immediately. The king, with a gloomy face, refused, stating that they were important forces to the nation. The knight countered, stating that they were traitors. With great difficulty, the king explained that their forces would collapse without a central point and, with tears in his eyes, asked the knight to subdue Luke. He told the Shadow Knight to spare him despite Luke's betrayal, because he was still the king's son. The king was uncertain of how to react. Meanwhile, Luke was preparing to flee the palace after realizing that his plan was failed. However, his escape was thwarted when a sword struck the ground, creating a massive aura explosion. Count Ignis cursed, frustrated by the blocked escape route. The Grandmaster acknowledged the king's command. Back in the Sky Fortress where Adrian was, people were anxious as they couldn't communicate with the team in the palace. One man shouted in frustration about the failure of even the encryption devices, while another clarified that encryption devices prevent eavesdropping but are not meant to break communication barriers. Someone suggested they needed to find a way somehow. Adrian stood there in shock, realizing that a Grandmaster had indeed appeared. He connected his consciousness with Crowe to get a clear picture of the royal palace and then flew towards it. Through Crowe's shared vision, Adrian saw the Grandmaster controlling two swords made of aura and realized that his father was right. Relieved, he noted that Asura was fine and mentally urged her to surrender if the situation became dangerous. Adrian decided to trust Asura for now while focusing on his own responsibilities. Adrian then turned to the Sky Fortress commander and pointed out that scattering would make communication even more difficult, suggesting that they wait to assess the situation before acting. He then requested permission to re-infiltrate the royal palace, to which the commander, surprised, asked for clarification. Adrian reminded the commander that he was no ordinary magician but a battle mage whose combat power rivaled even that of an Aura Masterclass Vanguard. Furthermore, as an archmage, he emphasized that there was no better reinforcement for His Highness than himself. One of the commander's men whispered to him, advising acceptance of Marquis Lawrence's loyalty. After considering it, the commander agreed to assign elite knights to Adrian. However, Adrian requested only 3 subordinates he was in sync with. The commander agreed, giving Adrian control over the operation and momentarily deactivating the teleport shield magic as per Adrian's request. Back inside the palace, Luke was being pushed back by the Grandmaster. His guards expressed concern for his well-being, while Luke, looking at them, thought that with 4 Aura Masters rushing at him, escape seemed impossible. He wondered where this monstrous Grandmaster had come from. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, and Arcia was taken by surprise. A loud warning came about the ground, revealing that an aura sword that blocked Prince Luke from escaping. Luke, aware of the Grandmaster's abilities, acknowledged that he couldn't block the sword. But Arcia, with a swift swing of her sword, blocked the telekinetic sword with ease, surprising both the Grandmaster and Luke. Arcia gave a cold exhale. The Grandmaster, still blocking attacks from Viscount Vincent, was taken aback by Arcia's skills. The rebel fighting nearby praised Arcia for her performance. Grandmaster, observing Arcia, thought that he had underestimated her, believing she would be the easiest target due to her youth. He noted that her defensive stance was strong, as if she were more of a defensive knight than a swordsman. He also recognized that her equipment, particularly Excalibur, was special. Luke, observing Arcia, felt proud and greedy, thinking that the woman he had claimed was proving her worth. He thought about her military skill and beauty, believing that he could not let anyone else have her. Despite the plan going awry, he believed he could still turn things around by fleeing and setting the royal palace on fire, eventually using civil war to seize control. He fantasized about making Arcia Klein his own once everything was over. While Luke was lost in his scheming, Arcia looked back at him, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and swiftly swung her sword. Meanwhile, Adrian, with a single flick, executed his enemies, Margrave Raven and others. Back in the palace, blood spattered everywhere. Luke's expression of greed turned to shock. Adrian and Arcia, both in rhythm, completed their task, announcing the execution of 3 offenders. Viscount Vincent fell to his knees, shouting in desperation for the prince. The king, equally shocked, called out for Luke. After a few moments of silence, Grandmaster asked Arcia if she had been pretending to be on the same side as the second prince while waiting for the right moment to kill him. Arcia calmly responded that the original plan was more complicated, but thanks to the Grandmaster, things had been resolved easily. The Grandmaster then inquired why, if her goal was to kill the second prince, she had blocked his sword. She paused before explaining that she had been waiting for the perfect chance to take him out herself without any consequences, and she did not want to let someone else do it. Viscount Vincent, crying as though his only son had died, cursed Arcia, calling her a wretch, and lunged at her with the intent to kill. But at that moment, the window shattered, and Crowe entered, surprising Vincent. Crowe used shackles to bind the Viscount, and Arcia, seizing the opportunity, attacked him. The Grandmaster, all the while protecting the king, observed the events unfolding and wondered if Crowe was a mythical beast. Crowe then bowed his head and delivered a message from Adrian, identifying himself as Mark Adrian Lawrence. The Grandmaster asked why Marquis Lawrence was seeking the king. Adrian requested that the Grandmaster resolve the situation before a war broke out. While looking at the Grandmaster, Adrian reflected internally, wondering if the Black Knight could be the late Marquis Gabriel, since it was said that he died from a mana overload, but it must have been a cover-up. A status window then appeared, revealing details about the Grandmaster, confirming that he was indeed the former Marquis Gabriel James, now a Grandmaster and commander of the Shadow Knight Order. Marquis Gabriel questioned whether it was too early to conclude the royal succession simply because Prince Luke was dead, arguing that the second prince's faction forces were still intact and that it might be possible to support another royal family member in place of Prince Luke. Adrian, however, replied that it didn't matter, as that wouldn't happen. Surprised, Marquis Gabriel asked why. With a twisted smile, Adrian revealed that 72 notable nobles, including Marquis Hamilton, the leader of the rebel army, were already under arrest and that any delay would only magnify the chaos. He subdued everyone with the help of his vanguard forces from the Sky Fortress. The king then interrupted the conversation, asking if Adrian was suggesting that they coax the rebels into surrendering. Adrian confirmed that this was indeed his suggestion. The king, looking at the dead Luke, tearfully agreed to Adrian's proposal. A few hours later, the first prince returned to the palace after hearing that all the rebels had been captured. Shocked by the situation, he observed the scene as a priest commanded the wounded to gather in one area. One of the royal guards thanked the priest, who in turn asked if they were all right. On the other side, another guard ordered the prisoners, bound in shackles, to move quickly. Adrian, Arcia, and another vanguard appeared beside the first prince, and they knelt before him, congratulating him on his victory. The first prince, in a tight position, tried to smile but internally thought that it was not his victory, but a defeat disguised as one. Because although he was going to be king, but the true powerhouse is actually Adrian and his forces, which can even challenge the royal authority. Adrian, knowing the truth, smiled mischievously. All of this had been brought about by a boy barely 20 years old. The coup led by the second prince had ended in failure, and the struggle for the throne concluded with the first prince's complete victory. Despite this, the punishment for the second prince's supporters was relatively light, likely because the first prince had secretly encouraged the second prince's rise. While the heads of the families that supported the second prince were executed, their families were spared. However, all noble families associated with the second prince's faction had their titles downgraded by 2 ranks. One man shouted in frustration, asking how his family could face such humiliation, blaming his sister for their father's beheading during the chaos without even having a chance to appear in court. He wondered if the same fate awaited him. Lady Cascabel, terrified, tried to speak, but her brother angrily told her not to call him brother and declared that their only option was to offer her to Adrian in hopes of protecting what remained of their territory. Lady Cascabel, horrified, cried out that she didn't wish to die. Her brother harshly told her to shut up, insisting that if she didn't break the chain of resentment, everyone would die, because Adrian was more than capable of carrying out such a threat. He cruelly added that he wouldn't kill her, reminding her that her friends who had been captured earlier had also escaped death. A few months later, the king announced that the title of Duke was being granted to Mark Adrian Lawrence. To distinguish him from the Lawrence barony, the title L was added, making him Duke Adrian L. Lawrence. Additionally, the former territory of the late Marquis Hamilton was granted to him as an extension of his domain. The king expressed his hope that Adrian would become a righteous ruler who cared for his people. Everyone cheered as Adrian received his title and new lands from the king. A news post on Stargram detailed the title bestowal ceremony, referring to Duke Adrian L. Lawrence and Marchioness Arcia Klein. The post garnered over 3,450 comments, with some commenting on how Adrian was rewriting the kingdom's history and speculating on the Saintess competition's outcome. Others remarked on how they were relieved to see Margrave Cascabel's fall. Someone replied that Adrian be a wall one can never surpass. The word never surpass echoed through somewhere else as the but virus was active in Fate system. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, a virus looked like but was active in the Fate system, hungering for more data. Several complaints had been reported about the game malfunctioning, with players experiencing account and NPC disappearances. Chester, investigating the issue, discovered that a bug was responsible for the malfunctions. When the bug tried to attack Chester, he easily caught it, surprised to find that it could talk. The bug asked who he was, and Chester, astonished, realized that the bug's ability to express itself was due to an error during the system downtime, which had unintentionally created an artificial intelligence. He then decided that, while he would have loved to experiment on the bug, it was causing too much destruction. After capturing the bug, Chester was surprised when it transformed into a heart-shaped creature. Thinking it might be useful, he considered putting it into a doll to serve as an errand boy in the real world. Hearing this, the bug's heartbeat quickened with fear as if he was caught by a work devil. After a few days in his mansion, Adrian smiled while Arcia and Catherine stood behind him. He reflected on how nice power felt. In front of him, Isabella and another man were kneeling, both visibly shaking in fear. Adrian noted that even his worst enemies were kneeling before him. The kneeling man begged Adrian for mercy but was interrupted as Adrian snapped his fingers and asked if he knew how his friends were doing, telling him he would work with them. Following Adrian's command, soldiers grabbed the man's hand and took him to the mine, where he was to work for the rest of his life. The man continued to shout, pleading for forgiveness. Adrian then turned to where Isabella was and contemplated what to do with her, recalling that she was the most prominent bully. Isabella was frightened, couldn't say anything, and was shaken in fear. Adrian then asked Catherine, who was also a victim, what she would like to do. Catherine responded with a bright smile, saying that she was satisfied with Isabella kneeling before her and that Adrian should do whatever he wanted. Adrian considered her response thoughtfully and, after a moment, remembered something. The scene shifted to the game world, where Adrian reminded Chester of his request for an animal to be made into a doll. Chester, combing his long beard with fingers, asked if it was ready. Adrian replied that he had happened to find something suitable. Chester inquired about the kind of beast Adrian had prepared. Looks like Adrian likes to snap a finger instead of calling or ordering. Adrian snapped his finger and explained that he had initially considered a flying-type beast like the black eagle but decided that a human would be better. A girl fell to the ground, startled. Chester, a little surprised, reflected that he was planning to turn the creature's brain into a blank slate and create a puppet but wondered why Adrian chose a human. He speculated that it might be for revenge because it was so unlike him to behave like that. The girl was none other than Isabella, who looked around, not knowing where she was or what might happen to her. Adrian acknowledged that she had been a significant villainess in his life, comparable to Anna or Cedric. Chester, closing his eyes and combing his beard, commented that things had gotten out of hand, as he had initially thought it would be a flying beast, and remarked on the difficulty of altering a human's brain. Adrian responded by noting that humans could perform complex tasks and asked Chester if he agreed. Hearing this conversation, Isabella, filled with fear, asked Adrian what he meant, mentioning her brain and a doll, and admitted she was scared. Meanwhile, Adrian received the bug virus from Chester. And then he approached Isabella, spinning the bug in the air, which emitted a dark aura and frightened her. Isabella tried to resist and fell to the ground, begging Adrian for forgiveness, but Adrian covered her mouth to silence her. He reminded her of his previous words and, with a cold smile, told her that he intended to make her regret being born in the most terrible way possible. Isabella, sobbing in terror, cried as Adrian forcefully fed her the bug virus. Before losing consciousness, a flashback of her past appeared in her mind, and she regretted not showing complete affection to Adrian rather than her twisted interest. She remembered how she used to love Adrian but had shown only jealousy and bullied Catherine instead. The bug fully took control of her mind, embedding itself deep within. A few days later, Adrian's life continued smoothly while he dealt with the rebellion of the Second Prince faction and the victory ceremony. Everil successfully completed the final competition with outstanding results, leaving only the goddess's final choice in the selection process. The selection process that had taken place over several months is now left with only the goddess's final choice. In the Holy Land, Everhill, Adrian walked with Duchess Olivia and her group, who pointed out the place where the goddess's final choice would be made. Adrian remarked on the size of the altar and wondered if it was a pyramid. Someone from behind explained that the goddess's path was a sacred place only the saintess and saint could ascend, and Adrian recognized Duke Francis, who noted that those who were not permitted could not proceed forward, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Francis mentioned hearing that Adrian had become a duke and noted that he must be quite busy. Adrian thanked him, smiling. Olivia whispered to Adrian, remarking on his boldness in speaking to Francis, given how cautious he used to be. Adrian whispered back that he was only responding since Francis initiated the conversation. Francis sighed and clarified that anyone not permitted by the goddess could not enter, not even grandmasters or grand wizards. He looked at the goddess's path, explaining that only those candidates who reached the altar at the top would have a chance to receive the goddess's grace. Adrian thought that the gathered saintess candidates should be able to climb the stairs without difficulty. Francis then shared an unusual story, mentioning that one exceptional individual, aside from the saintess, saint, and their candidates, once ascended the goddess's path. Curious, Adrian asked who it was, and Francis, with a smug look, revealed it was Archduke Manuel Lucas, a famous figure from their Brigham Empire. Duchess Olivia, with disinterest, commented that it must be nice to come from such a great nation. Adrian, feeling regretful, realized he shouldn't have asked, suspecting that Francis merely wanted to boast. As the atmosphere turned awkward, a girl behind them muttered in annoyance, which prompted Adrian to look back and sigh in relief, recognizing Bug. He realized it was Bug who had voiced his thoughts. Bugged Isabella, playing with her hair in a Gen Z fashion, spoke in a bored tone. Though she resembled Isabella, she was not. She was Bug, an AI born from the Hollywood system. Having taken control of Isabella's brain, which was blanked out, Bug had developed a crude personality from the countless stories within the system. Perplexed, the Duke looked at her wide, opening his mouth. She yawned. Bugged Isabella, feeling bored, asked if she could leave, which prompted Arcia to smack her on the head. Bug, holding her head in pain, shouted at Arcia, asking why she was being hit. Arcia, irritated, pointed at Bug's bug necklace and warned that it was because she might die, causing Bug to react in fear and frustration. Adrian apologized to Duke Francis, explaining that she was somewhat lacking. Francis, taking into account the day's significance, let it slide, while Duchess Olivia chuckled behind Adrian. At the top of the goddess's path, the Saintess appeared and announced the numbers of Saintess and Saint candidates who received the calling of Goddess Sepia. She called them forward. Saint explained that if they were truly qualified, and Saintess completed, the goddess would open the way for them. Olivia remarked that the event had begun. Each Saintess candidate, Grace Heigelvin, Judy Esther, the Princess of the Eastern Kingdom, and Everil Barnett, among others, began to climb. Suddenly, an invisible barrier blocked one of the girls, who, in frustration, questioned why the goddess was preventing her. From below, among various supporters of Saint and Saintess candidates, Duke Francis noted disqualified candidates appearing here and there and asked Adrian who he thought would succeed. Adrian, confident, expressed his belief in Everil Barnett, the candidate he sponsored. Francis complimented Adrian, calling his storytelling excellent, which surprised Adrian, who could not understand Francis's sudden kindness. Adrian remarked that Francis was complimenting him more than usual, to which Francis replied that he was simply being truthful, admitting that his own side had been arrogant. Adrian found this unexpected, considering that Francis usually acted prideful, often claiming that no one could surpass them. Francis went on to mention that Archduke Lucas once had a conversation with the goddess there, a privilege neither the Saintess nor the Saint experienced. It was, reportedly, the first and last time the goddess spoke to an individual. Francis murmured, wondering if the goddess might show the same interest in Adrian as she did with Lucas. While listening to Francis's muttering, Adrian noticed something. Evelyn Francis had stopped climbing and had come back down. Looking at her, Adrian thought, Evelyn Francis? Didn't she just start climbing the stairs? Why is she coming back down already? When she came down, she announced that she would yield the Saintess position. This surprised everyone along with Duchess Olivia. Adrian thought, the Francis Duchy renouncing their position? Duke Francis approached his daughter and received her. After he left, Olivia, with a dumb look, remarked that they had gotten them real good. Adrian, also dumbfounded, thought that he now understood Duke Francis's previously quite friendly demeanor and how he had talked about the competition as if it were someone else's story. While it was expected that Evelyn would embark on the path of a goddess, the likelihood of her surpassing the other candidates to become a saintess was low. Adrian loudly stated that they had chosen honor rather than clinging to a slim chance. Olivia smiled a little, calling Duke Francis a slimy old bastard, and commented that the difference between yielding and being eliminated was significant. Now, she added, Evelyn would be remembered not as a candidate who was eliminated but as one who had graciously yielded her place to the other candidates for the title of saintess. Then, looking at the ascending saintess candidates, Adrian thought that he was honestly surprised because Evelyn's renunciation was unexpected, but those walking on the path of a saintess were the ones he had expected. The remaining candidates were Judy Esther, Xia Lin, Grace Heigelvin, and Everil Barnett. The 14:1 probability had decreased to 4:1. Everyone knelt before the current saintess, Sharon Silverstein, who raised her staff and began to chant, O you who have been granted permission to embark on this path, pray to the goddess Sepia. Her prayer was stopped in the middle as she sensed something. A golden light emanated from the top of the altar. It was indicating something that made even Saintess Sharon turn back and take a look. Arcia, as always, stood before Adrian and protected him from any future dangers. A flow of energy even made Adrian uncomfortable as he thought, what's this energy? Could it be an advent? Meanwhile, a woman appeared from the source of the golden light, a very beautiful woman. She was wearing a dress made of void with stars. Her hair matched her dress as well. Everyone on the altar knelt and greeted her as the greatest being. Someone murmured in awe, calling it good heavens and noting that the goddess was there. Looking at the divine being, Adrian thought that he had believed being chosen by the goddess was just a matter of conveying intentions, but now he realized it involved her actual advent. He noted how flustered the saintess and saint were, guessing that they had not predicted this either. Adrian wondered if someone had caught the goddess's attention to the extent that she would descend herself. The goddess then declared that she would make her choice. She looked at Adrian Lawrence, which shocked him, and continued by identifying the boy as Jihad. She then pointed at Everil and mentioned the girl Everil, warning them to be wary of the fall of the Black Star with the chaos in the world never ending. Then the goddess returned to the gate of heaven, and the door closed. People began voicing their thoughts, calling it an oracle, questioning what it meant, and wondering if she was warning them about demons. Some worried if it was about the end of the world. Bug on the floor muttered, frightened, that the outside world was darn scary. After everything that had happened, along with all the official work and other staff members, it was now time to say goodbye to Everil. She stood in front of Adrian and expressed her gratitude for all the time they had spent together. Adrian, along with Eric and Arcia, told her that she, too, had worked hard. He added that if she ever needed help, she should call him any time, and he would do his best to help. Everil, somewhat surprised, asked if they could still meet even after she became the saintess. Adrian assured her they could, which made Everil happy as she smiled. Selected by the goddess, Everil would assist Saintess Sylvestane for a year to learn the duties before inheriting the title of Saintess. Everil bid farewell as she left with Saintess Sharon. Watching them depart, Adrian thought that while the story of the goddess Sepia descending after 300 years overshadowed the results of the selection competition, excessive attention might have only burdened Everil, who came from a commoner background, so this might not be all bad. But one thing bugged his mind: the oracle of the god, with the chaos in the world never ending, be wary of the fall of the Black Star. The Holy Land and major nations conducted investigations into the goddess's oracle, but they couldn't find any clues. Adrian, while playing the game, thought he had felt like their eyes met back then, but he wondered if it was just him. Someone behind him then warned him not to get distracted, informing him that there was a trap on the ceiling 30 meters ahead and that 2 dragon demons were approaching. The girl healed Adrian and then laughed, exclaiming in excitement. Isabella had now turned on her gaming mode, remarking that virtual reality was her, a bug's, home ground. She showed a victory sign and winked, saying that it was like shooting fish in a barrel and even jokingly urging insects to praise the Lord. But Arcia from behind kicked her, making her yelp in pain. Isabella angrily asked what was up with her, pointing out that she acted coy in front of that guy, Adrian, but only gave her trouble. However, another kick from Arcia quickly brought her to apologize. Meanwhile, Adrian in the corner commented that he had definitely leveled up faster because they had a healer. Chester added that considering all the events Adrian had experienced in reality, his growth was quite remarkable and asked if he was getting enough sleep. Adrian admitted that it was hard to get proper sleep and explained that since he was not a genius like Archduke Lucas, he had to at least give up sleeping comfortably. Chester assured him that he was still an impressive man. Adrian, shyly responding, told Chester that even if he tried to flatter him, nothing would come of it. Chester innocently replied that it wasn't flattery. He said that there was no need to compare himself to Archduke Lucas because Adrian possessed magical abilities as an ordinary person, and it was the truth. Archduke Lucas, he added, was born in a special environment where he couldn't help but be proficient in magic. This statement made Adrian serious, and he asked Chester what he meant by a special environment where he couldn't help but be proficient in magic. Chester explained that there was no particular reason to hide it. Archduke Lucas had been a magician from the very beginning. At first, Adrian was shocked, then, with a funny expression and perplexed, he exclaimed in disbelief.
Adrian, shocked, asked Chester if Archduke Lucas was truly from Earth and if he was a magician from the beginning. Chester, floating in midair, explained that magicians had existed on Earth as well, though their abilities had deteriorated over time, and only a few of them remained, living like ordinary people. Chester revealed that Archduke Lucas was the eldest son of a declining family of magicians. Chester went on to describe how, despite being a magician, Archduke Lucas couldn't do much more than create small flames or sparks at his fingertips, an ability even less effective than a handgun. Chester explained that Lucas had dedicated himself to researching mana amplification in hopes of reviving his family. Adrian, taken aback, speculated whether it didn't been a mere coincidence that Lucas had crossed over to this side. Chester, smiling, confirmed that Adrian was correct, adding humorously that it wasn't as if Lucas was hit by a passing truck or something. Adrian felt stunned to hear this, especially since he himself was transmigrated with the help of the infamous Truck Kuan. Chester continued by explaining that, in the end, Lucas was involved in an accident and ended up in this world too. However, unlike Adrian, who had reincarnated after death, Lucas was transported to this world when he was caught in a powerful magic explosion that tore through space itself. As a result of this explosion, Lucas had accumulated mana at the level of an archmage. Chester explained that Adrian had gained his own fate as a consequence of being thrown into another world. While listening, Adrian mused to himself that, unlike Lucas, who had survived life-or-death situations armed only with his fists, Lucas had started with powers on par with an archmage, making any comparison between them pointless. Adrian then thought he understood why Archduke Lucas was so determined to return. Imagining Lucas, Adrian reflected that, unlike himself, who had forcibly met his end and experienced death once, Lucas had merely been transported to another world by accident, even gaining abilities that might enable him to go back. With a sad expression, Adrian admitted to himself that if he were in Lucas's place, he wouldn't have given up easily either and would have been equally obsessed with returning. Noticing Adrian's mood, Chester cleared his throat to get his attention and reassured him that he was walking a path even greater than Archduke Lucas, who was considered the best, so he had every reason to feel proud. Adrian thanked Chester for the comforting words and expressed his gratitude. Then he asked if there was any chance that Archduke Lucas had managed to return to Earth instead of passing away. Chester answered that Lucas was working on one final research project, so it was possible, though only Lucas would know for certain. Meanwhile, Isabella, bored, rudely interrupted Adrian, yawning and asking him how long he was planning to slack off and whether he intended to level up. Instantly, Arcia delivered a hard smack to Isabella's head. Isabella corrected herself as Arcia pointed out that she should have addressed Adrian with "sir" instead of a casual "hey, you there." Ignoring the correction, Isabella, in pain, cried out to Arcia, questioning how she could hit her. Arcia, expressionless, retorted by asking if Isabella preferred to be struck by a sword, showing her weapon as she spoke. Adrian, overhearing their exchange despite the distance, found himself annoyed and thought to himself that Bug couldn't stay quiet for even a second. Turning his attention to Chester, he inquired if he still had one remaining use of the Hollywood system admin privileges, and whether Chester could shed light on the meaning of the goddess Sepia's final words, using up the authority. Chester, however, cautioned against using those privileges for such a purpose, mentioning that even the Holy Land was still interpreting the words, implying that it might be wasteful. Perceiving Chester's reaction as a sign that he had some insight, Adrian pressed further, but Chester, remaining cautious, explained that although he had a vague understanding, he could not be entirely sure and had to approach anything involving the goddess with care. Extending his hand, Chester produced an object, advising Adrian to seek the hint himself. He pointed out that Adrian already possessed the necessary materials, thus negating any need to use the administrator rights. A book then materialized before Adrian, titled Why Rondell Cannot Venture into Space Despite Having Advanced Technology. Adrian took the book and read the title aloud as he held it. Back at his mansion, standing on the balcony, he now had a copy of the book Chester had provided in the game world, saved in his smartwatch. Looking over it, Adrian reflected that, up to this point, his focus was on survival, leaving little room for thoughts of space or other matters. As he gazed out over his dukedom under a starlit sky with a full moon, he began reading from Archduke Lucas's diary. The diary described how physical force was merely a subconcept of psychic abilities like magic, aura, divine power, and elemental power. Rondell, unlike Earth, had conditions that should make space exploration much more feasible, yet had never attempted it, not even a satellite launch. Archduke Lucas's investigation led him to attribute this limitation to goddess Sepia. The diary further speculated about the possibility of other planets inhabited by different forces, similar to Rondell, referencing a rumored spirit garden on the moon and the potential presence of celestial and demonic planets nearby. In an entry dated Age of Magic 196X.XX.XX, Archduke Lucas had written his revelation that Rondell's universe differed entirely from Earth's. Beyond Rondell, the moon, and the sun, there was nothing in the vast expanse of space. The stars and Milky Way were mere illusions. Adrian was deeply shocked by this part of the diary, prompting him to look up at the sky with the realization that everything he saw might indeed be an illusion. He continued to read the diary, which explained that Rondell was essentially a giant cage filled with restrictions. The diary questioned where the demons that frequently invaded Rondell came from and wondered if it was a periodic entertainment sent by the goddess for amusement, like an event match. However, the writer dismissed this, acknowledging that Rondell was a world of magic and that it shouldn't be approached with conventional thinking. He wrote that he, Manuel Lucas, needed to break free from preconceived notions about being an Earthling. The entry from Age of Magic 196X.XX.XX stated that, rather than merely observing the world beyond visually as in past explorations, the writer attempted to approach it through the lens of magic. Instead of creating a Rondell version of the Hubble Space Telescope, he equipped his craft with a mana detection device, theorizing that since mana naturally accumulates on planets, detecting similar energies might reveal the true, unseen nature of the universe. The diary revealed that his predictions was correct, and he successfully observed the night sky. Adrian was marveled to see a real picture of the sky in the diary, reacting with surprise. The diary entry continued, recounting an event in Age of Magic 196X.XX.XX, where the saints suddenly stormed into the writer's place with the Holy Night Troop and arrested him, accusing him of blasphemy for doing something that the goddess forbade. In Age of Magic 197X.XX.XX, the writer mentioned that he managed to get out of trouble after the Emperor of the Brigham Empire donated a large sum of money to seek forgiveness, ensuring it wouldn't happen again. However, the writer admitted that he could not give up his interest in space. Determined, he created equipment to observe the true nature of the universe from the ground. Through his observations, he discovered 3 facts. First, although the planets couldn't be seen due to a camouflage effect, there were definitely 2 more planets in the same solar system as Rondell with similar conditions, which he concluded were the worlds of the celestials and demons. Second, he found that the coordinates were arranged so that direct travel from one planet to another was impossible. To invade the planets, one would have to travel directly across empty space, a method strictly prohibited by the goddess. He now understood why the demons went to such lengths to reach Rondell. Third, he noted that many of the constellations known on Earth also existed here. Reflecting on this, Adrian muttered to himself, remarking on the overlap of constellations. He thought back to the diary's suggestion that Rondell's and Earth's night skies were similar and remembered feeling a sense of disharmony while observing the night sky for a long time. He realized that the stars in Rondell's night sky were mirrored, with their left and right orientations reversed compared to those on Earth. This realization led him to think that Rondell might be a world on the other side of the Earth he once knew. The very thought of this connection made him tremble. Adrian leaned on the railing of the balcony and, while grabbing his head, thought about Chester's words, realizing Chester had said he wasn't sure but had a vague idea. Adrian finally understood what he had meant. He pondered whether the black star that the goddess had spoken of referred to the planet on the opposite side of this hidden world, perhaps even Earth. Frustrated, He admitted to himself that, even before Chester recommended this book, he had suspected the black star mentioned by the goddess could represent a different planet entirely. But now he questioned if this world might indeed be Earth's other side. If that were the case, the goddess's prophecy could imply a rising issue between this world and Earth, which, if true, might indicate a global threat. Adrian wondered why the goddess had spoken of it in such vague terms. Thinking over these complex ideas, he grew irritated and mentally shouted, asking what he was supposed to do and why he couldn't simply be told what was going on. Feeling hopeless, he admitted to himself that it wasn't as though he could share this material and questioned just what the goddess wanted from him. Deciding there was nothing he could do, he resolved to simply level up in the game. In the game, Adrian was positioned at the back of the party. Isabella was joyfully healing Arcia, as if enjoying her work, repeatedly saying, "Heal, heal." Meanwhile, Adrian, still distracted by his thoughts, struggled to concentrate on the game. He felt his head spinning, thinking that if the prophecy was about demons descending, it might have been simpler to handle, though that would still be a major issue. While he was deep in thought, he heard a faint calling of his name. It was Arcia calling, "Sir Adrian." Two giant monsters were preparing to launch a magic beam at him, and he realized too late that he couldn't dodge. At that moment, an idea came to him, and he used bind magic to bind Isabella. Perplexed, Isabella could only say, as Adrian teleported her in front of him, intending to use her as a meat shield and shouting "Fatal Friend Shield," as if he had just invented something clever. He mentally apologized, admitting he couldn't afford to lose his experience point. Isabella, terrified and angry, cursed at him, calling him a little piece of sure-dash. A few minutes later, the system notified Adrian that he had leveled up to level 250. He sighed as Arcia clapped for him, pleased that he had defended at the last minute. Crowy was also happy that Adrian didn't lost any experience. In the aftermath, the burnt ashes of Isabella's remains lay behind them. After they defeated the monsters, the system announced that they were being transported to a secret space created by God Ariel. As he drank a health recovery potion, Adrian asked Arcia if Bug shouldn't be considered a contributor to some extent. He mused that it would be nice if she could participate in the fate quests and hunt missions, but lamented that she couldn't enter because she wasn't a contributor. Arcia replied that even if Bug could enter, she wouldn't have been able to this time, as she had already died. Adrian agreed, acknowledging her point. He reflected on his progress, noting that it had taken around 1 month to level up from 1 to 150, 2 months to reach 200, and nearly half a year to reach level 250. This was their first raid battle in half a year. The system then notified them that a named monster, Valak, was summoned. Both he and Arcia prepared to face the giant creature. Determined, he reminded himself that all he could do was keep trying, as his path was already set. With a resolute attitude, he turned to Arcia and signaled it was time to proceed. Meanwhile, in the home country of Princess Xiaolin, the scene shifted to reveal several people lying dead on the ground. A woman was at the point of a soldier's sword, and an ugly, fat-looking man smirked at the sight of her. This woman was none other than Princess Xiaolin. With tears in her eyes, she swore that she would kill him and take revenge at all costs. Valak, the lava dragon, had a full health bar, breathing flames and throwing fire at them. Arcia, acting as the tank in the party, created a shield to protect Adrian from the attack. Both were determined to survive and complete the quest. Arcia lunged an attack, surprising the lava dragon, shifting from the left while Adrian cast a spell from the ground. Their synchronized attack put the lava dragon in a dangerous situation, reducing its health by 30%. The whole area was filled with smoke and dust. Furious, the lava dragon, having already lost one of his wings, charged at them, referring to them as lowly vermin and slashing flames again. Suddenly, something sparkled in the sky, and a powerful blue beam struck the lava dragon, making him shout in pain. It was Crowy, Adrian's tamed flying beast. Adrian used shared vision with Crowy to attack the lava dragon from above. Adrian thought that Tarnus was definitely a strong monster, a raid monster with a significantly higher difficulty level than the Death Knight they had challenged when they reached level 200. Yet, he wondered why he didn't feel as if he was going to lose. The three-member party attacked the lava dragon simultaneously. When Valak Tarnus had only 20% health remaining, he forfeited, admitting defeat. Adrian was perplexed, wondering if the named monster had forfeited because the set program was unfavorable for it. The system notified that the conditions for opening the next area of the magic tower had been met, also announcing the opening of Manuel Lucas's 9th floor magic tower. Back in the library, Chester praised Adrian, acknowledging his hard work. Adrian replied that Chester must have been watching, to which Chester confirmed, noting that Tarnus was no match for Adrian and Arcia and expressing his surprise, as he had expected an extremely tough battle. Chester sighed, hinting that the next challenge would not be as easy, as the final gateway was heavily intertwined with Archduke Lucas's antics. He also noted that this was the end of Arcia's growth. Adrian, however, was not greatly worried about that. Chester, intrigued, asked if he truly felt that way. Adrian, smiling, confirmed that he had felt it during the battle, that their extremely trained teamwork produced a synergy effect beyond imagination. He assured Chester that a day would never come when he found Arcia useless, remarking that she was no different from a human and that her potential for growth was limitless. Adrian believed she would continue to grow. Hearing this, Arcia felt quite delighted. Chester, turning away, remarked that considering his successor's growth somehow made him feel both sad and joyful. He acknowledged that it was what was to be expected from the successor of Archduke Lucas. The system window notified Adrian that he was granted 5 access rights to the Hollywood System Administrator. He had acquired 200 trillion loots, which would be paid to his Alicia Union bank account, and this account had been additionally registered on the terminal. Adrian also gained the Sky Fortress Aegis, 2 automatic vanguard units of the Aura Master class, control over the information and assassination organization known as Blue Moon, and the underground base Hecate. The 8th Circle had been formed. After receiving all these rewards from the Fate Quest, he finally woke up. When he got up, he saw Arcia standing beside him, along with several men kneeling before him. They joyfully greeted him as the Master of the Full Moon. Adrian, looking at them, smiled, satisfied that he had achieved the Blue Moon intelligence. In the capital city of Reinhardt's kingdom, Lionel, a man was pestering Duke Adrian, expressing his honor to meet Duke Lawrence and Marchioness Klein. He reminded Adrian of their encounter during a ball and flattered them, saying that they looked beautiful as befits the kingdom's greatest couple. Introducing himself as Marco, the head of the Planning and Coordination Office of the Ministry of Justice, he mentioned that his family had recently hired a skilled chef and offered to treat Adrian to a meal if he agreed. Adrian, feeling annoyed, informed the man that he had an appointment with His Majesty. The man left looking gloomy, which Adrian noticed. Then, Adrian asked the black-haired man beside him what had happened. The man scratched his head and admitted he never expected to be suddenly pulled into the spotlight like that. As they walked toward the throne room, Adrian told him he needed to get used to it, as one of the reasons Adrian was there was to grant him an official position. One of the royal guards announced that Duke Lawrence and Marchioness Klein had requested an audience with the king. The king permitted them to enter, and all 3 knelt before him, greeting him as the Golden Lion of the Reinhardt's kingdom. The king sarcastically questioned if the comet of their kingdom wanted to see him and asked if Adrian wasn't there to report to Michael, the crown prince standing beside him. Michael, standing beside the king, laughed and remarked that His Majesty was being too harsh. Adrian mumbled to himself that Michael was blatantly showing his dislike for him, thinking that perhaps he needed a target on which to take out his grief over losing a son. Adrian then closed his eyes and stated that he must report the birth of a new Aura Master in their kingdom. Suddenly, a guard burst into the throne room and informed the king that Princess Xia Lin of the Roberto Kingdom had appeared, gravely injured, at the kingdom's emergency teleportation gate. Perplexed, Adrian thought to himself about Princess Xia Lin, surprised by her sudden arrival. Meanwhile, at the teleportation gate, as it opened, a woman emerged. Adrian, Arcia, the black-haired man, and Crown Prince Michael all rushed to the gate. 2 people were using healing magic on her, but she coughed up blood. Adrian hurried over and ordered the healers to step aside, urgently asking them to give him space. As she continued coughing blood, Adrian used his recovery magic multiple times, silently cursing and wondering who could have done such a terrible thing to her. Observing her condition, he noted that half of her internal organs were gone and that healing magic alone wouldn't be enough. At this rate, she wouldn't survive. At that moment, Xia Lin awoke and called out to him, addressing him as Duke Lawrence. Startled, he asked if she was awake and inquired about what had happened. The princess, struggling to speak, pleaded for his help. After a brief pause, he picked her up and announced that he would be taking Princess Xia Lin with him. The royal guard beside the crown prince expressed shock at Adrian's sudden decision, and the crown prince found himself in a difficult position as well. However, the crown prince ultimately stopped the guard and acknowledged that, as she was Adrian's guest, he understood and permitted Adrian to proceed as he wished. Adrian expressed his gratitude to the crown prince, and they teleported. Upon arriving at his mansion, Adrian laid her down and contemplated that what she needed was not a mere healing spell, but an advanced 8th star resurrection magic. With determination, he activated his magic and chanted a revival spell. She was walking through the river made out of blood, deep red in color. Crying, she called for her father and mother. She heard a faint sound, as if someone was calling her, Lin. She pleaded and begged, asking if no one was there and imploring for help. Someone seemed to call her princess. A man in white appeared. She tried to reach him, desperately asking for someone to help her. The faint voice called her again, Xia Lin, and someone shouted her name, Princess Xia Lin. She woke up, muttering in disbelief that it had all been a bad dream. Adrian noticed she was awake and commented on it. She looked at him, tears in her eyes. Adrian explained that she was in the central city of Marincapped, his territory. Arcia was also present. The Roberto Kingdom, conqueror of the eastern Triton continent of Rondel, had fallen into turmoil. After the regime of President Fairmont of the Allied Prius Republic collapsed due to a revolution, cracks appeared in the barrier that had once protected the royal family. These cracks eventually led to Emperor De usurpating the throne. As Adrian observed Princess Xia Lin, he thought about how the Roberto Kingdom had always had a nobility council larger than the royal family, which likely made it ineffective in stopping the rebellion. He also wondered if the kingdom's desperate effort to win the Saintis contest was an attempt to restore the weakened royal family. Finally, Adrian told Xia Lin that he would help her reclaim the kingdom. Perplexed, Xia Lin asked him to clarify. She expressed her concerns about burdening him further, but Adrian reassured her, stating that he wasn't offering help for free. He explained his terms, mentioning Ophelia, a small island in the Sea of Storms, and the Great Hole located there. He proposed that if she leased the island to him free of charge for 50 years, he would end the rebellion without inciting a major war. Shocked, Xia Lin questioned if that was all he required to suppress the rebellion in her country. Adrian admitted that his true goal was the tourmaline embedded on the island, reputed to hold the world's largest deposit. Xia Lin acknowledged that this was true but noted that tourmaline was not considered valuable. Adrian countered, explaining that while the public might not know its worth, he could utilize it effectively, making it far from worthless. He added that he needed a much larger quantity than what was typically distributed in the market. With a calm smile, Adrian asked her if she agreed to his offer. Xia Lin appeared unable to believe what she had heard and asked if he could truly resolve the situation without starting a major war. Adrian, closing his eyes in relaxation, confirmed that he could, stating that avoiding a large-scale conflict would also reduce his burden. Xia Lin gripped the blanket tightly, finding it hard to believe his words. Eventually, she agreed, saying that if he could accomplish such a feat, she would lease the island as he requested. She pleaded with him to help her. Adrian assured her that he would do his best. Xiaolin hesitated but then asked about the details of his plan. As Adrian prepared to leave the room, he explained that his plan was simple. He would steer the situation toward a human conflict, excluding the use of the Sky Fortress. He intended to first involve the Prius Republic, expecting them to issue a threat without demanding compensation. With a sly smile, Adrian remarked that he would begin by frightening the leader of the rebellion army, Emperor Delian. The scene shifted to the Prius Republic, inside the president's residence. The new president commented on Duke Lawrence's apparent interest in the affairs of other countries, mentioning that after the Prius Republic, it seemed his focus had shifted to the Roberto Kingdom. Adrian responded nonchalantly and took the opportunity to congratulate the president on officially assuming the position, no longer just as an acting president. Asriel, in turn, thanked Adrian and jokingly remarked about how Adrian had managed to acquire a large tourmaline mine from him through a 50-year lease. He added that the mine also produced valuable opals. Adrian downplayed the claim, noting that the mine didn't produce much opal and questioned Asriel's suggestion that he had ripped him off. Their light-hearted conversation caused Princess Xiaolin to grow tense. Asriel then asked Adrian what he planned to do with the tourmalines, but Adrian kept his intentions a secret. During their conversation, a knock on the door interrupted them. A soldier entered and informed Asriel that a military representative from the Roberto Kingdom was requesting an audience. Adrian commented that the visit was quicker than he had anticipated. Soon, an old, overweight man in a red robe entered and declared that it was an infinite honor to meet the president. He was accompanied by an aide. With a sly grin, the man introduced himself as Great Feudal Lord Wenduin, the Minister of Military of the Roberto Kingdom. However, his gaze shifted to Xiaolin, who was seated nearby. Adrian mocked the man by mispronouncing his name as Wendumin, when awkwardly cleared his throat and corrected Adrian, reiterating his title. He then turned to Adrian, recognizing him as Duke Lawrence of the Reinhardt's kingdom, and mockingly expressed disappointment in Princess Xiaolin, suggesting that she was relying on foreign powers in pursuit of a prize. Xiaolin, serious in her response, retorted that such remarks were not appropriate for someone like Lord One. Adrian interjected, playfully mocking One while addressing Asriel. He referred to the president as a foreign power and pondered what might have brought One all the way to the Prius Republic. Asriel, amused, joined in the mockery, asking Adrian what he thought of Wen's purpose. Adrian speculated that One might have come to declare resistance against foreign invasion, pretending to be terrified by such a prospect. Flustered, One denied any such intentions, stating that he had merely come to seek the president's support for the new royal authority of the Roberto Kingdom. Then he handed over a scroll containing a letter from the current emperor of the Roberto Kingdom and informed Asriel that His Majesty, Emperor Delian, had sent the letter to His Excellency. Asriel received the letter and questioned whether the Roberto Kingdom was really capable of offering such a large sum of money. Adrian glanced at the letter and was amazed at the amount. He noted that, simply put, the emperor was offering 500 trillion in loot to ensure their neutrality in the matter. He remarked that the sum was almost equivalent to a national budget. Wenduin, with a sly tone, stated that considering the future of their kingdom, such an expense was inevitable and offered to provide more if needed. Adrian returned to his seat, reflecting on the situation. He thought to himself how foolish it was to rely on money, concluding that money couldn't solve everything in the world. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Asriel unexpectedly announced his acceptance of the offer. Wenduin seemed pleased and commended Asriel's decision, calling it wise. Asriel, however, clarified that it would be up to him how the money would be used. Wenduin agreed, acknowledging that once the money left their hands, it belonged to the Prius Republic. Asriel then pointed at Xiaolin and instructed that the money be transferred to Princess Xiaolin's account. Wenduin, perplexed, hesitated and sought clarification. Asriel firmly reiterated his order, emphasizing that the 500 trillion loots should be transferred to Princess Xiaolin. He added that their republic would not involve itself in the affairs of the Roberto Kingdom if this condition was met. Adrian, while cleaning up spilled tea, reflected on the situation. He found it amusing and thought to himself that Asriel's approach was a groundbreaking way of pressuring someone. When Duine's face turned red with anger and humiliation, especially at the thought of paying a princess from a royal family that had once been accused of treason. With no alternative, he reluctantly transferred the money and left in frustration. As when Duine departed, Adrian remarked to Azriel that he had nearly misunderstood the situation. Azriel explained that his decision was driven by a commitment to his people. He added that it was unthinkable for him to exploit the resources of another nation's nobleman. Adrian, however, smiled inwardly, thinking that he would have simply taken the money without hesitation. Azriel then asked Adrian if he intended to act immediately. Adrian confirmed, stating that the individual in question appeared to be highly resourceful. Azriel smiled and compared Adrian to a typhoon. Adrian, climbing the railings with Arcia, acknowledged the comment with a light-hearted response, though Azriel clarified that it was not a compliment. Adrian laughed, brushing it off. Later, Adrian, Arcia, and Princess Xiaolin arrived at a location where a mansion stood before them. Adrian identified it as Wenduine's residence. Xiaolin, concerned, asked Adrian about his intentions. Adrian dismissed her concern, stating that his plan was to stir things up. He observed that a rebellion fueled solely by self-interest and devoid of loyalty lacked a crucial element. Xiaolin, realizing his implication, asked if he was referring to trust. Adrian confirmed, explaining that trust could not exist within a group formed through betrayal. He expressed confidence that even a minor provocation would ignite internal divisions and revealed that they had the ideal person to exploit such vulnerabilities. He then gestured and a man appeared behind them. The man, kneeling, inquired if Adrian had summoned him. Adrian introduced the man as Sir August, a mental elemental user, noting that brainwashing was a skill August mastered effortlessly. Adrian concluded by stating that they should proceed without wasting any more time. Meanwhile, in the royal court of Roberto Kingdom, one of the retainers informed the emperor that there had been a big problem. The military minister, the great feudal lord Wen, was claiming that the rebellion was an act of treason and was advocating for the enthronement of Princess Xiaolin. The retainer added that 9 of the feudal houses were also supporting this, using the media to incite the people. In actuality, these feudal houses were being influenced by Sir August's mind-controlling magic. Upon hearing this, the emperor became angry, slammed his hand on the throne, and questioned whether those involved had lost their minds. Another retainer, standing close to him, suggested that what these individuals might truly desire was independence. The emperor expressed his surprise at this suggestion, asking if independence was really their goal. The retainer elaborated, urging him to consider where the vast sum of money used to pacify the Prius Republic had ultimately gone and who had been negotiating with that money. The retainer pointed out that it was evident the money, equivalent to a whole year's budget of the kingdom, had been used to bribe the Prius Republic's president. However, the funds had been redirected to the former Princess Xiaolin, who was now using them to retaliate. Frustrated, the emperor groaned loudly. Someone else in the court interrupted, asserting that there was no need to overthink the matter. A man stepped forward, proposing that they execute the traitor and insisting that commoners would have no choice but to obey powerful authority. This man, who wore glasses and was handsome, revealed that he had a technology he wanted to test and deemed the situation perfect for it. He offered his support. The emperor, pleased with the offer, praised the man, Sir Michael, for his commendable loyalty. Meanwhile, in a different location, Adrian reviewed a detailed report on Michael Gale. As he examined it, Adrian remarked that it was unsurprising that Michael did not seem to be from the Roberto Kingdom. Curious, Adrian wondered who this man was. Xiaolin explained that Michael was said to be a magician from the Rizith Island. She mentioned that he was a 6th circle magician with an innate talent for artifact creation and design. Within just 2 years of taking charge of the Emperor Da, he had already begun independently producing vanguard equipment. Adrian, growing suspicious, reflected on the improbability of an unknown magician suddenly emerging and producing such advanced equipment. He shared his doubts with Xiaolin, describing Michael as extremely suspicious. Xiaolin reported that they had investigated the criminal records from the Rizith Island but found nothing suspicious. However, she pointed out that the information about Michael originated solely from Emperor Da, raising questions about its credibility. Adrian, deep in thought, hummed to himself. Xia Lin interrupted his contemplation, addressing him as Duke Lawrence, and requested permission to personally execute Emperor De Lien. Surprised, Adrian asked if she intended to strike the emperor's throat with her own hands. Xia Lin, showing determination, affirmed her resolve. Adrian smiled and acknowledged her request. He explained that the operation would be simple. They would create chaos and confusion to take advantage of the situation and target the top. He warned that there might come a moment when Xia Lin herself would need to take the lead and urged her to be prepared. Xia Lin, still resolute, replied that she would do whatever was necessary. Adrian then called Gregory and addressed him. Outside the royal palace, citizens of the kingdom were protesting, chanting slogans like demanding an end to the persecution of Princess Xia Lin and asserting that the Xia family was the only rightful royal family. In response, a man commanded the soldiers to treat those supporting the princess as rebels and eliminate them. Following this order, the soldiers charged at the citizens, capturing them and slamming them to the ground. Even women with children were not spared. Terrified people fled, shouting warnings to one another. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the rooftop of the palace, ordering the soldiers to stop. The figure, identifying herself as Princess Xia Lin, rebuked the soldiers for turning their swords against their own people. She instructed them to leave the citizens alone and announced her own presence, daring the soldiers to catch her instead. The soldiers, seeing her, redirected their efforts toward capturing her, believing that capturing her would undermine the enemy's justification. One soldier climbed onto the roof, but was swiftly slain by a figure in a white robe before he could complete his order. The remaining soldiers panicked and questioned the identity of the newcomer. Earlier, Gregory had received instructions from Adrian, who emphasized the significance of appearances in major events that would go down in history. Adrian had advised Gregory not to stay by the princess's side looking like a villain. Reflecting on this, Gregory thought about the irony of impersonating a holy knight in such circumstances. Inside the royal palace, Emperor De could not believe what he had just heard. He asked in disbelief if Princess Xia Lin was really right in front of the king's palace. The informer, shaking in fear and stuttering, confirmed that it was true. He added that she was currently fighting against the vanguard forces that had been attacking the protesters, alongside the military minister's troops. Furthermore, the informer mentioned that there was an unfamiliar aura master by the princess's side, which made the situation even more dire. Frustrated, Emperor De ordered his retainers to capture Xia Lin immediately, telling them to take as many soldiers as needed and act without delay. Cursing his bad luck, he remarked angrily about how ridiculous the situation was and questioned aloud what was happening. Michael Gale, who was nearby, noticed something unusual and informed the emperor that it seemed like there was an intruder. Shocked, Emperor De demanded to know what was going on, but before anyone could answer, the palace suddenly shook. Terrified, the people in the royal court witnessed a massive explosion at the front door as Adrian entered with his staff. Adrian, looking directly at Emperor De, remarked how obvious it was that the emperor was the villain, referring to him as Old Man. The emperor, furious, cursed Adrian and addressed him as Duke Lawrence. Adrian responded with a smile, commenting that it had only been 3 days since he had become emperor and sarcastically asking if he had enjoyed his time. The emperor, irritated by Adrian's insolence, reminded him that he was not only an emperor but also the king of the Roberto kingdom. Adrian dismissed the remark, stating that he would not hold that title for much longer. Angered, the emperor gestured to his soldiers and ordered them to capture and arrest Adrian. He accused Adrian of arrogance, saying there should be limits to it and claiming that Adrian's youth and position as a duke had made him overconfident. Adrian, unbothered, glanced at the soldiers surrounding him and mocked their numbers. The emperor ordered his men to kill Adrian, but before they could act, Adrian unleashed his flame blast spell multiple times, effortlessly blowing away all the soldiers. The emperor was shocked by how easily Adrian had neutralized his forces. Adrian, acting casually, asked what the emperor had been trying to say before the interruption. Princess Xia Lin and Sir Gregory entered the room shortly afterward. Adrian declared that the moment they had stepped into the palace, the fight had already been decided. The emperor was infuriated to see Xia Lin, while she, with a serious expression, reminded him of her earlier promise to take revenge on him. Adrian instructed his soldiers to ensure that no one escaped and emphasized that every noble present was their enemy. The soldiers acknowledged his command. The emperor, desperate, urged General Qi and the others to defend him, promising rewards, including a feudal lordship, to anyone who killed Adrian and his allies. When no one stepped forward to help, the emperor, as a last resort, promised compensation for anyone who died in the attack and ordered them to act. Adrian, his gaze cold and unwavering, dismissed the emperor's pleas. He warned the soldiers to surrender their weapons if they wanted to live, threatening to take their heads if they resisted. Hearing this, all the soldiers protecting Emperor did drop their weapons, leaving the emperor to fall back onto his throne in disbelief. Adrian approached the emperor and acknowledged how shocking it must have been for him to see unrelated people meddling in his affairs. He suggested that the emperor accept it as bad luck, which might make it easier to process. Adrian further remarked that if Princess Xiaolin hadn't sought him out while covered in blood, the emperor might have kept his throne. The emperor, now terrified and sweating profusely, was unable to utter a word, his fear manifesting in weak, guttural sounds. Adrian then noticed a man in a white robe and, puzzled, asked who he was. Michael Gale, acting nonchalantly, pretended not to know what Adrian was referring to. Without hesitation, Adrian cast a spell and attacked him, but the man easily blocked it. With a wicked smile, the man mockingly praised Adrian for his quick attack and asked how Adrian had identified him as a black magician. Adrian realized the truth. The man was indeed a black magician. Adrian mused that he had thought the man was just a one-time mob character, but he had turned out to be the real mastermind. He noted to himself that, while such things happened often in games, there was a limit to everything. The status window revealed information about the black magician, who was smiling wickedly. Name: Michael Gale. Title: 7th Circle Black Magician. Race: Human. Age: 45. Affiliation: Roberto Kingdom's Gale Magic Tower Master/Roberto King's Advisor. Talent: Intellectual ability, very high magic power, very high commanding ability, moderate administration ability, moderate physical ability, moderate. Trait: Engineer of Madness, Murder Impulse, Mass Murderer. Relationship: Interested/hostile. Status: Curious/observing. Adrian, coldly observing Gale, mused to himself that it was surprising to see a black magician appear out of nowhere. Gale questioned Adrian about how he had sensed his presence, to which Adrian replied arrogantly that he would be stripped of his title as an archmage if he couldn't sense ominous dark magic. The royal court personnel expressed their terror upon realizing a black magician was among them, exclaiming in fear. Gale admitted that, although he met many people until that moment, it was the first time someone had sensed his energy. Adrian explained that it was because he was in an entirely different league. Internally, he reflected on how black magicians were completely uncharted territory. Adrian then threw the Excalibur to Arcia, calling out her name, prompting her to grab it. Both of them charged at the black magician as Adrian resolved that he needed to handle the situation swiftly without delay. Gale conjured numerous dark magic, imbued spears directed at them, but Adrian and Arcia managed to block them with their magic shield and sword slash. Adrian followed up by casting another magic circle, generating magical shackles that bound him. At the same time, Arcia lunged forward and, with a swift slash, severed Gale's left arm, which had been bound by the shackles. In response, Gale gritted his teeth in anger, covering his wounded hand with dark magic before retreating a few steps to save himself. He remarked that he hadn't expected to meet people like them here. Adrian retorted that, if Gale was going to talk so much, he might as well offer up his head and finish things quickly. Gale, sweating in fear, stated that he couldn't let that happen since he still had many things left to do. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them shifted, and two vanguards crashed through the ceiling, startling Adrian. The system provided a notification detailing the implantable enhanced vanguard, explaining that the equipment was created by extracting the spine, brain, aura points, and aura rod of a high-ranking knight and integrating them into vanguard machinery. This process allowed for the conversion of pure aura into force without delay, resulting in exceptional reflexes and agility. Furthermore, it revealed that the armor-type Vanguard demonstrated 50% higher output and 30% faster reaction speed than high-ranking knights wearing standard equipment. Adrian stepped back and accused Gale of dismantling humans and implanting their parts into the Vanguard equipment. Gale acknowledged Adrian's sharp observation, explaining smugly that the integration was truly remarkable compared to armor worn over a human body. He described it as the final form of the Vanguard and claimed that just 2 of them could easily overpower an Aura Master. He suggested that the paradigm of war was about to change, smiling wickedly at the thought of defeating Adrian. Adrian leaned forward, expressing his doubts about the paradigm of war changing but acknowledging that it was clear why dark magicians like Gale had to be killed. Gale responded with excitement, expressing his anticipation of using the brain and spine of an Archmage and an Aura Master to create a masterpiece. The giant vanguards launched their attack, during which a fake Holy Knight saved Princess Xia Lin from the assault. Emperor De also found himself caught in the chaos, falling to the ground while shouting in pain. Adrian acted quickly, using bind magic to secure the Emperor and throwing him onto his back. He commented that, although he didn't care if the Emperor lived or died, he made a promise to the princess. Arcia, wielding Excalibur, swiftly dismantled the giant vanguards, cutting them into pieces. Adrian analyzed the defeated vanguards, observing that they were indeed stronger and quicker than normal vanguards. However, he noted their lack of irregular movements, which were unique to humans, and found their responses overly simplistic. With this conclusion, Adrian cast a magic circle to destroy the giant vanguards. He then criticized Gale, stating that such creations had no chance of replacing humans. Arcia charged at Gale again, but the black magician shielded himself with dark magic. This time, both Adrian and Arcia attacked together. Arcia managed to strike first, stabbing Gale in the chest and causing him to spit blood. However, Gale smiled, and the system issued a notification indicating that he was going berserk. This startled Adrian, who recognized it as Mana Berserk. Gale expressed his resolve to bring everyone down together at that point. The resulting surge of energy shook the entire royal palace, surprising everyone present. Despite the chaos, Arcia pressed her sword deeper into Gale. Gale, perplexed, wondered aloud if Adrian had somehow reversed the shield deployment to suppress the explosion. He questioned how Adrian could suppress an explosion with power surpassing the 7th circle, his voice trembling in disbelief. Adrian sighed, remarking on Gale's talkativeness, and then burned him using fire magic. Meanwhile, the court members, relieved to have survived, expressed their gratitude. Adrian, overhearing them, thought they were being overly optimistic, considering a dark magician had been hiding in their faction. Emperor De, believing he wouldn't be noticed amidst the chaos, decided to escape. Unfortunately for him, Xia Lin appeared in his path, raising her sword and striking the ground instead of him. The Emperor fell senseless as Xia Lin declared that killing him would be too merciful. She stated that the Holy Land was unforgiving toward those associated with black magicians. Gale's associates begged for forgiveness, but Xia Lin sheathed her sword and warned them to prepare for a life worse than death. Princess Xia Lin thanked Adrian sincerely. She looked at him and continued, expressing that if it weren't for him, she would not have been able to reclaim the throne and would likely have witnessed a black magician take over the nation. Adrian responded that he had also gained something from the situation. Xia Lin noted with relief that no traces of other black magicians had been found besides Michael Gale. Adrian reflected silently that disasters had always followed whenever a black magician appeared in history. He thought this situation might be related to the goddess's oracle, making it prudent for him to investigate further. Xia Lin inquired whether Adrian would be returning to the Reinhardt's kingdom. As Adrian turned to leave, he confirmed his plans to visit Ophelia Island and return immediately afterward. Smiling, Xia Lin remarked that the world was in chaos as factions of black magicians were being uncovered, yet Adrian seemed to be just as full of secrets. Before leaving, Adrian expressed his trust that Xia Lin would keep his secret. She assured him that she would, adding that she would treasure all the kindness he had shown her and cherish the memories as her own. Adrian and Arcia returned her kindness with a warm smile. After they left, Xia Lin turned toward the city, feeling happy to see the capital at peace. Elsewhere, an unknown man, sweating profusely, hesitantly asked Adrian if he truly needed to proceed with his task. Adrian, smiling, affirmed that he did. The man pulled a lever, causing a triangular element to release a bright light that filled the room before shattering. Adrian remarked calmly that they had failed. The researchers, visibly distressed, lamented the loss of 1 billion loots in an instant. However, Adrian encouraged them to continue, explaining his motivation. He revealed that he had been working hard to gather tourmalines because he had discovered a note from Archduke Lucas. The note suggested that a portion of the diamond used as the core material of the Force engine could be replaced with tourmaline. Adrian detailed that the cost of diamonds in crafting Vanguard equipment accounted for half of the production cost. By reducing the diamonds used and replacing some with tourmaline, he hoped to lower production costs and achieve substantial profit. He emphasized that determining the correct ratio between diamond and tourmaline was crucial. One of the researchers, still pulling his hair, addressed Adrian nervously, but Adrian dismissed his concerns with confidence, urging the team to believe in him and persist with their experiments. The process was repeated countless times, leading all the researchers to grow increasingly stressed and even suffer from hair loss. After nearly exhausting 2 trillion in resources, the team finally succeeded in producing a triangular green material. The researchers celebrated the success, noting that the product contained 210 carats of diamond and 852 carats of tourmaline. Adrian, pleased with the outcome, thought to himself that they had successfully reduced the production cost of the Force engine to just 20% of its original cost. He predicted that the newly improved Fencer 1.5 would sell even better than its predecessor, Fencer 1.0, which had already been popular despite its lower output compared to competitors. At the royal palace, the king suggested increasing the price of the newly released Fencer 1.5. He pointed out that Adrian's company was monopolizing the domestic vanguard industry and cautioned that monopolies hinder progress. Adrian, who was seated with Arcia and munching snacks, thought privately that their success had been so overwhelming it had drawn the king's personal attention. Adrian argued that his actions were sparking competition, which would motivate the Royal Magic Tower's development team. The king countered that competition only worked when there was a reasonable level of balance. He cited data showing that contracts for the Royal Magic Tower had dropped by 60% that month, Heinz Magic Tower's sales had plummeted by 90%, and Lawrence Magic Tower had experienced a 150% surge. The king expressed concern that competitors might collapse before they had the chance to compete. Though annoyed, Adrian understood the king's reasoning. He reluctantly agreed to increase the price of the Fencer 1.5 by 10% but requested permission to export Vanguard equipment and its key components to offset the decrease in domestic sales. The king, satisfied with this arrangement, approved Adrian's request. After Adrian and Arcia left, the king remarked that he had been preparing to resolve any issues before relinquishing the throne, but Duke Lawrence remained a significant troublemaker. The crown prince questioned this, noting that Duke Lawrence was an important figure who elevated the nation's status. The king explained that the stronger the nobility became, the harder it was for the royal family to maintain control. Michael expressed his desire to grow alongside the kingdom's subjects and not hinder their progress. The king cautioned that power often led people to seek even greater authority, which could pose a threat in the future. He added that nobles tended to align themselves with those in power. Michael calmly stated that he was willing to give power and authority to those who sought it, as long as he was not the target of their ambitions. The king, puzzled, asked Michael to elaborate. Michael explained that there were other places where such ambitions could be directed, such as troublesome neighbors or vast undeveloped lands. The king, shocked by Michael's suggestion, expressed concern about underestimating the Croisan Empire, which, despite its current struggles, had maintained its imperial status for centuries. Michael suggested accelerating the king's abdication, asserting that the Reinhardt's kingdom was stronger than he believed. At that moment, the Grand Master intervened, pointing a sword at Michael and accusing him of crossing the line. Michael, unfazed, acknowledged the Grand Master's presence and revealed that Duke Lawrence had informed him about the situation. The Grand Master questioned why Duke Lawrence appeared wary of Michael, but the conversation was interrupted by the king, who demanded that they both stop. The king noted that Michael's strategy to quietly watch the rise of the Second Prince's faction without interference had become clear. It was to eliminate internal opposition to enforce his plans. Michael confirmed this and requested that Duke Lawrence not be further provoked, emphasizing the importance of leaving the kingdom's future to the younger generation. For the first time in the history of this manhwa, The slit-eyed prince opened his eyes wide, revealed his ambition, declaring his intent to raise the kingdom into an empire. Elsewhere, in an unknown location, a man ran through a jungle and noticed lights ahead. As he approached, he was startled to see what lay before him. In disbelief, he muttered to himself, wondering where he had ended up. He attempted to call for emergency help but was notified that he was outside of a service area. In the Lawrence Palace, Bug was doing something alone. At that time, Adrian and Arcia entered. He suggested they go out to eat that day. Arcia replied that she would love to. Bug hid the thing she was playing with, but Adrian noticed. He expressed his curiosity and approached Bug, asking what she had just hidden. Bug tried to play innocent, whistling and claiming that it was nothing, while mockingly asking if his eyes had become dim from gaming for too long. Arcia immediately used a special judo move. Bug, stuck in the situation, shouted repeatedly for a timeout and offered to give up the item she had. Adrian, startled, recognized it as a Sunsun smartphone. Bug explained that she had come across it in the market previously. She mentioned that the drawing on the back was probably in English and admitted she had intended to give it to him but wanted to play with it a bit longer first. Adrian aggressively asked where exactly she had obtained it. In the Otis Marquiate, a man sat quietly, looking outside. Michelle asked him if he was thinking of his hometown. Miss Michelle then inquired about his well-being. The man stood up and responded that he had been well, thanks to her. He expressed gratitude for taking in someone like him, whose status was unclear and who could not communicate. Michelle approached him and explained that she had taken him in because she was fascinated by the language she had heard for the first time. She added that it was a relief the translation machine was working well. A maid entered and informed Michelle that she had a guest. Michelle, annoyed, asked who had come without making an appointment and commented on how troublesome it was. The maid replied that it was His Grace Duke Adrian L. Lawrence and Her Grace Duchess Arcia Klein. Michelle blushed and expressed that the maid should have started with that information. Later, in the meeting room, Adrian apologized for their unannounced visit. Arcia, displeased to meet her love rival, remained on guard. Michelle expressed her excitement, saying it was her honor to host them and inquired about the reason for their visit. Adrian replied that he had heard she had picked up an interesting person recently. Michelle looked at the stranger and questioned if Adrian referred to the person she had taken in. The stranger introduced himself as Benjamin Theo. Adrian, retrieving an item from his coat pocket, informed Benjamin that he had a question for him. He showed him the smartphone and inquired whether it belonged to him. Theo, recognizing it, admitted it was his and explained that he had sold it to a street vendor out of desperation before Michelle had taken him in. Adrian expressed satisfaction and snapped his fingers, freezing everything in a certain radius except Arcia and Theo. Theo, perplexed, looked at Michelle and questioned what was happening. Adrian clarified that he had stopped the biological time for everyone except the three of them, stating that what he was about to discuss was extremely important. He then asked Theo which country on Earth he was from. Startled, Theo asked if Adrian knew about Earth. Adrian urged him to answer the question, prompting Theo to reply that he was from Singapore. Adrian then inquired how Theo had ended up in Rondell. Theo explained that his ship had sunk, and after falling into the sea, he had regained consciousness in this world. Adrian asked how much Theo knew about Rondell. Theo responded that all he knew came from Michelle, who had told him it was a world where magical abilities existed. He added that communication was possible thanks to the translation artifact, but he couldn't read the writing there. Adrian thought to himself that Theo seemed unaware of magic or abilities. He suspected Theo might have been swept into this world by a magical explosion, but the situation appeared unrelated. Adrian asked Theo to share what had happened on Earth after 2020. Theo replied that while it hadn't been long since 2020, it was a significant period. When Adrian questioned the short duration, Theo clarified that it had only been 2 years since 2020. Arcia, meanwhile, finished her snacks. Adrian reflected that while he had turned 21 in Rondell, only 2 years had passed on Earth, suggesting a time difference of 10:1 between the worlds. Theo continued, describing 2020 as a catastrophic year on Earth. He explained that natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, tornadoes, and volcanic eruptions had devastated the world, leaving the international community paralyzed. He added that after the disasters subsided, unusual phenomena emerged. Adrian asked what kind of phenomena Theo was referring to. He elaborated that a highly contagious and lethal virus had spread, causing mutations that made containment difficult even by 2022. Additionally, deadly poisonous zones and mutated creatures had appeared, restricting human movement. He noted that while the military cleansed these zones, new terrains such as islands and mountains had suddenly formed. Adrian reflected on how much had occurred on Earth in the 2 years he had spent in Rondell. He wondered if his family in Korea was safe and considered whether these events related to the goddess's prophecy. Adrian thanked Theo for providing useful information. Theo hesitated before asking if Adrian was also from Earth. Adrian clarified that he was born in Rondell but had memories of a past life as a Korean on Earth. Theo expressed surprise upon hearing this. Adrian invited Theo to come with him, stating that no one in Rondell could understand his situation better than him. He explained that while returning to Earth was not currently possible, he would help Theo adjust to Rondell. Theo, feeling hopeful, asked if he could return to Earth. Adrian suggested it might be possible, adding that he held the key to Theo's return. He promised to support Theo's livelihood but instructed him to keep Earth's secrets and stories to himself unless given permission to share. Theo agreed to follow Adrian's instructions. Theo then asked if Rondell's magic could resolve Earth's issues, such as poisonous zones or the virus. Adrian assured him that such problems could be solved easily with magic. Theo speculated that he might have been sent to Rondell to meet a savior. Adrian dismissed the notion, calling it nonsense. He then unfroze the biological time. Michelle's first reaction was to wonder aloud where all the dessert had gone. Arcia turned away to hide her involvement. Adrian informed Michelle that he would be taking Benjamin with him. Michelle, startled, questioned Adrian's decision. Adrian then added that Michelle should also accompany him to his palace. Michelle, both shocked and excited, confirmed she would prepare to leave immediately. Arcia shot her a death stare, which everyone failed to notice. Adrian reflected that Michelle had come close to fate and wondered whether the coincidences surrounding her were deliberate. He decided to keep her within reach to prevent any complications. Arcia suggested they should eliminate Michelle. Later, Michelle announced to her father that she was leaving. Marquis Otis, worried, demanded to know what trouble she planned to cause next. In a virtual meeting, a person argued whether they were just going to let the Lawrence Magic Tower run wild, pointing out that in the past month alone, the amount of goods bought by the tower was almost as much as 60% of last year's total. They added that the amount of force engines sold by the tower was more than the entire international order quantity from the previous year. They stressed the need to impose sanctions on the tower, warning that if they did not, the entire international market would fall into the hands of a single entity. The individual was identified as Croizon Empire's Crown Prince, André de Croizon. Among those present, Duchess Olivia questioned whether the Croizon Empire had any bright ideas, addressing the Crown Prince directly. André suggested that they could impose anti-dumping tariffs to resolve the issue. He explained that anti-dumping tariffs were a type of tax imposed to protect the domestic market from foreign products sold at unfairly low prices, helping to prevent market disruption caused by such practices. Olivia responded by stating that anti-dumping tariffs were ultimately imposed by the purchasing country. From their perspective, she argued, buying force equipment at a low price gave them no reason to agree with the Croizon Empire's stance. André, smiling cruelly, questioned if they could simply make those countries align with their interests. He elaborated that the countries purchasing vanguard equipment generally had mediocre national power, and if those present worked together to apply pressure, the matter could be easily resolved. Olivia asked if André was suggesting they pressure other nations to extort money, calling such actions unbecoming of a crown prince. André sarcastically remarked on Olivia's stance, suggesting that as a fellow believer, she might not need to be present in the discussion. Annoyed, Duchess Olivia questioned the grounds on which André believed he had the right to make such a judgment and whether he considered himself the master of the assembly. At this point, another participant, identified as Marchioness Cordelia Winfred of the Brigham Empire and the master of its second-largest magic tower, intervened, advising them to stop arguing. She expressed her difficulty in accepting the Crown Prince's opinion, emphasizing that while one could argue about dumping and request voluntary participation, pressuring foreign countries into sanctions was an unacceptable illegal act. Others echoed her sentiments, asserting that the suggestion was going too far. After the meeting end, in frustration, André groaned, threw a vase, and lamented how the others were reacting as if they were not being affected by the issue, while their side was suffering significant losses. Crown Prince André expressed his disdain for the arrogance of those who seemed to think they could act unchecked. He instructed a subordinate to contact Count Triss immediately. The subordinate acknowledged the order, frustrated and determined, vowed to demonstrate the consequences of provoking the. In the capital city of Rondel, Crown Prince Michael addressed an assembly of nobles, announcing that the Viscounty of Piran had collapsed approximately 2 hours earlier due to a surprise attack launched by Count Triss, a margrave of the Croizen Empire. Michael detailed that Triss had deployed 200 vanguards to seize the Lord's castle. He noted that the Croizen Empire denied involvement, claiming no connection to the attack. The nobles voiced their outrage, questioning how a margrave could mobilize troops without the emperor's orders and declaring the incident a clear provocation by the empire. Adrian reflected privately on the recurring misconduct of the Croizen Empire, speculating on possible underlying motives for their actions. Despite this, he anticipated that the response would likely involve a reclamation force to recover the territory and diplomatic protests. Michael called upon Adrian to capture Triss' territory. Adrian, initially shocked by the command, questioned it but eventually accepted, acknowledging that the crown prince's disposition differed greatly from that of the previous king. Smiling, Adrian resolved to ensure Triss paid for his crimes. Despite protests from other nobles urging reconsideration, Michael dismissed their concerns, declaring that the Reinhardt kingdom would no longer tolerate threats from the Croizen Empire. He emphasized the need to demonstrate that provocations would have serious consequences. Marquis Otis inquired about the possibility of an all-out war, to which Michael, smiling, responded that they would accept such an outcome if necessary. Michael introduced Gabriel James, the 6th Grandmaster of Rondel and a former Marquis, revealing him as a hidden strength of the kingdom. He also announced the lifting of restrictions on vanguards and sky fortresses that lords could possess, leaving everyone in shock. In the Viscounty of Piran, Triss County soldiers were torturing citizens, burning everything down and looting. A red-haired soldier proudly declared that from that point on, the place was the Croizen Empire's land and demanded that the citizens serve them well. He laughed loudly and mockingly as he did so. He added that it was no fun, lamenting that there was barely any reaction despite how much they had stirred up the territory. He remarked that it had been a chance to dominate and achieve glory, but concluded with a laugh that it was not going as expected. A pink-haired soldier chimed in, saying that this lack of resistance was typical of the Reinhardts, whom they considered cowards. Meanwhile, Blondie noted that someone seemed to be approaching and questioned aloud whether it was just an old man. Both Red and Pinky laughed at the sight, ridiculing the situation. They expressed disbelief that Reinhardt's forces, no matter how lacking in talent, would only send a single old man to face them. They mockingly advised the old man to leave before he got hurt, laughing all the while. Amid their mockery, Gabriel silently unsheathed his sword. Elsewhere, in the Croizen Empire, Triss' son expressed doubts about the wisdom of taking over Reinhardt territory unprovoked. Triss, confident, reassured his son that the action was in line with orders from the Crown Prince, expecting a restrained response from Reinhardt. However, a guard rushed in, reporting that the Piran Viscounty had been reclaimed by a single Grandmaster. Shocked, Triss questioned the existence of such a figure in Reinhardt and considered the possibility of hidden forces. Before he could react, the castle's defense system triggered an alert, detecting intruders who had bypassed their defenses. The situation escalated as reports detailed heavy losses among their forces, including the deaths of several vanguards. Triss' son, in fear, called his father, but his father urging him to run and evacuate immediately. When his son asked what would happen to his mother and elder sister, Triss replied that they had no other choice and told him to hurry and follow. As they were running down the corridor, the side wall blasted, and Adrian and Arcia emerged, demanding to know where Triss thought he was running. Triss, worried, addressed Duke Lawrence, questioning why the castle was being attacked just because they had invaded a border territory. Duke Lawrence sighed and dismissed the reasoning, stating that Triss' side had attacked first. Shaking, Triss asked whether the Reinhardts, led by Duke Lawrence and Marchioness Klein, were waging war against the Croizen Empire. Duke Lawrence responded that there was no reason they couldn't and added that one fact was more certain than whether there would be a war. Triss would die before anything else happened. Laughing like a madman, Duke Lawrence made his intentions clear. Arcia, standing in the background, demonstrated how Triss would die. Both Triss and his son were terrified as part of the castle exploded, creating a massive fire and deafening noise. The news later reported that the provocation of the Croizen Empire had become an annual event. However, no one had expected such a strong response from the Reinhardt Kingdom. Count Triss' territory was reduced to ashes overnight, and the Reinhardt Kingdom had appointed Grandmaster Gabriel James, now Duke Gabriel James, as the commander of the eastern border. This development was presented to Andrei, the crown prince of the Croizen Empire, who reacted with rage. He questioned whether the Reinhardt Kingdom had lost its mind and wondered why they were suddenly acting so aggressively. A soldier informed Andrei that a few days prior, there had been reports that the first prince of the Reinhardt Kingdom had assumed responsibility for state affairs. The soldier speculated that, unlike the previous king, the prince intended to take a more aggressive approach. Andrei, furious, reflected on his past rivalry with the second prince for the throne. He admitted to underestimating the first prince, whom he had considered insignificant, but now realized the prince was far more cunning and dangerous than expected. Andrei acknowledged the combination of Adrian Lawrence and the first prince posed a significant threat. He resolved to take action before the first prince officially ascended to the throne as king. The news says, 7 diplomats from the Reinhardt Kingdom embassy were killed in a brutal assault. The Croizen Empire army has added forces to the borders of the Reinhardt Kingdom. Is this the beginning of a war between the two nations, spiraling into the worst of relations? It was Adrian who was watching them. He remarked that as time went by, the relationship with the Croizen Empire was becoming more and more strained. Prince Michael responded that it must be due to the previous conflict with the Triss Margrave. He explained that the invasion of the Piran barony had been announced as the result of Margrave Triss' unilateral decision and was wrapped up without any significant action from either side. However, in reality, he believed it must have been their own orders, so the other side was likely seething with anger. Michael, smiling, noted that it seemed like they had actually made quite an interesting move. He then asked Adrian what had brought him to the royal palace today. Adrian happily replied that they were getting married. Perplexed, Michael looked at them blankly. Gathering himself, he questioned whether they were truly getting married, reminding Adrian that he had previously insisted he wasn't planning on it when asked. Embarrassed, Adrian cleared his throat and admitted that they now had a reason to do so. Using his magic, he lifted all the cutlery on the table and stated that, to be honest, Arcia had surpassed the wall not too long ago. Seeing the floating objects, Michael was totally shocked and exclaimed that it was the realm of telekinetic swordsmanship. Adrian, smiling, thought to himself that he couldn't easily reveal he was in 8th circle because of Archduke Lucas, but it was a different story with Arcia. He decided he should quickly obtain what he needed. He then announced that as soon as the dukedom was given to Arcia, he planned to get married. Smiling wickedly, he added that otherwise, ignorant fools here and there would try to sow discord. Michael laughed along with him and agreed that it was a really good way to solidify power. However, Arcia was not happy to hear their conversation at all. Noticing this, Adrian asked what was wrong. He became troubled when she replied by asking about the proposal. Perplexed, Adrian questioned why a proposal was necessary, arguing that it was just a marriage arrangement already part of the plan. However, he could not finish his sentence when he saw her sad face. Nobody could look as sad as she did. Quickly agreeing, Adrian insisted that they had to do it and that the plan for it was already in motion. Since they were discussing this in front of the crown prince, he heard everything and commented that a proposal prepared with great ambition by Duke Lawrence must be really extravagant. He then teased Adrian, suggesting that when he proposed, he should call him too so he could clap from a corner. Arcia, hearing this, felt motivated to have someone beside her, while Adrian, irritated, thought to himself that this man was truly troublesome. But Michael did not stop at that. He further continued that he would officiate the ceremony for the wedding. By that time, he expected to have already received the throne, which, he believed, would honor both of them. As for the blessings, he suggested that it would be good if Lady Everil could give them. Hearing this, Arcia became excited, while Adrian simply looked at them. He just huffed and then pointed out to the prince that His Highness would be busy with preparations for the upcoming coronation and asked if it would be all right. The prince assured him that he would make sure to attend, even if he didn't have time, questioning how he could possibly miss such a wonderful spectacle. Adrian, somewhat disappointed, thought to himself that the prince was not giving him the last word. He considered him the type of person who would do just enough to keep his mouth above water if he ever fell in. He had really wanted to organize the wedding quietly, but he realized that if the crown prince, who was going to be the next king and probably the future emperor, attended, then every noble in the country would join, even if they were not invited. In the end, he understood that the wedding would become the most grand event in the country. While he was lost in thought, a servant arrived to serve dessert. After finishing, he left the scene. Adrian quietly observed them and then whispered, asking when they planned to deal with the filthy infiltrating earthworms. The crown prince, in a low voice, replied that for a clean eradication, he planned to just observe for the time being. He explained that if he interfered rashly, the infiltrators would simply hide away, and it would be rude to ruin the surprise they had carefully prepared for him. That slit-eyed prince merely watched the departing servant while preparing his wine. Adrian also smiled and then remarked that he looked forward to the coronation ceremony. The day of the crown prince's coronation arrived. As the crown prince prepared himself, nobles from all over the country arrived in luxurious cars. The commoners were filled with joy, celebrating the festival, while the crown prince made his way toward the stage, heavily guarded. Among the guards, one stood out. He was a spy from the Empire. Before coming to the ceremony, he had been asked about the probability of successfully eliminating Crown Prince Michael van Reinhardt. He had estimated that if he and his subordinates staked their lives, the chances would be around 50%. The Emperor deemed that sufficient, stating that success would be ideal, but even failure would still serve to instill fear. He made it clear that any provocation toward the Croisan Empire was an attack on him personally, and he would eliminate anything that stood in his way. Without hesitation, he ordered them to get rid of their targets. Back in the present, all the spies, disguised as guards, launched their attack on the crown prince. One of them, pointing his spear at Michael's neck and preparing to kill him, was certain that failure was impossible. Just as he was about to declare their success, he was taken aback when the crown prince simply looked at him and smiled. In an instant, two of the disguised spies were cut down by a female guard standing beside Michael, while a male guard wielded a telekinetic sword to defeat the others. The spy captain was shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening. Before he could react, a guard used telekinetic power to slam him onto the floor, leaving him alive but unable to move. As he looked up at the approaching figure, his eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the face before him. It was Adrian Lawrence. Adrian wickedly smiled as he finished him off. Back in the Croisan Empire, the news was reported to Croisan's crown prince that the assassination had failed. He was shocked and shouted at his assistant, asking if he had not said that the probability of success was 50%. The spy commander replied that it seemed they had anticipated the assassin's infiltration in advance, and that the unit had been wiped out by Duke Lawrence. Grabbing his head, the Croisan prince cursed, expressing his frustration that the talented students he had recruited were caught within half a day and were all eliminated, calling it a disaster. The spy commander suggested that it would be better for His Highness to stay in the royal palace rather than the magic tower and to lay low for a while. The prince asked what he meant by that. The commander, worried, explained that considering Duke Lawrence's personality all this while, they could not anticipate what he might do. He emphasized that when dealing with someone whose actions were difficult to predict, one must be as cautious as possible. However, before he could finish, the prince stopped him and angrily questioned if he was really suggesting that the crown prince of the Croisan Empire should hide just to avoid a mere noble of an insignificant kingdom. The commander remained silent. The prince then declared that he now knew for sure that in the upcoming war with Reinhardt, he must definitely kill Duke Lawrence. Suddenly, Crowe appeared outside the window, and through him Adrian stated that he was sorry, but he personally had no intentions of dying quietly. This shocked the Croissant Prince, who looked back in surprise. At that moment, the room brightened, indicating an attack. The commander called out urgently for His Highness. He then pushed the prince, sacrificing his own life to save him. The prince just stared at him in horror. In the meantime, several soldiers arrived at the scene and ordered to protect His Highness. Crowy remarked that it was a pity. With a menacing glance, he added that it would be wise to always watch one's back. Then, he disappeared. The crown prince was left on the floor, visibly shaking in fear. The soldiers rushed to him, asking if he was all right and urging for an immediate evacuation. In anger, he could do nothing but shout. Meanwhile, Adrian, in his mansion, was calmly sipping his tea, relaxing.